If you're an 11th grader gunning for a 1550 plus SAT, this video is for you. I'm Rishav Roy. I scored a perfect 1600 on all 8 official SAT practice tests. And you're about to get a full 18-hour walkthrough, over 1,000 minutes of short, clear explanations for every official SAT problem. My goal is that the explanations in this video beat the long, complicated wall of text that College Board gives you. I actually originally made this video just for the students inside of my SAT course, but I decided to put the entire thing on YouTube for free because I have even better material that I'm adding to the course. The link's in the description if you want that. Now, let's get started. Quick setup first. Open the Bluebook app, click Accommodations, then Breaks as needed. Do a question, pause your test, watch my explanation, repeat. That's the system. I'm rooting for you.
SAT practice test for the very first one. Let's get started. Okay, your answer here is hinder, because it didn't hinder his efforts, because he was still able to do it. Okay, your answer here is adhere to. In this case, your evidence is observe. Observe doesn't just mean to watch in this context. In this context, it actually means to follow. For example, if you've heard the phrase observe a holiday, like observe the 4th of July or something like that, it doesn't mean you're watching the 4th of July. It means that you are adhering to the tradition of 4th of July. You're adhering to the customs of this holiday, right? So adhere to. All right. Haphazard is your answer here because it means chaotically. So yeah. It says that this behavior is sophisticated. It says sophisticatedly, meaning it's complex, right? So they're not limited to simple behaviors because that's the opposite. Rudimentary means simple. All right, your answer here is surmised. Surmised means it's like a hypothesis. So supposition means surmise, but if you didn't understand that, you also have the word assumed. So they assumed, it's an assumption, it's a hypothesis. Surmised works here. If you don't know the vocab words in these vocab questions, that's totally fine. First of all, work with what you know. So eliminate the words that you don't know from your head and just work with what you know. If it's none of those words, then it has to be one of the words that you don't know, right? So just pick one of those. If you don't know 3 or more of the words, because there are 4 answer choices, if you don't know 3 or more of them, mark it right here and move on. I promise you, no matter how long you stare at the words, the definitions do not pop up on the screen. So you have to move on. That's totally fine. There are a lot of words in the English language. If you don't have the ones that the SAT gives you memorized, that's okay. Let's move on. All right. It no longer fulfills the requirements because it is too expensive. Let's move on to the grammar. And yep, number 14. Your answer here is D, because the subject and the verb have to go together. They cannot be separated by random punctuation. So the name, like her name, and was is the verb. So she was. All right. Whenever you see these types of questions with like a period here and then no punctuation, or like so and a comma or something like that, it's typically testing you on if these are complete sentences or not. So what I see is that in 2010 to walls is a complete sentence because it has a subject and a verb and it's a complete idea. Same thing with the second one. He discovered is the subject and verb, and it's a complete idea as well. So that's how you identify if it's a complete sentence or not. Now, these other three answer choices are too weak to join two complete sentences. So it has to be D. It has to be a period. All right. If it said an in between here, like an, like which an individual snow grain, then it would be grain, singular, like grain apostrophe s. But it cannot be singular because there's no an. It says which individual snow grains is physical properties. So basically it can't be a because it has to be plural. There's no an before the individual. In this case, it's not going to be D because the physical properties are owned by the grains. It's like the grains' physical properties. And it has to be plural physical properties because there are multiple snow grains. It's not singular. Effect, you know that there are multiple, like, you know that properties is plural as well because effect. It's not effects with an S. If it was effects with an S, then it would have to be a singular, like, property. Okay? This is very similar to this question that we saw, question 15. So, again, complete sentences. The initiative represented. That's your subject and verb, and it's a complete idea. It prioritized is the subject and verb. So we need a semicolon or period because that's strong enough to join two complete sentences. The other ones are too weak. All right. So this one is called, this one is the odd ones out rule. So what that is basically there's either 3 in plural form and 1 in singular form, or 3 in singular form and 1 in plural. So the way you figure that out is by putting he or they in front of all 4 answers, and only one will stand out. He was, he were, he are, he have been. He was is the only one that stands out. Like, it's the only one that makes sense when you put he in front of it. And this makes sense because Josephine is the subject. So she was, Josephine was. And I know that Josephine comes after the was, but you can, if you rearrange a sentence, it should still make sense, right? The was is talking about about Josephine, not the club's leaders. All right. So if we want to figure out what verb goes with cephalopods, we see that cephalopods have. For a sentence to be a complete sentence, we need the subject and the verb to go together. They need to pair up, meaning everything in between has to be extra information. So the only answer choices that put everything in between cephalopods and have as extra information is C and D, because you could say that this comma right here and the comma at the very end go together, so all of this turns into extra information, or the dashes turn all of that into extra information. Right now what I'm seeing is that C is incorrect because all of this is not a complete sentence. And in order to use a colon, you need a complete sentence before the colon. So yeah, the dashes work because it makes everything in between extra information, which makes this a complete sentence because cephalopods and have go together, subject and verb. Okay. In this case, eliminate all the extra information from your mind. A model predicts that the rate how do I highlight this? Come on. There we go. A model predicts that the rate will be everything in between is extra information. Yep. All right. This has to be in fact, because this is just emphasis on whatever is coming before. For these transition questions, what I would recommend is that you come up with what you think the transition is before you answer. There are only 8 transition groups. You need to memorize all of them. And once you have them memorized, then you'll be able to think, instead of like a specific transition here, you'll think like, what transition group do I need? So yeah, this is emphasis. Whenever we see audience already familiar, then any descriptor of this name is automatically wrong. What do I mean by that? I mean like Indian-born author. If an audience is already familiar with this person, then we don't need any descriptors. That's wrong. Same with D, same reason. And then we go up back to here. They want to introduce the novel. A does not introduce any novel. Perfect. Let's move on. Present the study and its findings. I'd read the notes for this. Okay. She concluded that the bones belong to juveniles. So anything without juveniles, because that's part of the come on. Anything without juveniles, because that's part of the findings, is going to be wrong. So B doesn't have juveniles. Neither does C. So now we look between A and D to see, does it present the study and its findings? Well, this actually doesn't even present the findings, because it said it was unsure if the bones belong to juveniles or adults. But there is definitely a finding here. So, yep, it presents the study and its findings all the way at the end. There we go. If we want to introduce an author, we need descriptor details. So, for example, B would not be right because it says nothing describing who Samuel is. Same thing with D. Introduce to a new audience. Let's see. So this one introduces Samuel and his audience. This actually says nothing about Samuel. So, C is wrong. Alright, whenever we see similarity, we need similarity words. So, we don't see the 2 species. We need 2 turtle species, right? All right, this says while, so there's a contrasting. Both is good. We need similarities, so we need that. Are different species, so this is contrasting. Awesome. Summarize the study. Well, let's take a look at the notes. All right. So this A is more of the methodology. The methodology means what did the researchers do, or what did their tools do? Like, what did they do? B is like the aim of the study. So the aim is like what questions they wanted to ask. Like what did they want to what did they want to find out? Why did they even do the study in the first place? Okay, knowing that auks often need multiple attempts to land their cliffside sites. They actually did not know this until they actually like did the research. So this is wrong. Perfect. So as wind conditions intensified, birds rates decreased. I guess another reason why C is wrong is because it only says one value, right? It doesn't mention the other values in any way. And yes, it perfectly summarizes the study because it also introduces the study. All right, one more notes question, and then we'll move on to the reading. Unfamiliar. So we need describing words about paradise. This says nothing about the author. It needs to introduce the author. D says nothing about the author either. So, introduce the novel Paradise. So this A has nothing to do with the novel. Perfect. C is our answer. Now, we have 7 of these questions. We have 12 minutes. Let's go. All right. I'm going to read out each of these answers. Wow, there were 6 words in context switch. Typically, there are only 3 or 4, so 6 is a lot. Because Mars and Earth have different atmospheric conditions, so why would a helicopter that's built for Earth be unable to fly on Mars? And that makes sense because Mars's atmosphere is only 1% as dense as Earth, and it would not provide enough resistance to the rotating blades. So because of its atmosphere, because of specifically the density, a helicopter built for Earth will be unable to fly on Mars. There's your evidence. It's always in the text. Because blades of a helicopter built for Earth are too large to work on Mars. It says it's too small. So that's the opposite. Because the gravity of Mars is much weaker than the gravity of Earth. It has nothing to do with gravity. So this is using outside information. And if you think about it, if the gravity is weaker, wouldn't it be easier for the helicopter to lift? So anyways, the main evidence is that there's nothing in the text to prove that it's about the gravity. It's about the atmosphere. Because helicopters built for Earth are too small to handle the conditions on Mars. It never says that the helicopter were a different size. It was just talking about the size of the blades, and the blades were actually larger on the ones that work for Mars. All right. For each of these questions, there's always going to be a different question type. So memorize how to solve each question type. once you do a ton of these practice questions, you're going to get the hang of it. You're either going to say like, oh, it's a main idea, or oh, it's a function question, or oh, it's an inference question. Whatever it is, you'll be able to identify it and apply the solution, right? That's why we practice, so that the real test just feels natural. It feels like we've done it before. All right. Even though there have been some changes in the rule, Jollies continue to preserve their community's history. Yes, there have been some changes, but they still continue to preserve their community's histories. Although Jollies have many roles, many of them like teaching best. It does say that they have many roles, but teaching best is not supported. There's no evidence for that. Jollies have been entertaining the people within their community for centuries. It never says that they entertain. Technology can now do some of the things that Jollies are responsible for. Yes, this is true, but it is not the main idea of the text. It is too specific. All right. Buck has become less social since he began living with T. Less social is not supported. It never says what he was like before living with T. Buck mistrusts humans and does his best to avoid them. No, he actually, he holds T to a very high regard. So he doesn't mistrust all, he definitely respects T very highly. It's just, so this doesn't make sense. It's not all humans. Buck has been especially well liked by most of T's friends. Not true. There's no evidence that his friends like him, really, really like him. Buck holds T to higher regard than any other person. Yes. The rest of mankind was nothing. That's your evidence. All right, illustrated to claim question. Pay very close attention to this part. That's all you really need to read before you start reading the answer choices. All right, intuitive and unexpected sense of cultural recognition. Intuitive means you feel it, you feel it naturally, within you. It's a feeling, it's an emotion. Black folk music still remains as the singular spiritual heritage of the nation and the greatest gift of the Negro people. No, this is not talking about an emotion that he felt. Ever since I was a child, these songs have stirred me strangely. They came out of the South, unknown to me, and one by one, and yet at once I knew them as me and one of mine. Sorry. So, they're saying that he didn't know, he had never heard this music before. But he knew them like it was his. This is the evidence for intuitive. Cultural recognition is the me and of mine part. Unexpected is that it was first unknown to him, right? This is perfect. This demonstrates every single part of the answer. Caricature has sought again to spoil the quaint beauty of music and has filled the air with many debased melodies which vulgar ears scarce know from the real. Alright, this is not about his emotions. They're just saying that music copies are they spoil this genre. Songs are indeed the siftings of centuries. This is not about his emotions either. All right, 3 more questions. Okay, so here's what I do. It says, female farmers constituted the majority of farmers who cultivated those crops. So, what crops did female farmers cultivate a majority of. Let's take a look at the graph. Let's see anything above 50%. There are only 2 bars that are above 50%. This and this, meaning non-root vegetables in south and north and south Ondo. We have to look for non-root vegetables in north and south Ondo. Okay. I see central Ondo here. We don't need that. And this says across all 3 regions, which is not what we want. Alright, and this says cereals. We don't need cereals. Perfect. So that's what you do for these graph questions. You just ruthlessly eliminate all of the answers that you don't need. And the more you practice, the more you'll be able to identify the information that you don't need. Alright. A. Overlook the many other factors that motivated F. Scott to write. Well, it only talks about one factor, so, I mean, what are the many other factors? There's no evidence for that. And this is not even this is not even about Zelda. Like, the passage is about Zelda. Risk misinterpreting the full range of Zelda's contributions to literature. Yes. Why? Because, even though many don't recognize Zelda as a writer in her own right, she authored several works herself. She wasn't just inspiration for her husband. May draw inaccurate conclusions about how F. Scott and Zelda viewed each other's works. It never says anything about how they viewed each other's works. Tend to read the works of F. Scott and Zelda in an overly autobiographical light. No. These are short stories. These are not autobiographies. Yeah, D is just an answer that's trying to trick you. Okay. Which most logically completes the text? As you probably noticed, we are on the completes the text questions. These are the hardest ones on the test. They always end with this blank right here. And we don't need to, again, there's only one answer that logically completes the text. It's not like most logically. There's one clear answer always. Let's read the answer choices. Fluctuations in atmospheric carbon dioxide affected different sauropod lineages differently. So there was no evidence of significant spikes of carbon dioxide with any relevant periods of sauropod evolution. Meaning, if it didn't affect any of these sauropods because there was no significant spikes. So, it couldn't have affected specific lineages differently. The evolution of larger body sizes in sauropods did not depend on increased atmospheric carbon dioxide. Yes. It did not depend on it because there was no significant spikes with relevant periods of the evolution of this sauropod species. So they grew into larger body sizes for different reasons than carbon dioxide. Atmospheric carbon dioxide was higher when the largest known sauropods lived and when the first sauropods appeared. Again, there's no evidence of significant spikes. There's no evidence of a change in carbon dioxide levels in any of the relevant periods of sauropod evolution. This is wrong. Sauropods probably would not have evolved to such immense sizes if atmospheric carbon dioxide had been even slightly higher. It's actually the opposite of the text, because some researchers attribute, this is what I read, some researchers have attributed the evolution of sauropod to such massive sizes. So the reason why some researchers think that these sauropods grew so much is because of high levels of atmospheric carbon dioxide. So they probably would have done the opposite of D. Module 2. Let's get started. All right, innocuous. Innocuous means harmless. And in this case, it says benign. It says harmless even, right? It's not deceptive because it never says that the stimuli was trying to trick you. You might find that that's your opinion, but the SAT never says that. There's no evidence for that. All right. Well, there's a paucity of. A paucity means a lack of or very little of something. And it says right here, though, so it's a contrasting word, there have been many studies, though there have been many studies, there is a paucity of. That makes sense because it's contrasting to many. There have been many of these studies on high altitude, but with the below sea level ones, there is not too many of them. Profusion means a lot, so that's the opposite of what you want. All right, buttress means to support or strengthen. In this case, we need to understand the factors of what allowed the monarch to support or strengthen his right to the throne, because there are people that question his legitimacy or how he even got to the throne in the first place. Like, if there are people that attack or question how he got there, we need to know how he even got there to the first place, how his what factors supported or strengthened his case. That's the only one that makes sense. All right, foster. Foster means like to support. So acts of kindness will support pro-social behavior because it can inspire others to act. All right, now we are on the reading questions. We are going to do these last. We're going to skip to Standard English, which is the start of the grammar. All right. All right, just looking at the answer choices, we can see that there are semicolons and there are commas. So what we need to do is we need to figure out, are these complete sentences or not? Well, to humans, it does not appear that the orb weaver spider uses camouflage to capture its prey. That is a complete idea, is a complete sentence. The brightly colored arachnid seems to wait conspicuously in the center of its large circular web for insects to approach. That's also a complete idea. Is a subject and a verb, it is a complete sentence. Meaning, A and B are wrong because they are too weak to join two complete sentences. We need a semicolon or period. In this case, the rather has to go into the second sentence because it wouldn't, first of all, rather, it wouldn't make sense if it went in the first sentence, like it does in C. But rather signals contrast, and if you see camouflage and conspicuously, they are contrasting words. They're like antonyms of each other. I'm sure you know what camouflage means, but conspicuous means to be very obvious. It's like a red car in a parking lot full of silver cars. Like, it's very easy to spot. Alright. So in this case, you need the correct tense. In this case, the main subject and the main verb is she made. So you can't have a finite. If you don't know what a finite is, don't worry about it. But you basically you cannot have a main verb in here. You need a verb that's like, let's say, ending in ing. And has been studying doesn't work here. This is the wrong tense. So Bonnie was studying when she made an interesting discovery. Alright. From on to Bay is a complete sentence. From having to the very end, let me check, is also a complete sentence. Alright, in this case, it's going to be the odd ones out rule. So you just put he or they in front of all 4 answer choices. So he has enhanced, he are enhancing, he have enhanced, he enhance. So A is the only one that stands out, right? The reason why is because the subject here is this. It's the volume or the book, right? I actually don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, and it's funny because I'm Bengali, so I should know this. But you know, I was born and raised here in America. Okay. From archaeologist to tombs is a complete sentence because it has a subject and verb and it's a complete idea. And then from built to nature, it is another complete sentence because these chambers seem. So these chambers is the subject, seem is the verb, right? Did I even explain why this is right? Yeah, I did. It's the odd ones out rule, yes. Alright. Names rule. It has to be C. So, in a film that critic SC claims. So, Stina, let's say her name's Stina. I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation. But Stina claims is the subject and the verb. She claims. So the subject and the verb have to go together without any unnecessary punctuation in between, right? You cannot have A or B because based on the names rule, I didn't explain this part, but the descriptor before the name, if it's not specific enough to know exactly who the person is, you cannot have commas in between the names. So for example, critic can be anybody. And since it can be like an infinite number of people, you cannot have commas between the names because that makes it extra information, which it's not. We don't know who the critic they're talking about is. D is wrong because, again, it puts this unnecessary comma between the subject and the verb. Alright, semicolons, we need to check for complete sentences. No, we don't. This is the only exception. The only exception to the rule is if you see a semicolon, space, and. If you ever see a semicolon and right next to each other, it means that this is a semicolon list. Meaning, delete all the ones that don't have a semicolon. It's basically a list, like a comma list, but with semicolons. Because one or more of the items has a comma. And B seems to be, B is the correct answer, because both native and non-native are talking about the diverse plant species. And do you see how if we choose B, then this first item in the list, growing diverse plant species, comma, both native and non-native, like this comma is part of the first item. And because there's a comma in one of these items, the list needs to be separated by semicolons instead of the usual commas. Like each item needs to be separated by a semicolon. All right. Here the answer is however. We need a contrasting transition because it says that he achieved all of this, but he's not remembered for any of that. He's remembered for something else. Therefore is a resulting transition. Likewise is a similar transition, like similarly. For instance is an example transition. Okay, let's go over each one of these. Specifically is from broad to general. From broad to specific. So it goes from like a general statement to something like a specific example or something. Which is not the case here. Thus is cause and effect. There's no cause and effect here. Regardless is like, regardless is contrasting. Sorry. We don't want that. Similarly is what we want, because it places Thomas's journey, his personal story, with broader historical narratives. Same thing here. Personal story, broader historical narrative. We need a contrasting transition here. Why? Because she typically designs custom fits, but this was factory made in a few standard sizes. So it's contrast from what she normally does. Thus is resulting, likewise is similarly, moreover is addition. Like it's an additive transition. Make and support a generalization. All right, the notes are short, so let's definitely read those. All right. If we want to support a generalization, obviously the statement is going to be general, so it's not going to have specific details. But if we're going to support it, we need specific details. So we need to eliminate A and B because they don't have anything about the specific comment, right? This is the only comment that's in the notes, like the only specific comment. How are they going to support a generalization about comments if they're not going to use the only example of a comment that they have here? And we can even read A and B, but yeah, I can already tell that they're wrong because they don't have 81p/wild. All right, C is wrong because it doesn't make a generalization about the orbits of comets. Perfect. This is the generalization. This is the support part. It's the evidence. Awesome. We have finished the words in context. We have finished the grammar. We have finished the transitions. We have finished the notes. We are now on to the reading section. This is it. Module 2 reading. All right. Function question. Pay very close attention to the underlined portion and only stick to the underlined portion unless the answer says something like, like, unless the answer refers specifically, like, look at the sentence before or look at the sentence after or something like that. It portrays the range of personality traits displayed by the women as they work. This is not about the women. It says like people, but it's not talking about the women, it's talking about the trees. It foregrounds the beneficial relationship between humans and maple trees. There's nothing that the trees benefit from this, and nor is it talking about any sort of relationship between the humans and the trees. It demonstrates how human behavior can be influenced by the natural environment. No, it's not talking about human behavior. It elaborates on an aspect of the maple trees that the women evaluate. Yes. It even says that, like, it's a characteristic of the trees. And this is the characteristic. Oh, did I eliminate? I mean, Z. Main purpose. All right. To convey and to convey a contrast between Jane's outward calmness and internal restlessness. Tranquility means calm. Like, it means serene, peaceful, at peace, whatever. So outward calmness, internal restlessness, and then involuntary framing advertisements, right? Thoughts I did not think to check. So she's like conflicted. There's internal restlessness. There's evidence for this. Awesome. To emphasize Jane's loyalty to the people she works for at Thornfield Hall. I mean, no, she's not loyal. Like, she's getting, it might be involuntary, but like she's thinking of reasons to quit. And nor is this mentioning any of the people she works for. To demonstrate that Jane finds her situation both challenging and deeply fulfilling. Deeply fulfilling is definitely not supported in the text anywhere. To describe Jane's determination to secure employment outside of Thornfield Hall. Well, she's not determined. Like, these are involuntary, and she's checking these thoughts, like, she's like pushing them aside, right? And they're vague suggestions, so definitely not like determined to secure employment. Awesome. We have quite a few questions left. We got to move quick. All right. It presents a claim about Mitchell and then gives an example supporting that claim. Well, yeah, this is the claim. And then all of this is the example. It discusses Van Gogh's influence on Mitchell and then considers Mitchell's influence on other artists. It does not consider Mitchell's influence on other artists. It describes a similarity between the two artists and notes the difference between them. It does not note a difference between Van Gogh and Mitchell. It describes the songs on Turbulent Indigo and then explains how they relate to the album's cover. It does not describe multiple songs. It only describes one song. That's all I read. Yes, it only says the title song. No other songs are mentioned. Function, question. To summarize the results of the team's analysis. Well, this is not a summary. This is more of the methodology. Like, this is what in the notes questions, it always says like methodology for some of those questions. And methodology means like, what did the researchers do? Like, what did they do? What did their tools do? How did they, like, let's say, collect evidence, right? To present a specific example that illustrates the study's findings. So these are the findings, but it never said like a specific company or a specific manager or something. So B is wrong. To explain the part of a methodology used in a team study. This is exactly what I said. Methodology. The SAT loves to use this word, and all it means is that it's what did the researchers do? Like literally what did they do with their hands? And what did their tools do for them? To call out a challenge a team faced in conducting its analysis, there's no challenge in this underlined portion. Yeah. Alright, double text. Alright, what would the author of text 2 say about text 1's characterization of the discovery involving EGR? Well, what is their characterization? Well, here's what I read. They said they're making exciting progress and it's promising discovery. So they think the progress is exciting and the discovery is promising. So what would text 2 think of that? It is reasonable given that S and her team have identified how EGR functions in both humans and panther worms. No, it is not reasonable. They would not think that it's reasonable, nor have they identified that how EGR functions, because they said that it remains unclear. Like the function remains unclear. It is overly optimistic given additional observations from S and her team. Yes, like it, however, starts the additional observations, and at the very end it says how the switch operates in humans remains unclear. So it is overly optimistic. It is unexpected given that S and her team's findings were generally met with enthusiasm. Okay, so text 2 wouldn't say that about text 1. Text 1 would say that about text 2. This is getting like the order wrong. It does say that it caused excitement, right? So the team's findings were generally met with enthusiasm, but text 2 wouldn't say that enthusiasm is unexpected. Like, you wouldn't be surprised by enthusiasm if you were already enthusiastic. I don't know how to explain that, but it's like, basically, this is what text 1 would have said about text 2, not text 2 would have said about text 1. It is unfairly dismissive given the progress that S and her team have reported. No, it is not unfairly dismissive. Text 2 would not say this. They enthusiasm is not a promising discovery, and enthusiasm is not unfairly dismissive. I think this one flips it again as well. It says, what does text 1 think about text 2? Instead of the opposite. Okay. Should be taken as bare minimums rather than totals. It is entirely possible, for example, that... Well, if these are bare minimums, then it has to be more. So, it can't be fewer films. Or, it can't... We're not comparing people to people. We're comparing one person to what they actually did versus what it said they did. 47 credited acting roles. This has nothing to do with Edwin doing more. Yes. Lillian acted in far more than 66 films. And let me check if that's correct with the table. Yes. So even though it says 66 and 58 here, again, these are bare minimums. So they probably did more. Yep. Actually is like not it does not support this last part of the sentence. They're bare minimums. They're not actual numbers. Alright, so what is their claim? Endothermy would have enabled mosasaurs to include relatively cold polar waters in their range. So endothermy would have allowed mosasaurs to swim in polar waters. That's what we need to find. Or at least we need to demonstrate that within these answer choices. We need to pick the one that demonstrates that within these answer choices. Mosasaurs' likely body temperatures are easier to determine from tooth enamel, oxygen, 18 isotope data than the body temperatures of non-endothermic late Cretaceous marine reptiles are. No, this has nothing to do with the polar waters. Fossils of both mosasaurs and non-endothermic marine reptiles have been found in roughly equal numbers in regions known to be near the poles during the late Cretaceous, though in lower concentrations than elsewhere. So if they are both found in roughly equal numbers, that goes against this researcher's conclusion or their claim. We need something that only the endothermic ones can do, which means go to the poles. If they both do that, then that's not what we want. Oh wow, we have way too many. Several fossils have been found. Yes, this is exactly what B is, except it's the right way. There are only basically only the ones that are endothermic are near the poles. The non-endothermic cannot survive there. And this is just talking about seawater temperatures, but this does not separate the endothermic with the non-endothermic. If it didn't fluctuate, then this does not support the conclusion with CEOs connecting with more departments over time. And it is also not true. And this is not true, nor does it support the conclusion. Rows over the 3-period study, perfect. Okay, this is doing managers versus department leaders, which is not what we want. Okay, this does not compare the astronomer's claim. So it says that the stars and planets are composed of the same materials. This doesn't have anything to do with the planets composing of different materials, because we want to weaken the claim. This star versus star, we need star versus planet. This is perfect, is planet versus star, and saying is higher iron. And D does not matter, like rocky planets versus other planets. All right, I need to solve these on my own. What I'd recommend for these types of questions, or any reading question in general, when it gets really complicated, start eliminating, because it's really easy for your mind to see what's definitely wrong. If you have like a filter like it cannot be solely about African American artists. You now have a filter to just eliminate all of the answer choices that focus solely on modern African American artists. Okay? A, C, and D are all talking about only African artists. B is the only one that talks about US, Mexico. It shows larger context of global modern art. Researchers, therefore, struggle to find valid data about the behavior of politicians who do not currently hold office. There's no evidence that they struggle to find valid data on these people. It's more talking about that they have trouble establishing like a control group, like the right control group. Can only conduct valid studies with people who have previously held office than people who presently held office. No. They compare people who hold elected office with people who do not hold office. It doesn't matter if they've held office in the past or not. It's all good data for them. Should select a control group of people who differ from the office holders in several significant ways. No. It literally says, but who are otherwise similar to the office holders. This goes against the text. We'll find it difficult to identify a group of people who can function as an appropriate control group. Yes. They are unable to find, to control which politicians win elections, which is part of the control group. Like that is the control group. So it's difficult to identify the people because they can't control the elections. Which choice logically completes the text? Remember, this most is just trying to throw you off. Just eliminate it. Which choice logically completes the text? Some scholars have concluded that while its content largely predates the invasion, CM also contains additions made after the invasion. The first part is supported because it says much of the collection's content predates the initial invasion. And then the inarguable references to beliefs and customs common to Spain during the era that the poems contain, that is evidence that there are also additions made after the invasion, because how else would they have gotten there? This is a perfect explanation for the question of why are there inarguable references and beliefs to customs common to Spain during this era. Another part of the evidence is that much. So like most of the collection predates the initial invasion, so that some of the collection has to not predate, but come after the initial invasion. Although those who compiled CM were fluent in N, they had limited knowledge of the Spanish language. There's no evidence for this. Yeah. They didn't even talk about languages. Like they mentioned this language, but they did not mention Spanish at all. Before the invasion by Spain, the poets of the Aztec Empire borrowed from literary traditions from other societies. No. This does not explain why there are inarguable references and beliefs of customs common to Spain during this era. Like, yeah, how did they get the beliefs and customs then? If literary means writing, so it does not explain the references, this part. The references to beliefs and customs in Spain should be attributed to coincidental resemblance between the societies of Spain and Aztec Empire. It literally says inarguable. So inarguable references, meaning like they were for sure. It was not coincidental. It's like the antonym of coincidental. Okay. Module 1, Module 2 of the reading seemed fine. Wasn't too bad. I just ran out of time on the explanations, so I just had to shut up and just get those questions done. 7 plus 20 is 27. The mean of dataset X is less than the mean of dataset Y. Now, there are two ways that you can do this. The first way is just in your head. If you have the same dataset in X and Y, because they're the same except dataset Y has a 27. If you have the same two datasets, but in one dataset you add a number that is bigger than all of the numbers that are in that dataset, then the mean has to shift upwards, because the mean is the average of the numbers. And let's say 5, 9, 9, 13. The mean has to be somewhere in between the four numbers, because the mean is the average of the numbers. So if you add a number that's way bigger than the average, it's going to drag the average up. Mean 5, 5. You can also do it this way. This is the second way to do it. Also, when you get to here, don't type this out again. Go to Settings, Edit List, duplicate this paper button right here, and then add your 27. And you can obviously see that 12.6 is greater than 9. Measure of angle S. All right. Anytime you have a geometry question, get in the habit of going straight to your scratch paper. If the measure of angle Q is 18, what is the measure of angle S? It's just going to be 90 minus 18. How do we know that? Because if there's already a 90-degree angle, then these two angles are complementary, which means they add up to 90. But you could also just do 18 plus x plus 90 equals 180, because all of the angles in a triangle add up to 180. So this would be x, this would be 18, and this would be 90. Let's do that. All right, zoom out. I just pressed this button a ton of times. Anytime I don't see the graph. 72. All right. So how much propellant did the rocket burn each second after the launch? Well, 467,000 minus 362,105 is this. This is how many kilograms of propellant were burned in 21 seconds. So if we want to figure out how much was burned each second, we just divide by 21. All right, value of x plus y. I know that a lot of you know that you can just put system of equations into the graph and then find the intersection point and then add x and y to get your answer here. Or you can just straight up add these equations together and you get what's 4x minus 3x, right? X plus y equals 13. 20 minus 7. And your answer is 13. You just solved for x plus y directly. Now, if you're like, I would have never seen that in a million years. Now you just did. And every time you see these types of questions where it's like a system of equations and it tells you to solve for something that other than x or y, it tells you to solve for like some crazy expression, look out for this. Look out for if you can just add the equations together and just solve it directly. Because a lot of times you can. I'm going to show you the other way too, if you don't know how to do this way. Negative 3x plus y equals negative 7. So now we have graphed the system of equations. We can always click the home button to go back to the default view, by the way. So if you're like, let's say 1,000 units out from the X, from the origin, you can just click one button and then go right back to 0, 0. 5, 8. 5 plus 8, 13. Oh, by the way, you can always export points. And then what I'd do is I'd literally delete the comma and do a plus sign. Alright, I've seen a lot of these questions. Anytime it says how many more hours, well, let me put it this way. Anytime it gives you a large word problem and the only thing they give you is like an equation like this, it's talking about the coefficients in front of x and y. And if it says how many more hours, then it's just 15 minus 10. That's it. It's really that simple. Alright. Anytime you see a geometry question, or anything about shapes really, immediately to your scratch paper. Every single time. I see so many smart students on, like, I know this one may not be like the hardest geometry question you've ever seen, but the SAT will give you really hard geometry questions, especially on module 2. And when you get to those, if you don't instinctually go to your scratch paper and you try to do it in your head, you will not only waste a lot of time, but you also might get it wrong. I've seen a lot of smart students do both of those. Not only waste a ton of time, but also when they get to the scratch paper, they get it wrong because they're rushing, because they wasted a lot of time. Get in the habit of getting to your scratch paper anytime you see shapes, like literally anytime. It's a square, so it's 12 and 12. The perimeter of square y is 2x, so perimeter of y is 2 times the perimeter of x. Well, if we just created this equation, perimeter of y equals 2 times perimeter of x, then what is the perimeter of x? 48. That's 12 times 4. So we can even do perimeter of y equals 2 times 12 times 4. 2 times 12 times 4. And what are we solving for? We're solving for one side of square y. So we divide this by 4 to get 24. All right. How many gallons are used to drive each mile? 0.05. 0.05 because that's a slope. If m is miles, then each mile would be each 1 mile. If you plug in 1, you get negative 0.05, like a change of negative 0.05. It's talking about the slope, that's all. Here's what we need to know. So this was similar to that one system of equations question that we got right here, number 5. We can solve for this directly. So let me show you how to do that. Let me do a better screenshot. There we go. All right. Anytime you get an absolute value equation, like let's say x, let's do something other than that. 2x minus 1 equals 3. You always split it into 2. This if you're doing it by hand. Now you can totally do this on Desmos. I'm going to show you the hand way first because this is important. The first one is going to be 2x minus 1 equals 3. Just take out the absolute value. Pretty simple. The second one is going to be 2x minus 1 equals negative 3. Turn everything on the right side negative. The reason why is because if everything inside here was negative 3, then this absolute value would make it 3. So 2x minus 1 can equal negative 3 because the absolute value would take care of that. For this case, you want to do that, but you only need to focus on the first one, the positive one, because if you do this, 4x minus 4 equals 112 in absolute value, then the first equation will be 4x minus 4 equals 112. And you can actually solve for x minus 1 directly by factoring out a 4 and then dividing by 4 on both sides. Yeah. Again, you do not solve for x. We are solving for x minus 1. And I know this is not really going to matter for this question because you can just solve for x and then subtract 1. It's not like a huge deal or anything, right? You can do this on Desmos. But for the harder questions, it's going to be a crazy expression here. And it's honestly going to be easier just to solve for it directly. Like in this case, you just divide by 4 to both sides. So your answer here is 28. Now, another way that you can do this is just by Desmos. So use the absolute value symbol. Do 4x minus 4 equals 112. Zoom out. You should get 2 answers. And then you see that this one is 29. So x equals 29, meaning x minus 1, 28. Multiply the y to the other side. Y over 7b equals 11x. Yeah, so first multiply the y to the other side, then divide both sides by 11, which is basically multiplying by 1 over 11. Remember that. Multiplying by something is the same as dividing by its reciprocal. And the opposite is true. Dividing by something is equal to multiplying by its reciprocal. Y over 77b. Alright, here is what we want to do. First of all, any of the stuff on the left, by the way, read it once, like if you've never read it before. Read it and then never read it again because it's the same thing every single time. It just basically tells you how to type stuff into a box. You know how to do that. That's intuitive to you. You don't need to read this on your SAT. In the past, I have watched like students take practice tests, like through Zoom. Like I'm watching them as they're doing the practice test just to see how they do the test. And I see them reading the stuff on the left. I'm like, what are we doing? You're more than smart enough to know how to type stuff into a box. I promise. That's all this is. This is just there to waste time. Okay, add a table. So plus table. Then add your points. Anytime you see a table, anytime you see points in general, immediately do this. Like this should be your first reaction. Anytime you see points or a table, you add points into a table of your own on Desmos. Because you're always typically doing a regression, like literally 99% of the time. Okay. Add a regression. Linear regression, well, we literally got this equation right here. Export this. M is 11. Why did we only need 2 points? Because there's only one line that goes through 2 points. So, if you're doing a linear regression, which means you're trying to get a equation of a line, and you know these 2 points go through this line, then you only need 2 points. If you're doing a quadratic regression or an exponential, not quartic, sorry, quadratic or exponential, make sure you have at least 3 points. Make sure. And you won't ever need to do these simple regressions other than quadratic and exponential. The other ones just don't matter. Like, don't focus on the other ones. You'll always, like, if you really need one of those, you'll do like a custom regression and it will look something like this. with the y ones, the x ones, and the tilde. I promise it is a lot less complicated than it looks. It is just y equals mx plus b, except it's using the y and the x from the table, and it's using a tilde, which is a sign for regression, instead of equal sign. Those are the only three differences. Oh, by the way, there's a delete all button. Edit list, delete all on the left. You just add 5 and 4. Here's what I'd do. For points, you can do this neat little trick where you can do like 9,53. You take this point and you enable drag. So now you can drag this point around. Now we want it to be on 53, so let's actually change the drag a little bit. We don't want to change the y value at all, meaning we want it to go horizontally. So let's do drag horizontally and see how it stays at 53 always. Now, -9 is right here. And it is inside of the line. Perfect. The other one's -5, right? We can just type these in, but then 5, 9, obviously they don't work, right? -9 is the only one that works. Make sure you typed your system of equations correctly into Desmos. I'm just checking that. That's perfect. -9 is your answer. Okay, if it doubles every 3 hours and there are 15 hours, it's going to double 5 times. The reason that we know that is because 15 divided by 3 is 5. And actually, that's not up there, my bad. It's going to double 5 times. So 15 divided by 3. Awesome. If you didn't understand that, that's totally fine. You can always just do 300,000 and then think, okay, it's going to double. Now we're on hour 3, right? We were on hour 0 here because this is what we started with. Now we're on hour 3. Now we're on hour 6. Now we're on hour 9, 12, 15. That's it. The y-intercept is when x is 0. So it's 0,9. X represents the number of years since the end of 1992. So it's 0 years since the end of 1992. What does that mean? It's the end of 1992. 0 years since the end of 1992 is 1992. Or the end of 1992, sorry. And we need the number 9. Actually, never mind. We need 9,000, not the number 9. So this has 90, this is 9, and this one has 10 years. We need the end of 1992, which is perfect. That's the y-intercept. All you need to do for these questions is just pay very close attention to what the x's and y's represent. And then just plug in the numbers, plug in 9 for y and 0 for x, and then read it back out. So they're 9 catalogs in thousands, so 9,000 catalogs at the end of 1992. All right, here's what we need to do for this. You need to know your exponent rules. So, first of all, inside of the radical, you can group these as xy to the power of 9, right? Because the 9 just distributes, turns into this. X to the 9, y to the 9. Now, once you have them in a group, what you can do is you can take this and you can put it in the denominator. Anything that is outside the radical, like this number that's right here, it's the root, the nth root, always goes in the denominator. See, the way that you can remember this is that this number, this exponent, was always in the numerator, right? It's 9 over 1, technically. So it stays in the numerator. It does not switch to the denominator. You just put a 7 down here because there's a 7 outside. So it's really 9 over 7. So in this case, you can just put in numbers, right? If 2015 was 100, then a 7% increase would be 107, right? Because 7% of 100 is 7, and then a 7% increase would be 100 plus 7. If the 2016 population is, so equal sign, K times the 2015 population, well, what do we have to multiply to 100 to get 107? 1.07. Perfect. Which one has no solutions? Well, the solution here is 3, 5. So there is the solution. Because it's a horizontal line and a vertical line, and it connects at 3, 5. This has a solution because two lines that have different slopes intersect at exactly 1 point. Always. Remember this. Two lines that have different slopes always intersect at exactly 1 point. This has no solution because they're parallel lines. They have the same slope, different y-intercept. This one has different slopes, so they intersect at exactly 1 point. By the way, this one has a slope of 0 for the first line, slope of 5 for the second. All right, since it's 4 times the preceding term, the base has to be 4, right? The base has to be 4. Perfect, so these bases are 4. Now I can tell that D is the correct answer because it says the first term of a sequence is 9. So if we plug in 1, the first term, we should get 9. If you plug in 1 here, you get 9 times 4, 36. You don't want 36. You want 9. Because 1 minus 1 turns into 0. 4 to the power of 0 is 1. 9 times 1 is 9. First term means n equals 1, not 0. Alright, if the minimum value part confuses you, here's what you need to do. The minimum value of x, let's say, ignore all of this. Let's say the minimum value of x is 10. Can x be less than 10? No. If the minimum value of x is 10, x is greater than or equal to. Anytime you have these like minimum value or maximum value, or anytime you see like an inequality, what I would recommend is just simplify the case, eliminate all of the other words, just think x and a number, like 5 or 10, or any number that you like. If the minimum value of x is 5, then x has to be greater than or equal to 5. Oh wait, I'm not eliminating a and b, my bad. It has to be a and c that we're eliminating. And then it's 12 less than 6 times another number n. The negative 12 is, the 12 is subtracted to the 6n. Anytime you see a geometry question, immediately go to your scratch paper. Every single time. RST says it's a right triangle. Now, a lot of students will be like, okay, S is obviously the right angle because it's in the middle of RST. That's not necessarily true. That's not how the SAT works. You have to figure out which is the right angle. Here's what we know. The right angle is always opposite to the hypotenuse, and the hypotenuse is always the biggest side. So TRS. So you're right. S is the right angle, but we needed to figure that out in a different way than just saying, oh, it's the middle of the letters. Right? This is 52, ST is 48, RS is 20. Awesome. Now, for similar triangles, I draw it on the same triangle. So S corresponds to V. T corresponds to W. What's the other one? U, V, W, R, U. Perfect. We drew everything correctly. Now, we just need to figure out what tan W is. That's really easy. Tan W is opposite over adjacent. 20 over 48. Here's what you can do. Get out your calculator, 20 divided by 48, and go to and click this fraction one right here. I'm just checking if I did everything right. Seems like it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's try doing this on Desmos, but I feel like it's not going to work for some reason. Like it's going to be hard to read or something. All right. 9x minus 10y equals 19. Here's what you cannot do. You can't just do this minus 4. This is not in standard form, or it's not in any form that you can like immediately translate, right? Like you can do this if it's in y equals form, like y equals mx plus b, slope intercept. But you can't do this when it's in this kind of form. You can't just do minus 4 at the end. You're gonna get it wrong. Here's what you want to do. If you want the x-coordinate of the x-intercept, well, the current x-intercept is right here. So the x-coordinate is 2 1/9, right? If you want the x-intercept of when it goes to, when it's translated down 4 units, you need to figure out where 4 is. And you can do that by doing like y equals 4. Here's what you can do. You can export this point, delete this, and if you know, like, if you don't know what 0.5 repeating is, that's totally fine, but you can obviously tell that there's 0.5 repeating. If you try to do this and try to click the fraction button, it actually gives you something crazy, which is not the answer, because you're not telling Desmos that it's 0.5 repeating yet. You have to type in so many 5s that the fraction button disappears and then comes back. And now Desmos knows that it's 0.5 repeating because you typed in so many 5s. Now it gives you the real answer, 59 over 5. 59 over 9. You want to always put your answers in fraction form. So the SAT, I know the SATs will still accept 6.5555 or whatever. Just, this is a more exact answer, right? The other way you can do this is you can just do 9x minus 10y equals 19. And you know that when it's 4 units down, it's whatever it's going to be a comma 4 for this graph, because when a comma 4 is translated 4 units down, then it's going to be the x-intercept, because this 4 is going to turn into a 0. X-intercept is when y is 0. So basically just plug in 9a minus 10 times 4 equals 19. You get minus 40. You can do this all in Desmos as well. 9a equals 59. A equals 59 divided by 9. Perfect. I feel like I don't know. I'm psyching myself out on this question. Let me just do it one more time just to check. Yeah, perfect. All right, your answer is 11, because 20% of 55 is 11. All right, C and D are your trap answers here. It's never that complicated. So 10 minutes to make a large box. Large boxes is X. Line of best fit. Okay. When we add a table, we can actually just find the line of best fit by picking 2 points that are on the line. Do not pick 2 dots. Pick 2 points that are on the line. Like, for example, don't pick the dots. Like, forget about the dots. Pick 2 points on the line. 2, 12. That's our first one. Second one is going to be 12, 4. It does not need to be exact. It's never going to be exact. Don't waste time trying to get exact points. Press add regression. You get a linear regression. Export. And see how we got 13.6, right? We didn't get it exactly because we didn't pick exact points, but again, there's no answer choice that compares like 13.5 and 13.6. Doesn't matter. We can eliminate the negative 13.5s, and then we have a negative slope, which makes sense. I guess I should have read the answer choices, because you did not need to do all of that. You could have just seen that the slope is negative and the y-intercept is positive. It's been a long test, I guess. All right, let's see. Table. If you're given a graph with these points, do you see how there's points on 0, 7, and 8, 0? Immediately put it into your table. All right, now export this equation. And since we need d comma 4, do not try to do like y equals 4 and then try to find it. Actually, we could do that, but I'm going to show you the issue with that. This is not an exact answer, right? And you can't use the fraction button, because whenever you export a number, it automatically truncates or shortens this infinite decimal, because it can't give you infinite decimal places. And then when you do the fraction button, then it gives you something crazy, right? We want an exact answer. So instead of doing this, just delete this, delete the y, type in 4, delete the equal sign, and use the tilde. instead of, like, tilde is your simple regression symbol. Change x with like a or x1, something other than x, right? x1, you get x1 by typing 1 directly after the x. Why is this not cooperating? Actually, let's just use a this time, right? And you might think, well, Roy, you just got the same answer. No, you actually got a more exact answer. This actually goes on to infinity, but it's not going to show us infinite decimals. We can click the fraction button from here and we get the exact answer. So make your life easier, use Desmos, learn the tricks, right? You get a calculator on a math test. You might as well make the most of it, right? Okay, table. This is a quadratic regression, so we need to 0, 14, 1, 20. And then you press this, you go to quadratic, and this looks exactly like D right here. Perfect. All right. Well, you can just type in everything exactly equals x plus 15 over 5 f of a tilde 10. So whenever you're using a variable other than x or y, use the tilde. Tilde 10. 35. Did I type everything in right? Perfect. Always double check. I've seen a lot of students get questions wrong because of that. A lot of very smart students get questions wrong. $6K plus 13 equals 8K minus 29. Why am I doing this? Why do you think? Because x and y are vertical angles, as you can see on the graph. Actually, you know what? We can zoom in here. Whoa. You know what? Never mind. But you can see x and y are vertical angles, which means that they're the same. They're congruent, right? So we can set them equal to each other and just change the equal sign to a tilde. And you get 21, but that's not your answer. Make sure you do not pick 21. What is the value of z? Well, what is the value of 6k plus 13? Or let's use y. I know they're both the same thing, but right? This is 129. Put this in parentheses and then subtract it from 180. Why did we do this? Why is our answer 41? Because if we go over here, z, come on, is this and this, because this, like M and N are parallel lines, right? So then z plus y equals 180 because they are supplementary angles. They fall under the same line right here. $180, perfect. 180 minus this. Yes. And oh, the last thing that I want to mention is that you don't have to substitute k for 21. Anytime you do a regression, now this variable is stored as 21. So you can call this variable anytime by typing in k. And it does 8 times 21 here. You can just write 8k. This will matter more when the variables that you get are like decimals and stuff. So use the variables. Do not type out 21. Alright. Anytime it's like you gotta find slope. Yeah, there's no easy way to do this on Desmos, unfortunately. For the slope of a line, you have to do it by hand, which is fine. So if the slope is -9, as you just saw, the slope of this 9 is the slope of line P is -9, and the slope of a perpendicular line is going to be 1/9 because it's the negative reciprocal. All right, density. Density heart. Density equals heart. What does that mean? If you put a line in between the hearts, you get M, this letter M, over V. Density equals mass over volume. So that's why it's called the density heart. Because density equals heart. You put a line, M over V. That's how you remember the formula. (807 kilograms per cubic meter) equals mass. So we actually don't know the mass. Over, we don't need the units right now. Over the volume. Now make sure that you notice that it's kilograms per cubic meter. But right now we're only given a unit in meters. Since we're only given a unit in meters, we need to take this and turn it into meters cubed. And that makes sense because to get our volume, we need to turn a cube, like one side of a cube, and we need to literally cube it, like multiply it to the power of 3. So density, 807, equals mass, which we're gonna label as M, over volume, 0.9 cubed. Turn this into a tilde, and then you get 588. It says to the nearest whole number, so we don't need, that's good that we got a decimal. All right, this is tricky because it says months here and T is in years. So in order to plug this into T, we actually need to convert it into years. I mean, 18 over 12, like if something is in months, you just divide it by 12 to get years, right? So we really just plug in 18 over 12 for T. When we do all of that, we get this, 4/6 times 18 over 12. What does the exponent above equal to? Well, 4/6 times 18 over 12 actually just turns into 1. (1.04 to the power 1). Awesome. Meaning that every 18 months, if we plug in 18 months for T, which turns into 18 over 12 years, because T is in years, then the entire exponent on top turns into 1, meaning the base, everything that is multiplied by 290 is just 1.04. The population is then predicted to increase by 4%, because an increase of 4% means you multiply by 1.04. Okay, if the equation has no solution, then that means that the slopes have to be the same. That's what that means. So we get 2kx minus 2n equals negative 28 over 15x minus 36 over 19. The constants do not matter. You can eliminate them from your mind. They do not matter because this equation has no solution, and we need to find the value of k, which is on the slope. We just need to set the slopes equal to each other. None of the other stuff matter at all. Well, x is not part of the slope. Perfect. So 2k tilde negative 28 over 15. And what you can do is you can press K right here and press the fraction button on the left. Negative 14 over 15. Oh my god. Is there a Desmos way to do it? I mean, if you want these equations to have no solutions, obviously they have to be parallel. So you could do this on Desmos where you type in both sides of the equation like this, kx minus n, but then you have to add sliders for both these variables. I would not recommend it. Don't do it like this on Desmos, especially when it goes with when it says stuff with slopes, specifically no solutions or infinitely many. When you're trying to set these slopes equal to each other, it gets really complicated when you're trying to slide a slider and the answer is like negative 14 over 15 and you're trying to see if the lines are parallel. Because what if you got negative 1, which is very close to negative 14 over 15, and the lines looked parallel, but they're not? You would have gotten it wrong. Okay. Wholesale price of $7. So W equals 7. Retail price is, so equal sign, 290% of the wholesale price. Next line. Like Desmos is just going to calculate this answer for us right now. Discounted price is 80% off. So 100 minus 80 in parentheses percent of, what is the discounted price of each remaining souvenir? Of the retail price. And we get 4.06. 0.06. Oh. There we go. See what we did here? We just took each part of this word problem and we literally just typed out the equations for each sentence. So the first sentence said this, the second sentence said this, the third sentence said this. Alright. Well, there are two ways to do this. Anytime you know the first way, I'll show you a little bit of a smarter way, right? Anytime an equation has no real solutions, it's going to be very close to its perfect square. So we need x minus n squared equals 0, because this is only going to have one solution, right? And that's going to be very close. And the way that you find out what C has to be for this to be a perfect square is you take this negative 34, you divide it, and you square it. You divide it by 2, and you square it. So negative 34 divided by 2 squared, 289. And now you don't have to use a slider for C and try out a million different values. You know that it's somewhere around 289. It might even be 289 based on what the question says. Plus 289 equals 0. And here we can even separate this out. We can do this, y equals this, and then y equals 0, because that's easier to see how many intersection points there are. Because, for example, if the equation has no real solutions, it actually just doesn't graph it at all. Like Desmos will not graph it. All right. Now, the equation has no real solutions if C is greater than N. So I'm guessing if it's 290, it has no real solutions. So if N, here's the logic part about this. This is the tricky part. The answer is 289. Why? Because if N is 289, then whatever C is will make the equation have no real solutions. Because C has to be greater than 289. It has to be 290 or above. And anytime we type in a number above, do you see all these numbers? 291, 292, 293, and 294? All of them just go farther and farther away, meaning no real solutions, right? So N has to be 289 because C has to be above 289. It has to be at least 290. And 290 is the first number that does not cross, meaning there's no real solutions. All right, this is a weighted means question. What does that mean? Weighted means questions are really easy to solve if you know the formula. Total A plus total B equals total C. In this case, it's very visual. So in dataset A, there are 75 buildings with 32 meters. So imagine you took all 75 buildings and you stack them on top of each other, right? How high would this be? Well, there are 75 buildings and each of them are 32 meters on average. So it's going to be 75 times 32. That's the total height of A. What about B? Imagine if you started stacking all of the buildings on top of each other. How high is this going to be? What is the total going to be? Well, this is going to be 50 times 62. And this, the total of A plus the total of B, has to equal the total of C. Why? Because the total of C is all 125 buildings from data sets A and B. It's literally the total. So if you know that formula, then you'll know that the total of C is 125 times X. Because we actually don't know the average number, like the average of the two buildings, of the two sets of buildings, sorry. We cannot do 32 plus 62 divided by 2. I know a lot of you guys got 47 here because you guys did 32 plus 62 divided by 2. It's not that. You have to do it this formula. Total of A plus total of B equals total of C. So what is the total of A? 75 times 32 plus 50 times 62 equals 125 times X. Zoom out, 44. Make sure I typed everything in right. Yep. All right. 44. I'll give you a little trick for these. Anytime you see this type of question, it's very distinct. It always gives you like hx plus k, x plus j. It's always either 45 divided by, it's 45 divided by k or 45 divided by j. Because the thing is that if you distribute all of this right here, you'll get at the very end plus kj. And the plus kj represents the negative 45. Basically, kj equals 45. Negative 45, sorry. So if you divide both sides by, let's say, k, then you will get j is equal to negative 45 over k, which is very close to this answer. 45 over k, if we multiply both sides by negative 1, 45 over k is just equal to negative j. And since j is an integer constant, negative j also has to be an integer constant. Meaning 45 over k is our answer. It's always either the answer for these types of questions is always either 45 divided by this or this. It's always the end terms. So just memorize that. I shouldn't have slid the slider. Never slide the slider. Always just type in your own numbers. It's a lot faster. I've seen a lot of students waste a lot of time just doing that. So it seems like it's 14.5. So again, system of equations, just put it into Desmos. You don't need to do any of it by hand. 14.5. So we were looking for the value of A. Perfect. All right. So if we added 56 to each of these values, I mean, you can even do it on the calculator, but right now the range is 26 minus 22. That's the range. But if you added 56 to each of these values, it's not even going to matter. It's still going to be 4. So the range has to be the same. Anything that doesn't say that is automatically eliminated. Now, the median, I don't know what the median of this data set is going to be. It's probably, let me actually figure it out. It's 23, yeah. So the median of this data set is 23. If you start crossing out from left to right, you get to the center. If you add 56 to each of these values, it's going to be 23 plus 56. So your new median is going to be 79 for data set B, meaning the median is going to be 56 greater. It's not going to be equal. So the median of data set B is greater, 56 greater than the median of data set A, but the range of data set B is equal to the range of data set A. That makes sense. All right. Table. Do your regression here. I'm going to show you how to do a custom regression. So do -10, comma, -1. And then just pick random points. It doesn't have to be exact. -5, -6. Just pick points that are like at least kind of close to the line, right? -10, -1, -5, -6. Awesome. Now, instead of clicking this button, don't click that button. Do y equals a divided by x plus b. Because that's what it says right here. This is the equation in the form, right? X plus b. Change the x to an x1 because we want to use the table. So x1 and y1. Delete the delete the equal sign as well. Change it into a tilde. Do this. And it literally gives you the values for A and B. And you can see all of the A values are 6, which is perfect. We got A equals 6. We can even replace A with 6 because all of the A values are 6 here, except for D, I guess. But D is just a trap answer. It's definitely not g of x equals 6. And then this is f of x. We need g of x, right? We need what equation could define g. So we do, in your head, you got, well, you can write this on your scratch paper. You got y equals 6 over x plus b, which is 4. This is f of x. So then g of x is equal to f of x plus 4, which is equal to 6 times x plus 4, right? We substitute x plus 4 for x, which then turns into 6 over x plus 8. All right. Product of the solutions is KAB. Product of the solutions is always C over A. Yes, it's always C over A. I haven't used that formula in a long time, but C over A is equal to KAB because that's our given product of the solutions. Now we need to also just take this and figure out what is actually the product of the solutions based on the line that we are given. What is C? C is AB. It's a C term right here. What is A? 57. So AB over 57 equals KAB. What you can do is you can multiply both sides by 1 over AB, which is basically like dividing by AB. Just multiply by 1 over AB. These two cancel out. These two cancel out. 1 over 57 equals K. Just memorize that formula, that's all. X squared. You can do this on Desmos. You don't need to complete the square for this. 199. Just be careful because they always do this where they put these two dots right next to each other. Make sure you click the highest dot, the one with the highest Y value. Export this. Go down to the other side. Export the lowest dot, the one with the lowest Y value. Now, do not try to do this in your head. Do A equals, B equals, and then do the distance formula by typing out DISTANCE between A comma B. And what does this give you? What does the distance between the highest and lowest point give you? Right, the diameter. Divide this by 2 and you get the radius. Make sure you divide it by 2. 10. Alright, we got 4 minutes to do these two. Oh my god. Alright. In the xy plane, the parabola has the vertex 9, negative 14 and intersects the x-axis at 2 points. Alright, here's what you need to notice. A plus B plus C is just f of 1. Right? Because if this is f of x right here, ax squared plus bx plus c, f of 1, you just substitute 1 for everything, for all the x's, and you just get f of 1 is equal to a plus b plus c. So really what we're just looking for is f of 1. Now here's the thing, if we draw this graph out, right? 9, negative 14. So it has to be in quadrant 4. 9, negative 14. And it has to face up because there are x-intercepts. Because it intersects the x-axis, right? If it intersects the x-axis, there has to be x-intercepts. It has to face upwards. Then f of 1 it cannot be A, B, or C. Why? Why can it not be A, B, or C? Because negative 14 is the lowest value. All of these values, f of 1 right here, is probably here somewhere, right? Every single value is above negative 14 on the y-axis. So A plus B plus C is f of 1. It cannot be lower than negative 14 because negative 14 is the minimum value. It's the vertex. It has to be a value that's higher than negative 14. All of these will never work. So yeah. Alright, I need to log in and do this one by myself because I don't have enough time to explain it. Alright. The answer here is 8, and I'll explain it right after this 20 seconds is done. Basically, anytime you see a geometry question, immediately draw it out. This is a really hard question. But as long as you set up the proper system of equations, you'll be fine. So yeah. Here's what you need to know. When you draw out this diagram of these two rectangular prisms stacked on top of each other, the first equation that you can come up with, well, the first equation that you probably should come up with is just the general equation of one of these. How does it relate to one of the sides? So since each base, like the base right here, is a square, each of them are just going to be s. S and s. S squared plus, and this edge is 90, as it says right here, height of 90. 4 times 90s equals k. Why? Because the surface area is just the sum of all of these sides, right? S squared is the first side. There are two of them, sorry, so it's 2s squared. This and this. And then there are 4 of these rectangular sides, and each of them are 90 times s. That's the first equation you should have gotten. The second equation will come from these two being stacked together. Well, these two stacked together are not exactly 2k. They're actually equal to 92 over 47k. What is the only difference between 2k, like two big prisms separated, and then the surface area of two of them stacked together? Well, it's this middle piece, because this middle piece is actually part of 2k when they're separated, but when they are glued together, they're actually not part of the surface area anymore, because they're on the inside now. They're not on the surface. So we have to add them back. It's 2a squared. A squared would be like one of the squares, right? But since both of the squares are glued to each other, it's actually eliminating 2 of the squares. So it's 2a squared. Once you get these two system of equations, the rest is going to be easy. You actually do need to solve it a little bit, because I checked on Desmos, and it just, you don't want to do it on Desmos. It's just really hard to see the intersection point from here. But that's fine, because if you subtract 92 over 47, like if you do this fraction part on Desmos, then you will get that this ends up to like 2 over 47 k equals 2a squared. Divide 2 from both sides, you get k over 47 equals a squared, which then k, if you multiply 47 to the other side, is 47a squared. If k is 47a squared, then you can replace this k with 47a squared. 2s squared plus 360s equals 47a squared. Subtract the 2s squared from the both sides. 360s equals 45. Oh wait, did I switch to a's? My bad. I used a's in my equation. That's why I switched from s's to a's. 45s squared. 45s squared. Subtract the 360 to the other side. And now this is just a quadratic that you can use Desmos to solve. And it will give you s equals 0 and 8. 0 obviously doesn't work because the side cannot be length 0. Or at least this side is not length 0. So it has to be 8, because that's the side length. The hardest part is drawing these, or not drawing them. The hardest part is not the drawing, hopefully. The hardest part is coming up with a system of equations. Once you have them, for some reason, the SAT wanted to make this extremely hard to see visually on Desmos, but that's totally fine. If you ever get there, then just do it by hand, right? Or at least just do it by hand until you get to this part, until you get to one equation, and then do it on Desmos, because you'll definitely be able to see it from there. 0 incorrect, 98 correct. Let's go through all. Awesome. All greens. On to the next.
Quick setup first. Open the Bluebook app, click Accommodations, then Breaks as needed. Do a question, pause your test, watch my explanation, repeat. That's the system. I'm rooting for you.
Okay. Your answer here is reduced because it says intensified here, and we need a contrasting word because of this contrasting transition. All right, exactitude, precisely identify, that's your evidence here. Let's define some of these words. Precariousness. What does precariousness mean? Precariousness means like unstable. So like a precarious ladder would be like a shaky, unstable ladder. That doesn't work here. Inconspicuousness means like discreet or hidden. Basically like a silver car amongst silver cars. Conspicuousness would be like a red car among silver cars. The answer here is overtly, because the other authors, their politics were less deliberately signaled. So they were less obvious. And we need a contrasting word because it says in contrast. Impending. Impending means about to happen. So preceding a flare, so like right before a flare, the flare is about to happen, so it has to be impending. Innocuous means harmless. That doesn't make sense here. Perpetual means like ongoing or even infinite in some cases. Antecedent. I know a lot of students might pick antecedent, but antecedent means like coming before something. But it already says that like this is before the flare. It's not that the flare is before this. So that just doesn't make sense. That's the opposite of what we want. Okay. Oh shoot, we're supposed to move on to the grammar. So typically at this point, I would tell students to move on to the grammar questions, just because those are the easiest parts of the test, right? In this case, I'm gonna move on to the grammar. So let's keep it consistent. The grammar questions always start with the phrase standard English in the prompt. So that's how you can tell. All right. This part is a question. What are atmospheric rivers and how? So that's a question. We cannot use a period here. And C is the only one that phrases it like a question. It apostrophe S means it is. We don't need it is. And then there's only there are two protagonists, so we need plural. Awesome. If you ever see that thing, by the way, that's just because of my Apple Pencil. When I click it, it does that. Anyways. Your answer here is going to be C, because everything in between here and here is just extra information. So if you put the comma right after sisters, you can take all of that out, and the sentence should still make sense. Julia's novel can serve as a starting point for those who wanting to explore how the rule, all of that, right? That forms a proper, complete sentence. Basically, the subject, the novel, can serve, that's the verb. The subject and the verb have to go together. All right, colon rules. The only colon rule is that there has to be a complete sentence before the colon, and then an example right after the colon. That's exactly what we see here. The other ones just create a run-on sentence, because these are two different ideas. They need to, like two different sentences, they need to be separated by something strong, like a colon. All right, so these are one of these modifier questions. You basically, whatever the sentence is describing before the comma has to come right after the comma. So what was woven from recycled yarn and hand tufted using carpet weaving technique passed down by the artist's Turkish grandmother? Well, it wasn't she, it wasn't the person. She wasn't woven. It wasn't her again. And then the noun here is also Alexandra. It has to be the tapestries. And you can also see that it says touched them. So whatever subject it is, the first noun right after this comma right here has to be plural. B, C, and D are not plural. It's just talking about one person. All right. A, B, and D are too weak to combine, or too weak to join two complete sentences. And both of these are complete sentences. All right. I see then. Anytime you see a transition in these transition questions, now we've moved on to the transition section, then you can use them to give you hints at your answer. Since then is a sequence transition, you need to remember your transition types. You need another sequence transition, typically. The other ones, for instance, is an example transition. On the contrary, is contrasting. Earlier is a sequence transition, yes, but it's, the artifacts can only be removed, cataloged, and analyzed after the site is dug and the artifacts are found, right? So it has to be finally. For these transition questions, I would highly recommend you come up with an answer in your head of what type of transition you need. Do you need, an agreement transition? Do you need contrasting? Do you need an example transition? And then you search for that type of transition in ABCD. All right, this is just another sequence transition. The machine first moves along the rink, and then it sprays the water. This is a contrasting transition. This is an agreement transition. This is an example transition. All right, we need an example transition here. Specifically works in this case because you go from broad to specific. Soon as a sequence transition, regardless and however actually could be eliminated here. I didn't even mention that because they're both contrasting transitions. The SAT will never test you between these two because they're both the same type. The SAT sees it as the same type of transition. In so doing, because this Gibson's piece also blurs the distinction, is a result of him making this artwork. What he literally and figuratively stitches together these symbols. Conversely, contrasting, for instance, example, in particular, specific, or example transition. All right, awesome. We're on to notes questions now. We've finished the transition section. So similarity, we can just look at A, B, C, and D without looking at the notes. So okay, this doesn't mention the Navajo code talkers. This doesn't mention the first group. So this says both. That's similarity. That's perfect. All right, there's a difference. Advantage. Let's take a look. Well, I would first read the notes for this one. The advantage is typically always in the last two, but I just skimmed the first few notes just to get a little more context. All right. So all we're looking for is it didn't require documents to be removed, and scholars have more access to the documents. Honestly, since this one's just easier for me to remember and it's like shorter, I would just look for this. I would search for this in all of them. More access. I'm just looking for more access. B has more access in it. All right. So none of the other ones have more access. And perfect. It also says without removing them. So yeah, 24, 26B works perfectly. All right. When I look at this quotation, this is the only quotation that actually makes a claim about Tharp's contribution. So T's contribution is that she's the unquestioned founding mother of rock and roll. This other quotation has nothing about her contribution to the genre. So I'm looking for unquestioned founding mother. The other ones don't have that at all. Awesome. We have finished everything but the reading questions for Module 1. So let's get started. Okay. I mean, it literally says that there's a chance that I shall make it. So it explains why she thinks she might make it a basketball team. That's the main purpose. Another main purpose question. All right. To argue for the significance of new findings amid an ongoing debate. So there's no debate here. That's why it is wrong. To discuss the advantages and disadvantages of the method used in an experiment. They're not going over pros and cons. That's wrong. To summarize there's no two competing hypotheses. And a major finding associated with each one. There's only one finding. To describe an experiment whose results cast a doubt on an established hypothesis. What is the established hypothesis? Right here. Researchers have long hypothesized this. To describe an experiment, well, that's what the experiment was for with the clay. And this is the conclusion. So the projectiles were basically too weak. So it cast doubt. Okay. It literally says that they inherited it from the Olmec. Let's read the other ones. Maya civilization respected its historians more than respected its mathematicians. It doesn't say anything about who they respected. Highly secretive, it doesn't say anything about being highly secretive. Maya civilization tried to introduce its writing system to other civilizations. No, never said that they were trying to spread their writing system. Okay. Researchers think that the ridges on Europa and the ridges in Greenland may have been formed by the same process, even though Europa, unlike Greenland, doesn't have liquid water on its surface. Yes, let's break each part of this down. This looks good. Researchers think that the ridges on Europa and the ridges in Greenland may have been formed by the same process. What is the same process? Right here. The mechanism is mirrored on like Greenland's versus Europa's. This seems like the same mechanism. And then let's support this last part. Well, the last part is supported by this. It says lacks liquid surface water, right? But it could be driven by the moon's subsurface ocean. So even though there's no surface water, there's still a way that this could have happened because of the water underneath the surface. The primary difference between the ridges on Europa and the ridges in Greenland is unlike the Europa ridges, the Greenland ridges are parallel. They're both parallel. So it literally says that they're parallel on Europa. B is wrong. The pair of ridges found on Greenland's ice sheet appeared to have formed long before the recently discovered sets of ridges on Europa formed. No, they don't give any timeline at all. Researchers don't understand why Europa is marked by so many sets of ridges when the moon doesn't have any liquid water on its surface that could have collected and expanded under the icy crust. This, I feel like some students would pick this. However, there is an explanation right here. It said it could be driven by the moon's subsurface ocean. So it's not that the researchers don't understand, they do have an explanation. All right. I'm going to call her MA. MA and her team's study demonstrated that fireplaces were essential to the creators of Paleolithic cave art. So fireplaces were just one of the three light sources. So that's not the main idea. It didn't even go over fireplaces after that one time it mentioned it in the middle of the text. MA and her team discovered that Paleolithic cave artists in Spain used animal fat lamps more often than they used torches. It never said more often. It just said that they have different uses. Like right here, likely had a specific purpose. So yeah, never said more often. By the way, for these main idea questions, your answer has to be encompassing of like the entire text. Just think like what point is the entire text trying to make? Because it typically gives you a claim somewhere in the text, and then it gives you an example to back up the claim. You don't want to focus too much on the example, you want to focus more on the claim itself. What is the text trying to prove? MA and her team were reluctant to draw many conclusions from their study because of the difficulty they had replacing the light sources based on a known artifact. No, replicating, my bad. Why did I say replacing? They did not have trouble replicating the light sources. I mean, they did that fine. Like it says that they replicated them. And they weren't reluctant to draw conclusions. They actually did draw a conclusion, determining that each had a specific purpose. So, MA and her team tested Paleolithic light sources and learned some details about how Paleolithic artists traveled within dark caves. Yes, they tested the different light sources, determining that each had a specific purpose, and then the team learned that one was more useful than the other to while walking in caves. Right here. Perfect. Every part of this answer is supported in the text. Like every single word. That's what we are looking for if we're in our answer choices. We need every single word to be supported. Okay. This should be an easier one than a lot of the graph questions that we see. Yeah. All right. Well, we're just looking for, first of all, what I did is I eliminated everything in my mind that doesn't have 2019 in it because we're looking for 2019. So A and C are automatically eliminated. It's talking about physics and space science. So, yeah. All right, we are on the most effectively illustrated claim questions, meaning pay very close attention to the second part of the second sentence. So the narrator explains that she prefers her hometown to other places she's visited. That's all you have to look for in these quotes. Hometown, she prefers it. All right, there's nothing about her hometown in A. There's nothing that mentioned that that's her hometown in B. All right, it does say native town. Actually, wait. My bad. In B, it says is just below the village. So I guess it could be her hometown. But it never says that she prefers it to other places she's visited. So it's still wrong. I like C. It says native town, so hometown, right? And that she has never taken greater delight than the experiences she's had in her native town. And she's done a great deal of journeying. She's taken delight in it, but it's never been better than the time that she spends in her hometown. All right, D doesn't talk about hometown. We're doing good on time. All right. Here's what we need to do. We need to find something that supports the researcher's explanation. What is the researcher's explanation? When shoppers move through the store, they buy items that they haven't planned on purchasing. That's all we need to show. We need to demonstrate that the shoppers are moving through the store, and as they do so, they have bought an item that they didn't plan on buying. I needed to buy some cleaning supplies, but they weren't in the regular place. While I was looking for them, I saw this interesting notebook and I decided to buy it too. The person did not intend to buy the notebook when they came into the store. They bought it when they were moving around, looking for the item that they came in to buy. That's perfect. I didn't buy everything on my shopping list today. I couldn't find a couple of items in the store even though I looked all over for them. Yes, this is them moving around. This is not them buying an item. They didn't even buy the items they planned to come in for. They also didn't buy items that they didn't plan to come in for. B is just wrong. The store sent me a coupon for a new brand of soup, so I came here to find out what kinds of soup that brand offers. I decided to buy a few cans because I had the coupon. This person planned to buy the cans of soup, and even if you make the argument that it was kind of spontaneous, then there's no evidence that they moved around. They moved through the store. This store is larger than the one that's closer to where I live, and it carries more products. I came here to buy some things the other store doesn't always have. This is not evidence that they bought items that they haven't planned on purchasing. Maybe it just wasn't in their store. Maybe they have always wanted to buy it. and they just didn't have the chance to. There's also no indication that they moved around the store searching for something that they wanted to buy. Correct. These are the inference questions. It always says which of the following most logically completes the text. All that means is that there's only one answer that logically completes the text. On the SAT, it's a standardized test. There's only one correct answer. In these questions, you can tell it's an inference question because of this. You never infer on the SAT. You always just find evidence. Your answer is either said or shown in the text. So we just need to find evidence. Don't get confused by the SAT's wording like most logically. There's only one logical answer. The other ones are wrong completely for one reason or another. All right. In order to increase their efficiency, authors who currently write their novels largely by hand should instead work only on a computer. The narrator never gave an argument to get authors away from like handwritten novels to more digital technologies like computers or something. Yes, they did mention both of those things, but that doesn't mean that the author made that argument. There's no in their text that they made that argument. Authors who do most of their drafting and revising by hand likely have more success than who work entirely on a computer. They never compared the success between the two groups. Novels written by hand take less time to produce on average than novels written on a computer do. They never compared the time it takes between the two groups. There's no way to reasonably evaluate how a work would be different if it had been written by other means. Yeah, that looks good. There's no way to reasonably evaluate how a work would be different because it says right here, each novel is a unique entity resulting from its specific set of circumstances. It basically is saying that each novel is one of a kind. And it's a result, each novel is a result of its inputs, and if you change the inputs, you're gonna get a different output. And not all, like, just because you switch from like hand to computer does not mean that the novel is gonna be better, because each novel is one of a kind. So yeah, that's why D is fully supported, it is fully demonstrated in the text, every single word. This is our last question. Perfect. We got 3 minutes. Rearing conditions likely affect the responses of bold jumping spiders to experimental stimuli. So these two spiders, the lab reared and the field collected, are the same type of spider. The only difference between the two are, first of all, the stimuli, basically high protein versus high lipid, and then the different types of flowers. But those different stimuli create different outcomes for each of these groups of spiders. The only difference between the two are the rearing conditions, basically where they were brought up. Whether they were brought up in the lab or they were field collected, so they were out in the wild. That's perfect. A is completely supported. B, being raised in a laboratory setting reduces aggression among male bold jumping spiders. So they both exhibited aggression just for different diets. That doesn't make sense. Laboratory settings are more suitable for studying bold jumping spiders' diets than their flower preferences. There's no evidence for this. That it's more suitable to study their diets than their preferences, like their flower preferences. Yeah.
Experiments involving bullet jumping spiders should make use of lab-reared individuals. Why not the field-collected ones? There's no evidence for D either. A is the only conclusion that is demonstrated in the text. You just have to find evidence. And your evidence right here are these two experiments with the different sorts of the different diets and the same aggressive behavior. So like different stimuli, same aggressive behavior, and again, different stimuli in the flowers, different types of flowers, but same preference, so same outcome. Nice. Module 2. We have completed Module 1. All right. The vocab had a lot of, in Module 1, it had a lot of like hard words, which is surprising. All right. So this word but is a contrasting word. So we need to see what it says about her accomplishments here, because this will give an insight on like what the historical memory is going to be. So it's tentative because she will long be remembered, but Mary will not be remembered as strongly. It's going to be tentative. Her memory is going to be more tentative. Less permanent, basically. All right. Exploited. Exploited means to take advantage of. And in this case, I know exploited has like a negative connotation, but in this case, it can just have like a neutral connotation. They used the tendency of these metals and they took advantage of it to measure from a distance and I guess reveal concentrations of stress in the pipes as well. Discounted means in this case to brush aside. It doesn't mean like a 50% off or something. It means to like brush aside. All right, ameliorate. The reason why it's ameliorate is because ameliorate means to like fix or like fix a situation that's not going well, like fix a bad situation. Sanction means to allow, and the reason why it's fixed here is because these are highly unrepresentative subject pools, so they're fixing this situation by recruiting more diverse subjects. All right. Share basic examples of doesn't really make sense. Share basic concerns about doesn't make sense. I would see how students would pick like either C or A. Typically, I think students would pick C. Like if they didn't pick D. D is the correct answer, for sure. But C, indications of means like signs of. The problem is that these two hedgehogs are different, like completely different species, and they got here through like different, they're not closely related. So this is the Tenrex of Madagascar are not related to the true hedgehogs. So they cannot be indications, like these traits cannot be indications of true hedgehogs because they're not signs of true hedgehogs. They are not related at all. They're similarities, but they're not signs.
All right, inconsequential too. Antagonistic means like hostile towards. And inconsequential, we need that because they undermined, so they lessened or like to chip away at. Recent scholarship has chipped away that claims that the works of this guy was inconsequential to Muslim philosophers. But it's indisputable that it actually kind of was inconsequential because his works were primarily available very far away from the center of thought. All right, we're moving on to the grammar questions. We know that because it says standard English. All right, this is just a tense question. Created by businessman William, the saloon. Perfect. This is an odd ones out question. So if you put he or they in front of all of them, you will get the correct answer. So he was revealing, he has revealed, he reveals, he reveal. Sorry, reveal is the correct answer because he revealed does not make sense. And that makes sense in here because objects is like the noun that goes with the reveal. And objects is plural, reveal is plural as well. All right. From clear to through is going to be one complete sentence. From wax paper to through is another complete sentence. These are all too weak to join two complete sentences. My bag almost just dropped on the table. I think it's gonna drop. My bad. I need to fix this. All right. There's another odd ones out question. Just put he or they in front of all of them. Only one will stand out. He underlies. He is underlying. He underlie. He has been underlying. So underlie is the only plural one. And that makes sense because frameworks is the noun that goes with the verb here. It's the subject that goes with the verb. All right. Awesome. Again, colon rules. You need a complete sentence before the colon, and then you need an example right after. The however cannot be in the second sentence. So this is wrong. And the sentence, like this part, is not a complete sentence. That's why it can't be C. B is too weak to combine those two parts of the sentence. All right, another colon. So it has a complete sentence right before it, from when to indiscriminate. And then the next part is just an example of what came before. Onto the transitions. Perfect. So we need a contrasting transition here because it contrasted the lower elevations early March to mid-March higher elevations. Another contrasting transition because there's a two-party systems And then this is multi-partyism. So it's talking about two contrasting ideas. We need a contrasting transition. Just memorize your transition types, and whenever you're reading through these, think about what transition type do I need here? Do I need resulting? Do I need contrasting? Do I need an example? Just think about what do you need in the blank. So I didn't like my explanation for this question number 24, so I'm going to re-explain it. This is me after filming the entire video. Spoiler warning, I got a perfect score. So I'm just re-explaining number 24. Let's take a look. Hence. Hence is a resulting transition. The reason why you need a resulting transition is because the shell appears to be external, but that is why, cause and effect, that is why the shell is often incorrectly assumed to be an exoskeleton. The thing that I didn't do in my first explanation is go through A, B, C and explain what types of transitions they are. So that being said is a contrasting transition. We do not see contrast here. However, is another contrasting transition. So we can actually eliminate A and B. This is what I want you to do on these transition questions. If you see two transitions in the same group, the SAT will never test you on picking between the two. The SAT actually sees that being said and however as the same answer. It's like a semicolon and a period on the grammar section for like 99% of cases, except when semicolons are used in a list. Periods and semicolons are the same thing on the SAT. So you eliminate these two answers. And now it's just a 50-50. So yeah, for instance is an example transition, by the way. We don't have an example here. This is cause and effect. So this is not in other words. Like this is not a restatement of what it was just said. That said is a contrasting transition. There's no contrast here. And there's no example here either. There's not an example. This is a cause and effect. So since one of the lessons was that a gene is affected by many factors, for example, like the protein products, then they did this. They've begun to consider the human proteome. I think that's how you say it. All right, let's eliminate everything that is not a similarity between the two sculptures. All right, A, I can see how students would pick this and move on, and then you would get it wrong. Because recognition is actually never mentioned. And I see that like two figures, you might think that these are two sculptures. They're just figures in the sculpture. It needs to say both names, which all of the other ones do. Let's see, let's take a look at B. Both show, both is a similarity, perfect. There's a difference. There's a difference, perfect. All right. According to the U.S. government, which classifies such sensitive information as routine diplomatic correspondence, confidential information could damage national security if disclosed. That looks good. Let me check the other ones. Most routine diplomatic correspondence is classified according to the degree to which disclosure could affect the nation's security. No, we need the word confidential in there because we want to indicate what category it's in. Yeah, and D doesn't have confidential in it. Let me read C. Having the potential to damage national security if disclosed. Most routine diplomatic correspondence is classified as confidential. Yes, most routine diplomatic. Since A doesn't have most, A is wrong. Awesome. We have finished the words in context. We have finished the grammar. We have finished the transitions. We have finished the notes questions at the very end. Now we are back here to do the reading questions. All right, function question. We basically just have to pay very close attention to the underlined portion. It implies that Israel treasures a particular characteristic of his personality. It never says that he treasures a particular characteristic, when that characteristic should usually be regarded as a flaw, nor does it say that. It suggests that if not for a certain aspect of his character, Israel might not have been easily thwarted in his ambition to establish a farm. Yes, he wanted to establish a farm. So yes, he had this ambition. He was thwarted because of an aspect of his character right here. His patience and mildness. That's the only reason he was thwarted, because he's patient. He was like, okay, I'll let this one go. It shows why Israel would not have been able to undertake the enormous amount of labor necessary to run a farm, even if he had owned the necessary property. It never says this in the underlined portion or in the entire text, that he couldn't take on the labor. It explains why, when the situation requires it, Israel is able to undertake courageous acts that others would generally avoid. Let me read that one more time. It explains why, when the situation requires it, Israel is able to undertake courageous acts that others would generally avoid. Yes, it does say that he is brave-hearted and even much of a daredevil. So I'm sure he could take on courageous acts, but nor is that really clearly demonstrated in the text. And that's definitely not what this sentence is about, because this sentence changes in the middle. It says nevertheless, which is a contrasting transition. And then it goes to emphasize this next point. This is the main part of the sentence, that he's not like a weak, spineless guy. But in this case, his patience, his mildness is why he let this go. Structure question. Correct. It describes a phenomenon that scientists do not fully understand, explains a research team's hypothesis about that phenomenon, and then describes a finding that led the team to refine this hypothesis. So I liked all of it except for the refine the hypothesis part. That's what makes it wrong. They never refined their hypothesis. It introduces an unresolved scientific question, presents the researchers' team's hypothesis pertaining to that question, and then describes an observation made by the team that conflicts with that hypothesis. Yeah, I like it. Let's move on to C. It discusses a process that scientists are somewhat unclear about, introduces competing hypotheses about that process. No, it does not introduce a competing hypothesis. It explains a hypothesis that has been subject of scientific debate. No, it does not. Discusses how the team tested that hypothesis and then presents data that the team collected to validate the hypothesis. So it was not a subject of scientific debate. That's what makes that wrong. B is perfect. Okay. By emphasizing that there are still advances to be made in automated artistic style classification. That's exactly how text 2 would respond to text 1. When you see these double text questions, just make sure you're paying close attention to who is responding to who is talking to who. So this is, let me find the evidence for this, right? By emphasizing that there are still advances to be made in automated artistic style classification. One model on top of another. Once they ran these two models on top of the other, they achieved a high degree of accuracy, which is exactly contradictory to text 1. By criticizing previous research into automated artistic style classification systems for focusing them on a narrow group of styles. No, this is not demonstrated. Focusing on a narrow group of styles, no. By arguing that most people are not able to correctly identify the style of paintings that they're shown. They're not talking about people, they're talking about computer programs. By suggesting that people may eventually develop more uniform and accepted ideas about artistic styles and their boundaries. There's no evidence for anything to do with people. This is about the computer programs. All right. Microorganism community composition. So I see this here, unchanged. Let me highlight that. All right. It provided preliminary evidence that microorganism-mediated nutrient cycling was accelerated in the transplanted cores. No. So the researchers already knew this. This was already figured out. They're just trying to explain why it was accelerated. And this basically eliminates one of the reasons why it could have been. Apparently there are only two reasons in the text: that either the microorganism community was changed, like there were different animals or organisms inside of the cores, or that it was temperature induced, right? As it says in the last sentence, which is apparently the reason why. It suggested that temperature-induced changes in microorganism activity may be occurring at increasingly high elevations. They went lower in elevation. Yeah. A and B are wrong. It ruled out a potential alternative explanation. Yeah, this is exactly what I said. For the acceleration in microorganism-mediated nutrient cycling. Yeah, this is what I said when I was explaining A. It clarified that microorganism activity levels in plant soil cores varied depending on which microorganisms comprised the community. No, the composition was unchanged. So they had the same microorganisms. All right. So 5 and 92 are only for the participants aware they're taking a placebo. We need to compare like both the groups. They were lower for 2 measures. No, they were higher for all 3 measures. So, by the way, participants who were aware of they were taking the placebo, that's the start of each of these answer choices. So make sure you have that in mind. 3.9, that's not even about, anyways. So, by the way, 3.9 and 46, the reason why I eliminated is both for the control group. We're not even talking about the control group. We're talking about people who are aware they were taking a placebo, which is the group on the left. Also, we have to compare the 2 groups. So this doesn't even mention both groups. They were higher for all three measures. Yes, this is perfect. So that answer choice D compared the two groups, and it was true in the graph. All right. So what I notice is we actually don't care about the no leave bars in any of these, like in any of these 9 bars. Like the 3 no leave bars are irrelevant because they have nothing to do with the researcher's conclusion. We're just looking at longer leave times versus shorter leave times. So anything that has no leave can automatically be eliminated. A has no leave. B has no leave. D has no leave. Let's check C. Let's make sure that this is right, because I'm pretty sure that you like this is what I do on the test. Like I just any information that's irrelevant, I eliminate it. Because in this case, the researcher's conclusion right here had nothing to do with no leave. And perfect, it's shown in the graph. The gray bars of 2 to 4 days leave in the second and third administrations are both higher than the black bars, which are the longer leave bars. This is exactly what we want. All right, 4 more questions, 7 minutes. You gotta go a little fast. All right. And in this case, what I would start eliminating is all of the answers that, let me read this one more time. I would eliminate all of the answers that have pursuing only. Like if they don't have escape context, because it literally says even in escape context, so we have to mention escape context at least once. If they don't have escape context, then it's automatically wrong. Let's read all of them. This one has escape context. This one has escape context. It just has the word escape on it. So does this one. All right, D is wrong for that reason. It doesn't have escape in it. All right, I can already say that C is wrong because it's the opposite of what we want. We want that it's not using maximal speed because it's energy expensive. And we don't have evidence for A because the graph isn't split on like specific species and what their escaping and pursuing speeds are for each species. It's just like all the species piled up. And yeah, B makes perfect sense because it's showing everything less than like maximal speeds. So everything less than 90. Ambivalence means mixed feelings or unclear feelings. Most effectively illustrates the claim. Make sure you pay very close attention to this part. Make sure all of this part is demonstrated in your answer. Merits while also expressing sense of displeasure. All right, A just seems positive. B seems negative. C seems negative. Awesome. There is, after all, a place for the genuine. That's the merits part. Merit means like the good qualities of something. And then contempt for it, so displeasure. Both parts are supported. Ambivalence, mixed feelings. Flew for longer distances than did other pterosaurs pterosaur species that had an oversized head crest. First of all, I see a few things wrong with this. Oversized head crest. This was anomalous, meaning it was not normal. So we don't even know if there are other species that have that feature. Second of all, flew for longer distances. This is the evidence you probably should have found. Would have made sustained flight difficult. So they definitely weren't flying that much. Had longer wings than other pterosaur species, would have been, had longer wings. Said short wings. B is wrong. Had a smaller head than researchers expected based on earlier T skull specimens. No, it said it had an oversized head crest, like a not normal oversized head crest, like very large. Flew for shorter distances, yes, because sustained flight was difficult, and walking upright was relatively comfortable, meaning they spent more time walking. Perfect. Hold on, I need to read this one more time. All right. The Aztecs would have disputed the idea that morality of an individual's actions can be assessed by appealing to standards of behavior that are independent of the individual's circumstances. Yes, because it says, like, the Aztecs believed the complete opposite, that an individual's morality, or if they're good or not, depends on their social circumstances, because of their role of society and how much they contribute to the community, which are their social circumstances. Like, this is direct evidence of that. And yes, they would have disputed the idea because they're not independent of them. They are exactly, their behavior would be assessed by their social circumstances. B, the Aztecs would not have accepted the notion or the idea that the morality of an individual's actions can be fairly evaluated by people who do not live in the same society. They had there was nothing in the text that showed that the Aztecs cared about who was evaluating. It was just talking about how they were being evaluated, or how people were being evaluated, not who was evaluating. Actions by members of Aztec society who had contributed a great deal to their community could be judged as morally good, even if those actions were inconsistent with behaviors the Aztecs regarded good in all contexts. We actually don't know what behaviors they would consider good in all contexts, or even if there is any. That's the first thing I see wrong with this. The second I see wrong is that they only mentioned one half of the judgment criteria. The other half, the individual's role in society, needs to be in C for it to even be considered the right option. So since it's incomplete about the criteria, it's wrong. Similar actions performed by people in different social roles in Aztec society would have been regarded as morally equivalent, though they would not have been, because they are judged in light of how well they accord to their role. So if similar actions were performed by different roles, they would not have been judged the same way. Okay. $25 calories per pound. Calories per pound is going to be the slope. You know it's a slope because it says per, and then plus 11. All right. Always use your scratch paper for these dimensional analysis questions. In this case, not feet. Fathom equals 6 feet. So if you want 39 fathoms, we just multiply both sides by 39. We get 6 times 39 feet. These are vertical angles, so x is equal to 145. Okay, so total cost is going to be f of x, because f represents the total cost. So 14 plus 4x, just type it in exactly, zoom out, you zoom out using this button, 11, 0, so 11, because that's the x value. All right, so here I can just tell you that the answer is going to be -6. Here is why. And first of all, I'm going to show you the simplest solution. And then I'm going to show you the one that's a little smarter in this case. It's not too hard to do in your head. And then x minus 7, just click this point, export it, and then delete the y in the comma, x minus 7, -6. Awesome. Okay. Here is the slightly smarter solution. What you want to recognize is anytime the SAT gives you something like this, solve for x minus 7, it doesn't, whenever it says solve for x, then just put it into the calculator, right? Anytime it says like solve for a weird form of x, like x minus 7, you always want to pay attention to what form it is given to you in the equation. For x minus 28, what is that? How do you turn that into x minus 7? Well, if you factor out a 4, you actually get 4 times x minus 7. And what is this equal to? -24. How do we just get to x minus 7 equals something? Divide both sides by 4. If you divide both sides by 4, you get -6 on the right side. And you don't need to add the 7 to the other side because you just solved for x minus 7. You solved for it directly. And if you're like, I would have never seen that. Well, now you see it. So every time you see these types of questions, you will now see that there might be a type of solution like that, where you can solve for x minus 7 directly in the future. Like, you'll be able to see that every single time from now on. All right. On the SAT, all of this here is just to make you waste time. Read it once and then recognize that every time you see this, it will always be the same words, the same explanations on how to type stuff into a box. This box. You don't need to read it after you read it once. So just eliminate it from your mind. It's just there to make you waste time. Okay, so it's just 20% of 50. And I literally type in percent. I don't type over 100 and multiply it. Just type in percent. It's a lot easier. 20% of 50, 10. All right, there are two ways to do this. I'm going to show you the mean function on the SAT. If you go down to functions right here, and you go, I thought it was all the way down. Never mind. It's right here, under statistics, mean, then you do 139, and you would place commas in between 136, and you can put it in any order, doesn't matter. Same for median. You can put it in any order, it'll find the median. You don't have to put it in increasing order. 136, 148, 144, 149. All right, and then duplicate this by pressing edit list, duplicate, and then at the start or something, 121. It doesn't matter whether you put it at the start or the end. You'll know that the means are less. Now, the more practical ways to do this is just to recognize that 121 is less than all of the numbers in this set. if the mean of this data set has to be somewhere in between these numbers, it has to be somewhere in the middle of these numbers, because that's what the mean is, it's the average. Then if you add a number that is less than all of the numbers that are in the list, it will pull the mean down closer to it. It will pull the mean down closer to 121 because it's so low, it's lower than all of the other numbers. So the mean has to be lower in the new data set. So the mean of the original data set is greater than the mean of the new data set. Okay, well, what I want you to do, I know you know that you can just put these into Desmos and figure it out. But before you do that, just be a little more efficient. Eliminate the answers that are definitely wrong. So it's definitely not a positive slope line because the dashed line is negatively sloped. And from here, you could totally put these in and figure out the inequality sign because the inequality sign is much less intuitive. It's harder to figure out. And it's just very easy to do it because Desmos is a graphing calculator. It was built for this, right? So it has to be greater than. Okay, this is just subtracted 2. All right, our first regression question. Add table. You can also type out table, like TABLE, but I use an iPad, so I don't type out table because I can just press the plus button in the table. 09 117 17. All right. Now click this button, add regression. Defines line T. Well, this is what defines line T. If it goes through these 2 points, then the regression that we just got, that we exported, is the line. That's how you do it. Regressions are like the most powerful trick on the SAT. Basically, it just takes the points that you give it in the table and it forms the line of best fit that goes through those points. If you add 7 to both sides, you just get d minus 30 times d plus 30 equals 0. So you can just do that in your head. It's either 30 or negative 30. You can also just put it into the calculator. Just replace d with x so it graphs it, right? And it will graph your solutions for you. Minus 7 equals 7. Again, zoom out. And then, whoa. Oh, I was like, what's going on? All right, 30, negative 30. I just always choose the positive solution. I've actually never seen a student that chooses the negative solution. Like, whenever you get 2 solutions, they always say, I don't know. If you choose a negative one, you're an anomaly. That's an SAT word that we saw in the module 2. All right. Whenever it gives you like a word problem like this, and all it gives you is one equation, it's typically talking about the coefficients of the equation. So you can like skim through most of the first 2 sentences, and then that last sentence is like, oh, we're just looking for the coefficient in front of x, because x is the number of smaller containers. All right. So this is talking about basically what is the a value if if exponential functions are a times b to the power of x, what is the a value? Basically, what is the y-intercept? Yeah. At the surface, it's going to be 0 millimeters, right? So if you plug in 0, you can even do f of t or f of x. So it graphs it. 0.5 to the power t minus 2, or t divided by 2, 12. Brain's not working today. And then f of 0. So what is the y-intercept? 500. For the rational function. I hate how it does this more below thing. Like, it's so unnecessary. We can't even read the... All right. F of x plus 5. So here's what we could do. We could totally do like add table and then find 3 points on here, like 1, 9. I'll do 3 points for exponentials. 3, 3. It doesn't have to be exact. It can be like estimates, and you'll still get a good estimate. And 9, 1. In this case, I picked exact points because I saw the exact points. So when we do an exponential, because it seems like an exponential function, we get something like this. We could always do like f of x equal, I'm just making it more complicated for no reason, right? And then we do f of x plus 5. And this is one way that we could get our answer. I'm going to show you a better way. Now f of 5, f of x plus 5. You turn off the red graph by clicking the red. And also click the black because we don't need that. So this is our blue graph. This is the blue that we want to see. And that looks... Well, let's look at the y-intercept. It's 0, 14. I guess the y-intercept's not on here. But at 10, this looks like it. It's 6, which looks very close to what we have. We used estimate points. So I guess my points weren't perfectly exact. But none of the other ones are even close to 6. That's how we know. Here's a better way to do this. F of x plus 5 is just taking the graph that you have and just shifting it up 5 units. So if you take your point 10, 1 about, and you know that the graph's going to be shifted up 5 units, and it's going to be 10, 6. This is below 0. This is barely positive. This is not 6. This is 10, 6. That's it. All right. So if we want to get everything in terms of C, we always want to check the answer choices because it gives us information on like how to get to our answer, right? All of them are in terms of C. So P equals N times 19 minus C. Divide N to both sides, you get P over N equals 19 minus C. Add C to the other side, C plus P over N equals 19. Subtract P over N to the other side. Awesome. Your answer is D. Anytime you get a question with shapes, or in this case a box or anything that you need to draw out, like a geometry question, draw it out. Immediately go to your scratch paper and draw it out. I don't care if the question is really simple. You need to get in the habit of it. I've seen so many smart students get these geometry questions wrong because they refused to draw it out initially. And then when I tutor them, they start getting everything right only after they start drawing it out, because they were always smart enough to do the questions, just not in their head. Do you understand? Don't do it in your head. The length of each edge of a box is 29 inches. So I guess it's a cube. Square. Each side of the box. But the box does not have a lid. That is important. Exterior surface area. So I guess the box does not have a lid. You need to read this carefully, because that means that there are only 5 sides instead of 6. So typically a square, to get the surface area, you would take the sides squared and you would multiply it by 6, because there are 6 sides in a square. In this case, there are only 5. So whatever 5 times 29 squared is your answer. 4205. Awesome. Some of the solutions to the given equation. Take your absolute value, x minus 9 plus 45. You literally just do this on the calculator. Then you zoom in. Well, we have 27. We can't export this point because you can't. I'm trying to click it, like it's not clicking. But 27 is the first one, so we'll manually type it out. I don't like manually typing it out because you can make mistakes. And we're going to add it to negative 9, which is basically the same thing as 27 minus 9. 18. This is some of the solutions. I'm just making sure I typed out everything correctly here. Every time you type something into Desmos, double check that you did it right. Tan, let's go into functions. Tangent 92 pi divided by 3. Now, is this our correct answer? What do you think? What's like, let me put it this way. 1.73, all of this thing, is just the square root of 3. So it's saying our answer is this. Is that the correct answer? Is what I'm asking. Well, what unit is this in? Is this in degrees or radians? Radians. What unit does Desmos, the graph, automatically set to as default? Radians. Yes, it sets to radians. It is in radians. So this is actually, yes, it is the correct answer. But you should know that it default sets to radians, and that's in here. Imagine you had it on degrees or something. You would get negative 9. Make sure that you know how to switch from degrees to radians and from radians to degrees. It's just this. Make sure you remember that it's there. Because I've seen a lot of students, like sometimes the SAT will give you like, what is tangent, I don't know, 740 or something like that. And instead of switching, they just leave it as radians because they forget. So yeah. Also memorize like what root 3 and root 2 are so you can recognize them. Root 2 is 1.41. I know it's longer than that, but you just need to memorize that part. 1.41. Root 3 is 1.73. Okay. There are 2 ways to do this question. We have 14 minutes, so I'm going to go over both ways. Let's see. The first way is this, common denominator. Well, the common denominator is going to be k. So multiply k over k to this, which is basically multiplying by 1, so that's okay. 42ak squared over k. And now you can add these two. 42ak squared plus 42a over k. And it seems like there's no 84 for sure. And these are factored, so we need to factor as much as we can out of it. Well, 42a can be factored out of both of them. That leaves you with k squared plus 1 over k, which looks exactly like D. That's the first way to do it. Sometimes the SAT will get a little weird and like not use the lowest common denominator, and then you won't be able to get your answer if you do it the way your math teacher wants you to do it. Anyways, all that to say that if you somehow don't get your answer on these equivalent questions, there's always a second way to do it. First of all, switch a and k to x's and y's, because we're going to start graphing these. X over y plus 42 xy. And you'll see that right now it'll give us an error. That's fine. We'll fix that in a second. Let me just duplicate this. Yeah, I'll duplicate it 4 times. 84. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this. Delete this. X, y squared. Okay, awesome. Well, what we can do is we can check these real fast. 42x over y, 42xy, 84x over y, 84xy squared over y, 42x, y plus 1, y squared plus 1. Awesome. The trick here is put a y equals in front of all of them. That's it. Y equals, and then it graphs it. And all you have to play is match the graph. That's the game we're playing. Y equals. Awesome. The problem is when you duplicate, they all turn into the same color, which just hold them down and changes the color. All right. Now zoom out, right? So you can see all these graphs. Don't zoom out too much, just a little bit. And make sure they're in the correct order. Did I just flip these two? All right, gotta change it back. There we go. A, B, C, D. Turn off A, B, C, D. And one at a time, turn them on. That's definitely not our answer. That could be our answer, for sure. Where k is greater than 0. Okay, so this is going to be a little tricky. You got to zoom out, because right now, when we looked at the green graph, the green definitely didn't work. But these other two did, orange and red. And as you can see, if we zoom out just a little bit, red stays on the purple line, but yellow is deceiving. It only works at the very beginning. So your answer is D. That's how you do these equivalence questions if you're not getting the right answer. You just need a lot of time for that. So I mean, I guess if you don't want to do the math and you have a lot of time and you want to check your answer or something at the end of your test, definitely do it that way. Or just leave that question for the very end and then just rush in the last 3 minutes to type everything out. that seems horrible, but yeah. That's the type of question that you can get for sure correct if you have enough time. Okay. I know that you can totally do this on Desmos. And what it seems like is that you'll get -14 as your answer. But I don't want you to do this one on Desmos. I want to show you how to do this, like, actually. I'm just going to show you the way to do this on Desmos real fast. Y minus 19 squared equals 121. And then, what is a possible value for A? Oh. Well, possible value for A would be, sorry, not those, these ones. Anywhere from -15 to 7. I guess that is a better solution. I'll show you the other solution that I have in my head, but -15 to 7, the only number that falls in between those two values is -14. Because it's going to be like somewhere here, like -14, comma, whatever, or up here. The other solution that I had in my head was that we know that the center of the circle is going to be at -4, 19, right? And we know that the radius is the square root of 121, which is 11. So it's either going to be 11 to the left or 11 to the right. If it's at -4 right now, 11 to the left is going to be what? -15. 11 to the right is going to be what? 7. So it's going to be in between these two values. Like -14 is going to be like right here. It's going to either be this point or this point. You can just think of it in your head. Plus or minus, like -4 plus or minus 11, basically. I guess that's the same way as the graph. But yeah, I mean, for that question, if you want to graph it, that's probably the better solution, honestly. So do that. I take back what I said. The graphing is the better solution. Right rectangular prism. What does that mean? That means this. What does right mean? Right means that the height is perpendicular with the base. It does not mean a right angle. It means the height is perpendicular with the base, forming a right angle. Meaning the height here is perpendicular with the base. That's why it's a right angle there. A shape that is not right is like this. The height is perpendicular with some point out here, but not the center of the base. My phone just ran out of storage. So it's crazy. What was I explaining? On the SAT, 3D shapes are always 3 words long. Right means that the height is perpendicular with the center of the base. That's it. So basically, it goes the highest point to the center of the base, forms a right angle. This is perpendicular, right? Rectangular is the shape of the base. So I probably should have drawn out the shape kind of like this, because then we could clearly demonstrate that the base is a rectangle. Has a height of 9 inches. All right, 9 inches is the height. Oh, prism, by the way, is the structure of the 3D shape. So pyramid would converge at one point. Prism is just like a box. The length of the prism's base is X inches, which is 7 inches more than the width. So if the length is X and it's 7 inches more, then it has to be X minus 7 as the width. Think about it this way. The prism's base is 10 inches, which is 7 inches more than the width. How long is the width? 10 minus 7 is 3. If the wording confuses you, just replace the variables with numbers, right? And then since area equals length times width times height, it's just 9 times x minus 7, which looks to be like D. Awesome. 3 minutes for this question. Regression. Negative 24, 0. All right, I'm still recording, perfect. I'm gonna be paranoid about that now. No, not really. If I have to record it again, I will, just tomorrow. Plus B. Okay, now what we need to do a regression, but we need to delete f of x, we need to change it into a y. We need to use y1 and x1 because we want the table, or at least the point that we put into the table. So y1 here, x1 here, and then tilde. Delete this equal sign, do a tilde. That does a regression through that point. Here's the thing. F of 24 has to be greater than 0. So 24 has to be some number n. And we can do n equals, let's say, -1, because it has to be less than 0. We can see, if we put here f of 0, oh shoot, we don't have an f of x yet. Let me duplicate this, let me change this back into f of x. We should have duplicated that. Equals, f of 0 is equal to this. And no matter how negative we go, it's just going to continue to be more and more negative. So f of 0 cannot equal, is not, like it's changing. See, when n is negative, because f of 24 has to be less than 0, it was 24 comma n. It is not 24 or negative 24 all the time. It changes. But let's take a look at a and b. It seems like no matter how much we change n, a is always less than b. See? So let's select this. Let's change the scale to like -100 and then 0 because it can't be positive. See this? A never becomes positive. Even at 0, it's just 0. So A is always less than B. And f of 0 does not have to be 24 or -24. I guess it can be -24 at some point. It doesn't have to be. So it's not true all the time. Anytime you see a geometry question, immediately go to your scratch paper. Right angle, because it's a right triangle. 11, 9. How do we figure it out? What is C? Let me write a better C. 11 squared plus 9 squared equals C squared. We just put that into the calculator. Okay. And what we could do is, I guess we can just try out all the answers. I know it's this one. That's the only one that makes sense, right? It's not going to be the square root of 40. That's too little. Awesome. We typed everything in right. Yep. All right, let's do another regression. Table. 7, 21, 9, 25. add regression. 2x plus 7. Which equation defines h? Perfect. That's all we need. All right, here's what you need to know. Anytime you see a question that has margin of error in it, immediately delete all the answers that don't say the word plausible. You need the word plausible and the word between. Anytime you see a margin of error question, the answer will always have the word plausible and between in it. So that's a really fast way to do these questions. I've just seen so many of these, it's always the same. All right. This is not going to be C or D because they need to haul a 190-pound piece of equipment, meaning it has to be 5440. And second of all, C and D don't work because they flip the X's and Y's. Because also, like, it's 5440 because 5630 minus the 190. Basically, they only have 5440 pounds of space because they just took out the 190-pound piece of equipment they're going to be carrying as well. Like this, that's what's left. 5440 is how many pounds is left for the rest of the equipment. And since that is like the budget, that's the greatest that it can be, it has to be less than. Like all of the other stuff has to be less than 5440, or else the truck is going to break. Y minus 9x equals 13. Anytime you get a system of equations, put it into a calculator. And then zoom in, make sure you click the right point. You can even export this point if you need. -2, -5. Awesome. Range is the highest point minus the lowest. 29. Let me just check I typed everything in right. Awesome. Anytime it gives you like something that looks like two different variables and two different equations, it's going to be a system of equations. So 1245 equals, let's say loaves of bread equals x. So 1x plus 2y, 1x plus 2y. We can even duplicate this. Let's change the color. 1942. (4x) plus 1y. Select the right point. One dozen eggs, that was represented by y, 4.34. Same thing here. In this case, you could do this in your head and you'll get 0 because you'll eventually get like x minus 18, all of that squared equals -1, and no number squared can equal a negative number. But we're going to do it on the calculator anyways. Y equals 18, and then y equals -3 x minus 18 squared. Make sure you don't, if you're doing it on paper, don't substitute 18 for x. That's the trick here. They want you to do that. Because it's like x minus 18, but that doesn't matter. Put the 18 into the y, right? Okay, now let's zoom out, and we can see that they don't touch. 0. More system of equations. Y equals x plus 9. Y equals x squared plus 16x plus 63. What is the greatest possible value of x? Well, these are the only two intersection points. So these are our solutions right here. Negative 6, 3 and negative 9, 0. Negative 6 is larger than negative 9. Again, I'm going to check if I typed everything in right. And I did. Awesome. All right, this is a slightly advanced regression. First of all, anytime you see a point, immediately create a table and put the point in. You always do that on the SAT. That's how I know to do a regression, because it gives us a point. Now, we want to type out slope-intercept form, just y equals mx plus b. But instead of y, let's use y1, because we want to use the table. y1 tilde for regression, the squiggly line, mx x1, right? Type a 1 directly after the x, because we want the x1 from the table, plus b. Basically, we want a line of best fit that goes through the point negative 6, 0. And instead of m, we actually want to replace it with the m that we're given, because we know that the slope is negative 5/3. All Desmos is doing here is it's taking this point negative 6, 0, and is putting it through a slope aligned with the slope negative 5/3. So it calculates the b for us. It calculates b is negative 10, as it shows right here. No math required. All right, I can tell this is exactly 1, because these two lines, let's graph them separately, right? These two lines have different slopes. X minus 3. And when two lines have different slopes, they intersect at exactly 1 point. All right, 1 point. You can always put numbers to this, right? So let's say y is, I don't know. What is y? 16, right? So you have 16 yards, and you want to create 2 suits. Minus 5 times 2. What does the 6 represent? Because 16 minus 10 is 6. Well, if 16 was the total number of yards, 5 times 2 is the number of yards you used on all of the suits, then 6 is just what you have left, right? It's what you didn't use. So 6 yards more fabric than she used, so it's just what you have left. Kaylani. I guess here it would be really easy just to do all of this, because all of them are so similar. You can use the duplicate function on Desmos. And instead of doing it like this, because you won't be able to see no real solutions, right? No real solutions doesn't appear on the graph. It just appears as no graph. What I would recommend you do is split it up into y equals this, and also y equals 0. And then, since all of them have the y equals 0, you want to duplicate this, change the color, not blue, then black. Awesome. And then edit them one at a time. Plus This is minus. This is 5 here. So is this. Minus, 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 plus. Okay, let's check this real fast. Plus, minus, minus, plus, minus, minus. Awesome. And which one has no real solutions? Well, obviously the orange one is touching, so we cannot have it touch the blue line. The red one is touching. The green one is touching. And I'm guessing the black one, yep, it's not touching at all. The other way to do this is to use the discriminant b squared minus 4ac. So let me review that real fast with you guys. B squared minus 4ac. What does that mean? If b squared minus 4ac is greater than 0, what does that mean? 2 solutions. If it is equal to 0, 1 solution. If it is less than 0, 0 solutions. Because think about it this way. In the quadratic formula, it's inside the radical, right? If whatever is inside the radical is a negative, then you get an imaginary number, which means the entire solution, x equals negative b plus or minus square root of b squared minus 4ac over 2a, is going to be an imaginary root. That's why b squared minus 4ac, if it's less than 0, you have imaginary solutions, basically no real solutions. So if you do the discriminant on D, you'll find that it becomes negative. All right, here's what we want to do for this. You could use your exponent rules, and I'll show you that, or you could just graph all of these. F of x equals 1.84 to the power x over 4. One plus p over 100 and then you add a slider for p and just put the different values in, right? So 16, that looks really close. And we want the closest value of p, it says right here. So let's try 21. That looks farther. 46, that looks even farther. I'm guessing 96 is going to be worse. Yep, 16 is our answer. The way you would do this with your exponent rules is like this, 1.84 to the power x over 4. What does that mean? I forgot my exponent rules for a second there. I was like staring at the question, trying to figure it out. Like this, right? It's an exponent of an exponent. Basically, if exponents are to the power of the other exponent, then it's multiplied, right? So if we simplify the stuff in the base, then we will just be left with an exponent of x. So we will get whatever 1 plus p over 100 equals. Delete all, 1.84 to the power of 1/4, right? Power of 1/4 is 1.16. And then just know that 1.16 is equal to the 1 plus p over 100 part. P over 100 is equal to, let's turn this into a variable. I'm just showing you guys different ways to do this on Desmos, right? let's put this as capital P, right? And then this is equal to capital P. We do a regression. Gives you a P of 16.46, which is pretty close to 16. This is the closest value. If you didn't understand this way to do it, just do the first way that I did on Desmos, where you just, basically you guess and check by putting everything into Desmos. All right. Let's see. Anytime it says the system has no solution, that just means that the slopes are the same. The lines have to be parallel, right? So the slopes are the same. Basically, since P is a coefficient of one of these X or Y variables, because R and W are just X and Y's, it doesn't matter which one is which. Since they're coefficients of the variables, P is part of the slope. So we need to basically ignore all the constants, which we can do. We can ignore all the constants and just set the slopes of the two lines equal to each other. What is the slope of the first line? Here's the part that's tricky. You can set any of them equal to X or Y, but students think that there's a right one. Like there isn't. That will make you waste a lot of time trying to figure out which one's the right one. There isn't a right one. Just pick one and start solving. Py. So then, if you divide P to the other side, you get 7 over P as the slope for the first one. The second one, 7x minus 5y equals 5y. Again, we are ignoring the constants completely. They're not part of the slope at all. 7x equals 10y. So 7 over 10 is our second slope. Well, we can pretty clearly see that, right? P is equal to 10. Awesome. All right. So this is just going to be one of these questions that you do a regression for. So add a table, and it gives you the 3 points. So whenever you're doing a regression for a quadratic function, make sure that you have 3 points. Because if you have 2 points, then Desmos doesn't know which way it goes, up or down. And Desmos will give you like 50-50, it will be wrong. Because sometimes when you need it to go up, it will go down. So make sure you have 3 points. And I show you how to find 3 points if you only have 2 in other videos. But this is not the type of question that we need to do that for 0, -6, because we were already given 3 points. 0, -6. Now create the regression. Switch this to quadratic. And what you can do is pretty cool. Is you click these 3 buttons right here, regression options, export as a custom regression. And then it just gives you the variables A, B, and C now. So you can do BC. You can literally type out BC. That's -24. That's exactly what you're solving for. What is the value of BC? Let me just make sure I did everything right. Yeah, looks good. All right. Here, honestly, I wouldn't even try to like do it in my head. I would just pick 2 points. So I can see 0, 0, 3, 0, 3, and let's pick -1, -7. Right, -1, no, not -7. -1, 7. I knew it had something wrong. -1, 7, 0, 3. Awesome. Awesome, that looks like ours. Let's zoom in. Yep. if this is f of x, make sure you read the entire question, right? We need f of x plus 19. Oh, this is f of x plus 19. So what we can do is we can make this g of x. We can set g of x is equal to f of x plus 19. So then what would f of x equal in terms of g of x? Well, if g of x equals f of x plus 19, then f of x equals g of x minus 19. And we can use Desmos to do that. Just turn off all of the graphs and points that we don't need. Just click the black and the red, or whatever the colors are on yours. And you can see that the slope is negative, still the same slope. So it didn't change at all. So let's delete the ones with the positive slope. So this has to be negative cx. But this time, on the graph right here, it showed that the y-intercept was positive, but this time the y-intercept is negative. So, because this is the real f of x, g of x minus 19. Yeah. Awesome. AB is root 34. AC is 3. CE is 21, only this part. What is the area of, okay. So first of all, I would do this on Desmos, but I can tell that BC is 5 because square root of 34 is equal to, basically, you can do Pythagorean theorem, right? A squared plus B squared equals C squared. You have this side, which is 3. So 3 squared plus root 34 squared equals, not root 34, sorry, this is supposed to be B, equals root 34 squared. So that's 9 plus B squared equals 34, B squared equals 25, B equals 5, right? So since we need the area, we need the length and the width. So why did we need that? Because these triangles are similar. Anytime you see a triangle in another triangle, they're similar triangles on the SAT. But it has to be like completely encompassed in the bigger triangle for you to just say that, oh yeah, these triangles are for sure similar. Now, what is the multiple? How many times bigger is this side to this? 8 times, not 7. I know a lot of students are going to make this mistake. They see 3 and 21, they're going to be like, oh, I got to multiply by 7. This is 35. This is not 35, this is 40. Because this entire side is 24, not 21. So it goes from 3 to 24, multiplies by 8, not 7. Area equals 1/2 length times width, which equals 24 times 40, whatever that is, 480. But let me do it on the calculator as well. Not 20, 40 times, what was the other side, 24? Yeah, 480. Awesome. So an increase, I know students are going to get this wrong. That's okay. That's why you practice. An increase is always 100 plus percent of x. I literally type out percent equals 60, and it just graphs the answer for you, right? So 12. Students are going to pick 15 because they do 400% of x is 60, but you want to do 500% of x because it's an increase. Okay. Um, I would not do this on Desmos. Here's why. I would just draw it out, honestly. Circle with center C, HK. You can put anything for HK. It should always work, right? So 0, 0. That's what I'm going to put. Now, point A is 1, comma, 102. This is point A. 1, comma, root 102, which is about 10. And ACB is a right angle. Let's say it's right here. Is a right angle, B is something. What is the length of this? Here's what we need to know. This is why we want to do it by hand, because you can't really draw B on Desmos. You don't know where it is. It's not horizontal, like perfectly horizontal, because A is not perfectly vertical. Since this is a right triangle, this middle one, AB, is the hypotenuse. So it's C. Like A squared plus B squared equals C squared. It's C. But the thing is, the legs of the right triangle are the same. Why? Because they're both radii, and radii are equal to each other. So this is n. This is also n. It's n squared plus n squared, like A squared plus B squared, equals C squared. And in this case, n is just the distance between this point and this point. So we can just do distance formula by typing out distance between the points 0, 0 and 1, square root 102. And that is the leg of our triangle. Perfect. And we can put this into a variable so we can call it anytime we want. This is n. Now what did we say? C squared equals n squared plus n squared. Just change this to a tilde, and it should work. 14, and I know that that's probably, actually I don't know. 14.24, 203, oh, 206. There we go, awesome. What is the length of AB? Well, it's this. Let me try 2 root 102. Yeah, it's definitely not that. Awesome. Just draw it out. Anytime you see one of these questions, draw it out. Let's do this one first. This one seems easier. All right, here's what you need to do. Regression. Add a point. Let's do random points that are on the line. 2, what is that? 15. And 18, 40. 40. Yep. And then do your regression. Boom. Now, the new line, each point is multiplied by 3.9. So if you just multiply these two by 3.9, like literally on the table, you'll get your answer instantly, right here. Now it's not a slope of 1.5, and since we didn't pick exact points, we didn't get the exact slope, right? If we actually like took out our protractor and tried to like find the exact points, then we probably would have gotten a better slope, but we know it's definitely not 1.5, it's 5.9 as a slope. And 46.3, well, that's very close to 46.8, so it's not 12. Awesome. One last question. I gotta go fast. Electric field passing through a flat surface perpendicular to it. The flux of the electric field, the flux is equal to the strength times the area. Two adjacent squares, okay. So I'm guessing it looks something like this. Imagine these are squares. I know they're really bad squares. The larger square, 3 times the side length. I shouldn't draw it on there. 3 times the side length. I'm just rushing a little bit, that's all. So the area here is x squared, and the area here is 9x squared. Well, the total is 4640. What is the electric flux? And it's 29. So 29 is the strength. So if the entire area is 10x squared, then 10x squared times 29, based on our formula that flux is equal to the strength times the area. It says it right here. Flux equals strength times area. So this equals 4640. So it's obviously going to be the positive one. X has to be a positive number. It's the side of this. It's the side of a square, right? So x is 4. Now, 9x squared times 4 squared times 29, 4176. Why did we do this? Because 9x squared is the area of the 9x squared is the area of the larger square. And what are we looking for? We need the flux of the larger square. So we can't just do 9x squared. We have to do 9x squared times 29. Because 29 is the strength, and the flux is the strength times the area. Basically, we solved for x to find out what x is. We found x was 4. Then we found what the area of the large square would be, which is 9 times 4 squared. And we multiplied it by the flux, which is 29, to get our answer, 4176. Score details, 98 correct answers, 0 incorrect, all greens. Let me download the score report. Awesome. On to the next practice test.
Quick setup first. Open the Bluebook app, click Accommodations, then Breaks is needed. Do a question, pause your test, watch my explanation, repeat. That's the system. I'm rooting for you.
All right. She's drawing from her memories, so she is inspired by. It's homogeneous because it's a range of styles. Homogeneous means uniform. So it's all the same thing. So that's the misconception that it's all the same thing, because it's actually a range of styles. There are many styles, not just one. The answer is scale, because it's 7 standard deviations higher. Okay. So they sing at lower frequencies because the sound tends to diminish the distance. Conceal doesn't make sense. That's the only other one that I would see students picking. But concealing, you don't conceal distance. The sound will, the vegetation will diminish the distance. That makes sense. Perfect. We've done the vocab questions, also known as words in context. Now let's move on to the grammar. This is what I tell students to do on the actual test. So the grammar always starts with standard English, and the reason why I tell students to do that is because we just skipped 5 through 15, and that's all of the reading questions. You want to move through the words in context and the grammar and the last few questions really quickly, so you have a ton of time just to focus all of your efforts on 5 through 15, or just all the reading questions. All right. Um, the main noun and the main verb of the sentence have to be together. So instrument and are plucked need to be together. The other ones, you can't put punctuation in between. All right, there's an odd ones out rule, meaning you put he or they in front of all four of these answers, and only one will stand out. So let's try he. He create. He are creating. He have created. None of those work, but he creates works. And that makes sense because he is singular, so is anti-meta-metable because it's a technique, right? Piezoelectric. All right. It's not a question because it's a statement on what the researchers, like how they wanted to investigate how, and then it's a statement about what the researchers were investigating. Now, D still phrases it like a question, so B is the only one that makes sense. Yeah. A is future tense, D is past tense, C is like conditional. It's like sometimes the lamp won't illuminate. That doesn't make sense. B is the only one that makes sense. All right. I eliminated B and C because of their. It's only one phrase, so it has to be its, and then the apostrophe has to go. It's not multiple phrases again, so it's the apostrophe has to go inside between the E and the S. All right, no punctuation is needed here. This is the names rule, and C doesn't work. Yeah, this is the names rule because just using the descriptor of character, you won't know that it's Tamatoa the crab. So you cannot use commas around Tamatoa the crab because it's an important name. You can't tell who it is just by the descriptor. All right. For these transition questions, what I want you to do is come up with your answer before you actually look at the answers. In this case, the technique involves this, and then as a result, this is what it looks like because of the technique. I want you to memorize the different groups of transitions. If you have them memorized, then you can easily identify them while you're reading these transition questions. You can be like, oh, this is contrasting, or oh, this is an example transition. I need an example transition here. And all you need to do is find the group that you identified in the question. So in this case, it's going to be likewise. It's going to be similarly like that kind of transition group because Albert Hopa chose an unconventional surface, and so did his son. Like similarly, his son did the same. We need a specific or example transition here because it goes from broad to specific. we need an addition transition here because these are actually two completely separate functions of the same thing. Um, so the queue records countable information, but it also might have recorded stories. So it's like point one, point two, in addition. Awesome. We're on to notes questions. We have finished the grammar, the transitions, the word and context. We're just at the notes, and then we'll do the reading. Let's see. What is the achievement? This, again, for the notes questions, pay very close attention to this part. Anytime it says emphasize, just delete that from your mind and say mention. It just wants to mention the achievement. So what is the achievement? What is her achievement? She succeeded in creating sugarcane hybrids well suited to India's climate. If I don't see that in the answer choice, I'm going to eliminate it. Let's see. Okay, A looks good. This just says crossbred. It doesn't even have her name in it, but it just says that it was crossbred with the grasses. This is what happened to create it, but this does not go over the achievement. So A is the only one that actually has this full line in it. All right. What does enables energy storage mean? It means it's just how does the salt store energy? That's it. The student wants to mention how the salt stores energy. So this C is the only one that goes over a process that like energy stops flowing and can be stored in the battery. Like the other ones don't talk about how it actually stores the energy. That's all you want to look for. You just want to make this whatever it says in this first sentence, make it simple for you to understand and then start eliminating answers. I would also recommend for a lot of these you start skimming the stuff on the left, you actually read it because some students just like to read this part, but a lot of the times the SAT is now making these answer choices wrong. So like it will answer this first sentence completely, but it will be wrong in the notes, which is tricky. So just make sure to skim over the notes. All right. Which choice best states the main purpose of the text? Well, we're not illustrating Francie's enjoyment of an unusual topic. This is she's like on a mission. Like she's trying to read all of the books in the library, right? So it's not a specific topic. To explain why Francie prefers reading over other activities, it doesn't mention other activities. To portray Francie's determination to meet a goal, yes. Uh, this is her goal, like right here. She had a plan, like it literally says plan right here. So goal about reading all the books in the world, and all the books in the world meaning all the books in the library. To describe a book Francie greatly admires, it doesn't describe a particular book. Function question. All right. Make sure you are being very specific on exactly like the what this underlined portion means. Don't deviate from it unless the answer choices specifically say like in the previous sentence or in the sentence after or something like that. It asserts that in medieval Europe, steam baths were more popular than rural in rural areas than urban ones. It actually says the opposite. It was mainly to town dwellers. So it would be like the amenities would be available to urban people more than rural. It describes a limitation of earlier historian studies. No, it does not describe a hole in the historian studies. It concedes that not all people in medieval Europe, yes, not all people had access because it was mainly for town dwellers. The people outside the town didn't really have access. It explains why Jay decided to study the popularity of public. This is not why the scientists decided to study. Main purpose question. Virtuosity means skill, so she is very proficient. Let's see. To provide details about how A identifies with which pieces of music she will perform. No, this is not the main purpose, nor does it ever say that, like, does it ever show what types of pieces she is picking. To assert that A's performances look effortless because how she prepares for them, yes, is perfect. Right here. Her apparent ease, however, is due to a tremendous amount of preparation. And also, this part is your evidence as well. To discuss the kinds of music A feels most comfortable encountering for the first time. It doesn't go over types of music. To describe the unique way that A approaches music she hasn't performed before. No, it's quite the opposite. She she has performed this hundreds or thousands of times, right? Because she's practiced it hundreds of thousands of times. But it never says she hasn't performed it before either. Yeah. I know it says first time and tries to understand it anew, like tries to understand it as if it was the first time, but it's not the first time. All right. By suggesting that it draws a plausible or believable connection between two groups of people, but will need to be confirmed with a further study. This text two is not talking about text one, like this underlined portion positively. It's quite like contrasting. Um, it's saying it's premature to characterize them as tools. So so they never say that it's like a believable connection. That's what makes A wrong here. By asserting that it rests on an assumption about stone pieces that is not sufficiently supported by available evidence. That looks good. By acknowledging that it will most likely be proved correct when stone pieces undergo no. They're not saying that it's going to be proved correct. Nor are they suggesting more detailed analysis. By pointing out that it fails to account for evidence that Clovis people were active on the continent as early as is commonly thought. They're not even talking about Clovis people in text 2. Again, this is how text 2 is going to respond to text 1, specifically the underlined claim. So make sure you're thinking in the perspective of text 2. Another main idea question. All right. Literary theorist M argued that there are important characteristics of narratives that are not fully encompassed by two concepts that other theorists have used to analyze narratives. Yes, there are other important characteristics other than these two concepts, because he literally says that it's insufficient to describe a narrative. That are There are other right here. This is the other important characteristic or characteristics. Literary theorist M claimed that meaning is not inherent in a narrative, but is so it's saying that there is no meaning in a narrative. That's not what M is saying. But let's read the next part. But it's created when an audience encounters a narrative so that narratives are interpreted differently by different people. Nowhere does it say that narratives are interpreted differently by different people. That's logical to say, but there's no evidence for that. Nor is there nor does M claim that there's no meaning in a narrative. It's saying that the work, the artist, and the audience, so the work and the audience come together to create meaning. The storytelling methods used in The Godfather Part 2 may seem unusually complicated, but they can be easily understood when two concepts from the literary theory are utilized. This guy, M, actually argues the opposite. He says that there are more than just these two concepts. Narratives that are told out of chronological order are more difficult for audiences to understand than narratives presented chronologically. This is not the main idea. It's not talking about chronological order. All right. Well, we really just need to look at these two guys because all of the other ones are pretty recent. So, I mean, the only ones that I see that have them are these and these, B and C. And C is just wrong based on the text. It did not become extinct several thousand years before the saber-toothed cat. Oh, I forgot to select the answer. There we go. All right. Illustrate the claim questions. Now it seems like sometimes when they give you quotes like this, it's kind of hard to read, so I may have to just translate each answer for you guys. All right, let's read them one by one. This wallpaper has a kind of sub-pattern in a different shade, a particularly irritating one, for you can only see it in certain lights, and not clearly then. Well, it's the yellow wallpaper is the title of the text, right? She is looking at her surroundings. So this means that there's like a pattern on the wallpaper that you can only see in like a certain light that's annoying to her. There's only one feeling. She just feels annoyed. By moonlight, the moon shines all night when there is a moon. I wouldn't know it was the same paper. Again, this is talking about the wallpaper. When moonlight shines on it, it just looks different. There's only one feeling here. There's no mixed feelings. There's no ambivalence. Ambivalence means mixed feelings. That's the SAT word. I'm really getting quite fond of the big room, but all that horrid wallpaper. This is perfect. So fond means she's taking a liking to. Horrid is like the complete opposite. Mixed feelings. The color is repellent, almost revolting, a smoldering unclean yellow, strangely faded by the slow turning sunlight. She hates the wallpaper. That's all you need to know. Okay. I'll give you a little hint for this. Well, I don't know if it's gonna be a hint, but I've seen a lot of students that don't read like this last part right before the blank and try to answer the questions from there. Make sure you keep in mind that every answer choice actually starts with the species right here. The C, I'm gonna call it CQ. So CQ, I'm going to read all the answer choices with that in front. CQ suppressed the growth of DA, which covered a smaller area of land in 2018 and 2009. No, it did not. It covered a larger area of land in 2018 and 2009. CQ saw a greater expansion of DA did, increasing the area of land it covered more than half. Yes, more than half because 55% is more than 50. CQ showed a greater increase in the average size of individual plants than DA did. We don't have any evidence of individual plants, so we don't know that. CQ covered land newly freed from ice at a rate 55% faster. Okay, first of all, you don't need a calculator for this, but like, this is not like a 55% increase, anyways. And it's talking about CQ, so it's, yeah, a 55% increase from 28 is not 55. I can promise you that. The 55 number comes from this, and that it just doesn't make sense. The second thing that doesn't make sense, if you don't want to do math in your head, is covered land newly freed from ice. These plants grow, it says right here, the earth, places where the earth remains free from ice most of the year. So there's no evidence that it was newly freed from ice. The answer is B. Okay, 3 more. Okay. We need to support this idea because it says which finding would directly support the idea. NFM may reduce voting probability through an indirect effect. On the SAT and in general, indirect just means there's a middleman, there's a middle source. So like, for example, if you're giving a gift to your friend, directly giving a gift to them would just be handing it to them. Indirectly would be like giving it to another friend, and then that friend gives it to the friend, right? That's indirect. So we want to find indirect. NFM attitude tends to increase the strength as major elections approach, and people are significantly more likely to vote in major elections. That's literally the opposite of what we want. We want less likely. NFM attitude has a strong negative effect on political knowledge and interest, and there's known to be a strong positive correlation between political knowledge and interest and the likelihood of voting. Yes. Because if it has a negative effect on political knowledge and interest, and that has a positive effect on voting, then NFM has a negative effect on voting. Political interest is known to have a strong positive effect on the likelihood of voting, but it only shows a weak positive effect on political knowledge. And NFM attitude shows little correlation. Little correlation doesn't support our hypothesis. The likelihood of voting increases as political knowledge increases. And the relationship between NFM attitude and political knowledge strengthen as the size of, this is the opposite of what we want. Also, it doesn't say anything about the size of people's social networks or anything. So, we can't use that anyways. 14. Alright, so now we have, this one was not a completes the text questions, but these completes the text questions are typically the hardest questions on the test. They always like end with like this blank right here. They're called inference questions. But the last thing that you want to do is infer, because if you know, we never infer on the SAT. We always want to, what we want to do for these inference questions is we want to read the text and then come up with our own answer before we read the answers. So try that out. Okay. Well, this one, seems to be one of the easier ones, one of the easier inference questions. So this is all you really need to know. Historical records show that Upland South was colonized by people whose ancestors came from Scotland. So, the English dialects spoken in Upland South acquired their emphasis on the R sound from dialects spoken in Scotland. So the Scottish people, they came to Upland South, and that's how they have that emphasis. The emphasis on the R sound will eventually spread from English dialects spoken in Upland South to dialects spoken elsewhere. No evidence that it's going to start spreading. The English dialects spoken in Scotland were influenced by the dialects spoken in Upland South. No, it never said that it is backwards, because it never said people from Upland South moved to Scotland or colonized Scotland or something. People from Scotland abandoned their emphasis on the R sound after relocating to Upland South. No. The Upland South and Scotland still emphasize the R sound. Last one. For module 1, and then you're going to be done with the first module. Okay. A was once present in many non-mammal species, but has since disappeared from those lineages. No. It is not, no, it has not disappeared from many lineages. It's quite the opposite. It's still there, still present. It has been preserved in certain mammal species because it benefits their immune system. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it seems like it has higher concentrations of an immune tissue, or a tissue like the lymphoid tissue that supports immune responses. Will emerge in a greater number of mammal species because it may serve a necessary function in the immune system. It actually says like the reverse of this. It says it's gonna. It doesn't say it's gonna emerge in a greater number of species. It says it's not. It hasn't gone away. Is two different things. Produced higher concentrations of lymphoid tissue in mammals? No. It never says that the function is going to change, or it's going to start producing higher concentrations of the tissue. Awesome. We finished with a minute left. We're going to move on to module 2. We got to work a little faster because those questions tend to be a little harder. But yeah, that's the strategy for the test. You do the easiest questions first, which are typically, for most students, especially those grammar questions, you can fly by those. So the vocab, then the grammar, transitions, then the notes questions at the very end that we're looking at right now. These two. And then you move on to whatever the reading questions start. You just start doing those. I know some of you guys watch these videos like a day before your SAT. So, so if you're a day out for your SAT, I'm rooting for you. If you're not a day out for your SAT, I'm still rooting for you. All right, let's start. All right. The answer here is tenuous, which means weak. Contentious means like causing argument or disagreement. Conspicuous, actually, I know some students are going to be pick conspicuous, but it's wrong. Inconspicuous means hidden. So that would make sense because it's overshadowed. Conspicuous means the opposite. It's like a red car in a parking lot full of silver cars. It's very visible. It's definitely not hidden. It's like obvious, blatant, whatever you want to call it. Conspicuous. All right. Repudiation means to reject or refuse to accept. Insensible means it's hard to sense or you can't sense it. Manifest means to appear clearly. And in this case, it's going to be manifest because it's shown the rejection of industrialization is shown in handmade materials, handmade elements. What does industrialization mean? Basically means like factory work. And like what does the rejection of factory work look like? Handmade, right? Because it's handmade. It's not made by mass produced, like it's not made by machines that mass produce items. It's made by hand. So it's a rejection of industrialization. Okay. The vocab ramped up on this one. So exacerbating means to make a problem that's already bad, make it worse. Redressing means to fix. So they're fixing this trend by researching like the reverse of the trend. Epitomizing means like being the perfect example of. Precluding means to prevent or to exclude. So yeah. Oh, there's another. Okay, so this is whenever you see a most nearly means question, this is also another words in context questions, like just like the first three that we saw. So let's read these. All right, it's providing resistance to because the people with their wagons, hand trucks, they were like basically they were walking around in a crowd, and it was hard for this taxi to pass through the crowd. You really want to pay attention to the context that comes before because typically it gives you very key details to understanding the text. It's hard to understand the text if you don't read that. All right, let's move on to actually let me check 5. Is that no? Let's move on to the grammar. Seems like it's going to be an odd ones out because it has a singular and plural. So let's try he in front of all of them. He epitomized. That doesn't make sense. He has epitomized. He epitomizes. He was epitomizing. So it seems like it has to be epitomized. And that makes sense because recipes is plural. So we need a plural verb. Okay. The reason that D doesn't work is because this comma actually makes a comma splice if the sentence starts with it's, like it apostrophe s. So the sentence cannot start with this, it's, because then this would be a comma splice. Um, like the comma would be placed incorrectly. Now, when the sentence starts with because, then this becomes a dependent clause, and then that works in the sentence. But you have to join the two independent clauses with a period. Like you can't just put nothing there. All right, we don't need any punctuation in between the descriptor and the name. Okay, let's go over this. We need to close this dash here. Not all dashes need to be closed, but in this case, it definitely needs to be closed because photographs go with this part of the sentence to powerful effect, right? Everything in between has to be unnecessary information, meaning the dash cannot go here. It has to go outside sculptures. So yeah, none of the other ones make sense. This is a similar thing as the last one. We need this part to be unnecessary information because Richard Serra actually connects with assembles. So American abstract artist Richard Serra assembles. And the only way to do that is by to use a verb that is not the main verb, also known as a non-finite. If you use a non-finite, you get and use a comma in the right place, you can take all of this out of the sentence and it will still make sense, which is exactly what we want. The other ones are finites and they just don't work. Okay, sorry, B, my bad. So in this case, this is another odd ones out question. So put he or they in front of all of them. Toxins is plural. We do need a plural like B, but even if you just use the odd ones out rule, like you put they in front of all of them, like they is increasing doesn't make sense. They increases doesn't make sense. They has increased doesn't make sense. They increase is the only one that makes sense. It's the only one that stands out. All right, we have moved on to the transition questions. Remember, as I said in module 1, come up with your own answers before you answer. We need contrasting because even though he is exaggerating about this, he did have an important effect because he shaped the genre. Okay. By contrast and nevertheless are in the same bucket of transitions. They're both contrasting transitions. You can eliminate both of them. In other words, does not make sense because this is not a restatement, right? This is actually a step above. Yes, the differences in these two novels are extreme, but that is not like the same thing as saying that novels are different. It is like a step above that. So it's in fact. So if it was the obvious next step, then the next step, like you use then, right? Because then is a sequence transition. Okay, you use in other words here, right? Because it's literally just restating what it said before. In other words. All right. P and S waves both travel beneath the Earth's surface, causing the ground to move. Yes, they both cause the ground to move in different ways, but they both cause the ground to move. P waves travel from, by the way, we're looking for a similarity. So anything that's not a similarity, we just automatically eliminate. Higher rate, this is a difference. This doesn't even have S waves. This says they behave differently. So it's a difference. All right. So the California red tree frog is actually threatened. It is not endangered. It is soon to be endangered, but it is threatened because that's what species that are soon to be endangered are classified as. So if it says, see, this says endangered or threatened. So we can't use that. If it doesn't say threatened, we need to eliminate it. Yep. Likely soon to become endangered, the California red-legged frog is classified as threatened. Generalization. Okay. A lot of students spend too much time on these questions because they don't truly understand what generalization means. All generalization means is not specific. I know that sounds super vague, but hear me out. Any answer that is specific at all, you eliminate. Any answer that has some sort of detail, you eliminate. Any answer that talks about, in this case, a specific material, you eliminate. So let's go through it. Coconut palm fiber rope is too specific. It is not a generalization. Triangular sails, too specific. That looks like a generalization. There's no specific details in there at all. Stitched hull construction, too specific. So like these questions are actually much easier than you think. Just eliminate everything ruthlessly that is specific, and you're left with the generalization. It elaborates on the previous sentence statement about the transition moment. Yes, because the previous sentence, it says the style went under an abrupt transformation. That was the transformation. Provides information about Johnson's travels in support of a claim about his artistic influences, which is advanced in the following scene. No, it does not. It does not go over his artistic influences. Well, it doesn't. It doesn't go over his travels. Sorry. That's That's definitely why B is wrong. It recounts a moment in Johnson's personal life that enabled the success of his subsequent career. No, it's not even talking about his personal life. It's talking about his art style. It presents evidence that calls into question the previous sentence's characterization. No, it does not call into question the previous sentence. By the way, zenith means the highest point of something. That's another SAT vocab word. It presents a trend in scholarship on the Chicano movement, and that the text claims has been reevaluated by researchers in light of H's work on the movement's participants. The text did not claim it has been reevaluated. It identifies an aspect of the Chicano movement that the text implies was overemphasized by scholars due to their own political orientations. No, it is not these scholars. They're not talking about the scholars' political orientations. So that's wrong. It describes a common approach to studying the Chicano movement that, according to the text, obscures the ideological diversity of the movement's participants. Obscure means to hide or make unclear. The ideological diversity is shown here. Espousing would mean to like be in like complete support in. So like supports an array of political orientations, so many political orientations. So yes, that makes sense. It summarizes the conventional method for analyzing the Chicano movement. Yeah. Which the text suggests that creates a misleading interpretation of the effectiveness of neighborhood institutions and projects. It's no, effectiveness is why this is wrong. Right. Here's what I see. Why did the concept face skepticism? Because it's too early to tell if the trees can thrive in this unusual setting. Some essential aspects of B's design are difficult to adapt to locations other than Milan. It's not talking about locations other than Milan. The plant life on B ended up being less varied than B had envisioned it would be. No, it's not talking about the variation. The construction of B was no less environmentally damaging than the construction of more conventional buildings is. It's not talking about more conventional buildings. It is unclear whether B can support plant life. Yes, support the plant life included in its design. It's too early to tell if they can thrive in this unusual setting. It's perfect. Okay. This is a hard read. Hold on, let me read it one more time. All right. So let's break it down. All this part says is that so imagine a country is trying to extract natural resources. Now, that country, when they're trying to do that, they need a ton of investment to start up extracting natural resources from their home. But they are trying to get that from foreign investors, but the foreign investors don't want to give that to them because it's very risky, which is in the boom bust cycles. Where's that? Right there. So it's very risky. It's just a volatile, like, yes, mining natural resources is just apparently volatile and can destabilize local currencies. And that's why they are averse to these investments. Like the investors don't want to invest. That's what I mean. Although it may seem surprising that foreign investment declines in developing countries as natural resource extraction makes up a larger share of those countries' economies, the decline happens because natural resource extraction requires initial investments too large for foreign investors to supply. No, it's not saying that it's too large. It's saying that the foreign investors dislike, which is what aversive means. Adverse is different than aversive. Adverse means harmful. So, like, using both in a sentence would be like, I am not averse to taking medication, but if the medication gives me adverse side effects, then I won't take it. You see? One means dislike, one means harmful. Although developing countries tend to become less dependent on foreign investment as natural resource industries make up a larger share of their economies. Although developing countries tend to become less dependent on foreign investment, there's nothing in the text that supports that first part of the sentence. Although one might expect that foreign investment would increase resource extraction, would increase as natural resource extraction makes up a larger share of developing countries' economies, the opposite happens because heavy reliance on natural resources can lead to unattractive conditions for investors. That's perfect. Unattractive conditions for investors because of the boom bust cycle. That's your evidence for that. Although foreign investors tend to avoid initial investments in natural resource industries in developing countries, foreign investment may increase significantly. As though, no, this is like reversing the idea of the text. The boom bust cycles are the reason why people don't want to invest. So it's like the opposite, kind of. Biosignature. I've actually never heard that word. It's the first time I've heard that word. Its presence is more likely to indicate that a planet is a mini Neptune then that the planet is a rocky life that could support life. No, NH3 is not an indicator on what type of planet it is. There are more planets than just mini Neptunes and rocky planets. They're more than just two types of planets. Its absence from a planet that's not a mini Neptune indicates that a planet probably doesn't have life. No, there are more planets than Neptunes and rocky planets. I see how students would think this because if it's not a mini Neptune, like the only other type is in the text is the rocky planets, and if it is a rocky planet, then that makes sense because it says it likely couldn't reach detectably high levels in the rocky planets without the absence, like without biological activity. But again, there are more than just those two types of planets. It should be treated as a biosignature gas if detected in the atmosphere of a rocky planet, yes, but not if detected in the atmosphere of a mini Neptune, yes. This goes very specific on the different types of planets. That makes sense. It's not generalizing it to the entire universe. So let's select C. Let's not delete it. It doesn't reliably reach high enough concentrations in the atmospheres of rocky planets or mini Neptunes to be treated as a biosignature gas. This is not true. It literally says that this last sentence literally says that mini Neptunes can produce NH3 if the atmospheric pressure and temperature is high enough. All right, gotta go a little quick. Contradictory feelings. Well, A just seems like it's just positive, positive, positive. All right, pleasant thoughts, sad thoughts. Like that's it. that's your that's your contradictory feelings. That's your ambivalence. All right, so I'm gonna take a little screenshot of this. So actually, before we do that, they concluded that anthropogenic just means human made or like done by humans. It's a big word that means a very simple concept, like the humans deposited the nitrogen. That's it. Could be more than offset by the effect that provided that change is moderate rather than extreme. So, oh shoot, took the wrong screenshot. There we go. Let's do a screenshot of the graph. So all we need to compare is this graph right here with this. That's it. Because it's saying that the changes can be offset if the climate is moderate. So all we're looking for is current with, sorry, not with nitrogen. We're looking for current without nitrogen, moderate with nitrogen. We're literally comparing these two bars because we want to show that it's offset with nitrogen in moderate climate scenarios. So this is with nitrogen and current. We don't need that. We need without nitrogen. And this says without nitrogen in moderate. We need with nitrogen in moderate. You need to compare without nitrogen in current with the with nitrogen in extreme. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bar, basically the second bar from the right. Okay. Water molecules are found to be impervious to TMAO. No. Water molecules are not found to, like, that would not support the conclusion if they were unaffected by TMAO, because then they would just be squished the same. Examination of TMAO's molecular structure shows that TMAO molecules retain their shape even as pressure increases. That has nothing to do with the water and how TMAO reduces water's compressibility. That's great for the TMAO, but that got nothing to do with the water. A positive correlation is found between concentrations of TMAO and the rate at which water's molecular structure compresses as pressure increases. This sounds good until you realize that it's actually saying that TMAO does the opposite. It increases water's compressibility because it increases the rate at which the water is compressed. Analysis of water's molecular structure under high pressure reveals that hydrogen bonds are more stable with TMAO when it's present than when it's not. The reason that it said that water, where is it? Right here. Extreme high pressure destabilizes these bonds and compresses water structures. And if TMAO makes the bonds more stable, then the water overall will be more stable. All right. Colley's conclusion. Let's see. This change in irrigation output is highly sensitive to the baseline concentration of precipitation that currently exists in the area. Meaning, we are just comparing this part of the table to this part. And we basically want to ignore everything with the aquifers because the conclusion had nothing with aquifers doing it. So I'm pretty sure that we can eliminate some of these answers just by eliminating anything we see with 4.9 and 11. This has 11. This has 4.9. This is 11. This is our answer. And just reading it, yes, it compares these two with these two, which is exactly what we want. One more. We got a minute. We always run out of time. All right. Well, we don't always run out of time. We always finish with 2 seconds left. All right. Bone from carcasses provided. Yes. This is unnecessary. So it's purposelessly repetitive. During feeding episodes, aggression. So aggression, again, it's not talking about aggression at all, but it's not purposelessly repetitive. Let's see. C doesn't make sense. D doesn't make sense either. I'm going to explain this right now. So we went over why A is correct. Bones from carcasses provided to captive lions showed signs of extensive gnawing beyond the point of nutrient extraction, whereas bones from prey hunted by wild lions did not. Here's what you need to know. Novel means new. So this parentheses only defines the word stereotypic. So really, what you're trying to look for is new, purposelessly repetitive behaviors. Gnawing is the repetitive part. Purposelessly is the beyond nutrient extraction. New is that the wild lions did not do this. Those are the 3 things you need to look for. New, purposeless, repetitive. During feeding episodes, captive male lions showed much more aggression than did wild male lions, whereas female captive and wild lions showed similar levels of aggression. So the text does not show repetitive behaviors. It doesn't show purposeless behaviors. and it doesn't show new behaviors in the females. It shows new behaviors only in the males. So it only hits one of these 3 points in males, which makes the answer like completely wrong, really. Let's take a look at C. When caretakers placed food in boxes that were cognitively demanding to open, captive lions showed repeated behaviors similar to those that wild lions show when stalking their prey. So since it's similar to the wild lions, it is not new. Wild lions do this. And it also is cognitively demanding. We need the opposite. We need, by reducing the need of cognitive engagement. Like gnawing doesn't take like any cognitive engagement. It's just like you're just gnawing at a bone. But this literally says that this takes brain power. So that's wrong for multiple reasons. Captive lions showed a stereotypic behavior of pacing. Okay, we got repetitive in their enclosures as feeding times approached. Whereas wild lions show a stereotypic behavior of pacing before embarking on a hunt. So this disproves the new part, the novel part. It's not novel because wild lions do this as well. All you need to understand to answer this question is you need to understand the definition of basically these 2 words: novel, stereotypic, which just means new, purposeless, and repetitive. You just need to find an answer that proves or like finds evidence for all 3. A is the only one that does that. Also, these the rationale or like the explanations are just not very good for College Board. So that's why I'm making this video for you guys. Hopefully my explanations are overall better, easier to understand than the College Board ones. Alright, this is just 16 times 4, which is 64. We're gonna do on the calculator anyways. Alright, since it has a slope of 4, can't be those 2. Well, the y-intercept is 6. We can eliminate this because it only has 2 terms. And it seems like, well, 8 times 5 is 40. That's not 5. And 6 times negative 6 is negative 36 to the power 9. Oh, negative 36x to the power 9. Sorry. There's no x to the power 9. Has to be B. Alright, so this is of daylight. So x is the number. I know it doesn't matter which one I put, but I just want to be accurate with the variables. Then we just zoom out a ton. Alright, so 20 people represent, or 20 random employees represent all 400 people, meaning each random person represents 20 actual people, actual employees. So if there are 16 people that enrolled in those courses, then they each represent 20 people, 20 employees in the company. 320. Basically, 16 is to 20 as 320 is to 400. They're both 80%. Alright, divide a 7 to both sides, right? And you get 9. Add 7 to both sides. By the way, there's a delete all button. You just click edit, list, delete all. Increased by 3%. Well, all of the answers are the same except for the base, which increased by 3% is 1.03. It is not 3, it is a triple. It is 300. It is an increase of 200%, right? This is an increase of 97%. This is a decrease of 3%. Here is how I want you to do this question. I want you to, like, first of all, one of the ways that you could do this question is by typing this out into Desmos, the first part, the x squared plus 11, all of that squared times x minus 5 times x plus 5, and then typing out all 4 answer choices into Desmos, and then only one graph will match up. And honestly, we'll probably do that just for me to show you that way. So let's do that first. But then I'll show you the better solution that you can actually do in your head. X minus 5, x plus 5. And then I'm going to show you the duplicate trick. Or it's not really a trick, it's just a button. 23x. The duplicate button is going to save you a lot of time, especially on these. So press edit list again, and then press the paper icon right here, duplicate. Make sure that when you duplicate, you change the colors by holding down on them. The first one was red, so let's change it to something other than red. So purple, black, and orange. All right, plus 96, plus 96, plus 121, and then plus 146. Now, here's what you want to do. You want to be neat with this, so extend Desmos out here, and then turn off all of the graphs. Zoom out so you can see the red graph. Perfect. You want an equation that's equivalent. It literally says in the question what expression is equivalent. So turn on the graphs one at a time. Purple seems to work. Black is a little higher. And yeah, orange doesn't work either. So it's B. Just be neat, and you'll get the correct answer. Oh yeah, I need to show you the other way. The other way is to recognize that the only difference between these 4 is the C term, the N term, the constant, whatever you want to call it. If you calculate, if you calculate the constant on the first term, it's just going to be 11 times 11, because when you do like the FOIL on that, in your head you can think, okay, the last term is just going to be 11 times 11. And then the last term for the x minus 5, x plus 5 is going to be negative 25, because it's negative 5 times 5. I mean, plus positive 5 times positive 5, my bad. So it's not going to be 121, because that's 11 times 11. It has to be slightly less than 121, and it's definitely not negative 14. So you don't even need to calculate what 121 minus 25 is. You just need to see that there's only one answer that's slightly less than negative 121. You can always do it the other way too. There's no shame in that. Just whatever way works better for you, use it. It's just is a time test, so I'm going to show you the fastest solutions, right? All right, it's 18 here. 18 because that's the when t is 0. So 0 seconds after it's thrown. So when it's thrown, that was the height. All right. Whoa. Delete all. Let's do this. There we go. And then whenever you get one variable and an equal sign, just put it all into Desmos. Equals 16. And then 8. What is 6 times 8? Remember, we're solving for 6x. Awesome. All right. for every increase in the value of x by 1, the value of y increases by 8. That means the slope is 8. And then when the value of x is 2, so 8 times 2 plus 2, that is 18. Perfect. Alright, I can already tell you it's 0. Because no two numbers, or no number when it's squared equals anything negative, right? It has to be imaginary for that to work. But like, think about it. Like, what number squared equals a negative number, or -1? There's no real number squared that equals -1. So it has to be 0. The tricky part is that you kind of just have to think about these, because if you graph it, you're actually not going to even see it. No matter how far you zoom out, it's just not going to be there, right? So you want to kind of just want to think about these, right? Or I guess another way you could do this is like x squared equals 1, x squared equals 0, and then you see that at 1 there are two solutions because there are two horizontal lines, right? When you do x squared equals 0, there's one solution because there's one horizontal line. So you can think, oh, there are no solutions here. Or I guess, yeah, never mind. Sorry. A better way to do this is just to graph the left side and the right side separately. Y equals -841. And then you zoom out, and then you'll see that, okay, they don't even touch. That's probably the best way to do it. There we go. Okay, so what is the range for the first one? Well, it says the positive difference in the range. So let's take the bigger range, which is obviously class B. It starts from 10, because that's where the hash ends, right? And there are no outliers, so we don't need to worry about that. 10 minus 1, and then we subtract that with the range of class A. 5 minus 0. Minus 0. That's 4. Make sure we typed everything in right. Yep, looks good. All right. Anytime we see a geometry question, immediate notepad, scratch paper. Right square prism. So you need to know what this means. Whenever an SAT question gives you a 3D shape, it will always give you 3 words. It will always say right, and all right means is that the height is perpendicular to the base. What does that mean? This is a right cone because the height is perpendicular to the base. This is not a right cone. The height is perpendicular to some point out here, right? Basically, it's saying it's not slanted. It just looks normal. Square, the second word, whatever second word is in the 3D shape, is always the shape of the base. So in this case, it's a square. We can draw a square. The third is the shape of the general, like the structure. It's like the 3D shape. So a pyramid would be converging at one point. A prism is just a box. Right square prism, the edge of the base is 6 units. The volume is 2880 units cubed. What is the height? Well, I mean, we can totally check the reference sheet, but you should probably know that the volume of a prism is just length times width times height, which in this case is side square times height because the length and width of a square are the same. So it's 6 squared h equals 2880. 80. Read the question one more time. We're solving for the height. Perfect. We solved for the right thing. See how I put the squiggly line? It's called tilde. It's a regression. We just did a simple regression here. You could totally use x here. Just use the equal sign and you'll get your answer still. But you could also use the tilde. The only limitation of the tilde is that if sometimes, let's say you're doing like h squared equals 4, and you can only use a tilde with variables other than x or y, it won't show you that h could also equal -2, because in this case, -2 squared is also 4. So tilde only shows you one answer. That's when you use x to graph. Because then you do x squared equals 4, then you get -2 and 2. Okay, let's move on. Okay, pause the video and solve this question. I know for a fact that a lot of you paused this video, did an entire regression on your calculator just to get this answer, and you were like, oh my god, of course, the base is less than 1. If you don't know what I mean, then that's fine. Let me explain it to you. But if you do know what I mean, read the answers. Read the answers before you do the questions. The answers give you context, important context on the entire question. So read the answers. Here's how to do the regression way to get the answer, even though you don't need to do that. And I'll show you why in a second. Take 3 random points on the graph. Make sure you are selecting it from the line and not from the points. Even though the points are very close to the line, right? This is a line of best fit. So you want to, again, like this equation is representing the line of best fit, not the points around it. So pick points from the line. Let's pick the y-intercept because that's easy. 0, comma, let's say 127. 127. And then just do multiple points. And they don't have to be accurate. It could be like 14, 10, right? They don't have to be in order either. Let's see, 8, is that 30? 8, 30. Awesome. Now go up here, click this button, and then change this to a exponential because it says exponential right here. Now you can always export this equation. This is not a perfect equation, right? But you can obviously see that the base is 0.83. But the base has to be 0.83 because all of the other answer choices would make it increasing exponential, right? An increasing exponential function has a base larger than 1. A decreasing exponential function, which you can see that this graph definitely is, because it's decreasing, has a base less than 1, but greater than 0. So you actually didn't have to do any of that work. But I just wanted to show it to you because some of you guys should practice your regressions. Because it's not like something you learn in school, right? But it's very helpful on the SATs. The most powerful Desmos trick. All right. 11 over 28. By the way, don't read the stuff on the left here. Like read it once and then don't ever read it again. Like it's there to make you waste time. So especially on the SAT, on the real test, don't waste time reading it. Some things that I see like students do, like this question is more simple than you might think, right? It's just cosine x is adjacent over hypotenuse. That's what cosine is. Do not try to do like go into functions and then go like grab the inverse cosine and then do inverse cosine of 11 over 28 or something. And then write this down. Don't do that. I've seen students do that, like very smart students. you just have to realize that this question is a lot easier than you think. It's just talking about the value of cosine x, not the value of x. I'm not solving for x. All right. This is like the zero rule thing. I forgot what it's called. But it's basically if any of the groups of parentheses, if any of them are equal to 0, then the entire thing equals 0 because it just multiplies out. So in this case, the solutions would be -2, 5, and -9. Because if you enter any of those values, one of those groups turns into 0, and it multiplies to everything, turning everything into 0. You can even graph it, and it'll give you the 3 lines at -2, 5, and -9, if you just type all of it out. But we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that because we need to work on questions like these, which are more important, which are more pertinent. That's the SAT word. All right. YQ 63. Label everything first. WQ WX. And then I'm going to say that this is like S for side. All right. Do we need this 120 at all? Well, it's the side opposite to angle A. I mean, we don't really care about this side at all. We don't need it. Now, how do we know that these triangles are similar? You should know this. They're similar because of this angle and this angle, meaning the third angle is also congruent. Like angle X is congruent to angle Z. And angle is a proof of similarity. What does similarity mean? It means that the triangles are proportional. So these two triangles could be proportional, but they are not congruent. The angles are congruent, but the triangles are not. Let me try to explain this a little better. What is the difference between similarity and congruence? Similarity means that the angles are congruent. So the angles are equal to each other. So x is equal to 0, z, w is equal to y, and angles q are equal to each other. But the sides are proportional. Proportional. What does congruence mean? U-E-N-C-E. What does it mean? Well, the angles are still equal, but this time the sides are also equal. So it's the same shape. Are equal. So it's the same shape. Probably want to write this down if you don't know the difference. Not same slope, same shape. Now what? Well, if we want to find the length of YZ, let me first erase all of this. Then we need to set up a proportion between the sides. So here's how we set up a proportion between the sides. We take S and we put it over its opposite side. How do we know which side correlates to S? I mean, it's pretty intuitive for you guys, but the technical way to know is to see what angle is opposite to S, right? If it's opposite to this angle Q, then the same angle Q, which is the same angle measure, has to be the proportional side. So S over 60, put it over the proportional side. Now, we have to take 2 more sides to finish this proportion. Go back to the original triangle. Do not go pick a side from this triangle right now. Go back to the original triangle and pick 63. 63 is opposite to angle Z, which is the same as angle X. So then you put 70, it's like you do 63 divided by 70, because that's the same side on the opposite triangle. We do YZ, which is the side that we're trying to figure out, over WX equals QY over QW. So basically, this is from triangle 1, this is from triangle 1, this is from triangle 2, this is from triangle 2. Do you see how like it works? And these two sides are proportional, and then these two sides are proportional. That's how we create this fraction. $54. All right. Anytime you see a point in an SAT question, immediately add a table by pressing plus table, and then doing 24, and then put the point inside, right? Here's what we need to do. We need to find g of x. So let's write out g of x equals x plus 14 times t minus x, t minus x. Here's what we're going to do from here. We are going to duplicate this. So edit list. Why is it not highlighting? There we go. Edit list, duplicate. And then we're going to change this top one up here. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to delete the g of x. We're going to turn it into a y, because we want to use x1 and y1 from the table. We want to tell Desmos that this graph passes through these points, this point, 24, 0. And the way we do that is by typing y1 and x1. So type 1 directly after the y, directly after the x's as well. And then delete the equal sign, turn it into a tilde. So it does a regression between this point, 24, 0. Tells us that t is 24. We already have g of x written out. We can let's unhighlight this graph. Leave t as is. T is now a variable. It's stored in the variable that is 24. So basically this says 24 minus x already. Do g of 0 and you get your answer. That's it. Let's review. First thing we did, we put the point, we saw a point. Immediately after you see a point, you make a table. Then we're like, okay, we need to solve for a variable in this graph. So we typed out the graph, we duplicated it, we changed the y to a y1 and the x to x1. Why did we do that? Because we want to do a regression. And we changed the equal sign to a tilde for the regression, because that's the only way the regression works. After that, then it solved for t for us, so we didn't need to do any math. And now we have g of x completed. We can just do g of 0. That's it. Okay. We're almost done with module 1. I didn't even realize, like, we're just like going through it. All right. Zebras in 2018. I'm going to do z of 8. Actually, let me just do it on the calculator right here. There we go. All right, z of 8 equals, and by 8, I mean 2018, right? Z of 8 equals 1.27 times z of 4. Why did I do this? Well, the number of zebras in population 2018, that's our variable z of 8. whenever you see a was or an is, it always means equals, like an equal sign in these like percentage questions. So equals 1.27 times, which is multiplied by the number of zebras in population 2014. This is just z of 4, right? This is not z to the power 4, by the way. It's completely different. It's just z of 4 is just something we label z as, because we can't label them both as z. They're different variables. So z of 2018 and z of 2014. If the number of zebras in the population in 2014. So if z of 4 is p% of, oh man, p% of z of 8, what is the value of p? Well, we just typed it out. Just delete this, turn this into a tilde. And it literally gives you it right there. 79. 79. Oh. Okay. And by the way, if you ever delete something too fast, you can always undo like that. P%, I literally wrote out percent and it automatically does the of. I want you to write it that way. It's very hard to make a mistake if you just actually use the percent symbol instead of dividing by 100 in your head. Or just doing divided over, like over 100. Don't do that either. Just do percent symbol. Yeah, everything looks good. And we can even check by always doing 1 divided by 1.27, because that's really all this question is asking. Is 78%. Awesome. Or 79%, my bad. Nearest whole number. It's definitely not B or D. These are definitely the wrong answers, because there's never a coefficient of 2 ever in front. Like, I mean, it's still a circle, but it's like, then it changes the radius and everything. Anyways, it's typically never, like, I've yet to see an SAT question where they have 2 in front of the X's and Y's like that in a circle. The center of circle A is -2, -6. If you don't know your standard form of circle, you have to memorize it for the SAT. Otherwise, you're not going to get the circle questions right. X minus h squared plus y minus k squared equals r squared. And reading the center is pretty simple from the standard form, just h comma k. So when you see the standard form, you read it like this, h comma k. So the center in C is going to be -2, +6, which means the circle A shifted 6 units up, right? Because currently it's at 0. It goes to +6, it's shifted 6 units up. Don't try to, in your head, I know a lot of students are going to try to do this problem in their head and like try to translate, like, do I go plus, do I add to y, or do I subtract from y? Just think about the center of the circle. Translating a point is much easier than translating an entire graph. So think about the center of the circle and where it's going to end up. Center of this circle, you can see it on the graph, right? -2, 0. If you go 6 units down, it's -2, -6. Has to be A. Yeah, this is not even something that I would do on Desmos, because whenever I do translations with a circle, I always think about the center point, never about the entire graph, because that just makes it confusing. I guess we got a minute to check our answers real fast. Let's make sure. whenever I check my answers, I basically just go over all the questions, like just glance at them to see if I thought I was confused on this question for any reason. If I look at a question and I was like maybe I skip it in the moment and I don't mark it, but then I come back to it and I was like, I was a little confused on that question. I can identify that really easily just by a glance if I was confused on that question or not. And then that makes it really time saving because I don't have to review every question, you know. All right. Let's see. 70x plus 1700 equals 4500. Just zoom out and you'll get your answer. Awesome. 63. Well, the answer here, we always want to draw it out. So let's do that. But the answer here is going to be the lowest number, and I'll show you why in a second. So R is 63. That measure of angle S, we're not given angle T, but all three have to add up to 180, right? So this could, at lowest, be 1 degree, meaning 63, basically 63 plus 1 plus x equals 180, 116. Now, if we do 63 plus 1 plus 118, it's going to be 182. The angles of a triangle can't add up to more than 180. And the reason why it has to be the lowest answer is because if you think about this in an advanced way, all of the answer choices have to be wrong in the same way, meaning the angle has to be too big because there's no way it can be too little unless it's less than like 0 or something. If the angle is too big, then the angles won't add up. It will add up to something more than 180, right? So since they're all wrong in the same way, you choose the lowest one. Well, this question is going to be similar reasoning, why you can pick A immediately. Because y has to be greater than 4x plus 8. And all of the x values are 2, 4, and 6. Meaning, if it's all the same inputs, it should give us similar outputs, right? But since it's greater than 4x plus 8, all three answer choices that are wrong have to be wrong in the same way, meaning the y values are too little. They're not greater than 4x plus 8, meaning you choose the biggest y values. If you didn't understand that, that's totally fine. A different way to do this is y equals 4x plus 8. Make sure you graph it without the inequality because you want to click this settings button and click a table. Delete 2 of these values because it gives us too many. And then do 2, 4, and 6. Do you see how we get 16, 24, and 32? A has y values that are greater than those x values, which is perfect. And the other ones don't. Like the first one is just wrong. Like 2, 16 just eliminates all three. All right, the stuff on the left, don't read it. Don't waste your time on the SAT reading it. You can read it once and then just, yeah, you don't need to read it. You'll be fine. All right. Pause the video, try it out. This question. I know a lot of you guys are going to get the question wrong. Why? Because we're not solving for f of x, we're solving for x, right? I see a lot of smart students make this mistake because they're rushing. So 3, since we're solving for x, right? We want, instead of entering for x, we just delete f of x and substitute 5. All right. It's definitely going to be in between 150 and 170. Okay, these questions are all very similar. Like whenever you see this type of question, it's like end of November 2012. Um, End of November 2012 just means 0 months after the end of November 2012. Why is that important? Because it's the x-axis is the number of months after the end of November 2012. If it's talking about the end of November 2012, it's talking about the y-intercept because it's when x is 0. We're talking about when x is 0. Because when x is 0, it's exactly 0 months after the end of November 2012. Meaning it's 5 projects because that's the y-intercept. Anytime you get points, immediately, table, 28, 15, right? These are technically points, right? So you enter it into the table. And then you go add regression. And you export it using this button. All right, it's got to be D. And if you ever want to convert like a decimal, like -3.5 or something more complicated into a fraction, make sure you just click the fraction button. It's used to turn decimals into fractions, from fractions into decimals. Or decimals automatically does that, like 5/6, right? But from fractions into its most simplified form, like let's try 15/18, 5/6. So it's a helpful button. Just make sure you remember it. Make sure you practice. All right, I've seen so many of these questions. Here's how you do them. Table. Immediately add your points. Anytime you see a table, that's also considered points. So you add another table and you enter it into Desmos. 174, because you're probably doing some sort of regression. 284, 559. Oh, I don't know why I typed in 8. All right. Now, X is technically C because it's the number of cars, which is C. Number of passengers is P. And then we just do our linear regression. Awesome. Now this does not look like our answers. So let's delete X. Let's change it into C. Let's change that into P. And when we do a little bit of moving stuff around, subtract the 9 from both sides, you get P minus 9 equals 55C. Since all the answers are 55C, we want to keep that in front. Subtract the P from both sides, we get negative 9 equals 55C minus 9, or minus P, sorry. Minus P. Yeah, that's exactly what A shows. B and D don't have the negative 9, and C have the P and C flipped. All right. Okay, anytime you see like a parabola in something that is not X, then just change it to X. You don't have to leave it as W minus 40. And then we can do like Y equals 0 to see where these intersection points are. What we know is we're just looking for the x-intercepts, right? Make sure you select the right points. And then export points by doing this button right here. Okay. Awesome. There are a lot of graphs right now, so I need to simplify this a little bit. All right. All we want to do is type out all of the answers, press edit list, duplicate, do this, delete, then duplicate again. And then let's duplicate the first one. Let's put this in the last spot. Let's do -6 plus. Awesome. So we either need a positive 2.7 or a negative 14. The only one that has any of those is D. So we need either one of these x-intercepts. D is the only one that works. Now, another way that you could do this is, if you remember, solutions are just values of x. Remember that on the SAT, solutions are values of x. So you can put x in front of all of them, right? And it will graph all of these. Just make sure you change the colors up, because duplication also duplicates the color. So when we simplify this a little bit by turning off the graphs, we see that this does not pass through any of the x-intercepts, nor does this or this, but D does. And it only needs to pass through one, because it says a solution, so singular. All right, next question. Y-coordinate of the y-intercept. Well, what is the y-intercept? Y-intercept is when x is 0. You need to remember that. X-intercept is when y is 0. Remember that as well. 3 times 0 divided by, I guess, put this into a fraction. 3 times 0 divided by 7 equals negative 5 times y divided by 9 plus 21. The y coordinate is going to show up on the graph, so we just zoom out 37.8. Awesome. Okay, well, this doesn't seem like there's a very simple solution, so we have to do it in parts. Let's eliminate a few answer choices at a time. How are we going to do that? Well, both of the graphs intersect at 8, 0, so we can try 8, 0 in all four and see how many get eliminated. If we try 8, 0 in the very first graph of the first system of equations, we get 64 plus 0 equals 32. 64 does not equal 32. So A is eliminated. Same thing with B. 64 does not equal 32. We're just trying the first equation, right? If it doesn't match the first equation, then it's not, it's not one of the systems that is represented by the lines shown. When you put in 8, 0 for these next two, they both equal 32 and negative 64 respectively for the two system of equations, because the only difference between the two are the pluses and minuses in front of the y's, right? So we just want to enter in these and just graph it, see what it looks like. And honestly, I just want to duplicate it. Negative 8 plus 10y equals negative 64. Let me make sure I typed in everything right. All right, awesome. So as you can see, this is not like our graph. It's probably going to be the other one. Yep. That looks exactly like what we've got. Awesome. All right. All right. I'm going to show you a way to do this, because I know you guys know that you can just put both of these into Desmos, and then you'll get your value for x, and you do 6 times x minus 2, whatever x is. Here's a better way. What if you just added these equations? Now what? You get 2 groups of x minus 2, right? You don't have to distribute this yet, and don't do that, because we're actually solving for 6 times x minus 2. I'll show you how to get there in a second. These actually cancel out, because this is plus and then this is minus, so you're just adding them together. And this is equal to 117 plus 442, whatever that is. Now, we want to get 6 times this group. So what do? We just multiply both sides by 3. Why? Because this 3 goes to this 2, Now it's 6 times x minus 2, which is exactly what you're solving for. And then if you multiply 3 to this side, you got to do it to the other side. So our answer is really just 3 times 117 plus 442, whatever that is. And we don't even need to solve for x or y. We can just solve for this thing directly. 3 times the group 117 plus 442. Make sure you have parentheses. 1677. Every time I'm on Desmos, after I type something in, I make sure I typed it in right. That's why you always see me double checking. Did I type in all the numbers right? Also, remember that there's an undo button. It's very helpful. Minimum value. All that means is that you graph it and you see the minimum value. 48x plus 23. By the way, what's the x value? What's the formula for the x value of the vertex? Negative b over 2a. So technically, well, you could have just done f of negative b, which is negative 48. So negative 48 over 2a, which is 2 times 1. Because this is negative b over 2a, but then this is f of x. Let's actually figure out what that is. So your answer is 1728. Just making sure I typed in everything. Zoom out. Zoom in a little bit. Perfect. Do you see how we got the same answer 2 different ways? Memorize that because you're going to need it sometimes. Negative b over 2a. Negative b over 2a is the x value of the vertex. In this case, the minimum value of a parabola is going to be the vertex, right? Because the vertex is either the minimum or the maximum. The answer is exactly 1, because anytime two different lines have 2 different slopes, they always intersect at exactly 1 point. And they both intersect at 0, 0. I mean, it's really hard to see, but they did it on purpose. They want you to understand this conceptually. Like 2 lines with different slopes intersect at only 1 point. G of x is equal to x times x minus 2 x plus 6 squared. And then g of 7 minus w. So I know a lot of students are going to do this, g of 7 minus w, and then they're going to use the tilde, right? Because you're using a variable other than x or y, so you have to use the tilde. And then they're going to do 0. They're only going to get one answer. Problem is that they want the sum of all possible values, and tilde only gives you one value at a time. How do we work around this? Well, the easiest workaround is just change this back to an equal sign, change this to an x, and it just graphs your new graph for you. And you can just read everything from there. Turn off the green graph, make it a little easier on yourself, right? What is going on? Huh? Yeah, okay. That was odd. So when I looked at the green graph, I noticed that there were 3 x-intercepts. So I was confused as to why, when it set this equal to 0, there were only 2. That's just a bug in Desmos. I guess it doesn't consider this as an x-intercept when it's on the purple graph, right? Because on the purple graph, -6, which in this case would be 13 because it's 7 minus x, is one of your x-intercepts. My point is Desmos is really good at translations. That's like what it's built for. It's a graphing calculator, right? So do the translation on the graph, and you can just read it from the graph. 5, 7, and 13, the sum of that is 25. Awesome. All right. We're probably going to have to draw this one out. Okay. So I wrote all of the trees that are larger than 20 feet on the right, and all of the trees that are shorter than 20 feet on the left. Just that's how I labeled them. And M stands for maple, B stands for birch. So how do we do these probability questions? Well, all you need to understand is anytime you see the word given, that means denominator. It's whatever goes in the denominator is after the word given. Given that the tree is 20 feet or taller, we need to figure out how many trees are 20 feet or taller. In this case, there are 6 of these times 8, which is 48. In here, there's 9 of these trees, or 5 of these, 5 of these that rows, 9 per row, 45. 45 plus 48, which we know is 93, but we don't want to do it in our head, right? So we want to use Desmos as much as we can. Now, whenever you do these probability questions, this part before the given is the numerator. And the numerator has to be out of the set of the denominator, meaning it has to be out of the 45 plus 48 trees. So it has to be, oh, that's pretty cool. Well, I didn't mean to do that. Anyways, whatever, let's just erase it. It has to be out of this plus this, the set of trees 20 feet or taller. So how many maple trees are 20 feet or taller? Well, it's just this, all 45 of these. So it's 45 divided by 45 plus 48. And then you use the fraction button on the left, 15 over 31. That's how you do the probability. The words after the given is the denominator. The words before the given is the numerator, and the numerator has to be smaller or from the set of the denominator. Because you can't have a probability that's greater than 100%, right? All right. Actually, let me add some more space here. All right. Circle. Make sure you don't draw the rectangle outside the circle. Rectangle is inscribed in the circle, meaning you draw the circle first, then the rectangle. Whatever. Pretend this corner is inside. So the diagonal is twice the length of the shortest side. From here, well, from a rectangle, you know that this corner is 90 degrees. From here, if you have your special triangles memorized, you know that this side is x root 3. You should know that without looking at the reference sheet, because you genuinely need to memorize these. How do you know that there's even a special right triangles question here? Because it says root 3 here. Anytime you see root 2 or root 3, there's always something to do with special right triangles. You don't have to use it, but it's typically the most efficient method if you see root 2 or root 3. By the way, what angle is this? Is this 30 degrees or 60 degrees? 60. This is 30. And it matters because it depends on what side is opposite to what. 60 is always opposite to the x root 3 side, the bigger side. All right. You could have figured out this is x root 3 without special right triangles with the Pythagorean theorem, but I'm sure that would have taken longer. Anyways, area of the rectangle is 1089 root 3. What's another way to represent the area of the rectangle in terms of x? Because we're solving for diameter, which is 2x, which is the same as the diagonal of the rectangle. X times x root 3. Why? Because the area of the rectangle is just length times width. The length is x, the width is x root 3. So we set these equal to each other. X times x root 3 equals 1089. Whoa. What? 1089 root 3. Let's zoom out. 33. Make sure you do not type 33 as your answer. 66, because that's double 33. That is the diameter of the circle, which is also the diagonal of the rectangle. So it's 2x. Awesome. What I need you to do is write down all of the 3 equations that you can form from here. The first equation is A is equal to 2,241% of, in parentheses, B plus C. The second one is B is equal to 83% of C. The third one is N% of B is A. Now, write the left side of all 3 equations in one of these lists. This is how you do it. A is the left side of the first equation. The left side of the second equation is B. The left side of the third equation is N% of B. We need to move a little faster. Now write the right side of all 3 equations separated by a comma again. 2241% of the sum B plus C. B plus C. And then 83% of C. And then what percent of B is A? So it's A by itself. And you can see that it solves for N for you right there. That's it. What percent is W% or N%, whatever you want to say. But what, you can even replace it with W for what. Yep. Okay. We are running out of time. For these questions, anytime it says no solution, that means the slopes have to be the same. So set the slopes equal to each other. The constants have nothing to do with the slopes. So you can actually eliminate the constants from your mind and only work with everything else. The coefficients. -7/8. Oh man. If I go too far to the right, my iPad doesn't let me type right. All right, 7/8y minus 5 over 8x equals negative 7 over 8y. It's 14 over 8y equals 5 over 8x when we move everything. 8 over 14, 8 over 14 is 5 over 14x. Now, for the other one, eliminate the constants again. 5 over 4x equals py. Divide p to both sides. This turns into 5 over 4p, which is equal to 5 over 14. 5 over 4p tilde 5 over 14. 3.5. Awesome. Add a table. Add your points. Immediately. Whenever you see a table, immediately add the points. Negative 9. Now, if you multiply this x plus 3 to the other side, you actually get that f of x is equal to g of x, well, g of x times x plus 3. Now, if you do your linear regression, wait, did I type something wrong? Okay. Okay. I'm not going to deal with this right now. Here's what we need to do. Forget the linear regression. What you want to do is you want to know that f of x is equal to g of x times x plus 3. So all we need to do here to change from g of x to f of x is multiply every value of g of x by x plus 3. So what is the x value here? It's negative 27. You just do negative 27 plus 3. Do the same for this. Negative 9 plus 3. Same for this. 21 plus 3. Linear regression, 36. The main thing that you need to understand for this question is g of x, if g of x is equal to f of x over x plus 3, then you can actually multiply both sides by the group x plus 3. Like basically multiply x plus 3 out of the denominator to get g of x times x plus 3, and that equals f of x. So you have the values of g of x. So in your head, if you make another table for f of x, it's just going to be g of x, so 3, times whatever x is, negative 27 plus 3. And you keep doing that, g of x, 0 times negative 9, which is the x value, plus 3. And you keep doing that. 21 plus 3. And these are your new values for f of x. And ignore all of the y values for g of x. Plot these x values, plot these y values, and you will get a linear function, because it says f of x is linear. And you'll get like, the y-intercept is 36. Perfect. Your answer is A. All right. We don't need Desmos for this one, but it's going to be here for emotional support. So, circle has center G. This is how I did it. M and N. Now, don't draw N right here, because then it's just going to form like a straight line. It's going to be confusing later. Is it like a diameter or what? Like, it's not a diameter. You don't know that. M and N. MH and NH. Well, they're tangent lines, so they have to be perpendicular to the circle, to the radius. Same thing with this. Now, this is labeled as H, apparently, and there is a, pretend like there's a line going through these, right? There's not actually a line, so we shouldn't draw it there, but there's going to be a line in a second. So 3856. Actually, we do need Desmos for this. What am I talking about? 3856 is the perimeter, which is equal to 2 times the radius plus 2 times the other sides, because these two sides are also congruent. The radius are congruent, and then those two sides are congruent. Let's figure out what each of the sides are. Well, 3856, my bad, is equal to 2 times 168 plus 2 times x, some random number, 1760. So each of those sides in our diagram was 1760. This is 1760, this is 1760. This is 168, both of these. Now, what is the distance between points G and H? We need this. How do we know what is the distance? Well, as I mentioned, tangent lines are always perpendicular to the radius. Always. We just want to use Pythagorean theorem to figure out what the hypotenuse is. The hypotenuse being this. 168 squared plus 1760 squared. And we can already tell it's 1768 because it has to be greater than 1760, right? Equals c squared. Change this into a tilde. 1768. Anything else that I missed here? But yeah, the hypotenuse has to be greater than either of the two sides. So when we find 1760 and we know that we're solving for the hypotenuse, we can just pick the only number that's bigger than 1760. This is how you do this question. Table. Add your points. Anytime you see points, you add your points. -3, 0. Now, we want a function defined like that, so a quadratic function. Every time you get a constraint like this, a is an integer greater than 1, add the constraint. And what you need to do is press these 3 buttons, regression options, and then export as a custom regression. And now it gives you the values of a, b, and c, so you can manipulate each of the variables. Let's say a has to be, and set it equal to some value. I know it says greater than 1, just for now set it to some value. Because it's not an inequality, it's a graph, right? Let's set it to 1. Now, we don't really care about the graph, really, so let's turn these off. We're solving for a plus b. A plus b is -3. Why is -3 wrong? Because a actually cannot be 1. A is an integer greater than 1, right? So if a is 2, well, what is happening? If a is 2, then a plus b is -6, which is our answer. And the other ones don't work. We already know why -3 doesn't work, because that's when a is 1. A has to be an integer greater than 1. A cannot be 1. But even if we go up in integers, we keep getting like -9 and then -12, I'm guessing. It just keeps going up and up, or down and down by -3. So that's why your answer is A, because 4 and 5 just don't work. Perfect. 0 incorrect answers. Reading, math. Let's go to download score report. Files. Open. Awesome. Looks good.
Quick setup first. Open the Bluebook app, click Accommodations, then Breaks as needed. Do a question, pause your test, watch my explanation, repeat. That's the system. I'm rooting for you.
The answer here is adapt, and likely to be relatively small and easily achieved. That is your evidence for adapt. Okay, transparent. Transparent, your evidence here is invisible. An oddity. An oddity just means like something odd. And this is odd because the gamma ray burst that they observed was 100 times longer than what is typical. Okay, the answer here is esteem. And the evidence for this is popular. Esteem means he's held to a high regard, he's important, he's popular. So, esteem. Awesome. We just finished all of the words and context questions, which are the vocab questions. I tell students from here to immediately skip to the grammar because you always want to be doing the easiest question that you have left on the test. The grammar questions start at whenever you see standard English. It's typically around number 14 through 16. Okay, this one is the odd one out rule. If you don't know what that is, whenever you see an answer like is and are, which is singular plural, put the word he in front of all of the 4 answer choices. Only one will stand out. So he have been doesn't work. He is, that works. He were, that doesn't work. He are, that doesn't work either. He is your answer. Okay. This seems like the same thing like the odd one out rule. Actually, no, it does not. Your answer here is characterized. Inspired type of. Perfect, yeah. So this part is not the main part of the sentence. This is the main sentence. And you can tell because it has the main clause in it. It has the main subject and the main verb. So this cannot be a what's known as a finite, which is basically a main verb. It has to be characterized. It has to be a non-finite. All right, so this part of the sentence let's just read it. For centuries, scholars dreamed about locating a copy of this legendary work as a complete sentence, so it's an independent clause. That fantasy became a reality in 2022 when researchers uncovered traces of the star catalog on a palimpsest, which is another complete sentence. So you have to use a period here because the other ones are too weak to join 2 complete sentences. Okay. Semicolons and periods are the same on the SAT. And you have to use a comma here because this comma actually goes with this comma right here. Do you see how there's like a similar format right here? From here to here, there has to be a comma around the such. Same with the second such. All right. Yeah, this one seems like the odd one out thing, but you can't really, it's not really the same. So in this case, these and they are plural. So you can eliminate those because it's talking about a given industry, which is singular, a given industry. And this doesn't really make sense when you put it into the context because this can refer to like the competition, the barriers, the costs, all of that. But when you say it, that's clearly talking about the industry, which is what you want. All right, we need a resulting transition here because this is the cause and then the close down is the effect. It's additionally because this and this are two completely separate functions of these guard cells. It's just another point. This is another function. Okay, you need an emphasis transition here because it says he made the sculpture to challenge the conceptions about the nature of art, and then he did just that. So it's basically putting emphasis on the point made on the earlier sentence. For these transition questions, the best thing that you can do is memorize the transition types. So all of these transitions fall into separate groups. And if you memorize the groups, then you can just look for the type of group when you're reading the passage. Like one is cause and effect, one is emphasis, one is contrasting, one is the like example or specifically transitions, all of those groups. Okay. So this was talking about it says a model right here, and it gives general details on the model. There we go. And then this gives more specific details on the model. Since it's going from general to specific, it has to be a specific transition or an example transition. So specifically works here. All right, whenever I see contrast or similarity, then you can just start eliminating answer choices that are not contrast. So it says both, there's this similarity, so we need contrast. Perfect. This whereas signals contrast. And yeah, it contrasts the songs as well. So I see both the names of the songs in there. It does not contrast, nor does it give both names of the songs. This doesn't give both names of the songs. It's not contrast either. Yeah. Perfect. Conclusion. Okay. Whenever I see like conclusions of the study, you have to actually read the notes, right? Because like, how are you going to know the conclusions? Some of these notes, some of these texts are very interesting. So I like reading them. They determined that dogs first acquired these mutations by interbreeding with Tibetan wolves around 24,000 years ago. That is the conclusion. We just need to see 24,000 and yeah, the other ones. Perfect. Okay, disadvantages. We could, yeah, let's just look through the notes. I mean, like, we don't really need to read these. Let's just look through the answers, I mean. So consistency, we're looking for cons, but this gives us a pro. relatively easy and inexpensive. That's another pro. So challenges is a con of the other one, and resource intensive is a challenge of the docked programs. So that looks good. No. Yeah, okay. Awesome. We have finished all of the, I guess, the easier questions in the module. Now we're onto the harder reading passages. That's why we do these last, because these are typically the hardest ones. All right, let's go through the answers. It identifies a scientific belief. Yes, the scientific belief that they didn't know much about the ocean floor, or that they believed the ocean floor was mostly flat, and they proved that wrong in the last sentence right here. It describes the design. No, it doesn't describe the design. It just describes the belief. Emphasizes disagreement. No, is a disagreement between like what was many scientists believed at a time, but not between the researchers that conducted the study. Presents data to support a claim. No, there's no data. A, it compares the beginnings of radio programming with the beginnings of television programming in the United States. No, it doesn't compare the beginnings of either. This just says that television sets were stalled. So we need to know why that's important. Why do we need to know that television sets were stalled? It identifies a specific reason behind the advertiser hesitance to support television. Yes, because television sets were stalled. That's the specific reason. It describes how broadcasters attempted to convince. No, this is not like the argument that they used or something. It explains why a type of television programming was popular at a time. This is not even talking about a type of television programming. B is your correct answer. All you have to do is find evidence. That's it. And when you read these passages, like which choice best describes the function of the underlined phrase in the text as a whole, the SAT is just trying to trick you by putting the word best here. There's only one answer that is ever supported by the text. The other three answers will not be supported by the text. They will always be very wrong in some way. So the real prompt should read, which choice describes the function of the underlined phrase in the text as a whole? Just take out the word best in your mind. There's only one correct answer. All right, which describes the main purpose of the text. To call for additional research. Well, no, the research has already been done. On biological mechanisms that improve pteropods' survival rates. No, research has already been done. To discuss a conclusion drawn in a study of calcium carbonate's role in protecting the, let me try to pronounce this, periostracum. I think so. Anyways, in my head, I would always say P. It's just the first letter, right? To discuss a conclusion drawn in a study. No. To address some of the ways that ocean acidification has altered behavior, it's not talking about how it changed the behavior. It's talking about what the shells do, like how the shells protect the animal. But that's the shell is not the behavior of the animal. To present findings that suggest concern about the effects of ocean acidification on pteropod cells may be unwarranted. Yes. So it gave you the findings. That was like this last part right here. And then concern may be unwarranted because even though it says like they're very especially vulnerable, but it gives you evidence that they're not. They actually have like really good defense mechanisms. So yeah. All right. Let's go through these. These are double text questions. They're one of the harder ones on the SAT. But again, it depends on the type of question. Some of these, obviously some of these are really easy. Some of them are really hard, but on average, they're definitely one of the harder reading questions. A lot of the times, there's going to be like contrast between text 1 and text 2. You just want to pay attention to the contrast. Pay attention to the differences. By suggesting that the temperature of Earth's mantle 3 billion years ago was likely insufficient to allow the level of tectonic movement predicted by computer models. What makes this wrong, for sure, is predicted by computer models. Nowhere in text 2 that I read, nowhere does it talk about any sort of computer model. They're using empirical evidence. Empirical meaning like based on observation or like real world evidence rather than like logic or thought or simulation. B, by distinguishing computer models of Earth's mantle temperature that reliably predict the onset of plate tectonics and those that do not. So again, they're not comparing computer models. B is wrong. By indicating that computer models of the Earth's mantle temperature are still being improved, they're not talking about computer models. By asserting that a more definitive form of evidence, empirical evidence, than the computer models suggest a different timeline for the onset of plate tectonics on Earth. Yes, it does say computer models, but it says that they're asserting that a more definitive form of evidence, which is like real observation, suggests a different timeline, which is the 4.2 billion years ago. This is perfect. Okay, let's go through it. M, leave the octopus garden upon reaching an intermediary stage of development. That makes sense. Why? Because this site is used exclusively. I mean, it doesn't necessarily say that, but actually it does technically say that. It is used only by adults and hatchlings and eggs. There were no juveniles present. Intermediary means like between two things, right? Between hatchlings and adults, you are a teenager. I mean, intermediary, right, is you're a juvenile. So, since there were no juveniles present, it is perfectly logically, you are able to deduce that they leave the intermediary leave when they reach that stage. When they reach juvenile age, they leave and then they come back in as adult. The ant population at Octopus Garden remained stable despite variations in water temperature. It was not talking about variations in water temperature. Actually, the Octopus Garden was all, like, it never said that there were variations. It said that there are variations outside the garden. Like, this is typical at the depth. But the garden itself, it never said that there were variations. And it never compared the population to the temperature variations. M nests in the octopus garden. M nests in the octopus garden contain, on average, fewer but larger eggs than nests at similar ocean depths. It never gave us any evidence for the size of eggs versus the nests at like different depths. We just need evidence for our answers. So if we don't find evidence, it's the wrong answer. The octopus garden provides an ideal feeding ground. No, because it said that it was exclusively used for reproduction. So it's not used for feeding. All right, you got a few more. All right. A partnership between the Q and the W shows the importance of collaborative approaches to preserving biodiversity. No. This text is actually not about collaborative approaches, even though that is a detail, like these two groups did partner. The text is not about that. There's like a detail in the text. It's too narrow. Nature-based approaches can be effective ways to achieve conservation goals. This looks good because this is literally this part. Initiatives that rely on natural features or processes can help address these challenges, the challenges being habitat destruction and biodiversity loss, conservation goals, right? As indicated by a recent project, log jams help the blueback salmon thrive and reproduce. Again, too specific. Like, we have to look at what like the text is even giving this as example for. It's giving this example, right, to prove a point. What is the point that they are trying to make? The point that they're trying to make is nature-based approaches can be effective ways to achieve conservation goals. Scientists now realize that nature-based conservation methods offer better long-term solutions to environmental issues than methods that are not nature-based to. This is too extreme, that's all. It just actually never says anything about not nature-based like methods, and definitely doesn't compare the two. Yeah. All right. Now we're moving on to the graph ones, right? Which supports the researcher's conclusion. We're given a nice little graph. All right, let's do it. By the way, if you don't know what ignoble means like dishonorable, like bad character. All right. Support the researcher's conclusion. This relative ranking of candidates persisted except among the participants with high ignobility scores. And yeah, that makes sense, because at 6 or 7 on the ignobility trait scores of participants, the admirable trait candidates are either equal to or less than the likability score of the ignoble trait candidates. Let's go through it. There was a strong positive correlation between the participants' ignobility scores and admirable trait candidates' likability ratings. Positive correlation between the participants' ignobility scores and the admirable traits candidates' likability ratings. So the line is flat. The black line, the triangle one, is flat. So this first part is not true. It wasn't a positive correlation, it was just a flat line. Participants with an ignobility score of 5 or less rated the admirable trait candidates as more likable than ignoble trait candidates. Yes. Whereas participants with an ignobility score of 6 or more rated ignoble trait candidates as equally likable or even more likable than admirable. Yes. This is exactly what we see. And that supports the conclusion as well, right? We need both of those parts. Overall, participants rated admirable trait candidates as quite likable, and that rating was not significantly affected by the participants' ignobility scores. That's true, but it doesn't support a conclusion, right? We could. Oh, I gotta move fast, I guess. But yeah, doesn't support the conclusion. Unlike the participants with an ignobility score of 6, participants with an ignobility score either greater or less than 6 gave admirable trait candidates and ignobility trait candidates different likability ratings. That doesn't support the conclusion. So we just want to see high ignobility scores are rated differently. The ignoble trait candidates are rated higher when it's above 6 or 6 or above. And B is exactly that. Ancient guinea pigs in Puerto Rico were genetically less similar to ancient guinea pigs in Colombia than to ancient guinea pigs in Peru. Yes. If they were less similar from the Colombian ones and more similar to the Peru ones, then they most likely descended from Peru. Like, this directly weakens the claim, which is what we want. Guinea pigs are more common in Puerto Rican art. No, that doesn't. Just because it's in art does not mean that it came from or descended. Modern breeds don't look like the images. No. Guinea pig population of ancient Colombia was much larger than the guinea pig population of ancient Peru. Just because it was much larger, you know. So what? Okay. So there's researchers hypothesized that interactions indicating high levels of cognitive engagement with ad content would likely result in relatively high levels of ad recall. So all we need to look for is an answer that says like, when people who liked versus people who shared were surveyed, people who shared remembered the ad for longer. That's it. Awesome. So C is the only one that does that, because people who clicked links is like low cognitively demanding, and people who commented were higher cognitively demanding. So when they got surveyed, they remembered it. That supports the conclusion perfectly. Yep. And here I would move on because I see that this has the shorter period. So yeah, it's just our answer. All right. Yeah, these other ones, they don't justify why a tusk is important. If a tusk was important, then more narwhals would have the tusk if it's really that important. But not all narwhals have the tusk. So yeah. Let's go back to this. We could check the other answers, but I mean, on the real test, like, I would just, when I find like the correct answer and the table is entirely numbers, like, unless I read something wrong, there's no way I could have messed this up. So yeah. Awesome. So we're going to move on to module 2. We are done with module 1. All right. All right. She's trying to rectify the situation, because this is how she's rectifying the situation. It's demonstrated in the text. Okay. A lot of you might think that, well, first of all, arduous means very hard. A lot of you might think that 250,000 individual images might be very hard to make. And that's fine. That's fine in real life, but on the SAT, you need to find keywords like adjectives or adverbs that give you like a specific, like painstakingly. That's your evidence for arduous, not this part. And this will matter on the harder questions. So know this, like you need to find direct evidence, not the indirect stuff, because this is your opinion that this is arduous. This is the real evidence. All right. Reconstituted, conflated, derived. If you didn't know what demarcated means, which means to like separate or like to distinguish between two things, if you didn't know what these means, you could still pick A, because B, C, and D all like, they almost like put these two fish in the same box. They like compare these two fish, even though they are clearly being contrasted in the text. Like it says this, like the tilapia does not involve relocation to a different biome, meaning it is separate, it is different. So yeah, don't be afraid to pick the word that you don't know if the other 3 answer choices can be eliminated. Oh, just they always do this. They always give us crazy vocab, but All right. The answer here is notional. What notional means is like an idea. THEIA, it was an idea. It was like a theory. It was part of a theory, right? But then they found real evidence. Veritable means like actual, like real, legit, true. Spurious means false, fake, pretending to be real. Desultory, what does desultory mean? Oh man, do I not know that one? It's definitely not desultory then, because it's definitely notional. Wow, I guess I gotta review my vocab. I'll do that after. I'll figure it out. Oh, desultory means like it means like half-hearted. Like you're just doing something like half-hearted. It's just you're kind of just doing it just to do it. You're not really, you don't have your like your passion into it. You're not focused on it. You're kind of lazy. There we go. There we go. Took me a while to remember. All right, standard English. Let's do it. Since this is the main noun and is the main verb, you cannot separate the main verb and noun with any sort of punctuation. All right. This tests a rule that you need to know. It's called the modifier rule. It means whatever is being described before the comma, whatever is being described must come directly after the comma. So a governing body officially known as all thing. What is the governing body officially known as all thing? Well, it's not 930 CE, because that's the first noun. It's not the first meeting, that's not all thing. It is Iceland's parliament, that makes sense. And it's not the world's oldest parliaments, plural. That's why A is wrong, because it's plural here. It's a parliament, because it says a governing body, it doesn't say multiple. That's your answer. That's how you do these grammar questions. All right, semicolons and periods are the same on the SAT. Ooh, no, never mind. So this is the only time where you pick a semicolon over a period, is when you see semicolon and, because that means it's a semicolon list. Like, you know how a comma list, like he ate fruits, comma, vegetables, comma, and bread. It's like that, but you can also use semicolons in a list like that. All right, you need a comma here, or it's going to be a run-on sentence. Yeah. All right, these questions, all you have to do, eliminate though from your mind. Eliminate though. Now, read the sentence up until the though. So, to manifest the warm and welcoming atmospheres that are signature of our work, that is not a complete sentence. That is an incomplete sentence, meaning it's a dependent clause. No matter what comes after, whether it's an independent or dependent clause here, we cannot use a semicolon because before it wasn't a complete sentence. We can only use a semicolon if it's a complete sentence before and after. So we have to eliminate C and D. Now, we have to know where the though goes. Does it go in this part of the sentence right here, from to work, or does it go from she to watercolors? Well, these two parts, from digital to books, and then from to work, that's contrasting. So we need the though in the second part right here, like basically the first part of the second sentence. we cannot have it here because these two parts are not contrasting. It's only the first sentence and the first part of the second sentence. Same thing here. These are hardly pristine. That's a complete sentence. Many C experience A, alteration as a result of exposure to fluids, as well as fracturing, veining, and localized melting due to collision with other objects. That is also a complete sentence. We delete the ones with commas. And yeah, it has to go on the second sentence, though. This is also just a run-on, so because there has to be a comma after the though. All right. This is hard to see, but from that to involved is a complete sentence. And you can know by putting the second part in front of the first part. So it will read, it was conceded by all involved that the geographic center of North America lay in the state of North Dakota. And if you add the it in right in front of the was, which is fine, then that the sentence is now a complete sentence. So you can tell that this is a complete sentence, even though it starts with that. So yeah, like I've seen this question before in a different form. This is definitely semicolon for this. All right, in particular, because this maize and wheat is specific of certain grains. Moreover, because this is like another example of what he did to combat circulation. What type of scientist? Well, I mean, you don't even need to read this left part. I read it a little bit, but that's the only answer that even says what type of scientist she is. Same thing here. The year 1930. Overview of the study's findings. All right, let's see. We got to read this. All right, the study's findings are right here. So the IR was approximately consistent, but the SR was not. That's all we need to look for. This says nothing about the SR. This says nothing about the IR. This says nothing about, had lower information rate of the two. No, the IR is same. Yes. So syllables were different, but yeah, the SR were, no, sorry, differed in the number of syllables spoken per second. 17 conveyed in, yeah, so IR is the same, SR is different, yes. So B is actually wrong. B did not, this is not Bohr's argument. This is Einstein's argument. This has nothing to do with Einstein's, this doesn't say Einstein's argument at all. And this doesn't say Einstein's argument at all. So you need, if they want to place Einstein's argument somewhere, then Einstein's argument has to be mentioned somewhere, right? So that's why C and D are wrong. Awesome. We're done with the words of context. We're done with the grammar. We're done with the transitions. We're done with the notes. Now, this is the only other thing that's left in the reading and writing section. which is the reading questions. Let's do it. Function question. Let's get started. It illustrates a change in the natural environment, and the speaker implies there is responsible for the growing misgivings. No, it is not. The wind is not responsible for his thoughts. It establishes an example of consistency in the natural landscape that the speaker is not an example of consistency. It presents an observation of an occurrence in the natural world that the speaker expands to convey a state. Yes, a turbulent interstate. And turbulent interstate is perfectly right here. He is scattered in its whirl. I'm scattered like the hot troll seas. My thoughts tear me, right? And it does not evoke an ordinariness. And evaluation, the speaker engages in a common pursuit. So common pursuit is definitely wrong here, because it's not talking about other people, it's just talking about him. Another function question. For these function questions, actually, let me read this first. So for these function questions, all you have to do is either identify what specifically the line is saying or how it connects to the sentences before and after. And it's typically you want to like hyper focus in on the line and not really look at the lines before and after. But this one is one, I guess it looks like one of the easier function questions. It identifies the people and events it's depicted. No. It's saying the like that they improved over time, right? Supports an argument, yes. It compares the bee to other tapestries, no. It does not mention any other tapestries. It describes how researchers determined where the bee was produced, no. It has nothing to do with the location. It supports an argument because the argument was that never produced one so large because, like, basically it suggested the workers developed and refined their joining process and they improved. That's what this underlined portion says. All right. It's a hard read. it's like 20th century, so it shouldn't have been that hard of a read, but I don't know, that was confusing for me. Let me read it one more time. Like I feel like it's just saying a whole lot of nothing. Whole lot of nothing. Though it is true that stories of even the most uninteresting people are themselves interesting because all people are unique. The reason this story is interesting is nonetheless difficult to understand because of the passage of time. What immediately eliminates this answer is difficult to understand because of the passage of time. Never in the text is there evidence. Like it said that it must be told with verbs whose tense is of the deepest past, but that does not mean that it is hard to understand. Even though it's a story of a person with no particular importance, its age and manner in which there therefore must be both indicators that the story itself are important. No. Just because it's old doesn't mean that it's important. Like, the text does not say this in any way. It must be told by a tense of the deepest past, but the text never says that that is the reason why it's important. Like all the stories of the lives of inconsequential people, the story must be related in a particular way if the reason the story is consequential is to be made evident to the audience. No. It's saying that the story is like worth telling. It even says that it's much worth telling. So it doesn't have to be related in a particular way for the reason to be made evident. Like it's a story worth telling. It is a remarkable story that happened to an unremarkable person, though one could plausibly argue that because the story is valuable, some of its values accrues to the person at the center. Yes, I like this one. The reason why is because right here, which seems to us to be very much worth telling. It's saying that the story is very worth telling. But the line before, it literally says that the reader is very perfectly ordinary. So we're not telling it because he's important. We're telling it because the story is important. But then it goes on to give these parentheses, which mean that it's describing what came right before. So it's saying, why is the story much worth telling? That's what the parentheses mean. And then, although in Hans's favor, it should be noted that it's his story. So because it is his story, and because not every story happens to everybody, it is, and since it's worth telling, the importance of the story trickles down to him because it's his story. It's his individual story. This happened to him, not to anyone else. And it's some of its value accrues to the person at the center. So yeah, it's supported by the text. All right. This is what we need to look for. We need to look for after 3.2, they start mixing. That's it. After 3.2, they start mixing. Among the rocks to be older than 3.2 billion years, significantly more mantle-derived than lithospheric. This has nothing to do with mixing. Mantle-derived rocks older than 3.2 billion show significantly more compositional diversity. Just because it's compositionally diverse doesn't mean they mixed. And yeah, I don't know. There's diversity in the lithospheric rocks older. Yeah, and they're both talking about rocks older than 3.2 billion. We need to compare rocks before 3.2 and after 3.2 because that's when they started mixing, like after 3.2 or like from the present to 3.2. There is a positive correlation between the age of lithospheric rocks and their chemically similar to mantle-derived rocks, and that correlation increases significantly at strength around 3.2 billion years old. Hold on. Let me just move on to the mantle-derived rocks younger than 3.2 billion years contain some material that is not found in mantle-derived rocks, but found in older and contemporaneous lithospheric rocks. Contemporaneous means existing of the same time. So they existed at the same time of these 3.2 billion year rocks, or younger than that, which is exactly what we want. Yeah. Because these lithospheric rocks existed at the same time, and since they have material that are in each other, they mixed. And the older rocks did not mix. Novels published after the year 1800 include the clock phrase 10 a.m. less often than novels published. 10 a.m. is morning time. You don't need electric lighting in the morning. Novels published after 1880 contain more significant references, yes, 10 p.m. than do novels from earlier periods. You want electric lighting because once you have electric lighting, you can stay up late, much past 10 p.m., right? Among novels, again, so for these types of questions, the most directly support and all these, the inference questions that we're probably about to see, because they're always in every single practice test with like the little blank at the very end. The evidence is not going to be like directly in the text, but it will always be demonstrated. Like, for example, they will always give like some sort of question that you are trying to answer in the text, and your answer choices, you have to pick the answer that actually completely answers the question that they ask. They're not going to ask a direct question, but they're going to like give a bunch of facts, and then there's going to be a clear question that pops up. Okay. Among the novels published in the 19th century, implied time references became steadily more common. This doesn't have anything to do with the conclusion. Yeah. This is not a shift in human behavior. This is a shift in writing. Yeah. This is just about frequency. This has nothing to do with behavior of humans. All right. Okay. So all this says, you don't need to focus. Let me read this one more time. All right. It's saying that if GDP per capita growth increases and urban population growth decreases, then it's saying the economy is becoming more efficient. So region 2 is becoming more efficient, but region 1 is becoming less efficient. That's all you need to figure out. And then picking the answer choice should be easy. National governments of countries in region 1 experience declines in efficiency relative to period 1970 to that. Yes. And I would honestly just move on here because we are running out of time. So I'll mark you and move on. But that is perfect. Okay. Actually, like the ordinary inputs, all of those bars are just irrelevant for this question. We only need to focus on processing with assembly and processing with units. We need to show basically that processing with units, I guess, is just increasing higher and like faster. That's all. There's nothing, we don't need ordinary imports. Yeah. So processing imports with, this is exactly what I said. Processing imports with inputs rose much more sharply than with assembly. And this is comparing 2006 and 2000. So this actually like is kind of the opposite, but it's also comparing two different dates. Doesn't make sense. Okay, northern Ute tribes likely obtained a crop directly from a southern Ute tribe rather than from a non-Ute tribe. This would go against the conclusion, because if they got it from the southern Ute tribe, then they would also inherit like the word. And this doesn't explain why they had like a single, like they had a single language and let me highlight this. single language millennia ago, and why they didn't inherit the word. Variation in maize-related vocabulary within each branch of the U family likely reflects regionally specific methods for cultivating crop. We're talking between the branches. We're not talking inside each branch. Southern U tribes likely acquired maize roughly at the same time. Northern U tribes did, although from different sources. This part is wrong. Like, they did not acquire it at the same time because it diffused northward. So the south must have gotten it first, and then it got to the north. The family's division in northern and southern branches likely preceded the acquisition of the crop by, yes, this makes sense. Because if the division came first, then they got the crop. The crop, like, it would be named differently because they didn't come up with the same word if they're two different groups, right? So they divided first. That makes sense. Okay. These are the inference questions. This one, not this one, but this one, this one, this one. You can tell because of this blank at the end. Let's go over this. While Valdez's presence in Intramural represents the social constraints placed on women at the time, Sandoval presence represents Chicano muralists' frustration. So it's the non-muralists' frustration. That's why it's wrong. The main subject of Intramural is female Chicano artists' experience of being doubly constrained by general roles and the marginalization of certain types of art. So that doesn't explain why Sandoval is there. Sandoval is a guy. Why is he there? Yes. So this artist in general, this makes sense because Sandoval is a guy. Valdez is a lady. Why are they both there? Because it's talking about artists in general rather than just women. Oh, not. I don't want to eliminate that. Best understood as a critique of social constraints placed on women, but rather as a critique of. So it's not talking about the critique of their depictions. Depictions would be like the muralist art. They're not critiquing the muralist art. They're saying, why have the non-muralists not gotten any recognition? We got 1 minute. Come on. Okay, it's not going to be higher than 80%. That doesn't make sense. Because if it was higher than 80%, then it would have even fallen more below the threshold. Because if, let's say, it went to 80 to 85, it's still 74.2. 74.2 is still less, right? Yes, decrease their weight. The only way to make it above 80% is to take out the copper or to take some of it out. That will raise the proportion of silver. To begin minting heavier coins, proportions similar, this doesn't make sense because it's not. If it was similar, it would still stay 74.2. And fund the mining of copper deposits. That doesn't make sense because copper deposits, we don't need more copper, we need more silver. Resume. All right. It's going to be $1.90 per pound and then $2 for the box. And there's only one box. All right. So I did in my head, that's how I got 80, but I'm also going to do the f of x way, 25x plus 30, and then f of 2, 80. Awesome. The y-intercept is where it touches the y-axis, so 0 to 25, Anything without 225 is automatically eliminated. And the y-intercept is when x is 0. You need to remember that. Y-intercept is when x is 0. X-intercept is when y is 0. So it cannot be C or B because it has 24 in it. When it was purchased is basically saying x is 0 because look at the x-axis on the graph. The x-axis is the number of months after purchase. So if it was 0 months after purchase, it is exactly when it was purchased. It was 225. Oh, by the way, you can delete all by pressing set edit list and then delete all on the left. Guess we need the calculator, but you could definitely do this in your head. I mean, where is the absolute value? Do I not know where the absolute value is on my iPad? No way. I'm supposed to be the tutor. Hold on, let me find the absolute value symbol. Okay, let me just give you another way to do absolute value. If you do the square root of x squared, this is technically absolute value. See how it's like the same thing as the absolute value graph? So if I didn't have absolute value, that's what I would do. And I'd press 61 equals 65, and then I'd get 4 and negative 4, right? 4 here, negative 4. But I need to find the absolute value symbol. Oh, there it is. Oh my God. It's right under the parentheses. It's right here. All right. Since it's a triangle question, we have to draw it out. Just get in the habit of that. Anytime you see a geometry question. E, J, F, K, G, L. So I draw similar triangles on the same triangle, and I draw the corresponding angles with right next to each other, right? E is 45. F is 20. What is the angle of J? Well, J is the same thing as E, 45. I know you technically could have done this in your head, but I don't want you to do it in your head because you want to. I've seen so many smart students mess up these geometry questions because they think that they can do it in your head. I want you to get in the habit of immediately going to your scratch paper when you see a geometry question, no matter how simple it is, even if it's question 5 on module 1 of the math. Scratch paper every single time. Get in the habit of it. I don't want you to do all this work in your head just to get the answer wrong. I've seen very smart students get the answer wrong because they've done that. Okay, so it's launched from a 7-foot platform, so the y-intercept is 7 minus 2. We are looking for 5. This is not a y-intercept of 5. This is definitely not. This is definitely not. All right, let's move on. All right, so when we have ratios are basically fractions. So 9 is to 5 as x is to 162. And then we zoom out. We can also press the home button to get to the default view. So it basically centers the graph for us. Did I do something wrong? Oh, if the value of x is Jesus, see, I went too fast. I didn't read it right. I noticed I did something wrong when it gave me like a decimal, because typically when I look at these questions, the answers are not decimals. They're always typically whole numbers. Seems like it's 90. What we can do to check is 162 divided by 90, and then press this fraction button on the left. Do you see this fraction button on the left of the fraction? And it gives us 9/5, which is exactly the ratio that we want. Awesome. All right. Yeah, I've seen a lot of these questions. It's just 90 minus 80, right? How many more points is a circle worth than a square? All right, scratch paper, which for me is going to be a screenshot. So, I can screen record this. The x plus 9 is going to be eliminated from both the numerator and denominator. So you're really just going to have x minus 9 equals 7. And you add 9 to both sides, you get x equals 16. And you can even check this. Remember this, anytime you get one variable and an equal sign, you can put it into Desmos and it will calculate the answer for you. That's why you want to do it this way. And if you're going to do it in Desmos, put everything in. Do not put x minus 9 equals 7. Put everything in, because you might have done the first step wrong, especially for the more complicated questions. I know you definitely did this first step right? That's not my point. I'm saying there are going to be more complicated questions. So type it in exactly as it shows in the problem. Okay, 16. Perfect. Let's move on. Well, if you subtract b from both sides, you just get 12t. Nice. So the x-intercepts, what are the x-intercepts? It's when y is 0. When y is 0, it's going to equal 0 equals 3 times all of that. So the answers are going to be 14, -5, or -4. I like the positive one, so we do 14. How do I know that? Because based on I think it's called the 0 rule or something. Anytime all of these are multiplied together and it equals 0, if any one of these factors equals 0, the entire thing equals 0. Because imagine if you plug in 14. For that first factor, you get 14 minus 14, which equals 0. And 0 multiplies to 3, 0 multiplies to x plus 5, 0 multiplies to x plus 4. The entire thing equals 0, right? If that doesn't make sense to you, or if you want to know a different way to solve it, you can just do it this way. First of all, you need to know that the x-intercept is when y is 0. So you plug in 0 for y. X minus 14. X plus 5. X plus 4. Nice. Then you get 14. You also get other answers, but you just have to pick one. It says what is an, so singular, right? Grammar, we're doing English. Doing English on the math section. We also had to do a little bit of math on the, I think it was module 1, where we had that table. Was that module 1? Yeah, that was module 1. What is the value of 1/4? It's just 11 over 4, and I'll tell you why in a second. Let me just type this in. If you plug in 1/4 into the parentheses, you get 1/4 minus 1/4, which equals 0. 0 squared is 0. 0 times 5 is also 0, plus 11 over 4. And as always, since we have so much time, we're also going to do it here. .75, which if we click the fraction button, is 11 over 4. All right, standard form of a circle. What is it? You need to memorize the standard form of a circle. If you do not know it, I am going to type it out and write this down so you have it memorized, because I'm not just typing it out just for no one to listen, right? Here is what you need to know. X minus a squared plus y minus k squared equals r squared. Do not forget the parentheses. Do not forget the squares. Make sure it's also negative. Negative h, negative k. Right? So the center of the circle is always going to be what? H comma k. The radius is just going to be r. Remember, the end is r squared, so it's not going to be any of the 64 answers, so C and D are eliminated. And it's going to be positive 13, comma, positive k. Also, you can always click this undo button if you accidentally, I don't know why students don't know that. Like sometimes they delete everything and they're like, it's all gone, my life is ruined. Like just undo. That's all you gotta do. What is the value of B? Okay, 2.1 inches. If we look at the reference sheet, the area is pi r squared. You should have that memorized though, right? Because it's just a common formula. I'm sure you do have it memorized. 4.41. Because B is just r squared. Because the area of the circle is pi r squared. We're making really good time. We 21 minutes left. We only got, what, 7 questions? Oh, we didn't do number 3. 8, 9 questions. Nice. X to 5. From x equals 5 to x equals 7, my bad. X equals 5. So if we need the average rate of change, we're basically just finding the slope. Now I'm lazy. I could do this in my head. And if I do this in my head, I can see that the answer is 5. But I also don't want to always do it in my head. Whoa. 24. And I just want to do it this way. Much easier, right? You export this, see how the slope is 5. Perfect. Average rate of change. Remember, whenever you see average rate of change, it's slope. Why didn't we do number 3? We just didn't select it. I just thought of that. That took me a while to think about. I was like, I don't remember skipping a question. All right. So on my scratch paper, what I do is I'd basically add these two equations together. And when I add these two equations together, I get 0 equals, what, 13x minus 6. Then I add 6 to the other side, and then 6, watch this, this is cool, right? We're solving for 39x, right? So we multiply both sides by 3. Do not divide by 13, multiply by 3. What do you get? 18 equals, what, 39x. What are we solving for? 39x. So we just found a solution, which is 18. If you're like, I would have never seen that in a million years. Yes, you would. You just saw it. I just showed it to you, right? And now, every time you see a question like this, you will remember that solution. That's the point. When I first did this question, I didn't see it, but a tutor showed it to me. Like a tutor when I was studying for my SATs back in high school, which was a while ago. A tutor showed it to me, and I was like, wow, this is really cool. I'm just going to do it this way. And I have remembered it ever since. So you only need to remember it once. And even if, like, you'll remember it from here on out. You'll see it from here on out. We're also going to do the other solution because I need to show you the fastest solution and the easiest solution. Then I'll just duplicate. By the way, this is the duplicate button right here. You just press edit list again, like the settings button, duplicate. -3y 9x. The only thing about the duplicate button, as you've probably heard me say in other videos, is that you need to change the color. So hold down the red and change it to a different color. Because it's hard to see, like, especially when there are a ton of lines, like, just, we need different colors just to distinguish the lines. Okay, this is definitely not our answer yet. All you want to do you see how I exported that point? Export the point, please. Do not try to type all that out. You will mess up at some point. Nobody is infallible. That's a SAT word for you. And then you multiply by 39 because 39 times x. So yeah, just delete the y, delete the comma, times 39. And don't do this fraction button. This is going to give you something crazy. The reason why it gives you 0.00006 is because when you click the point, this is actually 0.46154 is actually supposed to be an infinite decimal. Like it's not exactly 0.46154. But when you export it, it can't give you infinity decimals or infinity decimal points. So it has to round to 46154. And then you multiply it by 39, you also get an estimate of the answer. So the exact answer is 18. $790. The reason why it's 790 is because if you plug in 790 for t, because that's what it represents, 790 divided by 790 turns into 1, then it's 2 to the power 1. And 2 is a double. 40,000 times 2 is a double. It's 80,000. So it takes 790 minutes to double because the exponent turns into 1. Yeah. I'm going to show you how I did this in my head. And then I'm going to show you how to actually do this. But you should know both ways, because it's pretty cool. So it says, what is the value of 2 minus 4x, right? Let me actually give more space. By the way, all of this stuff on the left, never read this stuff. It is just there to make you waste time. Like the SAT does this on purpose. Never read the stuff on the left. You know how to type stuff into boxes. Read it like once, right? Just to know what it's even saying. But it's basically saying how to type stuff in a box. Like you can intuitively figure that out. That's another SAT word for you, intuitively. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna turn this into a variable. Let's say a. So 2 minus 4x is now a. Why are we doing this? Because there are groups of a. And we can just, since we're solving for a, we are not solving for x. Remember that. We are solving for a. So we can just put 5 minus 7a equals 16 minus 8a. And we can do this part on paper. Like we can solve for a, because that's what the question is asking. Again, I'm going to repeat this one more time. We are not solving for x. We are solving for a. So if we turn it into only a's, we can just figure out what a is and then write our answer down. So add 8a to the other side. Five plus a equals 16. Subtract 5 to the other side, a equals 11. That's the part that I did in my head. You don't have to do it in your head. You can do it on paper if you don't trust your mental math, which is totally fine. Five minus 7. This is another way to do it. I guess you could substitute for a's and then just, instead of a, write x. You're not solving for this x, but you're solving for a. You're just replacing with an x temporarily. But I'm just going to type everything out. 4x beautiful. Beauteous. That's another SAT word. It means beautiful. That's why I said it, because I just said beautiful. -9/4. Well, we need 2 minus 4x. So if this is x, we can just, on the same line, 2 minus 4 times that. 11. Perfect. We have 3 more, right? 4 more. Why do I keep saying? I keep thinking there are 21 questions. Not 21 questions, 22. All right. So in this case, 46 is unnecessary information. All we care about is, well, remove this here. All we care about is the 99. All right. So we're saying that some number x is the number of dragonflies at January 1st. X was increased by 12.5%, meaning, I want you to do it this way. 100 plus 12.5, close the parentheses, %. This is how you never make a mistake. If you do the 100 plus, or if it's decreasing, 100 minus, in this case it's increasing, right? And then you do a % sign instead of the divided by 100. Make sure you have the parentheses before the %. And then % of, not divided by 100. You would never get these % questions wrong if you do it this way. This is equal to the number on February 15th, because this is a 12.5% increase of x, which is 99. It's 99 dragonflies. And x represents the dragonflies on January 1st, which is 88. Perfect. All right. In a different video, I did show you how to do this on Desmos. Here's what I want to do. So this is not a parabola right now, because if you go up, you'll see the lines extend infinitely vertically, because this is not equal to y. Y would make this a parabola. If it's equal to 0, it just graphs the two x-intercepts. This is what we want. Now, one of the x-intercepts is equal to 8 minus the square root of k, all of that divided by 4. And what we can do x1s Whoa. All right, so what did I just do here? I put x1s. The reason why we do x1 is because we can't use x with a tilde. Tilde is a squiggly line. It's a symbol for regression. Regression is the most powerful Desmos trick on the SAT. And you can see that we didn't need to do any math and we did this question. So we write out the equation exactly, but with x1s. Just type a 1 directly after the x. It automatically goes to the subscript. Now, x1 is equal to all of this because this is the one solution. If it's a solution of a quadratic, then it's x equals something, right? Because it's an x-intercept. And then just turn this into a tilde and you get your answer up here. Memorize this solution because honestly, when I was doing this question, I wasn't like 100% sure I remembered it. I was like 80% sure, but I'm glad that I remembered it for you guys. Because you can also do this by hand with the quadratic formula. You know what? If we have time, we're going to go over that. I'm pretty sure we're going to have time. So let's just do the rest. Oh, wow. Okay, this one's easy. What is the x-intercept? It's when y is 0. Right? So we delete everything that does not have y equals 0. This is slope, right? Increases by 1, every increase of 4. Same thing here. C and D are wrong. It's saying when x is 0, f of x is 19. The x-intercept is when y is 0. So it has to be A, right? You just have to remember that. The x-intercept is when y is 0. Ooh. I know that a lot of you guys are going to get this one wrong. And I'll tell you why in a second. But once I show you why, you're never going to get it wrong after. But if you got it right, awesome work. Oh, my bad. Sine 24, cosine 24. Wait, I don't know if I did the parentheses right. I didn't put it around the cosine. Anyways, okay. If you do it this way, you will get the answer wrong. Why? Because in graph settings, Desmos automatically sets to radians. It does not automatically set to degrees. So if it is in degrees and you do not switch it to degrees, you will type in all of these 4 answer choices into Desmos and you will not find an answer that matches the first one. You'll not find it because you are doing these operations in the wrong units. It's not 24 radians, it's 24 degrees. Right now, this makes sense because it's sine squared plus cosine squared. The reason why is because, and you need to remember this, this is the trig identity. Sine A is equal to, not sine, cosine 90 minus A. And the same thing is true for the opposite. Please write this down. Please remember it. Put it on your lock screen. I don't know. I wouldn't put it on my lock screen. But do whatever you need to memorize this. You need to memorize this identity. So then this cosine just turns into sine 24. meaning this turns into sine squared 24, if you know your rules, and then cosine 24 as well. So it's sine squared x plus cosine squared x, and if you know what that is, it's equal to 1. That's the famous trig identity. All right, let's go back real quick. We make sure our graph is in degrees. So the answer here is going to be C, because cosine 24 turns into sine 66, which means it's sine squared plus cosine squared, right? Which is equal to 1. The way you would do this is you would type in all 4 of these answer choices. We just don't have time for that right now. And then you would make sure it's in degrees and like pick the one that matches up. So these ones are both equal to 1, as you can see on Desmos. All right, we're gonna try to quickly do this in 1 minute. So quadratic formula, what is it? X equals negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac over 2a. 2a, there we go. Now, we don't need the negative b because that's going to turn into 8, and the 2a is going to turn into 4. So we already have the 8 and 4, and this can be negative. So we're really just trying to find b squared minus 4ac. So we just go under a calculator. What is b? b equals negative 8. A equals 2. C equals negative 7. You're going to see why I'm doing this. So if the square root of k is equal to the square root of b squared minus 4ac, then k just equals b squared minus 4ac. K equals everything inside of the square root. 4ac, c, 120. Perfect. 2 seconds left. We just finished. I guess we got to go a little faster. How many of these 15 days received a charge of 0? Well, 6 of the 15, because you can see the 0 bar is 6 units tall. All right. Whenever you're looking for the slope of the line of best fit, first of all, look at the answer choices. They're quite discrete. Discrete meaning different. That's an SAT word for you. Like discrete data, right? Discrete data would have like no correlation. It's just all over the place. The slope of the line of best fit here, since the answer choices are quite discrete, they're not like 0.1 and then 0.11, right? They're not very close to each other. You can pick points that are like an estimate. Like you don't need to waste time finding like perfect points. Like you can choose 1,3 here. That's totally fine. Even though it doesn't perfectly hit the line, there's like a small triangle that forms, right? You can still pick it. It just needs to be an estimate. And then pick a point that's like far out, because the farther out you go, the better your estimate is, even if you pick quote bad points. So we can pick like 613. 613. What I wouldn't recommend you do is like pick 2 points that are very close to each other, because then it's more likely that you get it. Anyways, it's more likely that you get it wrong. It's a minor issue. You're probably not going to get it wrong. Just add your regression. It's 2x. Closest to the line is 2x. Let's go. All right. If 80% of the items are faulty, then what we can do is 80% of x, which is like the total number of items. So 80% of x are faulty. 80% of the total items are faulty. Faulty would be 88. We just zoom out a bunch. 110, 110. There we go. All right, so it's obviously not negative because none of the g of x is negative at all. We can eliminate these. And the base has to be less than 1, because as x increases, g of x gets closer and closer to 0. So it's basically dividing by 25 every time. All right, we did a question similar to this in Module 1, where the system of equations, where we were solving for like 39x or something. But this one's easier, because we can just see, what can we see here? You don't need Desmos. Why is your answer 54? Because you multiply both sides by 9. When you multiply the left side by 9, you get 72x. 72x equals 6 times 9, 54. And you solved for 72x directly. Again, if you didn't see it before, now you see it, and you can see this. You will notice it every time you do a question like this. That's the beautiful part. Unless you're a genius, you won't see it the first time. But from now on out, you will always see it. You always see this trick. Okay, if you know your exponent rules, what you will notice, and I would recommend you do this on your scratch paper. Or, I mean, if you trust your mental math, go for it. Do it in your head. H of 15 minus 5, because it's in the denominator, so it moves up to the numerator, but subtraction. And then Q of 21 minus 7. It's just the reverse of that rule. 21 minus 7 is 14, 15 minus 5 is 10. All right, anytime you see margin of error, you immediately want to pick the answer that says plausible. So eliminate these, they don't say plausible. And then you want to pick the answer that is in between. So this is like the trick. If you see margin of error, pick plausible and between. The reason why is because it will always give you a number like 23.1 right here. And this number, 23.1, it's basically saying that the margin of error is 0.19. Margin of error means plus or minus. And it has to be in between these two numbers, because that's the margin of error. It's not going to be outside the margin of error, right? That's what you need to memorize. You want to recognize the question and apply your solution that you have memorized. All right, this is one of them that you could totally do that trick that I showed you with the A's, but since there are fractions like 1/3 and 1/2, I wouldn't recommend it. And that was module 1, by the way, the A trick. It was like 2 minus 4x, whatever question that one was. X plus 6 equals -8. All right, 42 is the value of x. And again, if you see one variable and an equal sign, just put it into Desmos. It will solve it for you. Why is the answer 1/9? What do you think? How do you think I did that so fast? Well, first of all, I mean, I'll show you one of the ways that you can do this, but you can definitely do this in your head. It doesn't need to take that long. If f of x, this is f of x times g of x, right? So it's x squared plus bx, and then 9x squared minus 27x. Now the first term is 9x to the 4th, which makes sense. 9x squared times x squared is x to the 4th. These last terms have to equal -3x squared. What do you need to multiply to -27 to get -3? 1/9. That's how you get your answer. If you want to do it the Desmos way and you just you want to do it like no math required, just type stuff into Desmos, then here's what you do. You do f of x is equal to x squared plus bx. Then you add a slider for b, right? Put in the first answer, right? Because we're gonna try all of these 4 answers. One of them has to work. G of x equals 9x squared minus 27x. Just double check everything you're typing as you go. Now, we want to create a graph of f of x times g of x. The reason why is because we're going to compare this graph to this thing right here. The 9x to the 4th minus 26x cubed minus 3x squared. Because we don't know which value of b will equal that. 9x to the 4th minus 26x cubed minus 3x squared. Awesome. So obviously, the blue and the green aren't overlapping, meaning f of x times g of x, as it is right now, does not equal the real f of x times g of x. So we need to fix the value for b. Let's do divided by 9. Where did the blue graph go? Okay, so it's close, but it's not exactly. So that's not our answer. We cannot pick that. Let's do 1/9. 1 divided by 9. All right, well, if we turn off the graph, if we turn off the green graph, we can see that no matter how far we zoom in, it's always just overlapping. You see how the colors are shifting? Like it's right on top of each other. Now, if we do 9 instead, and we click this home button right here, default view, you can see that's definitely not the green graph. What happens to the green graph? Yeah, perfect. Wait, wasn't the green graph different just a few seconds ago? No, it was the same. It always looked like that. Okay. So here's our answer, and we can do that brute force method that I just showed you, or you can do the smarter method and just ask yourself, what times negative 27 equals negative 3? Yeah. All right. If this line is parallel to y equals 18x plus 2, then it has to have a slope of 18x. The y-intercept has to be 0 because it passes through 0, 0, so the y-intercept is 0. Now, we can also just do x equals 4. Where is it? X equals 4, and then, no, not x plus 4, x equals 4. And then find like the intersection by zooming out, 72. D is 72. The answer here is definitely going to be 45 because the vertex, since it is a parabola, the vertex is always going to be in the middle of the 2 roots. Always. It forms like a line of symmetry between the 2 roots. But let's graph it anyways. Let's do f of x, or y equals x minus 44 times x minus 46. And minimum is at 45. Make sure you're selecting the value of x. Make sure you read the question, because if you select -1, because that's the value of y, well, that's the value of y, you would get it wrong. Geometry question, you know what to do. Immediately scratch paper. Let me get some more space for this. There we go. Oh, y is a right angle. Point P lies on XZ. Point P, let's put it like right here. Do not put it in the center because we don't know if it's a midpoint. So just put it somewhere off to the side. It doesn't matter what side, just put it off to the side. Point Q lies on YZ such that PQ is parallel to XY. Okay, so point Q has to go right here because this line has to be parallel to this line. XZY is 63. What is the measure of XPQ? All right. Well, since these are parallel lines right here and here, this angle has to be the same. So it also has to be a right angle. And that's just because of like, have you seen like this graph where it's like, this is equal to this, like that property. I forgot what it's called in geometry, but you know what I'm talking about. It's been a long time since geometry. I still remember the property, I just don't know the names. And that means that these triangles are similar because all three angles are congruent. It does not mean the triangles are congruent. The triangles have proportional sides, but the same angles. Congruent means the same. What is the measure in degrees of angle XPQ? XPQ is this one right here. So we have to figure out what is the angle measure of this, which is 90 plus 63 plus X equals 180. All the angles add up to 180. And then we need to do 180 minus X. Let's just do that. Because 180 minus X, because these two angles fall in a straight line. 90 plus. And then export this point, right? Don't try to type it out. I know it's really simple to type out. It's 27. But just get in the habit of it. Because for the harder questions, with the ones with the crazy decimals, you want to export these points. 153. Let's make sure I typed in every number correctly. Yes, 90, 63, 180, 27. Yep. Awesome. Next. All right. Here's what you need to know. You need to memorize these question types. Whenever it says like 4 consecutive odd integers or 5 consecutive even integers, all it's saying is that the first one is X, and make like a table, right? The second one, the third one, and the fourth one. 4 consecutive odd integers. This one is going to be X plus 2, because if the first integer is, let's say, 5, the next one is going to be second. Consecutive odd integers means right next to each other. And like consecutive means right next to each other. But 6 is not an odd integer, even though 5 is an odd integer, right? So the next consecutive odd integer would be 7. It has to be X plus 2. Then it's X plus 4. Then it's X plus 6. So you add 2 every time, right? So the sum of the first and third odd integers is 26 less than that. Well, the first and the third is X and X was 4, so it seems like this is the only right answer. Let's check the rest, because this doesn't seem right at the end. The product of 12 and the fourth odd integer. Well, what's the fourth odd integer? It's X plus 6. Awesome, so we definitely eliminate C and D. What's the difference between B and A? Oh, the 26 and the 26 and this, like the inequality sign. Let's read the inequality sign. Fourth odd integer is at most. Yes, the less than or equal to is at most. Because if you stop thinking about the inequality for right now. Just think about one small case. X is at most 5. What inequality goes here? Let me repeat that again. X is at most 5. Can it be 6? No, it is at most 5. So it's less than or equal to. That's how you think about it. Just take a very simple case. All right, so there's a trick here. If the system has infinitely many solutions, then technically G can equal 2 over 5. Why? Why can K equal 7 over 5 as well? Because if the system has infinitely many solutions, then that means the lines are the same. They are literally the same lines, meaning they have the same slopes. If they have the same slopes, the ratio between G and K are going to be the same. Like the coefficients in front of the ratio between the coefficients are going to be the same. In reality, since there's a 5 over 2 at the very end, G is not going to be 2 divided by 5. K is also not going to be 7 divided by 5. But the ratio, we are only looking for the value of G divided by K, which is the ratio of G to K, which is kind of like the slope. It's just not negative, like negative G over K would be the slope. If you don't understand any of that, all you need to understand is that make G equal to this coefficient above it, the 2 over 5, make K equal to 7 over 5, and then literally do G divided by K. And that is your right answer. Every single time. 2 7s. Huh. There we go. You could always do this in your head, like by hand. But this is the simplest way to do it. Okay. There are a ton of ways you can do this. Basically, you can add a table, you can enter in all of these points right here, and enter in every single line right here, and then create a regression, and add a slider for S, and then find which line aligns with this main line that you typed in with the 3 points on the table. Like basically find which answer choice aligns with the regression line. But that's a little much. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of typing in. A different solution that is much easier is take the nicest point here. Let's do S comma 15. And if these are truly, if these truly work, right? Then S comma 15, if you plug it into this one of these, they will match on both sides, right? So if I gave you like, for example, let's take a simple one, x plus 2y equals 3. And I told you, does 1 comma 1 fit in this line? What would you do? Well, you would plug in 1 comma 1. You would plug in 1 plus 2 times 1 equals 3. And then you see 3 equals 3. So you know that this point fits in this line. It's the same concept here, except don't be scared because there are variables. It doesn't matter that there are variables. S comma 15, and you want to keep the S because I promise it'll all work out, right? Let's plug in S comma 15 to the first one. S times S plus 3 times 15, does that equal 18S? No, because this is S squared. We don't want an S squared. A is wrong. Let's try B. 3 times S plus S times 15, does that equal 18S? Well, 3S plus 15S does equal 18S, which is perfect. That means B is our answer. Let's check the other ones. You see how simple this method is, right? 3 times S plus S times 15, does that equal 18? Well, this is exactly the same as the last one, except there's no S at the very end. So this equals 18S, but this does not equal 18. And then the last one, is we get an s squared here and a 15 or a 45. S squared plus 45 does not equal 18. Our answer is B. Take the nicest point, plug it in, and only one of them will come out as the winner. All right. This is definitely a Desmos one. You just, like any other system of equations, you just plug it in. Don't be scared that there's a variable, like a third variable. It will all fix itself. You just have to believe. You just have to believe. And then duplicate. By the way, duplicate button is settings, and then this paper icon right here. Subtract k x squared minus 5x. And then add a slider for k. And now I'm going to change this color. We want to find, so never use the slider here. I've seen too many smart students waste too much time using the slider. Delete and type in a new number. Let's type in 15. Let's type in 20. 20 is too much. Let's type in 19. Let's type in 18. 18 still too much. Let's type in 17. Okay, 17 is too little. Let's type in 17.5. There we go. One intersection point. The reason why we did all of that is because we need exactly one distinct real solution, meaning this is our one distinct real solution at 3, 11.5. Now, what are we solving for? We're solving for the value of k. So we don't really care about the point. We care about 17.5. Awesome. That's how you do this one on Desmos. Well, this is just, you can just do this in your head, but f of x equals 1/2 times x plus 6, and then f of 1/4, but not 1/4, 5. Perfect. Make sure you type everything in right into Desmos. Always double check every single time. All right, this is a shapes question. So again, we always go to our scratch paper. The area of a rectangular banner, immediately draw the rectangular banner, is 2661 square inches. The banner's length in inches. The banner's length, x in inches, is 24 inches longer than its width. I know for a fact students are going to get this wrong because they're going to do x plus 24 here. It's x minus 24. Why? Because the banner is 24 inches longer. X is 24 inches longer than its width. Its width is x minus 24, therefore. So the equation that we can come up with is length times width equals area, right? Or area equals length times width. So what is the length? X times the width. Make sure you have parentheses, right? Equals, and the area is 2661. So you get x squared minus 24x, and then subtract the 2661 to the other side, equals 0. That is exactly A. Awesome. Yeah, I know a lot of students are going to pick C. So make sure that if you got this wrong the first time, make sure you never get it wrong again by just memorizing the solution, right? That's why we practice. We practice so we can get all of our mistakes out in practice so that when it's game time, we don't make mistakes. That's the point. All right, another geometry question. Right circular cone, volume of 71148 pi. The area of its base, so it's pi r squared, because that's the area of the base, is 5929. pi. What is the slant height? Now, in order to find the slant height is the height on the edge. Imagine imagine you're putting up a tent. It's where the zipper is going to be. It's not like the center. It's not the rod in the center. It's like the zipper on the side. That's the best way I can describe it. So we need to find the radius because that's the leg of the right triangle. And we need to find the height because those are the legs of the right triangle. The hypotenuse is the slant height. So what is the radius? Well, let's use this formula to figure out the radius. The base area is pi r squared. Pi r squared equals 5929 pi. And then we can just substitute x for r temporarily, so it graphs our answer. 77, so r equals 77. Now we need to find out, we need to look at the reference sheet, 1/3 pi r squared. Now, we know what pi r squared is because we have the base area. So we can technically do 5929 pi. So that's pi r squared, that's the base area. And that's equal to, oh, h, my bad, I forgot h. I was like, I'm missing something. Instead of h, we're gonna type in x for now so it graphs our answer. Equals 71148. So h is equal to, did I do something wrong? Oh, pi, I forgot pi. Yep. 36, awesome. So then h is equal to 36. Equal to 36. Now if that's equal to 36, then what we need to do is a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Because that will give us the slant height. C is the slant height in this case, because it's the hypotenuse. Again, the legs are the radius and the height of the cone. The slant height is the edge. A squared plus b squared. And then we just do a tilde. 85, awesome. All right, so the trick for this is you actually start graphing everything. We don't have time for that because we have 4 minutes left. So another trick is we take the first equation, 7x plus 6y equals 5, because that's neater, and we just, in our head, plug in everything. It's typically never going to be the one that looks complicated on both of these, on both x and y. I've just seen so many of these that I know that it's not that. So if we plug in this for x and then this for y, do we get 5 on the other side? Well, when we plug in this for y, since there are 7s in the denominator, when you multiply the entire thing by 6y, the 6s and 7s, they don't like cancel out. So we don't want that. And C is typically never our answer. Let's plug in this into x and then this into y. Well, we get 7r plus, and then we distribute the 6, 7r plus 5. Well, we get 14r plus 5. That doesn't work. How about this? Well, this part, well, if we multiply 7, we get negative 6r plus 5 plus 6r equals 5. 6r's cancel, 5 equals 5. Awesome. I'm going to move a little faster because I only got 2 minutes. Oh, I know students are going to get this one wrong, for sure. But once you see the trick, you'll always know it, right? The answer here is A. Why? Because on the first day, it has to equal 52, meaning when D is 1, because day equals 1, it has to equal 52. If you picked B, then that means that you did D equals 1, or you thought the y-intercept was 52, but the y-intercept is not 52. It's when D equals 1. Right? The y-intercept is when d equals 0, which is not the case. It's 52 for the first day, right here. Last one. All right, dimensional analysis. You probably learned this in physics or chemistry, whatever it is. You might have learned it in high school. So you use the same meters per second squared, not meters squared per second, meters per second squared times, we have to turn this into miles per minute squared. So how many seconds are there in a minute? Well, there are 60 seconds in 1 minute. Now we can square this entire thing. So we get 60 squared, all of that squared, and then the seconds just cancel out, and we're left with minutes. Now we have to turn meters into miles. So 1609, because we were given this right here, 1 mile. So 7.3 times 60 squared divided by 1609. We just consolidate all the numbers. That's another SAT word, consolidate. I think I've given you guys like 5 SAT words in this module, this math module too. Times 60 squared divided by 1609. Awesome. Yeah, you just do dimensional analysis for this. Make sure you know the specific trick here. This, again, you graph the first equation, 7x plus 6y, then you graph A, B, C, and D. You graph all of them. And for this, draw it out. Please draw it out. All right, awesome. Everything is green. Let's download the score report. Save files. Open. Awesome. That's another 98 questions in the book, in the books. On to the next practice test.
Quick setup first. Open the Blue Book app, click Accommodations, then Breaks as needed. Do a question, pause your test, watch my explanation, repeat. That's the system. I'm rooting for you.
Okay. The answer here is important because it says among the many significant accomplishments, the significant part is important. All right, handmade. It says that D wines, or skillfully wines, the frond. If you don't know what a frond is, like one of those like palm leaves, like a palm tree leaf. But anyways, it also says no factory can reproduce. It's handmade. Collaboration. This is one of the only examples of them working together. And it's not hard to see why, because working together cost their friendship. Confined to. It says around the world. So it was hardly confined to Spain because it had a global influence. Wait, are there any vocab words I need to... All right. Preventable. So people can take simple steps to avoid introducing invasive organisms, meaning it's preventable because you can take steps to prevent it. All right, perfect. We have finished every single one of these words in context questions, which is basically the vocab questions for the first module. What I recommend students do is move on to the grammar questions. The grammar questions start anywhere between question number 13 to 16. And they always have standard English. So look for the first question that has standard English in the prompt. Okay. The explanation for this grammar question is much more complicated than it needs to be. All you need to know is that for this question specifically, and most of the grammar questions are not like this, but for these types of questions specifically, if you are a fluent English, if you are a native English speaker, you will have no problem answering these questions if you just read it out in your mind. By the end, this is the main part that you need to focus on. By the end of the 1990s, the organization had doubled. That's it. Yeah. The explanation for this question is just out of the scope of this video right now. All right. So it can't be A or C because it's talking about the woodcuts, which is plural. And it has to be they. The woodcuts, they were. There were only two. All right. Whenever there's a name, see in A, B, C, and D, there are names here, Roberto and Christopher. We need to make sure we know the names rule. All the names rule is if the name is relevant, if you can tell who the people are without the names in the sentence, then you don't need the names, and they can have commas around it. What do I mean by that? The only word that describes these two people are researchers. Researchers could be anybody. If it was a very distinctive description, then we would use the commas. But in this case, we don't use the commas. These ones are just comma splices. So, C is your only correct answer. All right. Here's how you do these questions. And I've explained this in the other practice tests, but let's do it again. So, eliminate however from your mind. Then take the first part of the sentence from Scott Heron and to nickname and see if that's a complete sentence or not. Scott himself resisted the Godfather nickname. That's a complete sentence, so it's an independent clause. What about the next sentence? Feeling that it didn't encapsulate his devotion to the broader African-American blues music tradition as well as blueologist, the moniker he preferred. That is a dependent clause. That is not a complete sentence. So, all you need to know is, because it's independent to dependent, we cannot use a semicolon here, because that connects two independent clauses. That connects two complete sentences, right? So B and D are automatically eliminated. Now we need to just make sure we put the however in the right place. This right here is saying that the however goes in the second sentence. C is saying the however goes in the second sentence. A is saying it goes in the third sentence. So this is the first sentence. This is the second sentence. And I know that there's technically only two sentences here. But just after the comma, just break apart the two sentences. And if you're confused why this goes into the second sentence, whenever you have a transition, whenever you have a transition word in the middle of a sentence, it goes at the very beginning, right? Unless it doesn't have a comma right here. So this one goes in sentence 3. If we look at sentence 1 and 2, they're they are contrasting. So we need the contrasting transition in sentence 2. 2 and 3 are similar. So we cannot put the transition on sentence 3. It has to be on sentence 2. So the sentence basically reads, however, Scott himself resisted the Godfather nickname, comma, feeling that it didn't encapsulate everything else. Okay. Colon. What does a colon do? Well, all you need is a complete sentence before the colon. So the number of gems available for testing varied. That's a complete sentence. The next part just has to be a description or example, just something a little more specific about the general statement that was made before the colon. And it can be anything after. It just has to be a more specific statement. That's all. Okay, so this part from Gitlin's use to content is a complete sentence, and then in that era even shows that varied only slightly from other shows, still attracted excitable audiences. That's another complete sentences. The only way that you can join two complete sentences without like a fanboy is this, the semicolon, right? The other ones are too weak to join two independent clauses. All right, we have finished the grammar section. We're moving forward to the transitions. Consequently is a resulting transition, so it's cause and effect. In this case, this is the cause, beyond the reach of individual prospectors. That's the cause. And the effect is that many had given up their dreams to go work for one of the large companies, right? Cause and effect. To master these transition questions, you just need to know what type of transition you're dealing with. That's all. Okay. So in this case, regardless and however are both contrasting transitions. The SAT will not make you pick between the two. You can eliminate both of them. So it's really between specifically and earlier. And earlier is like a sequence transition. You don't need that here. It's just going from general to specific, so you need a specific transition. Okay. Again, now we're moving on to the notes questions. Perfect. We just finished those two transition questions. So this is the main part of the notes questions that you need to read. And anytime you see emphasize, just think mention. Emphasize doesn't mean anything on the SAT prompt. It just means the student wants to mention the order in which Alaska and Hawaii became U.S. states. So A is the only one that mentions anything about the order. All right, contrast. Well, yeah, D is the only one that mentions the numbers, and these are the emissivity numbers. Yep. Student wants to mention the role a misconception played in namings of a place. In this case, I would read the notes. So I would skim through the notes here, because this looks a little bit harder. Okay, so the misconception here was that the island was actually a peninsula now known as Baja California. So it was actually a peninsula. That was the misconception. So this has nothing about an island. This is nothing but an island. So D has nothing about an island. I can see how students would get confused with B. Because, but it's talking about a misconception. B has nothing to do with the misconception of the island. So make sure you read the notes when it's these harder questions. Make sure you know exactly what, like pay very close attention to what this first sentence says. Because you need to look for exactly what it's asking. You need to look for a misconception. Okay. The aim of the research study is always, what did the researchers want to find out? Like, what question were they asking? So he wondered if some of unaccounted for oxygen would be coming to Earth. Okay. So D is like the conclusion. A is the methodology. So like, what did the researchers do, or what did their tools do for them? So A and D don't work. Now the problem with B is it never actually says before 2008. Like sure, we can infer that, but it never actually says that. And just because he wondered does not mean that that was the aim of the research study. Like C is a much better answer. He set out to determine, like this is actually saying that, like this is the aim of the research study. He set out to answer this question. Perfect. We are done with the notes. Time for the hardest questions in this section. The reading. Okay. Which choice best describes the overall structure of the text? This is a structured question. So what we want to pay attention to is the transitions. They won't always be on structured questions, but when they are, that means that the question is a little bit easier, and you can pay attention to that because that's where the structure like changes typically. So the answer choice will reflect that. It discusses several recent innovations in product manufacturing and suggests some potential applications of those innovations. No. It does not suggest potential applications of those innovations. It describes a company's recent success with new products and describes a company's new success. No. It does not say a specific company at all. It introduces a trend in consumer products, and it explains how the trend both benefits and poses a challenge to companies. Well, this is a trend. With more opportunities. So studies have shown that consumers are willing to pay longer and pay more and wait longer for a customized product. So it is a trend. And then how the trend benefits and poses a challenge to companies. It can be difficult for companies to offer customization while keeping costs low. And because consumers are willing to pay longer, pay more and wait longer, that's the benefit. This was the downside. This was the challenge. It presents two contrasting product markets. No, it does not present two of these. If you see an answer on the SAT and even a word of it is wrong, then the entire answer is wrong. So you can eliminate it and move on to reading the next answer choice. Or move on to the next question. purpose question. All right. All right. I think what the best way to explain this is just to explain the text, because once I explain the text, then you'll be able to see that A is definitely correct. A says to consider how the repetitiveness inherent in human life can be both rewarding and challenging. All right. There shall be new roads wending. Wending means to like travel typically down like a windy road. So there shall be new roads that form, meaning there should be new beginnings, new paths. It's like metaphorical. A new beating of the drum, like a new rhythm, a new song, a new start. Men's eyes shall have fresh seeing. It's like, it'll be like, let's say like a new day. Like men's eyes shall have fresh seeing. Gray lives reprise. Sorry, that's how you pronounce that word. Reprise. Their span. Meaning, you're basically getting like a new life, a repeat at life. And it is all talking about like a new day, because the next one is, but under the sun's new being, so a new day, completing what the night began, there will be the same backspending, the same sad feet shall drum, when this night finds its ending and a day shall have come. This part, all it is saying is that even though it is a new day, you are still doing the work of the previous night. Like you are still working on the same projects. It is still repetitive, right? It's a new day, but you're still working on the same work. And the same backs are bending, it's the same hard work, the same repetitiveness, sad feet shall drum. And these dots, like all of these dots, represent like the repetitiveness. It's like more and more days. It's like this repeats day and night, day and night. This is the reward. The fresh seeing, new beating of the drum, gray eyes reprise their span. This is the challenge. Same backspending, same sad feet shall drum. Okay. It illustrates how most navigational tools utilize the NCP. No, it does not. We can eliminate it just because of that. It presents a celestial-based method of navigation, enumerates or counts or lists the comparative benefits of an alternative method used by certain animals that is based on an unrelated natural occurrence, and then indicates how researchers assess the relative accuracy of the two methods. They did not assess the relative accuracy of two methods. That's definitely wrong. It explains how NCP is typically located, emphasizes a key difference between humans and certain animals, use the NCP for navigation, and then suggests an alternative way using NCP to improve existing. They are not suggesting an alternative way of using NCP to improve existing navigational instruments. It notes an obstacle in observing an astronomical phenomenon, mentions a navigational ability of certain animals that inspired a solution to that obstacle, and then explains how researchers use an optical device to mimic that ability. Yes, they are mimicking the ability right here. The strategies that these insects and birds use for daytime, this like polometric camera, the strategy with the polometric camera does the same thing. It's perfect. Another main idea. perfect. Unconventional, because it literally says unusual, and it is an important contribution. It says it shaped the contemporary approaches to ready-made cuisine. It never said that she was a reporter, nor is that the main idea. Didn't receive the praise it deserved when it was first published in 1970. It never says anything about that. Like, it never says it didn't receive. It never said that the author never states that the book needed more praise. Was a talented chef? No. They did not inspire people to start cooking for themselves. All right, this is hard read. At what point does P most directly make about Miranda and her memories? So, pay attention here. P, what point does P make about Miranda? So we had to look at this. So, thou hadst and more, meaning it is talking about the 4 or 5 minutes. So there are more than 5 women that tended to her. But how do you see this? What else do you see in your past? If you remember, if you have memories from way before you got here, you might remember how you got here. That's what this text says. What? Betrays her discontent? No, this is definitely not it. So this part is wrong. She's not reluctant to explore her recollection of traveling to the island. Never does P make that statement. Yes, this is exactly what these last 2 lines say. Rather than a scenario, okay, it never says it is a daydream rather than a scenario that has occurred in reality. Okay, illustrate the claim question. We have to just read this last part of the sentence and skim over the rest. Come on. Okay, primarily as a symbol rather than in his actions. So we have to find this guy is a symbol and he did not do much. That's what we need to find. It never says that he was a symbol in A. Or I guess you could do that, but it never says that he didn't do much in A. It never says that he was a symbol or he didn't do much in B. All right. His practical accomplishments can be passed over quickly, meaning he didn't do much, and he is a symbol. It's a personification, so he is a symbol. This has nothing to do with him being a symbol. C is your answer. All right. So all I would write on my paper for this is when the sharks are down, the oysters are also down, and the rays are up. So all we really need to do to directly support the hypothesis is show that the rays are up. So this says other than Kauno's rays? No. We're not talking about anything other than Kauno's, right? This is opposite. This should be decreased before the regional decline. Yeah, no, or sorry, increased after. It should be substantially increased after the regional decline. This This doesn't show us anything to support the claim. Yes, so as cow nose rays go up, as Darsky sharks go down, meaning the cow nose rays are eating the oysters. That's all we need. Okay, 3 minutes. Let's go. Okay, so all of these, all of these are the opposite. D is the only one that says 2019 is better than 2016, and it improved greatly because it literally says that the production was praised here and it was confusing here. All right, so these are the complete the text questions. These are the hardest ones on the SAT. I would recommend that you come up with your answer before you answer, because that's just the easiest way to do these questions. Now, all this is saying is that it is confused, the question is confused, or it's asking you why the 13th century artifact was there 100 years before the people were there. How did the 13th century artifact get there 100 years earlier? Explain that, right? Let's read the answers. Artifacts from the 14th century are more recovered? No. The artifact date is correct, and that doesn't have anything to do explaining why the 13th century artifact is there. It originated at Eswa. Yes, this makes sense. That means before the K settled there, the artifacts were there 100 years ago because of trade. It came from a different source. Founded by people? No. The founding date is correct, and nor is there any evidence for C. And here, D is wrong because it says that the artifact date is correct. So the artifact was not damaged. The artifact date is correct. Okay. This is dishonest signaling because it's not honest. Like it's quite literally the definition. It's the appearance of deeper saturation. Feather microstructures may be less effective than deeply saturated. It never says anything about the effectiveness. It says that they create the appearance, so it works. That's all we need to know. Scientists have yet to determine why. No. There's no evidence for that. And yes, this is a dishonest signal. I rushed through that. I need to work faster on this next module. All right, let's go. Intricate. Ornamental means like decorative. Obscure means unclear. Indecipherable means like it's hard to decode, or impossible to decode, my bad. Intricate because a web of relations, like a web is an intricate structure, so if it's described as a web of relations, it's a intricate relations structure. All right. Inexplicable means like impossible to explain, which is not true. They literally explained it right here. That's the explanation. Mystifying. I'm sure students would pick this because they're like, maybe a massive 84-foot curtain is mystifying, but mystifying actually does not, like, it doesn't mean like grand or awe-inspiring or something. Mystifying means confusing. So inventive is creative. That's why it's creatively transforming. Right. We always find evidence for our answers. We need evidence. tenuous. Tenuous means like weak, like the link between two things are weak. And this makes sense because the argument is not convincing. It fails to account for several discoveries. Perfect. All right. It's repudiates. What does repudiate mean? It means to reject. It literally says it in the text, which is wonderful for us. Proclaim means to like claim something formally or publicly. Yeah, so repudiate is our answer here. It's perfect. All right, let's move on to the grammar. All right, first grammar question because it's standard English. Let's start. All right, so for these types of questions, eliminate all of the unnecessary information. So right here, this is unnecessary. So many of whom study this mechanism, because study is plural. This one is an odd ones out question. I should have noticed that, but I guess I didn't until right now. Put he or they in front of all of the answer choices and only one will stand out. So he is studying, he has studied, he study, that doesn't make sense. He studies. So study is the only one that's correct. It's like, it only works for some of the SAT grammar questions. But yeah, it's a good rule. All right. This entire part from researchers to food is a complete sentence, which works with the colon. Now, that is a more like general statement, right? This is specifically talking about this is specifically an example on like why the worms exhibit this behavior. And because it's more specific, it goes from like a complete sentence to a specific example. We use a colon here. Okay. Again, same thing here. This is just, the second part is a more specific statement of the first part of the first sentence. And the first sentence is also a complete sentence, which is what we need for a colon. All right. So what you have to understand here is that this is the real, like this is the main clause in the sentence. These extensive changes reflected the poet's evolving literary perspective. If you have B, C, or D, these are all finites, meaning it will clash with the verb reflected. You can't have two like main verbs, basically. This is slightly outside of the scope, like me explaining all of this is slightly outside of the scope of this video, but all you need to know is that A is a non-finite. And non-finites on the SAT are typically ending in ing. So if there's already a main clause, like reflected, these changes reflected, like changes reflected, that's the noun and the verb, then you can't have a main verb again. So you have to have an ing. English poet and Shakespeare contemporary John Donne's works had come on. It's not letting me highlight. There we go. Okay. The reason I need to highlight all of that is because that's the entire sentence. Everything that is not highlighted is not is extra information, and you can just eliminate it from your mind. So John's works had been essentially gathering dust. That's the entire sentence. All right, there's an odd ones out question. They are, they is, that doesn't make sense. They were, they have been. And the reason why it's is because it's not talking about the ears, because ears is plural. We need a singular, and it's the shape. The shape is a singular thing, right? I know it's talking about the shape of each person's ears, but it's the shape of each. It's not the shapes. All right, we just finished the grammar section. I almost forgot to notice. On to the transitions. All right. For these, we need, for the transition questions, all you need to know is how does, you don't need to know the specific meaning of each transition. You just need to know what bucket it falls under. And for for this question, be by contrast is a contrasting transition. And you need exactly that because it says drawing in oxygen and then stops drawing in oxygen here. So it's contrast. All right. In this case, it says one might assume a deep hole filled with, like, one might assume that this looks like one thing, but on the contrary, it doesn't look like that thing. I don't know why I picked C. It's not a resulting transition, it's a contrasting transition that you need right here. All right, notes questions. Let's start. A student wants to mention the distance covered by Philadelphia and Lancaster Turnpike. Whoa, how much did they go? Oh, I thought these are names for some reason. No, it's a road. 62 miles. Where does it say 60? Oh, there we go. Perfect. A is the only answer that has 62 miles in it, which is the distance. Alright, so the only advantage that I see here is the play was popular with audiences because the format allowed them to control the experience. So control the experience. That's all we need to look for. This has nothing about that. I'm just looking for control the experience. Perfect. The women and the vote format appealed to audiences because it allowed them to control the experience. Okay. Here's what I would write on my piece of paper. I would write less populated rural districts with large tracts of land is like the best, right? So if the student wants to refute this claim that Storting favors these small urban districts, we need to find like basically this: less populated rural districts with large tracts of land. Underrepresented, this is not true. This says nothing about the less populated rural districts. Neither does this. Yes, it overrepresents less populated rural districts with large tracts of land. So it refutes the claim that small urban districts are favored. Present the study and its methodology. So what does that mean? Present the study just means like present the researchers, really. Methodology means what did the researchers do? What did their tools do? What did they do? Like literally, what did they do? This is what I see. Yeah. Naval architect Z used computer simulations to study the effects of the mother duck's wake. If you don't know what wake means, it's like the disturbed water behind a moving body in the water. So like, let's say if you've ever like been on like a boat, right? There's like white water behind the boat where the boat just was. And that's the wake. It's like the disrupted water. It's like mother duck would leave a wake because she's swimming on the water. I don't know. So computer simulations, that's what we're looking for because that's the methodology. And then we can confirm it if it presents the study or not. All right. So B is the only one that has computer simulations, so meaning it has the methodology in it, and it presents the study because it presents the person and what they were trying, I guess. Yeah. This is the presentation of the study, my bad. The first part of the sentence. So the aim is always the question that the researchers are trying to answer. They are investigating whether woodland expansion is related to changes in climate. That's exactly what we need. There's a conclusion. There's a conclusion. There's the methodology. All right, 5. Reading questions. Last part of the reading section. And then we're done. 15 minutes. Let's go. All right, extended description of a location. It does not describe the location where he's going. Yeah. Not like it does right here, but there's not the underlined sentence. It reveals, sure, but that's not the underlined sentence. It doesn't compare other children, so it's this. He wants to experience a larger life because the sticks would sail down the wide world, and he wanted to follow them. Yeah. All right. So text one. What we want to do when we see these double text questions, we want to understand what each text is arguing. Text one is arguing that when two companies are merged, like newspaper companies, it is bad for the consumers because the prices rise. This text two is saying it's actually not the case if you look at it long term. In the short term it might, but long term it won't. So we need to look at something for long term. No. It's not talking about other industries. B and C are the only ones that talk about long term. Let's read each one. No, we're not talking about expenses. Perfect. Persists over an extended period. So does it last over the long term? He does not claim to know what the crowd wants. He does not indicate a desire to speak to the crowd. Again, we have to find evidence for our answers. If there's no evidence, we have to eliminate it. He does not express sympathy for the crowd's demands. He describes the crowd as being united, yes. No one seemed to know what they wanted, even though the crowd clearly appears otherwise. So this is your two pieces of evidence. And with such unanimity, which is he describes the crowd as being united, even though the crowd clearly appears otherwise. Taxes and bread, talking about different things. Okay. So I see how this question is going to be tricky for some people. Even though the graph has like political orientation on it, the political orientation does not matter. All it's saying, because it's support the claim, all we're looking for is an answer that says the black bars are higher than the white bars. I know they're not white. I know they're like gray, but the dark bars are higher than the light ones. It's saying the more information you have, the more likely you are to vote. It does not care about like whether you're left or right, or what your political orientation is. And that's exactly what A is. Saying the high information voters, or the dark bars, are more likely than the light bars to vote. Perfect. That's all we need. All right. So typically I skim through the text real fast, and then I look at the graph, and all we are looking for. So Emily may have suggested that an estimate of the dinosaur bite force may be significantly influenced by the methodology used to generate the estimate. So all we're looking for is something like, since Cost and Bates, they both use the same method, estimation method, they got like the same approximate bite force. Highest estimated maximum? No. A is just not true. Okay. Just because like B doesn't give us any information to support, like it doesn't give us any information to support the suggestion. So like B is just irrelevant answer. So Bates and Cost, since they use the same estimation method, were very similar to each other, which is true. The other ones were very different. That's perfect. That's all we need. Cost exceeded. No, this is like the opposite of the suggestion. This is weakens. So yeah. All right. So all we need to say is something along the lines of the more sea otters there are, the less the health is of the grass. So more sea otters, less health. That's all we need to show, because we need to undermine this hypothesis that the hypothesis basically, if you put like 2 and 2 together, it's saying that the otters are good for the grass, but they're not. I mean, we're looking for the opposite. We don't know if they're not, but we're just looking to undermine the hypothesis. At some sites in the study, eelgrass meadows are found near otter population that are small and only have been. So this doesn't show any sort of like change or like, yeah, found near. Yeah, this doesn't say anything about like that the health is inversely correlated with the otter population. B looks okay until you realize that the meadows might have never been there in the first place. Awesome. Yes. It correlates negatively, inversely. Yes. So like the longer that the otters have been there, the larger the otter population, the less the health. So unrelated to eelgrass. We're not looking for that. Okay. Let's look at A. Originating in late 16th century Spain, that would weaken the hypothesis, right? Because the hypothesis that some Spanish influence is undeniable, it's mainly the product of the ongoing interactions of various cultures. But this is saying that like it's Spanish influence for sure, like all of it. Similar elements region to region, that would actually weaken the hypothesis, because if it's similar region to region, then it's not a product of ongoing interaction of various cultures, right? We would expect it to be different region to region if there are various cultures that are interacting in different ways. Previously unknown, this doesn't matter. Like, so what? It's previously unknown. It could be unknown and still Spanish influence. It doesn't change anything. Perfect. Clearly recent origin. This is our evidence because this is the 20th century and they left in the 19th century. That's what I read. There we go. Early 19th. So they left a while back, and since it's recent, yeah, it has to be the product of ongoing interactions. Ooh, I know that a lot of students are going to get this one wrong. So, the main word in this entire text is silencing, meaning DPTA means type B. Because in DPTA, A is silenced. So B, yeah. So DPTB in this case means A. Type A, type A flies may have developed as a specific defense against against the bacteria, which is true because all the type A flies, they like 90% of them survived after 2 weeks. Yeah. So B does not confer defense, like it does not give defense against the bacteria, regardless of presence, no. A protects against only one bacteria species. No, there's no evidence that a B protects against multiple species, so that's wrong. Defense against the bacteria is strongest when both are present. That's not true at all. All right, completes the text. We are on to the last two questions. So what does this text mean? And let's come up with the answer before we answer. So these findings suggest, well, what did they find? In the text, it basically says that their automation and then there's labor. Automation is very similar to its labor equivalent. So like if let's say one machine is worth 10 people, there are not much productivity gains between one machine and 10 people. But it says in here there are much better tax benefits for the companies for the one machine compared to 10 people. That's why they buy the machines. So they are incentivized to buy the machines, even though the benefits, like the productivity benefits, are really minimal. It says unremarkable right here. The explanation that some economists have offered for US firms increasing adoption of automation technology may be based on overestimation of the tax benefits and productivity gains associated with that technology. So it never says that they overestimated the productivity gains. It actually said that the gains are quite unremarkable. So that doesn't make sense at all. And for that reason, A is wrong. US firms' increasing adoption of automation technology may be driven more by the fact that the government indirectly incentivizes firms. That makes sense because of the taxes. It's indirectly incentivized because there is tax benefits to adopt technology, then by the ongoing benefits, meaning the productivity that the technology has for the firm's efforts. Yeah, that makes sense. It's saying it's that adoption is more based on taxes than the productivity, which makes sense because the gains in productivity are unremarkable. It's not like anything to talk about. That's basically what it means. It's not great. changes to the US tax code that result in capital expenditures, so capital like spending money on automation technology being treated the same as expenditures on labor costs would likely have little effect on the firm's productivity, but may encourage further adoption of that technology. The only reason that people are adopting the automation technology over just hiring the equivalent amount of people or labor is because there is tax benefit for the automation technology. That is the discrepancy between these two groups. If the discrepancy was removed, basically they were made equal, then the automation technology would not serve any benefit. There would be no benefit of, there would be no, like, it would not encourage further adoption of the technology at all. It would actually do the opposite. US firms have actually tended to experience a decrease in productivity as a result of adopting automation technology, but that decrease is overlooked due to the tax advantages associated with the technology. The last part is correct. The first part is not. Unremarkable. The gains are often unremarkable. Does not mean that there is a decrease. It just means that the increase is very minimal. That does not mean that there's a decrease. For that reason, D is also wrong. The only one that is correct is B, because every single part, there's evidence in the text for it. We got to move on. I know I'm not moving fast today. Limited to the edges. Okay. The reason why this is true is because it's mostly a head region. It's like despite the greater prevalence of the anterior genes in the sea star's genetic makeup, posterior genes active at the body's perimeter primarily responsible for the star-like layout. No, they are not primarily responsible for the layout, the shape, or the symmetry. There's no evidence that the posterior genes or the tail genes are responsible for the star shape of a starfish. Contrary to the belief that they have evolved from early ancestors with the bilateral form typical of many other animals, sea stars instead originated with the atypical body layout that was neither bilaterally nor radially symmetrical. Again, there's no evidence that it's neither of these things. Yeah. There's no evidence that it's a completely different thing. We have to find evidence for our answers. If we don't have evidence, we cannot pick the answer. Although the two species are closely related, there is only minimal correspondence in genetic markers for its head, tail, and trunk region development in P, sea stars, and S, acorn worms. No, it literally says, thus expected to have similar markers for corresponding anatomical regions. But, like, you can't just, like, go against the text, exactly what the text says, without evidence. And there's no evidence for C. There's no evidence that there's minimal correspondence in genetic markers, even after the text clearly states that there is. Rather than undergoing changes resulting in the eventual elimination rather than undergoing changes resulting in the eventual elimination of the head region in their radial body plan, as previously assumed, sea stars' morphology evolved to completely lack a trunk and consist primarily of a head region. There's evidence for this. So, where is it? Anterior genes across the entire body. The entire body has these anterior genes, which is anterior means head. It has these head genes. And these genes are like markers for what the structure is. So if the entire body has markers for head genes, then the entire thing is a head. Posterior genes at the edges, meaning I guess the edges are considered like a tail. Like limited. Like there's not very much posterior genes. It's mostly anterior genes. Posterior is the tail. Now, it says completely like a trunk. Trunk is completely different from a tail. If we look at the top of the text, it says head to tail, access through a trunk is typical. Meaning, this is how most animals are, or at least how it's described in the text. It goes from head to trunk to tail. The thing is that there were no mention of any trunk genes or anything about a trunk. It's just head, mostly, like let's say 99%. I'm just making up these percents. And it's like 1% tail. It says limited to the edges. And it says entire body, so I'm guessing it's a high percentage. That's your evidence for lack of trunk, because it says nothing about trunk, and then primarily a head region. If you want to know what the first part of the answer even means, all it means is that thought to have evolved a headless layout. So they thought that the starfish had no head. Instead of it being headless, it actually was mostly head. The y-intercept is 0.8. That's where it hits the y-axis. Alright, I mean, you could do this on Desmos. But you could also do it in your head. Negative 3x plus 60 f. Awesome. Alright, so you should memorize this question type. It appears early on in the module, always. It's never like 3 plus 1. It's always one of these two, C or D. And X is the 1 minute segments. Perfect. Y is the 3 minute segments. Alright, let's select all, and delete all. Perfect. $20 minus 9 is 11. That means we have 11 ounces that the bowl has decreased. Now for every ounce, it's 4 days as the water has been left out. 44. Alright, it's not less than, it's not greater than, and there is enough information. Because if you look at class A and B, they're the same distribution, right? It's all like the scale is all going up by 1, and same in class A and class B. even though they are different numbers, like class A starts at 1, class B starts at 14, they have the same standard deviation because each point is the same distance away from the mean. The mean in this case, I don't know, it would be somewhere around like 5.5, maybe a little closer to 6. But that's what I'm guessing. It's gonna be around 5.5 for class A, and then it's gonna be 18.5 around for class B. All of the points are the same distance because it's the same shape. It's the same distance from the mean. So the standard deviations have to be the same. The standard deviation is how far the graph is spread apart from the mean. That's what it means. All right, we can eliminate B and C because 7 minus 6 is 1. And then it's 10. Perfect. You can do that in your head. I mean, you probably should do it on paper if you don't trust your math. All right, triangle question. So we should always draw it out. Always. A, B, C. A is 54. B is 90. C is K over 2. Basically saying all these angles added up equal 180. So that's how a triangle works. Let's do it. 54 plus K over 2 plus 90 equals 180. Now, it gives you an error. So you can do two things. You can change this into an X, zoom out, like by clicking this minus button, zoom out, right? And then you get 72, or change this back to K and use the tilde. K, delete the equal sign and replace it with the tilde. And it gives you the answer right here. The only difference between the graph and the tilde is that this only gives you one answer choice at a time. So if you're like, let's say you're doing like, right? X squared. A squared. A squared equals 25. And instead you do the tilde, right? Then you get 5. But you don't get -5, even though -5 could be a value for A. So you have to graph it, and it'll graph both of the solutions. But when there's one solution like this, doing the tilde is totally fine. One of the solutions has to be 0, because if you split it apart, it's going to be 3x equals 0, x minus 4 equals 0, x plus 5 equals 0. So your answers are going to be 0, 4, and -5. All right, I've seen this type of question a lot. It's a lot of words to mean very little. It just means 56 minus 10. 56 minus 10. All right, now we're moving on to something harder than 56 minus 10. All right, let's do it. 354 furlongs. Now, 1 furlong is equal to 220 yards. So what we can do is we can actually just multiply both sides of this equation by 354, and then we get 354 furlongs is equal to 220 times 354 yards. And then we can actually go straight to the next step. 1 yard is equal to 3 feet. So then you multiply this by 220 times 354 on both sides. And then you get 1 furlong is equal to 3 times 220 times 354 feet. Come on, feet. There we go. 220. And you should do this on your paper so you have it like written down and everything. I just can't show you a piece of paper, right? Yep, I'm just checking if I typed everything in right. That's exactly your answer. All right, these two lines have the same slope. So they're either parallel or infinitely many solutions. They're the same line. Which one is it? Well, both the y-intercepts are different. So it has to be 0. And you can even graph them to check. The y equals 2x plus 10. And then let me show you something cool. Duplicate right here using this button. And then -1. Parallel lines. Awesome. Also, whenever you duplicate, hold down the color and then pick a different color, because it also duplicates the color, which makes the graph really hard to distinguish the lines. Let's see. I have a vocabulary app on my phone because I'm an SAT tutor. I need to know a lot of words. And I just got a notification from the vocabulary app. I have all my notifications turned off. Like, I don't ever get notifications. So I guess I gotta turn the vocabulary app off too. Okay, P% of 20. Do you see how I like typed it out exactly? And I know it's not showing up yet, but it's gonna in a second. Type it out exactly with these percents. Like, literally type out %. All we switched is the is to an equal sign, because is means equal sign. Now, again, like the example that we saw a few questions ago, we can either change this to an X and then zoom out, right? Press this button a couple times, zoom out, 52. Or we could change this into a variable other than X or Y. It could also be X1, just type a 1 after the X, because Desmos doesn't consider that a graphing variable. And we get X1 equals 52. Awesome. When we use the tilde. So remember, you use an equal sign with X or Y. Any other variable, like X1, A, B, C, anything, uses tilde. Tilde is a squiggly line. All right. It takes 410 minutes because since it's t over 410, so time divided by 410, when t is 410, the exponent becomes 1, so it's 2 to the power 1. So since it's 2, it's a double. 2 to the power 1 is 2, which is a double. All right. Anytime you see the value of the previous year, that's what you need to know that it's exponential. So it's not linear, and it increases, so it's increasing exponential. This is key. Value of its previous year. Just because you see a % of does not mean that it's linear. I think there was one practice test where it was like % of, and it was a linear. Like one of the answer choices, like the correct answer was linear, like increasing linear. You have to see this, and then only can you pick exponential. Otherwise, it's going to be wrong. And if I didn't mention, it's increases, so it's increasing. All right. What did I do there to get the answer? Well, if it says the diameter has these endpoints, then all you need to do is find the distance between the diameter. And you don't need distance formula. You can just think of it in your head. 2, 4. You can even graph it if you need. 2, 4. Let's label that. So it's right there. And let's duplicate it. And actually we don't need to change the color. Right? Look at that. Right? It's in a straight line because it's both on the x-axis of 2. What is the distance between the points? Well, what's 14 minus 10? I mean, what's 14 minus 4? 10. So the diameter is 10. And if r represents the radius, then the radius is half the diameter, which is 5. By the way, what is the, of this circle right here, what is the center? The center is 2 comma 9, and you can read that through this, the x minus 2 parentheses squared plus y minus 9 parentheses squared. You need to memorize this. The standard form of a circle is this. Plus, oh my god, y minus k squared. Not L, y minus k equals r squared. Memorize that. X minus h squared plus y minus k squared equals r squared. Put the parentheses in the right place and make sure you know it's r squared at the end. If you want to read the center from the standard form, you can only read the center from the standard form. It's h comma k. So in this case, it's 2 comma 9. All right. I already know that the answer is going to be this. It's going to be the same as sine r. But we always need to draw these geometry questions out. So I'm going to do that. So in this case, R and S are actually the corners. The T is the right angle, if that makes sense. Because these add up to 90 degrees. So they can't be 90 degrees. Otherwise, one of the other angles has to be 0. Okay. Here's what you need to know. This is an advanced SAT concept. But you need to know this trig identity. Sine r is equal to cosine 90 minus r. How do you remember this? Well, you flip the sine into a cosine, and the r flips from r to 90 minus r. And it's the same way the other way. So, for example, sine, let's use s this time. 90 minus s equals cosine s. So, if let's say this is 90 minus x, this is x, then sine x, which is sine r, is equal to root 15 over 4. But that is also equal to the cosine of 90 minus x because of this identity, this thing right here. Which is equal to root 15 over 4. That's why it's our answer. That's all you need to know. Just memorize that identity. We gotta do this one by hand. So P equals K over 4J plus 9. I always rewrite it on my paper. And you multiply both sides by 4J plus 9. And you get 4J plus 9 parentheses times P equals K. Then you divide P to both sides. You can drop the parentheses. You get K over P. That's what you're looking for, K over P. Perfect. All right, so here's a little trick for this, right? So the trick here is you have to pick the biggest y values. And I'll explain that in a second, but let's find out the answer. Obviously, 16 is a very low y value for the x value of 3. 21 is not the highest. It's 26. and these y values are higher than b. Why does this trick work for this type of question? The wrong answers, one or more of the y values, are going to be less than 13x minus 18 or equal to 13x minus 18. Like, there's only one direction where the answers will be wrong, and that's if the y value is too low. Do you understand? If that's super confusing, you can just do this. Y is greater than 13x minus 18, and then actually don't do that. Do equals, and then make the table and do 3, 5, and 8 because all of them are the same. You can just do this. And you can see, since y has to be greater than these values, make sure that the y values that you pick are greater. So 26 is greater than 21, perfect. 52 is greater than 47. 91 is greater than 86. Either way works. All right, so if you want to find a perpendicular slope, you have to do the opposite reciprocal of the slope that you were given. So let's figure out the slope that we are given. What I like to do is I like to eliminate any constants when I'm trying to find the slope, because the constants have no effect on the slope. Now we subtract 12x from both sides, negative 12x, meaning the slope of line L is negative 4. The x is not part of the slope, remember. The opposite reciprocal of negative 4, if the slope is negative 4, then the perpendicular slope would be 1/4. Because it has to be the opposite, so it has to be a negative of the negative. Not 1/14, come on. 1 divided by 4. Awesome. And then it has to be reciprocal, so 1/4. You can already tell the answer is 3. Here's what we need to know. Dang, we still have 15 minutes. We're almost done with this module. Awesome work, by the way. We're breezing through it. Let's see. So D, negative G, and D. These are our 4 x-intercepts of the graph. Now, you might ask, why does D appear twice? Well, that's actually totally fine. Like, for example, a lot of parabolas, there is, in this case, the root is 4, the x-intercept is 4. So it basically just bounces off the x value of 4, right? Or in this case, the, yeah. And then the y-intercept would be right here. Or the y-axis would be right here. So roots typically will go through the x-axis, and that will be considered the x-intercept, or the root. But if it's squared like this, like it is right here, because it's technically x minus d squared, then it will bounce off of whatever d is. So your 3 distinct x-intercepts are D, negative D, and negative G. What does this mean? Let's read it. For the exponential function f, the value of f of 1 is k, where k is a constant. Which of the following equivalent forms of the function f shows the value of k as the coefficient or the base? Well, all that means is that if you plug in 1 for each of these, do you get back out the coefficient or do you get back out the base? Like, do you get back out either of them? Because if you get back out either of them, it's correct. Let's plug in 1 for, let's actually first identify what is the coefficient or the base. The coefficient would be 50 for A, 80 for B, 128 for C, 204.8 for D. The base would be 1.6 for all of them. So if you plug in 1 and you get any of those numbers, that's your answer. If we plug in 1 for the first one, we get 50 times 1.6 squared, which is neither 50 nor 1.6. For B, you get 80 times 1.6, which is not 80. It's not 1.6 either. For C, you get 128 times 1.6 to the power 0. 1.6 to the power 0 is 1. So you get 128, which is the coefficient. That's perfect. That's what you want. For D, you get 204.8 divided by 1.6. Let's see what that is. Oh, it is 128. That's pretty cool. Another way that you could do this question is you could just type in f of x equals, and just type in all of them, and then find f of 1 to the power, no, not squared, x plus 1. And let's duplicate all of these after we fix this. Let's plug, come on. Right, now let's change the color for all of these. Come on. There we go. Gotta do 80. And then this is just x here. Whoa. This is x minus 1. X minus 2. This one is x. Wait, no. This one is x. This one's x plus 1. Okay. And then all you could really do is, I guess you have to change these into A, B, C, and D. We got a lot of time, so I'm not worried about that last question. A, B, C, and D. And then just do A of 1. A of 1 is 128. So I guess all of these equal 128 if you plug in 1. Interesting. Then let's do B of 1. So that's the confusing part. If you do it this way, you're gonna get 128 for all of them. All you need to understand is this last part. What is the value of k? Which of the following equivalent forms of the function f shows the value of k as the coefficient or the base? Once you understand that part, all you need to know is that C is your answer, because 128 is the coefficient in C, but not in the other ones. Let me make sure I typed everything in right. Yep, perfect. Always double check what you type in. A lot of smart students get questions wrong because they just type things into Desmos wrong. That's one of the worst ways to get a question wrong. You did all that work, you put all that effort just to type something into Desmos wrong. All right, this is an easy one. I thought there were gonna be some really hard ones, but I promise this one is easier than it looks. 64x squared plus 262. So whenever you see translations on the SAT, you should smile, because it's typically really easy to do translations on Desmos. Like, Desmos was kind of made for translations. It's a graphing calculator. I put 2x squares for some reason. All right. Then you type in exactly what the question tells you. G of x equals f of x plus 5. Perfect. And what you want to do is, when you zoom out, you're going to see two graphs, right? Turn off f of x. You don't need it. The question asks about g of x, and what value of x does it reach its minimum? So the value of x is negative 13 comma 6. You can export the point by clicking that button that I just clicked. It's negative 13. Awesome. We still have 5 minutes left, and I heavily explained each question, or at least I explained them thoroughly. I'm gonna sit here for the next 5 minutes, and I'm gonna chill, because I'm still thinking about that reading section. Oh man. Yeah. I need to work faster. You know what's crazy? I genuinely like reading some of those SAT reading passages. Like, they're very interesting. And I'm saying that unironically. Like, they're actually very interesting. So I know we're not on the reading section right now, but on the reading section, like, a very useful tip that I already said before is pretend, like, even if the passage in front of you is not the most interesting thing, for me it is. For me, most of the passages are really interesting. But even if it's not the most interesting for you, pretend like it is. And when you pretend, then your reading comprehension automatically goes up. I've tested this with a lot of my students, and they've all found a lot of success in this strategy. Just pretend like the passage in front of you is the most interesting thing ever. Now, a tip for the math section is recognize the question in front of you. When you can recognize the question, you recognize the solution. You have done every single one of these questions that you see on these practice tests, especially. On the real SAT, there might be a few questions that you have never seen before. That's fine. The SAT always does that. Unless you have my course, and then I show you all the questions from past SATs. But if you're doing the practice test, what you'll realize is that a lot of these questions that you see on these practice tests, you have done in some version before. Not that question specifically, but you've done, the SAT loves to repeat these questions just with different numbers a lot of the times. You just need to remember where you've done this question before and how you got to the solution. You subtract 6 from both sides. Okay. So how I would do this is I would put f of x is equal to 36x plus 1000, and then on the next line you just do f of 400, like that. No, not like that. Like that. Perfect. And just rereading the question one more time, making sure I answered everything. Awesome. Y-intercept of the resulting graph. So what you can do is, instead of trying to figure out the translation, instead of trying to figure out what the new function is going to be, what you could just do is take the y-intercept currently and just shift it down in your head. like, oh, it's going to be 0, 9, but then 9 minus 5, which is 0, 4. Delete all. Okay. What is the y-intercept of the graph of y equals f of x? Y-intercept is when x is equal to 0. So a and d are automatically eliminated. When you plug in 0 into this function, you get -2. Again, you can always do this on Desmos. 1/10 x minus 2 f of 0. The y-intercept is when x is 0. Perfect. Oh, or you could just like take this point. You could have just done that. Either way works. Which equation could represent this relationship? So, since this is an inverse function, like it goes this way from the top left to the bottom right, it is a negative slope, meaning a and c does not work. All we need to figure out is whether the 12 goes on the x or the y. And I can tell you right now, it goes on the x. Oh, my bad. It's gonna be b. The 12 goes on the y. I don't know why I said the x. But if you plug in 0, 40, you should get 480. So 8 times 0 plus 12 times 40, and then you get 480. And you can even check the other point, 60, 0. 8 times 60 plus 12 times 0. That's also 480. So you just need to check the 2 points that you see on the graph, the endpoints. Forget about any of the points in the middle. When you see an inverse graph, check the endpoints. All right. I'm going to show you how I just saw this. Yeah, I'm going to show you what I did. And if you don't like it, then you can always do the more simple solution. Anyways, let's start. Oh. Hold on, let me fix my camera. Perfect. So here's what I saw. 17 over 2. Now, there's already a 7, but there's a 5. What can we multiply to 5 and then add with 7 to get 17? Well, we multiply by 2. And if we multiply one side by 2, we got to multiply the other side by 2. So, the two equations now are 7 over 2 x plus 6y equals 25. And then 10 over 2 x plus 6y equals 25. When you add both of these equations, you get 17 over 2 x plus 12y. I mean, I forgot to distribute the 2 to the 6. So this turns into 18. 17 over 2x plus 18y, which is exactly the left side of the equation. Now, I don't know why I wrote 25 here. 46. What is 25 plus 46? 71. Basically, what we did for this solution is we multiplied the second equation by 2, and then we added the equations together. Because when we do that, the left side equals exactly what we're solving for. So we solve for it directly. Now, if that doesn't make sense in your head, then that's fine. We can just also graph it. It just is going to take a little bit longer. Plus 6y equals 25. And then you duplicate this. You do 5 equals 23. 5/2 plus 6y, 23, 25, perfect. We have everything typed in right. Make sure you zoom in and click the correct point, 2,3. Let's export that. And then make sure you don't select 2 or 3, right? Make sure that you do 17 divided by 2 times 2 plus 18y, which is 3. That's 71. All right. So what you need to notice about these tables is look at the x values and then plug each of the x values into f of x. If you plug in -6 into f of x, you get 0. Because -x plus 6, that term equals 0, and then that multiplies to everything else, turning everything else into 0. Same with -5, same with 4. One term turns into 0, which turns everything into 0. F of x minus 3 is just f of x with a minus 3 at the end. So it's 0 minus 3 for every single one. So just minus 3, minus 3, minus 3, just like b. You could always, and I'm going to show you this, f of x equals x plus 6, x plus 5, x minus 4. And then over here, you do f of x minus 3. And you turn off the first graph because you don't need it anymore. And then you set this equal to like g of x or something, just so you can call it. And I'll show you what I mean by that. And then you call g of x by doing g of, actually, can you do like a table? Perfect. So I'm going to show you that again. So you can press the settings button and press this table button. And then do -6, -5, 4. See how it's all -3s? Awesome. Hopefully you don't hear that in the background, but I hear this random buzzing. Anyways, decreases by 45% for every increase. Well, 14 cannot be the base because then it would be multiplying by 14 every single time. And q of 0 is equal to 14. So basically 14 has to be the coefficient. 45% for every decreases 45% for every increase. Meaning it has to be less than 1. The base has to be less than 1 if it's going to decrease. It's a decreasing exponential. Alright, so we are going to want to draw this out. Because I feel like we need to draw this out. The function, this, is used for ocean research. What we want to do is identify what this function would look like. We don't need to be exact. We just need to determine the shape and kind of where it's located. That's it. So we know that the roots of this, or the x-intercepts, are at -19 and 35. Why? Because of these two factors. We can just tell. If we set g of x equals 0, we get -19 and 35. We also know it as negative because it's negative. A value is negative, right? So it has to be something like this. The vertex is somewhere in the middle, right? Now, we don't care about anything on the left of 0 on the x-axis because time only goes from 0 onwards, so it's x minutes. When does it reach the surface? Well, it was in the ocean here. It went deeper into the ocean, and it came back into the surface at 35. So your answer is 35. I feel like I'm not centered. There we go. All right. Geometry question. Cube has an edge length of 68 inches. So all of the edges are 68 inches. A solid sphere has a radius. Do you ever learn in school where they taught you how to draw spheres like this with like the glow, or the iridescence? I still remember that. With a radius of 34 inches inside the cube. So this is technically inside the cube. I'm gonna pause that stuff. Whatever. To nearest cubic inch, what is the volume of the space in the cube not taken up by the sphere? All right, reference sheet. The reference sheet is on the top right. So since the, since the cube, the sphere is inside the cube, we need to find the volume of the cube and then do volume of cube minus volume of sphere. What is the volume of the cube? 68 cube. 4/3 pi r cubed. 4/3. And for pi, you can literally type out pi. R, which is 34 cubed. That's our answer. We're finding the volume in between, so we're subtracting the two. All right. Anytime you see one variable and an equal sign, just put it into Desmos. X was 7. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. What are the sum of the solutions? So this doesn't look pretty for some reason. There we go. So the sum of the solutions is going to be 7 plus 2 2/3. How do I know it is 2/3? Because it's, if there are this many like 6's and a 7 at the end, that means it's 2/3. Now, if you put in a bunch of 6's, at some point the fraction button will appear. See how there's a fraction button like right here on the left? But when you add more 6's, it disappears. If you keep going, I think it's after 15 numbers of the same number, it creates another fraction, and it just assumes that these 6's go on to infinity because you typed in so many. So 2 2/3 is 8/3. So you don't need to do the math. Desmos will do the math for you. Just use the fraction button. Now 7, you just add it to 8/3. 8/3. And then I'll do another fraction button. 29/3. That's the sum of the solutions. Oh, no. Come on. 29 divided by 3. Perfect. We are halfway done with the last module. So we have 11 questions left. Let's do it. We saw a question exactly like this on module 1, and I told you the trick for this is to find the highest y value. Now, since the y is less than 6x plus 2, we need to find the lowest y values. So 16 is lower than 20. There has to be one that's 28, yeah. So the lowest y values are in C. And again, we need the lowest because it's less than 6x plus 2. If you didn't understand the explanation from that question that we did on the first module, that's fine. You can also do it another way, which is instead of the less than sign, just do y equals 6x minus 2. Click this settings button, click this create table button. Let me do that again so it highlights. Create table, and then enter all of the x values. 3, 5, and 7. 3, 5, 7. And basically the y values have to be, oh, I was like, did I do something wrong? Okay. Perfect. 6x plus 2. Let's fix that. 6x plus 2. It has to be less than 20 for the first one, so we can eliminate everything that is 20 or greater. And then the second one has to be less than 32, which is C. Awesome. And the problem is if you don't do the equal sign, if you do like a greater or less than sign, it actually, you can't make the table anymore for some reason. What is the diameter of the circle in the xy plane with the equation this? I showed you the standard form of a circle in module 1. X minus h, all of that squared, plus y minus k squared equals r squared. Make sure you have the parentheses. In this case, the diameter would be 8 because the radius is 4, the diameter is double. The radius is 4 because that's the square root of 16. What is the center of the circle in this question? 5, 3. Make sure you have, good job if you got that. Make sure you have the standard form of circle memorized. All right. If we have time, I'm going to come back to this question and I'm going to explain how I did that in my head. But I would not recommend you do that in your head. I would recommend you do it this way. Because this way you'll get the answer for sure. So all of these are values of C, right? So you can just enter them. Plus 3. Is this one solution? Well, where does it equal 0? We can put on another line, well, we can set this first one y equals, right? It's already set to y equals by default, but let's just put y equals. And then y equals 0. How many solutions does this have? Well, this has 2, right? Actually, let's put C here, so this is a little more clear. So when C equals 3, which is answer choice A, there's 2 solutions. When C equals 0, also 2 solutions. How about negative 25? That is 1 solution. Make sure you zoom in. 1 solution. Awesome. What about negative 53? That is... Wow. That is no solutions. And I'll mark that because if we have time, then we'll come back. And I'll show you how I did that in my head. All right, there's a trick for this types of question. If you ever see tangent on an SAT question, where it's like a constant tangent and some angle, it's always the length of this. There's only going to be one length. The other ones are just angle measures. Wow. Okay, I'm good. It's always going to be the length squared divided by 2. So your answer is going to be 26 squared divided by 2. 338. And let me draw this out so I can show you why. So y is the right angle. The length of YZ is 26 units. Angle Z is 33 units. The area can be represented by K tan 33. Well, let's figure out what tan 33 is. Tangent is opposite over adjacent. So what is the opposite? Let's say XY, let's label it as A. So the length of XY is A. That means K tan 33 is really just K times A over 33, because that's what A over 26, my bad. Because that's what tangent is. It's opposite over adjacent. This is equal to the area of the triangle. What's another way to represent the area of a right triangle? 1/2 base times height. This doesn't work for every triangle, but since this is a right triangle, we can do 1/2 base times height. 1/2 base 26 times A. Now, let's simplify this. It's not very neat right now. Let's erase this drawing because we don't need it anymore. AK over 26 equals 26A over 2. If we multiply the 26 to the other side, we get 26 squared right here. We're not doing any math right now. We're not dividing by the 2 or anything. We can also divide the A from both sides. So all we are left with is K is equal to 26 squared over 2, which is exactly our formula, length squared divided by 2. This works every time you see one of these questions, where it has tangent in it, it has a constant in front, and an angle measure. So like A tan 43 or L tan 27. Anytime you see that, it's just the length squared divided by 2. Alright, we gotta move fast. The regular price of a shirt, so R is $11.70. 11.7. The sale price of a shirt, so S is an equal sign, 80% less. So that's 100 minus 80%, and I just type out percent because Desmos will do the math for you. You don't need to type out divided by 100. Actually, don't do that math because a lot of students get it wrong because they divide by 100 wrong. Even like very smart students. So just do percent. Then the regular price, so R, and then the sale price is 30% greater, so 100, make sure you do the 30% greater correctly. 100 plus 30% of the store's cost, so C. Now for this last one, change it into a tilde so it solves for C. 1.8. What? 1.8. There we go. Okay. In triangles ABC and DEF, B and E, so B and E go here, C and F go here, meaning A and D go here. I draw similar triangles on the same triangle. B and E have the measure of 27 degrees. and C and F have measure of 41 degrees. ABC is congruent to DEF. Well, you need to know your congruency rules, but for this question, you don't really need to know that, because you need a side from both triangles. You can't just have one side from one triangle to prove congruency. Like that, you don't need to know your congruency rules for this. You just need to know that you need to have 3 different pieces of information from each triangle. And these two only give you 2 pieces of information. Well, it gives you 3 pieces of information for one triangle, but 2 pieces for the other, because you only have these 2 angles. By the way, that rule would be angle side angle, which is a rule to prove congruency. Okay. What we can do here, I would, if you're not given answer choices, I would not do this by Desmos. If the system has no solution, all we need to do is set the slopes equal to each other. Because if the system has no solution, then the slopes are the same. So, what is the slope for the first one? Well, it's 48x, and then if we add the 72y to the other side, we get 102y. So whatever 48 over 102 is, we don't need to do any more math than that. The other one is negative 16 over r, and we just set these equal to each other because it's no solution, meaning the lines are parallel, meaning the slopes are the same. Negative 16 over r, 48, yeah. Negative 34. Awesome. And that makes sense. I typed everything in right. Awesome. Let's move on. 5 minutes. So I can already tell you that the answer is D, because you can actually do x plus 2b times 3x plus 7y. Because the first term is going to be 3x squared, which is exactly the same in all 4 answers. The last term is going to be 14b, because that's exactly the same in all 4 answers. So we need this term. Now, what are the middle terms? Well, we have 7x and then 6bx. So it cannot be 7, because b has to be greater than 0, basically. It has to be an integer greater than 0. And the only way to get 7x is if b is 0. So 7x plus 6bx. Well, can we reach 28x if we have an integer for b? Well, if b is 1, then this thing is 13. My point is, you can never get to 28 or 42 for any value of b that is an integer greater than 0. Because 7x plus 6bx can never equal 28 or 42 as an integer. It can only equal 49, because 49, when b is 7, then the middle term is going to be 49x, because it's going to be 7 plus 42x. All right, if you're ever given the perimeter of an equilateral triangle and you have to convert it into the height, the trick is divided by 6. And I'm going to explain this in a clip right now after I take this practice test. So, equilateral triangle. The perimeter is 624, meaning if we divide each side by 3, because each side is the same, it's 208 per side. And all of these are, it's not 30, 60, 60, 60. So the height of the triangle goes down right here. It's perpendicular to the base. That's the definition of the height. It's k root 3. Now, what that does is it splits these triangles into two 30, 60, 90 triangles. If you don't know what a 30, 60, 90 triangle is, there's always a reference sheet at the top right of your SAT. But you should have it memorized because it's very useful. Now, here's what we need to know. Everybody knows, well not, I'm saying, if you know your 30, 60, 90 triangle, the hypotenuse is 2x. What side is x and what side is x root 3? Well, the angle opposite to the 30 is x, not x root 3. The side opposite to angle 60, like 60 degrees, is x root 3. So the bigger angle, like the 60, gets an extra root 3. That's all you need to remember. That's important because if you draw it wrong, then you get the question wrong. Since this part is half of the base, it's going to be 104, meaning this is opposite to angle, the 30-degree angle. X is equal to 104. And that makes sense because one of these sides is 2x. It's 208. So the value of k is just going to be 104 because x root 3 is 104 root 3. That's the height of this 30, 60, 90 triangle. Perfect. All right. I'm also going to explain this in a clip right now. Let's read the College Board explanation because I know this is going to be pretty horrible. Okay. I still think it would be pretty confusing for students to try to understand all of that. Here's how I'm going to explain it because this is probably the hardest question I've had to explain on this entire video. Like it might not be the hardest question once you understand it, but it's the hardest question to explain. So I'm going to try to explain it as best as I can. Imagine you have two, soccer teams. The World Cup's going on right now. It's relevant. Soccer teams, all right? You have two soccer teams. And you're trying to form equal teams, right? Team A and Team B. And you have a bunch of players that you get to pick from. Let's say that every single player that you pick on Team A, and you want to make it equal by height, right? Every single player that you pick on Team A happens to be 1 inch shorter than every single player you pick on Team B for some reason. You pick a guy on Team A, he's 6'2". The corresponding guy on Team B is 6'3". You pick another guy, he's 5'7". The corresponding guy is 5'8" on Team B. For some reason, the players that you pick for Team B are always an inch taller. What is the difference between the averages in height? 1 inch. Because the average difference of each player is just 1 inch. Every player has a corresponding player that is 1 inch taller on Team B. It's the same thing here, but reversed. I did the example reversed. Team A should have been the taller one. Dataset A, every single bucket, let me screenshot this so I can draw on it. Every single bucket right here, we have bucket 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Has a different amount of players, or integers in this case, right? And you want to create the smallest possible differences in means. If you wanted to create the smallest possible differences, you want numbers that are very close to each other. What I would pick, since we can pick right here, the frequency is 3 for this first bucket, meaning there are 3 numbers in between 20 and 30. We can pick any 3 numbers. If we want to minimize the means, have the smallest difference in between the means, we're going to pick the smallest numbers here and the largest numbers here. I'll show you why in a second. Well, I'll show you why right now, actually. Forget about numbers 2, 3, and 4. Let's just focus on the first group right here. The first group right here is in between 20 and 30. The second group is in between 10 and 20. So ideally, since they're both a frequency of 3, the 3 numbers here are going to be 20, 20, 20, and the 3 numbers here are going to be 20, 20, 20. Because if they're all 20s, then they're going to have the same mean. Like the difference, the mean here is going to be 20, the mean here is going to be 20. There's no difference between the means. We can't have 20 in this case though. We have to have 19. Why? Because it says less than 20. It can be greater than or equal to the bottom number, but it has to be less than the top number. So it cannot hit 20. If you do the same thing for the second bucket of 4s, so there are 4 numbers in this, it's going to be 30, 30, 30, 30. Again, you can pick these numbers. You can pick whatever numbers you want, but you want to pick the numbers that are closest to bucket 2 in dataset B, so that the difference between the means are minimized. So in this case, ideally it would be all 30s, but it has to be 29s because it has to be less than 30. And do you see where we're going? Bucket 3, same thing. Bucket 4, same thing. Every single time, the corresponding bucket on dataset B is always one, every number is 1 smaller than the corresponding number on dataset A. Meaning, the difference between the means is going to be 1. Right, but we can do this right now. We can explain this part right now. So 483 and 320. So how many votes would Angel Cruz be expected to win? Well, let's do, I never do this. I always do it on Desmos. Well, 163. 163 is not our answer because this is out of the population of 803 voters. The problem is these 803 actually represent these 6,424 people. 6,424 divided by 803. So each person in this poll actually represents 8 people in reality, like 8 voters. Because the poll does not represent all voters. It represents 1/8 of the voters. It's like a randomly selected poll, right? If each voter represents 8 actual voters, then that means Angel Cruz isn't just expected to win by 163 votes. He's expected to win by 163 times 8, which is 1304. That's my explanation. We did every single question. 14. I'll explain this one as well. Now let me explain number 14 and how I did this in my head. If you want to know how I did this in my head, all I thought is that if a quadratic has exactly one solution, then that means it has to be in the form of like x minus h squared or something, right? It has to be in that form. First of all, I don't like negatives in my a's, so all I did in my head is like just multiply both sides by -1, which is easy to do. 9x squared minus 30x minus c equals 0. Now, we need to turn it into a squared form because it has one solution. It has to be in like a squared form. Like for example, x minus 4 squared equals 0. This has one solution. X minus 4 times x minus 3, this has two solutions, 3 and 4. So whenever it's a squared, it only has one solution. What is this first term gonna be? Well, it has to be 3x, right? Because it's 9x squared. The first term has to multiply to 9x squared. So it has to be 3x because this squared is going to equal to 9x squared. All we need to do is figure out 3 times what doubled equals -30. Three times -5 is -15. Doubled is -30. And if you distribute that, you're going to get plus 25 at the end, which means c, since it's negative c is equal to -25. If you followed along for all of that, awesome work. If you didn't, that's totally fine. You don't even need to understand any of that. All you need to do is graph this equation right here, the -9x squared plus 30x plus c, and set it equal to y, and then create another equation, y equals 0, because that's the right side of the equal sign, and then plug in all of these values for c and figure out where there's exactly one solution. That's all you need to know. Score details. 98 correct answers. Let me download the score report. Open. Okay.
Quick setup first. Open the Bluebook app, click Accommodations, then Breaks as needed. Do a question, pause your test, watch my explanation, repeat. That's the system. I'm rooting for you.
We're going to find evidence for every single question. So let's get started. We're going to have to work fast, as always. The answer here is involuntary, and your evidence is uncontrollable. That's an example of the evidence being said directly, because uncontrollable was a direct synonym. The answer here is extensive. Extensive means many, so it literally says many here. Every single SAT question is like this. The evidence may not be as obvious as those two, but it's always going to be there. Okay? It's dormant. And here, the evidence is shown. It's not said directly. There's no direct synonym. But if something is present, but it has no effect, like the function is hidden, but it's there, that means it's dormant. That's the definition. All right. Impenetrable, because Butler broke into the field. That means she did not view the genre as impenetrable, meaning she thought she could break into the field, and she did. Oh, all right. So we just completed all of these vocab questions, which are formally known as the words and context questions. Now, what I tell students to do is move on to the grammar section, which anytime you see the first question that has standard English in it, that means you're in the grammar section now. People in the Americas have used the bottle gourd to make bottles. So in this case, the reason why B is the correct answer is B is the only one that's a finite. So basically it's the main verb in the sentence. Have used. People have used. People is the noun, have used is like the verb. Have is the verb, right? These other ones are non-finites. So without getting too much into the grammar, that's all you need to know for this sentence. You can eliminate A and B because if Michelle was determined to find out, you need a question, right? Otherwise, the sentence is just not going to make sense. If it's a statement, then Michelle wouldn't need to find out. And it has to be could, because could is the only one that turns this sentence into a question. All right. If we are looking at this first part, what you'll notice is that this is a complete sentence. The chemical TMAO counters this effect, ensuring that proteins retain their original configurations. The next part, TMAO is found in high concentrations in the cells of the deepest dwelling fish. It has to be A because B, C, and D are too weak to combine two independent clauses. Independent clauses are basically complete sentences. All right, the answer here is. You can use the odd one out rule if you know that trick. Basically, you put he or they in front of all of them. So he are doesn't make sense. He have been doesn't make sense. He are being doesn't make sense. He is the only one that makes sense. All right, here's how to do these questions. If you ever see this thing right here, a transition word in between two commas on the grammar section, not the transition section, right? Then cross out, let me get my pen, cross out all four of those in your mind and just think, is this part a complete sentence? And is this part a complete sentence? So let's read it. Jetties can sometimes have the opposite effect. That's a complete sentence. Obstructing the natural flow of sand along the shore can lead to increased erosion in some areas. Perfect. Both of those are complete sentences. So what we can do is we can eliminate all of the ones that just have commas, basically the ones that don't have a semicolon, because those are too weak to combine two complete sentences. The last thing that we need to do is figure out where the though goes. So if we look at sentence one right here, we actually have three sentences right here because now we have a semicolon. We need to figure out which sentences have contrast because though is a contrasting transition. And it seems like 1 and 2, from what I read, were contrasting. So the though has to go in sentence 2 because it's either in sentence 2 or sentence 3. And sentence 2 and sentence 3 are similar. So the though cannot go on sentence 3. That doesn't make sense. That's how you do these questions. Oh, sentence 2, my bad. All right. Instead and still are both contrasting transitions. You can just eliminate them. And it seems like the answer is going to be second because it literally says first right here. There. All right. None of these transitions are like similar, like no two of these transitions are the same type of transition, like we saw here with instead and still. Okay. Since it says broadly speaking, if it goes from broad to specific, you have to use a specific transition, like specifically. All right. The answer is to be exact, because this is an exact measure of everything it just said right here, the development. Perfect. We have finished the grammar section and the transitions. These notes questions, what I would recommend you do now, because the SAT is changing it up, a lot of these questions have wrong answers. So you don't want to pick a wrong answer. So you want to start skimming the notes. Especially for these sequence questions. So just looking at A, it's wrong. Because Saturn, the debris from Saturn's rings did not cause the moon to break apart. It's actually never in the notes. So D is not a sequence about the events proposed by researchers. This is a sequence that the researchers did. So that's not, yeah. And B is not a sequence. So C is the only one that's not only correct, but also a sequence. So it answers the question and it's actually in the notes. Be careful of that. They're doing more and more of those types of questions. Okay, let me clear up some vague SAT language. Emphasize just means mention. On the SAT, especially on the notes, if you see the word emphasize it in the prompt, it means the student wants to mention the fossil significance. And I'll try to do this as much as I can for the other prompts, like clear it up for you. So it's just because the language is very vague. Okay, what is the fossil significance? This last line. You want your answer to basically encompass that entire last line. And this is what I see. That's the only one that says early stage in it. I'm going to be honest. That's what I see right now. And yeah. Perfect. So find, if it says significance, find the significance and then find it in your answer. Okay. Whenever you see difference, you can typically just not read the notes and just eliminate everything that's not a difference. Okay. Perfect. So it says ancient Greek here, it says French, which are the origins of the two words. The difference is shown with this transition word, while. Same thing with similarity. You can really just eliminate everything that is not a that is a difference. Okay. Perfect. We are done with everything but the reading questions on the first module. We're moving through this quick. We got 20 minutes and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 questions. Let's do it. Function question says which choice best describes the function. Perfect. For these function questions, pay very close attention to the underlined portion, obviously, but don't go broader than that unless it specifically says something about like referring to other lines in the text in your answer. And if that's unclear, all you need to think about is like focus on the underlined portion. Just do that and you'll be fine. It is not a geographical fact. Perfect. Benefit, valuable insights, right? Evidence. We're finding evidence for all of our answers. If we don't find evidence, the answer is wrong. Incorporating oral history in your book. Perfect. Purpose question. All right. Depict the setting. They are depicting the setting right here. It was a bright, cool evening in June, all of this. And then long expected guests. They're awaiting a visitor's arrival, right? They're not conveying any worries. They're not describing how change. There's no mention of like time passing, like a huge like time skip or something. To contrast the activity, there's no activity. Like they're not talking about activity indoors. Yeah, there's no evidence for A, B, or C. It has to be D. It's the only one that has clear evidence. Also, let me clear this up. Anytime the SAT says best states, they're trying to confuse you. There's only one answer choice that actually states the main purpose of the text in this question. The other answers are completely wrong because they will have no evidence to support them. There will be something wrong about each of these three answers, and there will only be one completely correct answer. Don't get confused by this best states. You can just cross out best in your mind. Which choice states the main purpose of the text? Okay, they're not describing what Henry's mother does. Yes. To show what Henry's mother wants him to show that Henry's mother wants him to leave. Yes. It's really, dear, you mustn't stay. That's like the entire conversation. To present a detailed account of what Henry's home looks like. No, they're not describing his home. To explain why Henry often visits his mother. No. Function question. Again, let's do it. All right. Let's read each of these answer choices because it's starting to ramp up the difficulty. It notes a factor that led S to not dismiss risk disclosure messaging altogether, despite their evidence of its limited utility. Yes, perfect. What does utility mean? Utility means usefulness. So if the messages only had a small and short-lived effect on behavior, there's very little utility. There's limited utility. There's little use, but it's not dismissed altogether because the cost is also low. So even though it's not very useful, it's very low effort or low cost to send these messages out, which is why it's not dismissed. It acknowledges a type of risk disclosure messaging that S may not have fully accounted for in their study. No. The underlined portion is not a type of risk disclosure messaging. It's a factor. It describes a consideration that explains why S recommended risk disclosure messaging, even though its effect may be small relative to its cost. What I don't like about this one, small relative to its cost, that would mean that it's saying its costs are high relative to its effects, which is not true. The effects are low, yes, but the costs are also low. It points out a circumstance that S conceded may make risk disclosure messaging more effective than their study suggests. No. This is not making it more effective. They're just talking about the costs. It has nothing to do with how effective it is. It's saying that it doesn't really take much effort to send these, or it doesn't cost much. I don't know why I keep saying effort. Like, it doesn't cost much money to send these out. But okay, if you were confused about D, it's basically my argument is that the effects don't get any bigger or longer lived, right? If the effects got bigger or longer lived, then you can pick D, but you can't. The effects stay the same. Okay. That's funny. What does exalted mean? What do you think? Exalted means to find joy in either it's to find joy in other people's loss or your gain. And in this case, it's at somebody's loss. Like she's being very frank with her acquaintances, and they don't enjoy that, and she exults in that. So she finds joy in that, which is that's funny. Let's see. They try to refrain from discussing topics that would upset. No, there's nothing about upsetting Miss O. They're unable to spend as much time with Mrs. O as she would like. No, they don't want to spend. Oh, as she would like. No, it never says Miss O would like to spend more time with them. They're too preoccupied with their own concerns to speak with Miss O. No. They're likely offended. That makes sense. By what Miss O had to say about them. Because of this. This is your evidence right here. Frankness, at times, no less than startling. Frankness means like blunt. It means like direct. I tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. We got 11 minutes. We got 6 questions. Let's do it. Okay, so this is one of the illustrates the claims question. So all you have to do is pay very close attention to this last part of the sentence, but skim the rest. Demonstrates concern. That's what we have to look for. There's no concern in A. There's talking about fudge. Okay, let's take a look at B real quick. There's no concern in B. In C, it says, forget not to take care of the cat, the birds, and the flowers. Do not eat too quickly and fan too vigorously. That is direct evidence for concern. Like don't forget to do this. Don't eat too quickly. That's direct evidence. And D, there's no concern. Perfect. Let's move on. All right. So what is the student's claim? The student asserts that explanatory notes were included in the republication primarily as a marketing device to help sell a standalone volume. Perfect. Let's read each of these answer choices. The text of the poem as published in the Quarterly Journal is not identical to the text of the poem published in the standalone volume. No. This has nothing to do with explanatory notes. Yeah, this doesn't connect explanatory notes in any way. Many critics believe that the poem's explanatory notes remove certain ambiguities from the poem and make it less interesting as a result. Well, if it makes it less interesting, why would people buy it? How would it be a marketing device to help sell the standalone volume? The publishers of the standalone volume requested the explanatory notes from the poet in order to make the book attractive to readers who already had a copy of the poem in a journal issue. That's perfect. If the explanatory notes makes the book more attractive to readers who already had a copy, then it would be a marketing device for the people who already had a copy because there is new material in it and it makes it more attractive. So it helps sell the volume, making it a marketing device. Correspondence between poet and publisher reveals that the poet's explanatory notes went to sell. That has nothing to do with it being a marketing device or it selling more. All right. See how for every single answer, we are always finding evidence? The evidence may not be like directly right, like a synonym in the text, like we saw in those first two questions in this module, but it's always going to be there somewhere. It's either going to be said or shown. And for a lot of these harder questions, it's going to be shown. You just have to find where the answer is shown and then pick the correct answer. All right, so what is the hypothesis? Hypothesize that plants' response to K exposure involves altering their uptake in metals, such as iron and zinc. What does alter mean? Alter means to change. So something is changing. What is changing? The uptake of metals. Uptake means like how much you're taking in, like intake, right? So if it's changing their intake in metals, it could go either way. It could go up or down. Let's see. So K exposure obviously does change the uptake because it's completely different. You see it goes like the bars literally go down. So we just have to find an answer choice with that. Let's read the first answer choice. The control plants contain higher levels of zinc than iron, but plants exposed to K contain higher levels of iron and zinc. No, that's not true. I just realized that I'm short on time, so I'm just going to read these to myself. The plants exposed to K showed lower levels of iron and zinc than the control plants did. That's perfect. That's exactly what we said. All right, so anytime the graph shows a bunch of numbers and everything, it's typically on the easier side. So you just have to skim like the text, really. All right, it has to be D. D is the only one with 1478. 1478 is the only hot Jupiter because it has an orbital period of over 10 days. All right. So these, we have just moved on to the hardest questions on the test, logically completes, which is also known as inference questions. Inference questions, you never actually infer anything because the evidence is always either said or shown, as I've repeated, right? So what we want to do is we want to find evidence and we want to come up with our own answer for these inference questions before we actually answer. You can tell that it's an inference question because it always has this blank at the end. So whenever you see this blank, train your mind to come up with your own answer before you look at the answers. And in this case, this is one of the easier inference questions, I will say that, because the evidence is pretty clear right here, suggesting that she was in charge of the country's treasury and other central offices. So she obviously had an important role because she was in charge of the entire country's treasury and other central offices. So there we go. This one's probably harder. We got 4 minutes. We're gonna do this one. All right. Let's look through. It is more useful, suggesting that social media is more useful for studying informal language than for studying formal or official language. There was no evidence to suggest that social media it's more useful to study different types of like formalities in language. Like if you don't have evidence, you can't eliminate. I mean, you have to eliminate the answer. Hopefully, for this question, you came up with your own answer before you started answering the questions. So you're really just matching your answer that you thought of to the correct answer choice or to the answer choices. Only one of them will actually match. Appears to be exerting an exceptionally strong influence on the evolution of Bahasa Indonesia. We don't have evidence for exceptionally strong influence. It is obviously exerting an influence because it's literally changing the language, but exceptionally strong is not. We got no evidence for that. May give linguists a somewhat misleading sense of how languages are changing. Misleading. Why? No evidence for misleading. Does not merely register the language, changes in the language usage, but can facilitate such changes. If linguists can study changes in language uses in real time, then it obviously registers changes, because how else would they be able to study the changes, right? They can facilitate such changes, because that's the entire point of the text. The meng part, the meng suffix, is a change that has been facilitated by the use of social media. I can't talk today. But yeah. For these inference questions, please come up with your own answer before you answer. Let's do the hard module. I'm ready. I'm ready for whatever practice test 9's got to throw at me. All right. I didn't explain this part, but which choice completes the text with the most logical and precise word or phrase? As we mentioned in module 1, there is no such thing as most logical, precise word or phrase. There is only one correct answer that has evidence. So the question, just delete this from your mind and read it as which choice completes the text with the only logical and precise word or phrase, because there's only one. Latent. Latent means functionless. So since it's seemingly functionless, it's latent. That's your evidence. Oh, I know students are going to get this one wrong. Peripheral, all that means is it's located on the edges rather than in the center. These ones are actually wrong. Unobtrusive, I'm not sure why students would pick that, but concealed is actually not, there's no evidence that it's covered in any way. That's what concealed means. Approximate, we actually know the location. The location is hundreds of kilometers southeast, so we know the location of T. It's not approximate. It's peripheral because it's on the Pacific coast, so it's on the coast, it's on the edges rather than the center, which is the capital, right? That's what peripheral means. Okay. Ambiguity. Let's define some vocab. Again, if you don't know the vocab, mark it right here with the red mark and move on. I promise you, no matter how long you look at vocab, The definitions do not pop on the screen. They do not pop up in front of you. You just got to move on, and that's okay. Inconspicuousness. What does inconspicuousness mean? What do you think? Conspicuous means like it would be like a red car in a lot of silver cars. It's very obvious. It's easy to see. Inconspicuous is the complete opposite. It's like it blends in. It's like wearing all gray or something. It blends in with the crowd, right? Discretion means like being careful with your words, like picking your words wisely, or just being secretive or private. Any of those, like, two meanings. Ambiguity means like unclear, like vague, right? But in this case, it means unclear because it helped preclude, which means prevent. It helped prevent the claims of the event's unclearness. And it was unclear because skeptics argued that it would be too faint for detection, but the antennas was direct evidence of gravitational waves. If you've ever heard the phrase preclude the possibility, that means like eliminating the possibility of. Okay, we're spending too much time on these. All right, more vocab. All right, the answer here is sanguine, because sanguine means like confidently optimistic or like just happy. It's optimistic. Lauded means praised. So the commenters were optimistic because they praised this development. That's your evidence. Misanthropic means like distrusting or like a dislike for humanity. Recalcitrant means like disobeying authority. It means like not like unruly, like not obeying authority, like doesn't obey rules. Like a recalcitrant child would be like a child that's just like doesn't listen. Anyways, okay. Is that the last vocab? Perfect. That's the last vocab. We got to move quick because we spend a lot of time on those vocab questions. All right. If it was D, there has to be a complete sentence before the colon, which is not a complete sentence before the colon. And in this case, A and B are the same thing, unless you consider A's comma to go with this comma right here, which doesn't make sense. So it has to be C. You just got to know your grammar rules. If you want to know your grammar rules, go check out my course. All right. None of these commas make sense at all. And if you don't know your grammar rules, you can just read through it and you'll probably get 80% of these right. But C is the only one that has some merit to it, but it's still wrong because chemical, if you read through it, that means that aluminum oxide is extra information, which is not, because chemical compound could mean anything. It has to have the specific chemical compound. All right, perfect. So this is one of those questions where you eliminate though from your mind and you just see, is it a complete sentence before and after? Hopper's subsequent career would involve more than just equations. As a pioneer computer programmer, Hopper would help usher in visual aids. That is both complete sentences on both sides. So that means that it cannot be any of the ones with the commas. And now we had to figure out where the though goes. So the though If this is sentence 1, this is sentence 2, this is sentence 3, 1 and 2 are contrasting. So the transition for contrasting has to go in between 1 and 2. So it has to go on 2. 2 and 3 are similar sentences. So so the though has to go on sentence 2. It cannot go on sentence 3. This is just the odd one out rule. So he attests, he has attested, he is attesting, they attest. So since it's the odd one out, they attest. What does attest mean, by the way? What do you think? Attest means to vouch for. Okay. I don't know why I zoned out on this question. Okay, A is the correct answer because it is the only one that is a non-finite. The other ones are finites. Reach, it just has to be in present tense because atoms travel faster and faster until they reach the desired energy level. All right. So this cannot be silica glass or silica glass. It has to be the atomic arrangement. Why? For these questions, you want to look at the first noun in each of these. So the first noun is silica glass. It's also the same in B. This is a significant disadvantage. It is not silica glass. It is a significant disadvantage. But it is not comparing the disadvantage of silica glass to the disadvantage of alumina glass. It's comparing the atomic arrangements. That's a tricky one. Okay. So in this case, the reason why I eliminated B and D is because they're the same transition. They're both contrasting transitions. And it's not second because there's no first. It has to be in D. Same thing with A and C. They're both contrasting transitions. Now, as such, is a resulting transition. It's cause and effect, which is exactly what we need here. Perfect. We have moved on to the notes questions. We want to emphasize a similarity, means we want to mention a similarity between the two books. Perfect. This one's the only one that has a similarity between the two books. All right. Study and its conclusions. Well, what's the conclusion? Cats may have been domesticated. So any one of them that doesn't have domestication in the answer choice is automatically wrong. Now they want to present the study So the study was not about cat domestication. That's why we want to read the notes. The study was about an analysis of cat bone fragments. 1983 poetry collection. All right, so we want to look for this name. Any of the answer choices that doesn't have that name is wrong. They want to introduce the artist collection. Aim of the research study. Aim is typically near the top. It's not always like that, but it typically is. Factors that affect clutch size. Okay, all of that looks perfect. All right, none of the other ones are aims. Let's move on to the reading. Let's do it. This is the hardest part of the test. You got 17 minutes. Function question. Oh, this is going to be a hard read. 1888. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Because if you understand that they're talking about the waves in this part, right? What is exultantly leaping on these rugged rocks? The waves, right? The waves of the sea. And that means that B has to be our answer. Because it's not conveying the speaker's ambivalence, or yeah, it's not conveying the speaker's ambivalence. Draws contrast between the sea's waves and the speaker's thoughts. It's not talking about the speaker's thoughts. Portrays the surrounding as imposing and intimidating scene. No, it's not saying it's imposing or intimidating. It's just saying the sea's waves are relentless. It just keeps rushing on, right? That's your relentless evidence. And then enduring force, it will not know defeat. It's enduring. By arguing that it is based on a misconception about phytoplankton species competing with one another. Yes. Yeah, that's perfect. I don't know why I thought that wasn't. By asserting that it fails to recognize that routine replenishment, okay, it's not talking about routine replenishment of ocean nutrients. By suggesting that their own findings help clarify how phytoplankton, they're not competing with larger organisms here. C is wrong. By recommending that more ecologists focus on their research on how competition yeah, so wow, that took me a while. But water density, they're not talking about water density. They're talking about like it does says that they experience water as a relatively dense substance, but it's the point is that they're relatively far apart from each other. So that's the main point. And water is dense. That also reduces any sort of competition, really. But it's a misconception that they're actually competing with one another. That's your clear evidence. Okay. The fossil constitutes the first evidence found by scientists that M lived more than 400 million years ago. Well, what makes this discovery significant is it expands our understanding of the geographical distribution of M. Honestly, when I'm looking through these, none of them do that except for D, because it literally says that it's the first evidence that M existed outside the paleocontinent of Laurussia, which is true because it was right. It was in this paleocontinent of G, Gondwana. And the discovery is significant because it expands our understanding of the geographical distribution. Geographical distributions means like where the species was located and spread over, like what area. And they were on a different, like they existed outside the paleocontinent that everyone thought they were all in. Okay, so the vocab is ramping up, but that's okay. The metaphorical significance derives from the semantic equivalence of the two nouns constituting the diffrasismo. Semantic equivalence, or the semantic means like the meaning of the word. And eagle and jaguar are like two completely different words. It also says tenuous. Where was it? Right there. Tenuous, which means weak. Like it literally says that the semantic relations are weak. Eagle does not mean jaguar. A is wrong. It's an unintelligibility, which means it's lack of understanding. It's hard to understand. So that may cause its formal function within a line of verse go unnoticed by present-day readers. It never connects the formal function going unnoticed with the fact that it's hard to understand. Yes, it is hard to understand, but it never connects it with the formal function may go unnoticed. Its apparent obscurity, so obscurity means unclear. Its apparent unclearness can be resolved, can be fixed when considered in the proper cultural context, which is perfect because if you understand Aztec ceremonial culture, it literally says it's often only intelligible. I mean, you can only understand it if you understand Aztec ceremonial culture, so proper cultural context. Its frequency in classic and poetry confirms its intelligibility to the Aztec audience. It never connects frequency. It does say common, where is it? Common diffrasismo. It does say that some diffrasismos are common, right? But it never connects the frequency and the fact that because of the frequency, it's understood by Aztec audience. Aztec audiences might understand these diffrasismos, like instinctually, like they might understand it perfectly, but it could be for other reasons other than frequency. It never says that in the text, so we can't pick it. Oh God, we gotta move quick. I've been over-explaining a little bit, huh? All right, we got to look at 9,002. So let me just screenshot this. Right here to right here. You can see that the black graph moves like this and the other graph moves like this. And since the oxygenation, if you read the text, you'll see that it's inversed. So this is actually high oxygenation. This is low to high to low. So there's a huge change. Yeah, it says deoxygenation is inversely correlated and might have been important. Okay. So all we are looking for is that So the oxygenation, so C is wrong because the oxygenation was pretty high in the second one because it's inversely correlated. Even the graph is low, that means the oxygenation is high. This has nothing to do with the conclusion that the researchers came up with. And this one is wrong because there was no like opposite relationship. It just kind of stayed constant. All right, we gotta move on. Wait, let me see. Yes. Okay. Greater number of positive words. Uh, that this has nothing to do with altruism. Like, yeah, it doesn't compare the two groups of the nondescript, which means dull, boring, unremarkable, versus the trees that are huge, they exceptionally tall, they cause awe, right? Participants who did not help the experimenter pick up pens were significantly more likely to report having feeling of awe. No. This is like the opposite. This is like an opposite conclusion, but it's also, if you notice, that doesn't mean that's altruism. Altruism means helping people, even if it doesn't benefit you in any way. Participants who did not. Yeah, it says regardless of whether they looked at the bill. You're trying to say that there's a difference between the building and tree group. Let's move on. All right. I feel like because there are these like percents and everything, and it's only 2%, it's going to be an easier question. Okay. Yeah, has to be that one. That one's one of the easier ones, so I won't explain that one. I want to explain the harder ones. Subjects' attitudes towards winning candidate after giving an election were strongly predicted by the subjects. It's not talking about general political orientation. Subjects who were not old enough to vote in a given election were significantly more positive attitudes towards the winning candidate 2 years later. The problem with this is it's not comparing the people who voted versus the people who didn't. In the subjects in B, nowhere did they ever vote. They didn't vote 2 years ago and they didn't vote like 2 years later, like right here. So you can't, it's not actually like, it's not going against a claim in any way. Perfect, that looks good. 2 years after a given election, subjects who voted us and subjects who were not old enough to vote were significantly, this is like the opposite of the claim. So this supports the claim. Yeah, polarized means like very strong. So yeah, it's comparing the two groups. It's saying that the people who voted had like strong opinions, which is like weakens the traditional view because it completely goes against it. All right, inference question. Come up with your answer before. Oh, all right. Solitary means alone. So these turtles are a solitary species because they grow up alone, or they grow up without parents. That's it. All right. I'll explain this one if I have time. Let me go on to this one. Could suggest that there are differences in cognitive ability among the monkeys, even though these differences may not actually exist. Yes, that's perfect. Because some monkeys might not be strong enough to unscrew a bottle because it's physically demanding, but they might be smart enough to think about that solution, right? Are useful for identifying the task monkeys? No, they can easily identify the task they can perform because there's literally a criteria. It was judged by the same, like there's a criteria on whether you can do it or not. Should not be taken as indicative of the cognitive abilities of any monkey species other than, no, it shouldn't even be indicative of the cognitive abilities of the species that it measured. It was a bad study. Reveal more about the monkey's cognitive abilities when solving artificial problems. No, it's not talking about artificial versus wild. All right, let's try to explain this in 1 minute. Face-like stimuli are perceived as harmless by newborns of social species that practice parental care, but threatening. It's not threatening by solitary species because then they would have different reactions. They had the same reaction. They had preference for the image. Researchers should not assume that innate attraction like face stimuli is necessary and adaptation related to social interaction and parental care. Yes, because both the solitary species and the social species both reacted in the same way. Researchers can assume that seen as social species, learned rather than innate. There's no evidence for learned rather than innate. Newly hatched T tortoises show a stronger preference for face-like stimuli than adult T do. No, it's not comparing children and adults. It's comparing social versus solitary. All right. So I didn't even add the 7x because it's the same in C and D. But I just added 2x squared plus x squared, and then -9 plus 1. If it's 16 each, it has to be 16p plus 37. Divide 7 to the other side. All right. Honestly, I know I could do this in my head and the answer is 5, but I'm just gonna do it on Desmos. I need a square root. There's a delete all button right here. It's on the left. Just press the settings right here. If one of these, okay. So there are 80 students in total, right? So the denominator has to be 80. I know none of these denominators are 80, but once we simplify the fraction, it's going to look like one of those answers. But lion has to be 20, so it's going to be 1/4. But I'm going to show you the fraction button if you don't know it. It's right here. It's on the left. You see that? And it simplifies any fraction for you. So this is very useful. 20 is the numerator because it's on the right-hand side of this column, line column. It's over 80 students. On the SAT, do not read all of this stuff. You're just wasting time. They put that there so you waste time. You know how to type in answers into a box. I promise you know how to do it. So like intuitively, you don't even if you've never seen the SAT test before. Okay. So profit is P of X. So we need to substitute P of X with 900. And then we need to set it equal to 5x minus 200. Oh, not 200, 220. Make sure you typed everything in right. Perfect. And then zoom out. All right, 224. The slope is negative and the y-intercept is positive, as you can see on the graph. Y is 1, and you can do this quickly in your head by subtracting the two equations. You get 2 equals 2y, but we're also going to graph this because it's module 1, and we can do that. So you can always duplicate. Just make sure you change the color because the color stays the same. And we just need to change 2y and 4. Okay, and make sure you zoom in. Please zoom in. Get the correct point. Desmos, the SAT does this on purpose by putting all three points very close to each other. There's actually 5 points. They want you to pick one of the 4. They want you to pick one of the 4 wrong points. Pick the right one. Value of y. All right. The maximum value is 14 because all of the values are on the left side. The frequency, or the amount of times the value shows up, is on the right side. So in this data set, there are 6 14s, not the other way around. All right. If circle L has an area of 100 pi, then the total area has to be higher than 100 pi. But anyways, let's do this. Let's just do this by hand. So what is area of a circle? We can check the reference sheet. It says it right there. Pi r squared. So what is r in circle K? Circle K is an r of 4. 4 squared is 16. So it's basically 100 plus 16. Also, I'm so sorry. Anytime you see a geometry question, draw it out. I don't know why I didn't draw it out. I'm not going to foster bad habits. So I'm actually going to draw it out. This circle K, there's a radius of 4 millimeters. And there's an area of 100 pi millimeters. So then this pi r squared, and then you do that part on Desmos, you get 16 pi, 100 pi plus 16 pi. All right, the answer to this question is 16. You know how I know? Because, and no, I have not seen this question before. I know you just asked that. this part is equal to A. Let's set 4 minus 3x equal to A, right? Or some random variable. It can be anything. Then we can rewrite this as 9a plus 2 equals 8a plus 18. You can put this into Desmos, and it will give you the answer. But if you subtract 8a to the other side, you get a plus 2 equals 18, a equals 16. Right? So if a equals 16, then 4 minus 3x equals 16, because a is equal to 4 minus 3x. You are solving for a. You are not solving for x, right? Okay. One thing that I'm doing more of is I am drawing similar triangles on the same triangle. So instead of drawing like these two separate triangles, just draw one. And I'll show you how to label it. G and K are right angles. So draw G and draw K on the same angle. F corresponds to J, and it is really easy to write the corresponding angles, right? You just write it next to each other. F corresponds to J, so what's left? H and L. Sine F is 308. So sine F, which is right here, so it's opposites over hypotenuse, 317. Technically, it's 317x and 308x because we don't know the scale factor. But we will just leave it. What is the value of sine J? Well, F and J are the same. So it's the same sign. I don't know why I'm sighing a lot. It's just I'm not getting enough oxygen to my lungs or something. A wire with the length of 106 inches is cut into two parts. One part has a length of x, or has a length of y. Do I know that y is bigger than x? No. But I just labeled it that way because it's not even. Don't label it exactly in the center. Then you're gonna, like at some point you're gonna think that, oh, x and y are the same. X is 4y plus 6. So it's 6 more than 4 times y. What is the value of x? Four y plus 6, which is x, plus y equals 106. 106. So 5y plus 6. 5y plus 6 equals 106. Y equals 20. So then what is x? 4 times the value of y plus 6, right? So 4 times 20, 86. Oh, I was like, where's x? Because typically on the SAT questions, when these units are like labeled, they have x near them and y near them. But anyways, it has to be the average. It has to be industrial park, obviously, because it's a 5-hectare industrial park. So it's, since x goes with the 5, has to be industrial park, meaning B and D are automatically eliminated. The reason why C is wrong is because that's actually what 5x represents in the context. If there are 5 hectares of industrial parks, then that means that 5x would represent the total number of trees in the park. But if you divide that by 5, you're left with x, which is the number of trees in 1 hectare. So the average number of trees, right? You're taking the total, you're dividing it by the number of hectares, you get the average. All right. You need to know your exponent rules, so I'm going to refresh that for you. I can tell you that your answer is not A, for sure. It's not D either. It's between B and C. Here's how you do it. A to the power 11 over 12. Whatever is in the numerator stays at the top, stays as the exponent, right? So this is basically a 132 over 144. Then this is a to the power 132 over 121. And obviously, since the denominator has to be bigger, it's going to be this, 144. But let's check anyways. Let's go 132 divided by 144. And let's use the fraction button, as we did. 11 over 12. All right. It's not going to be C. And remember, the exponent, like a to the power 132, that stays as the numerator. It does not drop to the denominator. It was always the numerator. It stays as the numerator. The thing outside the square root goes to the denominator. Okay, we got 7 questions left in 20 minutes. So we're doing really good on time. We could type all of this out and set it equal to f of x, and then do f of x plus 4, like plus 4 outside the parentheses, set that equal to g of x, and then do g of 0. Or we could use Desmos to just kind of do it in our head partially. Plus 4, 76, and then we're going to check it using the actual way to do it. That's how I always do it on the test. F of x equals and then g of x, make sure you don't add the plus 4 yet. G of x equals f of x. It's really easy to do translations, any sort of translations, on Desmos. So make sure you have the plus 4 outside, right? Since it's translating up, not to the side, it has to be outside. And all you need to do in the next line is just g of 0. Gives you 76. Perfect. Let's move on. Negative 12? No, it's x minus y. My bad. Okay, I'm gonna stop trying to do this in my head. Just do it on paper. Y equals 4x plus 1. 4y is 15. Right. So yeah, x is negative 12, but that is not what the question is asking. What I would recommend you do here is, first of all, make sure you read the question. Make sure you read always what the question is asking. And so a lot of students get these questions wrong. Now, it's perfectly formatted, so if we delete this comma and we just place a negative sign or subtraction, we get our answer. Make sure you are neat with your work like that. Like, export the point and then delete the comma You don't even need to type in these numbers. A lot of students do all of this work, they get the correct numbers, and then they type the numbers in wrong from the graph. Don't do that. Let Desmos help you. Okay, y-intercept. Y-intercept is when x is 0. You need to memorize that. Y-intercept is when x is 0. X-intercept is when y is 0. So, if we want to be lazy, you can just type in the thing, the function. I already know that it's not going to be a and c, but anyways, we're going to figure that out in a second. 0.65 to the power of x. And then what is f of 0? 8,000. Perfect. So any answer without the y-intercept is wrong. What is the best interpretation of the graph in the context? Okay. So when y is 8,000, that is the y-intercept, 8,000. X is 0, meaning it's 0 years since the end of 1998. What does that mean? It means that it is at the end of 1998. If it's 0 years since the end of 1998, it's 1998, or the end of 1998, my bad. So it's not 5 years. I'm trying to figure out the best way to explain how to do this question. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get back to this question. I don't like skipping around, but we're gonna do the other questions, and then I'm gonna figure out a way to explain this better, because the explanation right now is not good. All right, this one. If you see an equal sign and just one variable, just put it into Desmos, and it solves it for you. 2 squared equals square root 3x plus 34. All right. Wait, it's not even letting me click it. What is the smallest solution? It's not going to be 10, even though it is a solution. -3. And we always just want to check. Obviously, the left side is going to be positive because it's squared and square root. The left side is going to be 5, and the right side is also going to be 5, yes. X, Y, S, T, Z. Measure of angle Z is 20. 2xy equals RS. 2xy, so let's say it is 2a equals RS. Oh, my bad. So if this is A, then that means RS. Did I draw this wrong? Okay. So if you if you draw the triangles as similar triangles on the same triangle, just make sure that you know that the sides are not going to be proportional. The sides are not going to be the same. They're going to be proportional. So the sides are going to be different, typically, unless the triangles are congruent, which is completely different. Then the sides are going to be the same, and the angles are going to be the same. So what is the measure of angle T is going to be 20 degrees. It's not even asking about the sides, so we don't really need to pay attention to them. Damn, it doesn't seem like there are super hard questions on module 1, which is, I mean, it's to be expected, but that's odd. Okay. here is how you could do it if you had a lot of time, which we do. You can just graph it and then start duplicating and graph all the other ones. Actually, it doesn't take that much time. Duplicate, 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 duplicate. And then just change all the colors so the graphs are distinct. 144, 44, 18, 81, 6. Huh. I changed the original graph. And make sure you typed everything in right. Seems like we did. Oh, no, we did not. What's that? All right. Now, if we zoom out, we're going to see that if we turn off all of the graphs that are not the parent function, we'll see that none of these graphs match. Why? Why do none of these graphs match? Because we're actually not looking for f of x. We're looking for g of x. And g of x equals f of x plus 2. Oh, all of them are f of x. Oh man. So we gotta do a, b, no, it is d. This one's a. This one's b. All right. Perfect. Turn off f of x. You don't need f of x anymore. And we typed everything in right. I'm just triple checking. Now turn one on at a time by clicking the color. See how red is clearly the same. Red is B, perfect. And let me explain how to do this by hand as well. You just got to know your exponent rules. So 9 times 4 to the power x plus 2. Also, weird thing to bring up right now. It says my name R-I-S-A-V because that's my legal name. But the way to pronounce it is R-I-S-H-A-V, Rishav. If you know your exponent rules, you will know that you can break this into two different parts. You can do f of, 9 times 4 to the power x. Oh man, I should not write on this right side because it doesn't let me write there. 9 times 4 to the power x times 4 to the power 2, because these two combine their exponents, they just add up, right? What is 4 to the power 2? 16. And then what is 16 times 9? 144. 144 times 4 to the power x. Basically, when you separate this plus 2 into 4 to the power of 2, it multiplies with the 9 to create this 144 that you see on the left of B. Five minutes. Do I have a better explanation for this? Okay, I guess I do. Let's see if this explanation works. if you want to go from 5y to 9y, what do you have to multiply to get from 5y to 9y? Well, you have to multiply 9 over 5, right? And you can plug in any number you want for y, because y is a constant, and you'll still see that you have to plug in 9 over 5, right? If you want to go, let's say you plug in 2 for y, so it turns from 10, and you want to get to 18. What do you have to multiply to 10 to get to 18? 18 over 10, which simplifies to 9 over 5. You always have to multiply this factor of 9 over 5. So if it takes 88x, if a landscaper uses a hose that puts 88x ounces of water in a bucket in 5y minutes, then in 9y minutes, it's going to be this times 9/5. That's obviously not going to be less than 1. It has to be one of those. 88 times 9/5. What is that? $158. Oh, just use the fraction button. Right? Okay. Perfect. At this point, I would check my answers. And by checking my answers, I really just skim through each of these questions to find a question that I wasn't like completely sure about. So all of these questions that I'm like skipping through right now, I was pretty sure that, like, I was very sure that I got these answers right. And it was nothing that I was like, maybe I want to come back to this at some point. And as you are, even if you don't have time to check your answers, what you can do is as you are going through the test, you can do what I did, which is use multiple solutions to get to the answers. On a lot of these questions, what you saw me do is like, you saw me do it in my head, and then you saw me do like the formal solution that your math teacher would like, right? So that's like almost a way of like double checking your answer as you're going through the test. Okay. Yeah, I mean, oh, I did not mean to do that. Whatever. Moving on. Median. All right. Do you see how median is right here? You can just click median or type MEDIAN and open parentheses, and then just type in all of these numbers with commas. 73, 74, 75, 77, 79, 82, 84, 85, 91, 79. Or you could just you just cover up numbers on your screen until you get to the middle. That's probably what I would do on the test. Actually, I don't know. Every time you see a geometry question, immediately go to your scratch paper, draw it out. Oh, it's a right triangle, my bad. L and M. Okay, so it doesn't give us, I guess M corresponds to Q. That's all we need to know, because we need to know the angle of Q is 53. instead of y, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write f of x. F of x is equal to, just checking if I'm still recording, looks good, 4 times 2 to the power of x plus 3 . And then we want to do f of 3 because it says x is 3, right, on the table. I can't select that. But when x is 3, a is 35. This is infinitely many because the two lines have the same slope. 66 is the slope for both lines. And it has the same y-intercept too, because the y-intercept is 0. Correct. A and B cannot be your right answer because the number has to be 15,000. If 15,000 was inside the parentheses, then it would be the base, right? And it's not, the population is not multiplying by 15,000 each year. It has to be greater than 1 because it increased by 4%. This is one that you can totally do in your head, but I'm just gonna plot it. Y equals. All right. And then I'm going to do each of that. A plus B, what is A? Well, this is A, right? A equals -7. And B equals 28. A plus B, 21. Yeah. There are multiple ways you can do this question. Here's what I see right now. Seems like that's going to be the answer. And that's just like the grouping rule. Basically, the numerator simplifies to, in parentheses, 8x minus 3, close parentheses, times, in parentheses, x minus 7. And there's also x minus 7 at the bottom because it's 2 times x minus 7. You don't need to do that in your head. What you can do is you can either do it on paper or you can just, this is the long way to do it. But if for some reason you're not getting the answer and you have some time left, you can just enter everything, like literally everything, with a y equals at the very beginning and graph the entire thing. Just make sure you type everything in right. If you don't, then you're not going to get the right answer. No. Yeah, done. And I'm just double checking that I typed everything in right. Again, this solution takes a long time, but you can do it that way, especially if you're like faster than me at typing, which honestly, most of you are. My excuse is that I'm on an iPad. So what you have to do is turn off every single answer choice. Make sure the answer choices are ordered properly and they're typed in correctly. Yes, perfect. And then one by one. Okay. The only one that works is green, which is B. Is exactly what we said. Delete all. And always, if you accidentally delete everything, you can always just go back, just press the undo button. It's not a big deal, right? Circle A has a radius of 3n. Circle B has a radius of 129n. Okay, so the area, if you click this reference sheet up here, you'll find that the area is pi r squared, but we already did a question with areas of circles, so we should know that it's 9n squared. Make sure you have the parentheses around the 9n pi, which is going to be 81n squared pi. That's our area. The area of this is going to be 129n squared pi. And then it's going to be 129 squared n squared pi over 81 n squared pi, which basically it's 129 squared divided by 81. I'm going to show you another way to do this. Why did I say 81? Oh my God. 3 times 3 is not 81. Okay. 129 squared divided by 9. I probably should have just left this as 3 squared. But here is another way to do this. If you know a scale factor, which is the most advanced concept on the SAT, so if you don't know it, that's fine. 129n divided by 3n. It seems like you're gonna get 43. That is your scale factor. Now, 43, if that's your scale factor, that is the ratio between the radiuses. But if you want the ratio between the areas, then you have to square it. If you want the ratio between the volumes, you have to cube it. Since we just want the areas, we're just going to square it. And 43 squared is going to be exactly 1849, I promise. 43, 1849. That's how scale factor works. Scale factor is the ratio between the sides. In this case, there are no sides of a circle. So it's the ratio between either the circumference or it's the ratio between the radiuses. They're both the same ratio. But once you get to area and volumes, then you have to either square the scale factor or cube it, respectively. All right, what is the first thing you do when you see a geometry question? You draw it. Oh, come on, there we go. Circle O has points R and S. And do not draw the points like this, like opposite from each other. Draw it like somewhere on the circle somewhere. There's R, there's S. It doesn't matter where. Just draw it somewhere. R, S. And this O. ROS is 88 degrees. What is the measure of RSO? All right, here's what you need to know. Since these two are radii, OR, OR and OS are both radii, meaning they're the same. If they're the same, that makes this an isosceles triangle, meaning the angles opposite to the congruent sides are also congruent. 88 is the third angle, so if we do x plus x, which represents the two same angles, plus 88, they should all add up to 180 because all the angles in the triangle add up to 180. 46. That is the measure of one of those angles, which is RSO. All right. Yeah. I want to take a screenshot. Actually, yeah. What I would do for this is I would honestly, well, here's the thing. You can do it multiple ways. You can either do it with the answer choices or you can do it by hand. If you want to do it through the answer choices, multiply each answer choice by 81 because this is the possible price of the chair. Multiply by 81 for all of the chairs, and then add a 7% sales tax and see if it is very close to 14,000. What I'm going to do the formal way, which is 81x, because x just represents like the possible price, represents one of these four. And then I'm going to multiply this by 1.07 to add in the sales tax. And then I'm going to set it equal to 14,000. Make sure you don't put the 1.07 on the other side, right? Or you don't, like, you divide this by 1.07 or something like that. Like, or make sure it's 1.07 because you're adding a 7% sales tax, and make sure it's on the 81x. And you'll get the correct answer, 161. All right. Right triangle has a legs of 24 centimeters. And 21 centimeters. 3 root d, where d is an integer. What is the value of d? What is the value of d? Pythagorean theorem. That's how we're going to find the value of d. And all we need to do is literally write a squared plus b squared, and then do this regression sign, and I'll tell you why in a second. We can actually just keep it as the equal sign for now, but I'll show you why. C squared, and then select all, and we're just gonna enter 24. It can either be 24 or 21, it doesn't matter. You're still gonna get the same answer, right? C is 3 root D. Now, this is not going to work. This is not going to give you an answer. It's going to give you an error. Because once you use a variable like D, you have to use a tilde, which is a symbol for regression. So you're basically doing a mini regression here. You get D is 113. All right. See how it just solves it for you? And you're just typing this in. What I would not recommend you do not do this. 24 squared plus 21 squared equals whatever, the 3 root D. Because I know a lot of students aren't going to put these parentheses here. You're going to do something like this. 3 root D squared. And this will get you the wrong answer because there's no parentheses right here. And even if you did put the parentheses, you might have typed something in wrong. It's really easy just to do a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and then type in a, b, and c individually. All right, there's another Desmos question. So what I want you to do is on your paper, write down the 3 equations that you see right now that this question gives you. It gives you 3 equations. Write down all 3. You ready? The first equation you should have written down is A is equal to 230% of B. The second one, A is equal to 60% of C. C is equal to P% of B. That's the third one. Don't even write the divided by 100. Literally write A is equal to 230% of B. Like on your piece of paper, write this. Now, here's what I want you to do. Take these brackets, type in the left-hand side of each of the 3 equations, separated by a comma. So the left side of the first equation is A. The left side of the second equation is also A. The left side of the third equation is C. And then put a tilde for regression. And then do the same on the other side. 230% of B. You're doing the right side of the equations now. 60% of C. And anytime you write percent, it automatically just types in percent of. So you don't even need to type out the of. By the way, of always means multiplication. So it's basically 60% times C. That's what it says. Last one. Then we just get our answer. Desmos just gives it to us. Closest value of P, right here. We can even type in P. We can get the fraction if we want, right? 383. Oh, and make sure you typed everything in right. Let me double check. AC. Yes. Okay. Nice. That's how you do these percent questions. You don't even need to do it on paper. They gave this one right after the percent question to trick you guys. But it is not exponential. It is increasing and linear. And you can even graph it. What is f of x equals 201? And remember the percent thing? You just write percent. Does that look exponential? Percent of just means 201 over 100 times x, which is a linear function. All right. If the y-intercept of the line is k minus 5, b, then that means k has to equal 5. Why? K has to equal 5 because if k is 5, then k minus 5 will equal 0. The y-intercept is when x is 0. So k has to equal 5. We want to create a table. We want to do 0, comma 13, and then 7, comma negative 15, because we're entering 0 for k. Now that we know. Wait, what? No, we're not entering 0 for k. My bad. And we can even do, just to be a little neater, k plus 7, and then do k. And then define k here as k equals 5. Perfect. And what you'll see is, you'll see these two dots, right? Just making sure I typed everything in right. Always do that. Always double check everything you type into Desmos. So many smart students get that wrong, like type stuff in wrong, and then get the question wrong, even though they did the work correctly. Just double check. What is the value of b? Well, just do the linear regression and then export this equation so it's easier to see. What's 33? That's the value of b. That was like a simple linear regression. Okay. I'm gonna re-explain those ones that I didn't do a good job on. So don't worry, I'm gonna re-explain those. Keenan made 32 cups of vegetable broth. Keenan then filled X small jars and Y large jars with all the vegetable broth he made. The equation represents this situation. What is the best interpretation of 5y in this context? So we went over a question very similar in module 1. Now, what I said about those is that 3x and 5y represent the total number instead of the average, or in this case, the number itself. 5y has to represent the total number. But then what represents the number of, let's say, large jars Keenan filled? Y. The variable y represents the number of large jars Keenan filled. And 5y represents the total number of cups of vegetable broths in the large jars. That's why the answer is C. How did we get there? Well, first of all, we can eliminate B and D because 5y has to do with y, and y represents the large jars. But if, look at the units. If it's 3x plus 5y equals 32 cups, then that means 3x has to be in cups and 5y has to be in cups, because you can only add cups and cups to get your 32 cups. But then what do each of the parts represent? If there's 32 cups, then that means for each small jar, there are 3 cups. That's why it's 3x, because it's 3 cups per small jar times small jars. Let's do the dimensional analysis thing that you learn in chemistry or physics. 3x. What are the units under 3? It's 3 cups per small jar times x small jars. There we go. This gets eliminated, this gets eliminated. You're left with 3x cups. That's your units, right? And you do the same thing with 5 or 5x. And if you do it on that, then you'll see that you get 5x cups. So in this case, since it's large jars, C is your answer, and X would represent the number of large jars. Correct answer is C. Perfect. One of the two equations in a system of linear equations is given. The system has no solution. Which equation could be the second equation in the system, in this system? What you want to do is you want to go to Desmos. So let's do 3x, I think it's minus 36. No. Y. 3x equals. And then you just do x equals 4y. You just duplicate this. Just do 1/3. Perfect. So everything is typed in properly. All we need to do is turn off all of the graphs except for the one that you want. Now, one at a time, we see that B is our answer because it's the only one that's no solution. It looks like it's parallel. The other ones don't even look like they're parallel. This one is right on top of the red line, so that's infinitely many solutions. And this one is obviously crossing at some point. That's all we need to know to pick B. See, like this, nowhere in here does it say Desmos, even though you could totally use Desmos for this, and it would be like the mentally least challenging solution, which is what you want to find. You want to find the fastest solutions and the easiest solutions, right? The SAT doesn't reward you for finding the hardest solution. Anytime you see something like this, where it says, which of the following are solutions to the given equation, and it has an equal sign, then solutions always mean values of x, right? So these three cases, Roman numeral 1, 2, and 3, are all potential values of x. So all we need to do is graph this x minus 29 part, and then underneath that, do x equals a plus 1, x equals 29, and we set a value for a that's greater than 30, because it says right here that we have to. X minus 29. Okay, perfect. And then x equals a. X equals 29. All right. And now we have to define A. So let's do A equals 5. And then what we want to see we want to first turn off all the graphs, right? So we see that there are two solutions. Anytime like we slide around A, so for any value of A, there are these two solutions. Now let's turn on one graph at a time. No matter what, the purple is always on this right red line, meaning it's a solution. right? It's right on top. What about this one? Green is also a solution. Whoa. Green is also a solution right here. The only one that's not is blue. So it has to be 2 and 3 only, because these fall under red lines. 2 and 3 only, C, perfect. Or we could do this by hand, which I'm going to show you real fast. Basically just, if you make A any number, like let's say 31, right? This would be 32, this would be 29. If A is a constant, which it says right here, then any value greater than 30 should either like work or not work, and it would give you the right answer. It would give you C for any value that you pick for A that is greater than 30. So in this case, we pick 31. Let's do, basically we substitute 31 for A. Which are the following are solutions to the given equation. And then the tricky part is that you actually plug this in for X. So let's try 31. 31 minus 29 equals 31 minus 31, X minus 29. This turns into 0, meaning this entire thing turns into 0, and then 2 is not equal to 0, meaning the first condition, where X is 31, and A is 31, does not work. The same thing with 32. We plug it in for X. 32 minus 29, 32 equals 32 minus 31, 32 minus 29. What is this? 3 times 1 times 3. 3 equals 3. Perfect. So the second condition worked. Now we just need to try the third one with 29. And if you can see it already, it's 29 minus 29, which turns into 0. The other side of the equal sign is 29 minus 31, but that doesn't matter because it's 29 minus 29 on the other end. This turns into 0, the entire thing turns into 0, 0 equals 0. Let's recap these steps in 10 seconds. Here's what you need to do, 10-second explanation. These are all values of X. Now, to figure out what A is, you can actually just plug in anything, make sure it's greater than 30 because it says so. But once it's greater than 30, replace all A's with the number that you chose and then plug each case into X. Make sure you don't plug A into X. Make sure you plug in the case into X. So A plus 1, if you pick 31, plug in 32, don't plug in 31. I mean, for the first case, obviously, you plug in 31. Anytime you see a proportion question, just put in numbers. Put in any number that you want. Here's what we have to do. Let's try 340. If, let's say, we have 340 square feet of surface to cover, how many gallons of stain do we need? If we have 340 square feet of surface, how many gallons of stain do we need? Well, 1 gallon of stain covers, 170 square feet, right? So 2 gallons of stain will cover 340 square feet. Perfect. So we need 2 gallons of stain. But we want to cover the yard twice. So if you double this, then we need 4 gallons of stain for 340 square feet. What we just did is we set a number for W, because W represents the fence area in square feet. You can set any number for W because W is just a constant in this question. It's not like it doesn't say it's a variable or anything. What's good about that is that if we look at the answer choices, they're all in terms of W. Meaning, if we plug our number back in, 340, this number that we just made up, we can pick any number, then we should get out 4. Because we know, we just calculated that if there's 340 square feet of surface, we are going to need 4 gallons of stain to cover the yard twice. Let's plug in 340 for all 4 answer choices. If we plug in 340 here, for the first one, it's 340 divided by 170, which is 2. This one is going to be 340 times 170, which very big number. It's definitely not 4. This one is going to be 340 squared, and this one, it's going to be 340 divided by 85, which is 4. Basically, we found a number for W, we calculated the amount of stain that we need, so we calculated S, and then we took W and we plugged it into each answer choice to get the correct value of S. The answer is D. Perfect. This question is pretty simple. Y equals negative x squared plus 9x minus 100. Okay, and then zoom out and export this vertex. Make sure you are on the right vertex, right? Make sure you're not on like the y-intercept. And then make sure you do like this, like y equals, right? Just to check. Y equals this. Awesome. Negative 79.75. What's the fraction value of that? Negative 319 over 4. All right. Perfect. So C is our answer because that line intersects that parabola at exactly 1 point. Here's what you need to know about this question. Hopefully, you saw that there are multiple points and that you need to plug the points into a table on Desmos. If you got that far, good job. If not, anytime you see points, you're always going to put it into a table on Desmos. The next step is you want to think, well, what do I do with these points? You want to create a regression, a quadratic regression because it's a quadratic function. This is going to be facing down. And you're going to get these 2 points. What is this top point right here? 6, 302.4. Make sure you have the 6 at the X spot, not the Y spot. Because it's T minutes, T is the independent variable. Okay, what about this point? Did you notice that we have a second point? Well, the second point is 12,0. Why? Because 12 minutes after it entered the water, it was at the surface. The surface is 0 meters. That's just how the surface works. I don't know how to explain that. Now, if you go on Desmos, sometimes it'll graph this correctly. But 50% of the times, it won't. Why? Because if you give Desmos 2 points and tell it to draw a quadratic function between the points, how does it know whether it faces down or it faces up like this? Like this, right? It doesn't. That's the thing. That's why you have to give Desmos a mirror point. This is what is known as a mirror point. A mirror point is a point that is exactly on the other side of this point right here, the 12,0. So, this is always going to be the vertex right here, vertex. The vertex will never have a mirror point. Now, the vertex, if you know about parabolas, the parabola is symmetric on the axis of the vertex. It is symmetric on x equals 6, right? It's a vertical line, up and down. There is another point always on any point of the parabola mirrored onto the other side at the exact same y value. So on the exact same y value of 0, it's something comma 0, there is a point right here on the parabola because parabolas are symmetric. How do we find out the x value? Well, if we're at 12 right now, and it takes us 6 units to get to x equals 6, right? Then we have to bounce another 6 units to the other side. We went from 12 to 6, which was 6 units, and then 6 to 0, because that's another 6 units. It has to be equidistant from this axis of symmetry. Perfect. We typed everything in right. Make sure you add regression, you switch this to quadratic, and it graphed it properly. And you can check because it graphed it downwards. If it graphs it upwards, then you didn't add your third point or you did something wrong. Export this expression to the list. I think that we have to do something with this. Let me check. So we need f of 10, basically. That's what it says right here. What is f of 10? F of 10. 168. Perfect. That's our answer. Awesome. All right, 2 more. And then we are done. And the area of the rectangular region is increasing at a rate of 250 square feet per hour. Which of the following is the closest to this rate in square meters per minute? Let's do it. I have 7% left on my iPad. You think we can finish before that? 250 square feet, which is feet squared, same thing, per hour. Now, we need to do our dimensional analysis, right? 1 hour. Since there's hours at the bottom here, we have to put the hours at the top here. What is 1 hour equal to? It's equal to 60 minutes. This fraction is basically 1 over 1. Why? Because 1 hour is equal to 60 minutes, right? And we can multiply something like this with, we can multiply it with 1 over 1 as many times as we want. It's just, there's a special type of 1 over 1. All right, now that cancels out these two and we get minutes. But we need square meters, right? So 1 meter is equal to 3.28 feet. What's the issue here? Why can't we just do it like this? This is square feet. This is not feet. These are 2 completely different units. So what we need to do is we need to square this 1 over 1, which still stays 1 over 1, because 1 squared is still 1. But once we square everything, now we get our feet squared. So this, all of this stays 1 meter squared. And we just need to do 250 divided by 60 times 3.28 squared. 250 divided by 3.28 squared times 60. 0.38. And we can even get the fraction form. Whoa, that's a crazy fraction. 0.39. That's exactly our answer. Awesome. I'm going to show you a little trick for this, because these take a long time to do. So here's all you need to know. If it says perpendicular, which it always does, it never says parallel because that would be too easy. Then the coefficient in front of the x has to be proportional to the coefficient in front of the y. And same here. 7 has to be proportional to a if the lines are perpendicular. And that's just how perpendicular lines work. The opposite coefficients are proportional. So 7, meaning 5 has to be proportional to b, 7 has to be proportional to a. So if anything changes with a or b, like let's say it's in one of these, let's say it's 2b, then it has to be 10 here because it's multiplied by 2 on this side, so it has to multiply by 2 on the other side. Right? Let's erase some of this. Perfect. Let's see. 7 is to a, right? That is the, let me try to zoom in to these. 5. Okay. And let's separate these so we know which one is which. There we go. So basically, if we go back up here, 5 is to b as 7 is to a. 5b, 7a. In this case, the b is multiplied by negative 2. So that means 5 has to be multiplied by negative 2. But it's not. It's just multiplied by 2. So that means this is wrong. In this case, this looks perfect. 7 is to a, as 10 is to 2b, which means 5 is to b, if you simplify that ratio. In here, it's 10 is to b, which does not work. It's 5 is to b. And 2a is to 7. That doesn't work either. Let's see. 5 is to b, negative 7 is to a. So this almost works, but it has a negative. And that's why a is our, no, not a. B is our answer.
Quick setup first. Open the Bluebook app, click Accommodations, then Breaks is needed. Do a question, pause your test, watch my explanation, repeat. That's the system. I'm rooting for you.
Let's start. Practice test 10. Let's go. We're gonna have to work quick. All right, the answer here is widespread because it says over 90%. So this is where the evidence is shown. All right, the evidence here is opaque. Opaque means like it's hard to see through, or like it's hard to understand. In this context, it will be it's hard to understand, but typically when an object is opaque, it's like impossible to see through. Like a brick wall. A brick wall is opaque. You can't see through a brick wall. Unless you're Superman. Interpret is our answer here. And even if you didn't understand the word opaque, you could still derive the answer from the rest, like of everything. All right, it's going to be persistent because of continuously. The answer is tranquil. Tranquil means calm, and that's exactly what this environment is. All right, it's irrelevant, and your evidence here is shown in the text where it says it has no direct bearing on whether the claim is true. By the way, for any of these words and context questions, when it says which choice best completes the text with the most logical and precise word or phrase, the SAT is trying to throw you off. There is no most logical, precise word or phrase. There's only one that actually works. The other three are completely wrong. Like they have no evidence for the other three. Only one of them will have clear evidence in the text. So do not be confused by the SAT's wording. It's just trying to throw you off. What I do from here is once we're done with the vocab questions, which number 6 is not a vocab question anymore, we move on to the grammar. And you know that it's grammar because it says standard English at the end. Okay. So if you know your comma rules, you know that we need to put a comma here, because otherwise it's going to be a run-on sentence. We already have a subject, an active subject, and an active verb here. So that already creates a complete sentence. We need a comma so that all of this part becomes extra information, which is perfect, because then the sentence is not a run-on. All right. So you can immediately eliminate B and C because semicolons and periods are the same on the SAT. And a comma doesn't make sense here. Again, you just have to memorize the comma rules. A comma is not necessary here. You can also just read through it and just... All right. So we need to notice where the apostrophes need to go. First of all, there's only one playa, so anything with plural, like multiple playas, is automatically wrong. Now it's between B and C. The only difference between B and C is the apostrophe at the end. And since it's the rocks' mysterious migration, like the rocks, each of them, they're multiple rocks, and they all migrated, it has to be an apostrophe because it's the rocks' migration. All right. So this is actually going to be a colon. The rules for colon is that before a colon, it has to be a complete sentence. So this is a complete sentence from along to photosynthesis. What comes after the colon can be anything. It just has to be a description or an example of whatever came before. And that's exactly what we see here. All right. You need to know the names rule for this one. The names rule basically says that if the names are needed in order to understand who they're talking about, then you cannot use commas here. So renowned 20th century US artists could be anybody. So that's why we need the names here, and they cannot be surrounded in commas. And a colon doesn't make sense there either because it's not a complete sentence. Like, this part is not a complete sentence. So A doesn't make sense. All right, it's going to be fittingly, and this is your evidence right here, in honor of its discoverer. All right, we need a contrasting transition because it said that he was thought to have lost badly on the radio, but then on television, he was ultimately considered the victor. So we need a contrasting transition. Nevertheless is the only one. Okay. This one's going to be specifically. You just have to notice that this first sentence is a very general statement. The second sentence is just more specific and just adds details onto the first one. All right. For the notes questions, now we're done with the grammar and the transitions. So now we're on to the notes. This is the most important piece of the notes, this first sentence. And in this case, you don't even need to read the notes. You can just see that A is the only one that indicates where the fossil is found. Typically, I don't want you to do this because the SAT is doing this more and more, where they are putting false answers in A, B, C, and D for the notes section. And if you pick a false answer, it's obviously going to be wrong. The only way to check if a false answer, if an answer is actually in the notes, is to read the notes. So make sure that, especially for like these longer ones, make sure that you're reading the notes so you don't get them wrong. All right. So, student wants to specify the reason that P's appearance has changed. Is having so it never says anything about the appearance changing. Okay. B is okay. I don't really like it though. There we go. C is our answer. Let's check D. So B never says the reason why they've changed. And the problem with D is it actually never says that they looked like they were 7 stars at some point. It says it has 7 stars, but it could have always been that the 2 stars are so close together that they appear to be a single star. So C is the only one that actually answers the reason why the appearance has changed and shows that there has been a change. Okay. Student wants to emphasize the significance of O's discovery. Emphasize on the SAT. I know the wording is there to confuse you. Is there on purpose to confuse you. Emphasize just means mention. So you want to mention the significance of O's discovery. What was the significance? Well, the significance was this part. A better understanding of how genetic variations affect human health. So we're really just trying to find that. A has that. So this D says it incorrectly hypothesized, which is completely opposite of what we want. A is the only one that actually mentions the significance of the discovery. So we can just select that and move on. Again, with the emphasize, it just means mention. So student wants to mention the decline in unique apple varieties in US and specify why does decline occur. I was just looking for the reason why the decline occurred. The rise of the industrial agriculture in mid-1900s narrowed the range of commercially grown crops. So we need that. Okay, that does not emphasize a decline. That does not even mention a decline. This mentions a decline, but it does not specify why the decline has occurred. Yeah. Perfect. So, since the rise of industrial agriculture, U.S. farmers have mainly grown the same few unique apple varieties, resulting in thousands of varieties less suitable for commercial growth. So, thousands of varieties is a specific decline. Like, that actually mentions the number. And then specify why this decline occurred. That's the first part of C. All right, let's go back to number 6. Let's do these reading questions. We have moved on from all the words in context, all the grammar, all the transitions, all the notes questions, and we're on to the reading. Okay. I mean, all of these answers are silly. Like, they don't make sense. They're only talking about one type of music. B is correct. C, they're not even talking about any musical instrument. And they're not talking about a famous dancer. Let's move on. Okay, let's go through these answer choices. A, to offer Tom's assurance that the play will be inoffensive and involve only a small number of people. Well, inoffensive is right here. I can conceive no greater harm or danger to any of us, and then the rest of that. Involve a small number of people, well, this part, and we want no audience, no publicity, this part. So there are two pieces of evidence for that. B, to clarify that the play will not be performed in the manner that Tom had originally intended. There's nothing about what Tom originally intended, and there's also nothing about that the play will not be performed in that way. So that's just wrong. C, to elaborate on the idea that people around Tom lack the skills to successfully stage a play. There is no evidence that the people around Tom lack these skills to successfully stage a play. Again, we are just looking for evidence. If you pick an answer and it doesn't have evidence, then it's wrong. That's it. The answer is always in the text somewhere. Did you see how for A, we could break each part down and find it in the text? It's always said or shown. You just need to find where your correct answer is said or shown. To assert that Tom believes that the group performing the play will be able to successfully promote it. Well, they want no audience, so they don't want to promote it. Okay. Based on the text, both authors would most likely agree with which statement. So this is one of those dual text ones. All you really need to understand is how do the text, what do the texts disagree on? If you understand what the texts disagree on, then you basically understand both of the texts. That's it. I know the question says what would you like, would the both authors most likely agree on? But if you understand what they disagree on, then you definitely understand what they agree on. It's not necessarily the other way around. Okay, let's see. Gold frames were considered especially desirable by those who purchased works from Impressionist painters. The texts were not talking about those who purchased works from Impressionist painters. The text focused on the Impressionist painters themselves. So, no. The colors in an Impressionist painting were often chosen to complement the colors in a frame that it would be placed in. So only text 2 would agree with the reverse. It says right here, the frame's color was likely chosen because it would harmonize with the colors of the subjects in the painting. That's actually the opposite, like the reverse of B. B says the colors in the painting were chosen to fit the frame. Anyways, if you somehow make an argument that text 2 would agree with this, text 1 definitely has no evidence that it would agree with this. So it's still wrong. Many Impressionist painters were intentional about the frames, yes. So the intentionality would be right here, harmonize, and the intentionality right here would be distinguish. I can't select it for some reason. There we go. Those are the reasons why they were intentional about it. And then Degas's preferred framing style was different from that of most Impressionist painters. That is wrong. It says Impressionist right here. It does not say Degas. It also says Impressionist painters right here. And that they all chose different colorful frames. All right, let's go through the answer choices. He draws from traditional native art forms to create his original works. That makes sense. Because it literally says elements of native dressmaking. B, he has been influenced by native and non-native artists equally, Well, we have no evidence that it's like 50-50 or like near 50-50 in any way. Yeah, there's just no evidence for that. He finds inspiration from boxing and designing the dresses he makes. He doesn't even make dresses. Yeah, he uses elements of native dressmaking, but he doesn't make dresses. He rejects expectations about color and pattern when incorporating beadwork. Again, like students might infer this from the text, but again, the answer is always in the text somewhere. You, on the SAT, you never infer anything. The answer is always in the text somewhere. You just have to find it. Like it's either shown or said. D is wrong. Okay, this is a main idea question. Although inhabiting a home surrounded by fanciful features such as those designed by GNA can be rejuvenating, it is unsustainable. That was okay up until the unsustainable part, which makes it wrong. If even one word is wrong in the answer choices, the entire thing is wrong. Designing disorienting spaces like those in GNA's building is the most effective way to create a physically stimulating environment. Another trick, I'll just give you another trick. If you ever see, let's say you're running out of time, you're looking through the answers and you see an answer like B, which is like most effective way. It's a very polarizing, like a very strong answer. It's almost always wrong because the SAT would never give you a very strong answer like that. As a filmmaker, why has long supported the designs of conceptual artists such as GNA? That's not the main idea at all. Although impractical, the design of the apartment building by GNA may improve the well-being of the building's residents. Do you see how it says may improve? Most the SAT's answers, especially on these reading questions, are like may improve. So this will save you a lot of time, especially if you're running out of time. On these longer reading passages, you can eliminate the answers that are very strong, like most effective way. Because if it was the most effective way, it would be very clear in the text, and that would make the answer like really easy. The only evidence you have for may, like it may improve the well-being of the building's residents, is this part. Reported significant health benefits. So it's one person that lived here for 4 years that reported significant health benefits. So again, if you find a very strong answer in the reading section and you're running out of time, eliminate it because it's likely not the answer. We got 10 minutes, 5 questions. Let's do it. All right. Again, with the SAT's wording, which finding, if true, would most directly support the team idea? There's only one finding out of these 4 answers, and the SAT is always like this. When they give you 4 answers, there's only one finding, there's only one answer that is actually supported by the text. The other 3 are completely wrong. It's not, there's no maybe, there's no if, and, or, whatever. There's only one answer that's correct. It's supported by the text. Because it's a standardized test, they have to, right? So if you don't know what iridescent means, you can actually figure it out in the text, because it says non-changing color. So if the others were painted by a non-changing color, then iridescent is a changing color. Have you seen like those insects that are green and blue and purple, but they shift colors as you look at them from different angles? They're like reflective. That's what iridescent means. Or it's like the color of a bubble. Like, you know how it's like the bubble like reflects in light and it's like a bunch of different colors? Like the surface of a bubble is iridescent. That's the best way I can describe it. Okay. What is the team's idea? This. So on average, participants found most of the purple and blue wings and far fewer. Yes, that supports the idea that iridescent wings are harder to see. Participants found the iridescent wings faster than that goes against the idea. Some participants reported that the purple wings are easier to see than the blue wings. We're not comparing blue and purple. We're comparing blue and purple with the iridescent. Some participants successfully found all the wings. Let's move on. Okay. So whenever you see these illustrate the claim questions, you just focus very hard on the last sentence. So this is all we really care about. Not necessarily like the last sentence, but like the last part of the last sentence. Because that's always where that's always where the main details are, right? So what are the two parts that we need to focus on? We need to find carefree, we need to find evidence for carefree, and engaged in work or chores. What does carefree mean? Carefree does not mean careless. Carefree means like free of worry, free of anxiety. Like it's like a peaceful feeling. You're just carefree. Let's say you're, let's say you got like a charge on your credit card for like $500 and you don't know where it's from. But you're just like, I'm not even thinking about it. I'm like, I don't know. I'm hanging out with my friends. I'm not even thinking about my credit card charge. That's like carefree. You're free of worry. Okay. I see you don't wish to stop. I don't care to stay on here either. There's no evidence of carefree. There's no evidence of work or chores either. Oh, flower gathering. That is why your feet seem so glad and your anklets jingle so merrily as you walk. Well, this part is carefree. Feet seem so glad and your anklets jingle. Flower gathering is the work or chores because he says this to a flower seller, a daughter of a flower seller. C, I'll pay when I grow up before I leave to look out for work on the other side of that stream. There's no evidence for work or carefree. Wish I could be out too, then I would pick some flowers from you from the very topmost branches right out of sight. No evidence for carefree. No evidence for work or chores. Okay. By the way, for any of these like graph ones, just read this. Well, for any of the reading questions, really, just read this before you get into the text. And what I would say is like skim the first part of the text, like really fast, and then pay a little bit more attention to the very last sentence. All right. So we need something that weakens the student's conclusion. What did the student conclude? That the reduction was entirely attributable by the presence of lizards. So we can think about this like critically, like the enclosure without the lizards also decreased. So it can't be entirely attributable to the lizards. We just need evidence like that. And B is the only evidence, is the only one that works. The spider population count also substantially declined by day 30 in the enclosure without the lizards, which proves that the reduction in spider population was not entirely attributable to the presence of lizards, because the cage without the lizards, the spiders also decreased in there. Got two more. All right. For these are inference questions. You will know they're inference questions because they have a blank at the very end. And then it says which most logically completes the text. We already know that the SAT loves to throw you off. This is not what logically most completes the text. There's only one correct answer. The other ones are not logical at all. They have no evidence. Identify molecular components similar to EBF that target activation of OR31 receptors. Yes, that is perfect. Because EBF is soon, the insects are going to develop resistance. So we need more like EBF that target the same receptors because those receptors target the mosquitoes that are bad. Investigate alternative methods for extracting EBF molecules from chrysanthemum. We don't need more EBF. We need new molecules. Verify precise locations of OR31 and odor receptors on mosquitoes' antennae. We don't need more locations. We need more molecules. Because again, it's literally saying here that the insects develop resistance. That's bad. We need more molecules. Determine the maximum number of different odor receptors that can be activated by a single molecule. We need more molecules. Okay. Making individual E plants more susceptible to existing chemical herbicides. It says recent research on introducing engineered DNA into plant species to inhibit their reproduction may offer a path towards exclusively targeting E consequently. And what I was thinking when I just read this question, I was like, okay, I need to create my own answer before I look at the answer choices. I was thinking, if this is done properly, if the DNA is engineered properly and the plants receive the correct engineering, then they will not harm the good plants anymore. And they will be able to be killed off without harming the good plants. So enhancing the ecological benefits of E in North America. So A and B don't say that, what I just said. Enabling cattle to consume E without becoming sick. Reducing invasive E numbers without harming other organisms. Yes, that's perfect. Typically after module 1, I know I've been yapping because I'm explaining my answers, right? I would have 15 minutes left. And after module 2, I have around 10 minutes left. So I guess we just gotta work a little faster next time. You finished module 1. Time for module 2. Okay. Answer is intersect, because these rarely intersect, and it shows that her work does intersect. Like, her work can be seen in the museum and purchased through the online boutique. If you said diverge, you are you're thinking of converge. Converge means to come together. Diverge means to split apart. Like, you could think division, like diverge, splitting apart. Intersect is what we need. All right, it's gonna be exhaustive because the evidence was deliberately destroyed, like it was destroyed. So we don't have a lot. All right, the answer here is disparate. What disparate means is fundamentally different. So it means it's a little stronger of a word than just different. Different would be like light blue and dark blue. Disparate would be like red and blue. Like, they are fundamentally different colors. These influences are, one is European, one is American, one is intertribal, right? They are disparate influences. They are fundamentally different. They're not complementary in any way. That's like the opposite. They're not unknown because they're said, and they're not interchangeable either. Okay. If you do not understand the vocab, if you look through like words in context question, which is these are the vocab questions. They're also known as words in context. And you do not understand the vocab, skip it, mark it using this button right here, and skip it. Because I promise you the definition doesn't appear in front of you if you stare at it for long enough. But the way to prepare is just to memorize a ton of words, especially the ones that repeat a lot on the SAT. I have an entire list in my course of all the words that the SAT loves to repeat. A lot of the words are going to be new though, so you just have to memorize a ton of words, and that's fine. Stymie means to block or prevent, which is exactly what we need here. It lengthens the period, and let me highlight. There we go. It lengthens the period, so it stymie wealth creation. Compound does not work here. Disparage means like to speak down upon. Like it's to speak disrespectfully towards, which does not make sense here. Outstrip means to exceed, means to like surpass. That doesn't make sense here either. All right, so we are done with the words in context. We are moving through this module. So we just need to go to the first standard English question because this is the grammar section. I typically tell my students to do this because they have had a lot of success with it. So you do the vocab questions first, which are typically the first 3 to 4, and then you move on to the grammar. You do 15 through 27 or whenever the grammar starts, and then you go back to number 5, and then you do the reading questions. All right. So for this question, the noun, basically you need to know when you're identifying when you are identifying independent and dependent clauses, you need to understand where the noun is and where the verb is. Like what verb goes with what noun. In this case, helped goes with the verb gestures. And everything in between helped and gestures is extra information. You can actually just take it out of the sentence, or just like take it out in your head. Like you don't actually cross it out of the sentence. But his energetic gestures helped. All right, this is names rule. Because you just look at the answers. And the names rule states that if you cannot figure out who it is based off of the description, you need the name, meaning you cannot use commas. Plant cell biologist couldn't be anyone, so it has to include Yuri Lee. Sometimes it will be B, but that's because of a different comma rule. That's not because of the names rule. So just make sure you're reading the text. Make sure you are not just like, make sure you're being careful. Make sure you know your comma rules. I could go over finite and non-finite verbs right now, but I'm not going to. In this case, all you need to know is that you cannot have are, had, or were. You need prized. We just don't have time right now. All right, so here is how you do these questions. Whenever you see, let me take a screenshot so I can draw. Whenever you see these, like a transition word followed by 2 commas in any of the answer choices, here's what you need to do on the SAT. In your mind, eliminate the transition word, and then go from the first part of the sentence to the to like the end of the sentence, and then the second part, like the second sentence, and then the end of the second sentence, and see whether these are complete sentences or not. They were not the first in England to adopt the literary modes of classical antiquity. That is a complete sentence, meaning it's an independent clause. The second part, from some of the most prominent figures of the earlier Renaissance period were also influenced by ancient Greek and Roman literature. That is also an independent clause. So it's also a complete sentence. Now, since both of these are complete sentences, we cannot have commas. Commas are too weak to join two complete sentences or two independent clauses. So all we need to do is figure out if it's C or D. For C or D, let me take another screenshot. You have to understand the text. This is where the transition actually comes in. The first sentence I'll label as 1. The second sentence I'll label as 2. The third sentence I'll label as 3. Because since there's a semicolon in both, the third sentence is, there's always going to be a third sentence. Here's what you need to do. Identify which one needs this contrasting sentence. Is sentence 1 contrasting with 2? Or is sentence 2 contrasting with 3? 2 and 3 are actually similar ideas if you actually read the sentence. Let me erase this so you can read it. But 1 and 2 are actually contrasting sentences. And because of that, the however needs to be in sentence 2. So it needs to be right here. Okay, this is the same type of question, so try it again. Okay, so the answer to this is going to be C. The though needs to be in the second sentence, not the third one, because 1 and 2 are contrasting. 2 and 3 are actually similar sentences. Sentence 2 and sentence 3 are similar, because if it correlates negatively with resource conservation, that is the same thing as resource consumption ultimately rises. So like they're talking about the same idea, actually. That one's tricky. All right, this one is the odd one out rule. You basically put he or they in front of all of these 4, and whichever one stands out is the right answer. So let's try. He is. That makes sense. He were. That does not make sense. It's they were. They have been. So he have been does not make sense. He are does not make sense. So we put he in front of all of them, and the only one that stood out was is. What I mean by stand out is that if you try this rule, there's either going to be 3 for some of these questions, right? There's either going to be 3 of them that are wrong or 3 of them that are right. In this case, there was 3 of them that were wrong. If we tried they, there would be 1 of them that were wrong, which would be is. So that's how we know it would be the correct answer. It's the odd one out. That's the rule. All right, the answer here is still, because it seemed like the ideal city, but it wasn't. She longed to return to her childhood home. Okay, answer here is increasingly. It says shift in the opposite direction, a trend. Basically, everything is pointing towards an increasing trend. Okay. It says as decades passed, so decades kept passing, new calculations kept coming up, increasingly precise coordinates were revealed, but the prime meridian was not changed. Again and again. Okay, this is the type of question that these are the notes questions now. We have moved on from the grammar and the transitions. I would read the notes here. Okay. How did pineapple extract increase the growth rate of pea? Well, A doesn't say anything about how. B shows how, but the problem with B is it's wrong. It did not affect the fish's total food consumption. It says it right here. So this is why you need to read the notes now, because SAT loves doing this now. It doesn't say how. Perfect. So enhance the absorption, that is the how, and pineapple extract is mentioned. Perfect. Okay, this is probably one that we can just look at without looking at the notes. All right, perfect. It's B. Again, student wants to mention, emphasize just means mention on the SAT. Students want to mention the study's methodology. What does methodology mean? It means what did the scientists do? Like with their hands, what did they do? Let's read this. So the only, like the methodology is right here. They reviewed 132 medical school websites, examining publicly available student policies. None of the other bullet points have anything to do with the methodology. So this has nothing to do with, this doesn't show what the team did. It says it's very close, but it doesn't say that the team did this. Yes, so her and her team examined, which is what the team did. All right, this is there's a conclusion, so it doesn't work. And this is like, I guess, the start of the study, like the hypothesis, or yeah, it's not the methodology. It's not what did the researchers do. All right, here's a trick for the generalization questions. Generalization just means not specific. So anything that is specific, you can just eliminate. I'm betting that we can just look at the answer choices and just eliminate. So John Lennon is too specific. John Lennon, too specific. Same thing here. Perfect. D is general. It's not specific. It's not talking about a specific person. And they're also talking about the generalization about the kind of study, which is perfect. That's exactly what D shows. Let's keep moving. So this is a structured question. All right. It describes the delivery of a letter, which it does, and it portrays the character happiness at reading the letter. Perfect. So delivery was all this like entire first part where they had to get the cane and everything. This part, but never was man so transported with joy was the happiness. It establishes a character that is desperate to receive a letter and explains why another character has not written it yet. It never says that the character has not written it yet. The letter was already written. It presents a character's concern about delivering a letter, then details the contents. No, it does not. It does not detail the contents of the letter. It reveals the inspiration behind the character's letter. No, it does not. Then emphasizes the excitement that another character feels upon. So the first part is wrong for D. All right, function question. Just pay very close attention to the underlined sentence. You have to understand very deeply what the underlined sentence is saying. That's it. All right. It creates a detailed image of a physical setting of the scene. See, it doesn't create a detailed, it says that the landscape outspread below her, and it does say it's long free reaches, but it does more than just that. Like it's talking about her mood. That is the reason why the sentence exists. It's talking about her mood. It establishes a character that is experiencing internal conflict. It does not talk about internal conflict. It makes an assertion that the next sentence expands on. No, the next sentence is not even about the same landscape. It's about on the nearer slopes. And it just talks about, that is the detailed image. That's the detailed description of where they are. Illustrates the idea, yes. So right here, it says fitting background of her own sensations. And then it talks about her own sensations. Enlargement of her present mood. Found something of herself into calmness. And everything. So another function question. Okay. That's hard to read. It explains a discrepancy between what has been observed in study settings and what has been observed in real world settings. No, it does not. There were no study settings at all. Right? Yeah, there was no study setting. This is all based on real world evidence. So A is wrong. It identifies a conflict between research findings and recent events. That the text goes on to suggest is a consequence of a complicating factor. Data used to generate. I like that. I'm not sure if that's right. Let's move on. It presents a long-standing divergence in research findings that the text goes on to say is due to different groups of researchers using data to derive from. First of all, it's not a long-standing divergence. Yeah, like that's the main piece that's wrong about C. Long-standing divergent. There are multiple things wrong here. It's not long-standing. Like there's no evidence for that. Divergence would mean like it's split like near 50-50. This is like a small exception. Yeah, it's not like a divergence. It's like an exception. It's not a divergence. Different groups of researchers using data to derive from different electoral. Yeah, the long-standing divergence part is definitely what makes this wrong. It describes a recent exception to a general pattern in research findings that the text goes on to explain as a result of researchers underestimating the significance of inconsistencies in the data they've analyzed. He is definitely our answer. Underestimating the significance of inconsistencies in the data they've analyzed is not true. These, it says that, where is it? Right here. These costs have been hidden. They've been obscured. That's what obscured means. It's to hide. They've been hidden from the researchers, like the original researchers that have done the non-European studies. It is not that the researchers have underestimated, it's that they've been hidden from them. Like that's the strategy. It even says like programs strategically avoid electoral costs because the spending cuts only take effect after the next election. All right, main idea question. How many more questions do we got? 7. Let's go. All right, I like this text. This is a good text. It's ironic. It's ironic because Adam Smith's entire theory was that people are selfish, and because people are selfish, they produce aggregate benefits. They like benefit everybody because they are selfish. And then there are 20th century economists that were eager to be famous. So they were selfish. They made this metaphor into like an entire paradigm which benefited all economists. because they were selfish. Not because these economists loved Adam Smith's work so much, but because they were selfish. So it proved his point. Anyways, I like it. I like this text. Some of these texts are really good. I unironically, I said it, I unironically enjoy reading the SATs reading passages. All right. Although Smith is famed for his metaphor of the invisible hand, the metaphor was largely ignored until economists in the 20th century came to realize it was a metaphor for his robust model anticipated their own views. This part is wrong. It was actually because, again, they were selfish. The economists were eager to secure an intellectual pedigree, so they wanted like a reputation in the scientific community. They basically wanted to be famous. Some 20th century economists gave Smith's metaphor of the invisible hand a significance it does not have in Smith's work, but is nevertheless a useful model. So, this may be true, but this is not the main idea of the text. That's what you have to be careful on the main idea questions. This is not the main idea of the text. Smith's metaphor of the invisible hand has been interpreted as a model of how individuals acting in their own interests produce aggregate benefits, but it was intended as a subtle critique of the... So this part is wrong. Like, there's nothing in the text that shows evidence for that. That's why it's not the main idea. So I guess it has to be D. The reputation of Smith's metaphor of the invisible hand is not due to the importance of the metaphor, that's correct, in Smith's work, but rather to the promotion of the metaphor by some later economists for their own ends. Yes, the economists were selfish. They promoted this metaphor, and this metaphor did not have that much importance in Smith's actual work, but it blew up because these economists selfishly wanted to blow it up because they wanted to be famous. Like, that's perfect. D is perfect. That's the main idea of this text right here. All right. We've went over these illustrated claim questions. Again, the second sentence is where you focus on, especially the last part of the second sentence. He deeply understands the reader, whom he is addressing, whom he addresses directly. All right. Your true soul and body appear before. That's perfect. We can read the other ones. Whoever you are, now I place my hand upon you, that you be my poem. He's basically inviting you. I guess he's inviting you to read his poem. That's what B means. And that has nothing to do with him understanding the reader. I should have made my way straight to you long ago. He's basically saying that maybe he should have written to you long ago, or maybe he should have actually come to you long ago. Either way, it does not mean that he deeply understands the reader. Whoever you are, I fear you are walking in the walks of dreams. He's saying that he fears that you are dreaming. No. The reason why A is right is because if you think of what is a soul? What is somebody's soul? It's like if you are using soul as like a metaphor for something, it would mean something like knowing somebody's true intentions, or like knowing somebody's authentic self, right? And if you know somebody's authentic self, you understand them very deeply, which is exactly what it says right here. It suggests that he deeply understands the reader, and he's addressing them directly too with the your. All right. So for these table questions, when you see a lot of numbers, it's typically on the easier side. They're just giving you a lot of text just to get you to waste time. Let's see. What is the researcher's hypothesis? A researcher hypothesized this. Let me just skim through the top part. All right, there's nothing relevant in the top part. Here is where we need to focus on. Longer bouts of torpor and shorter arousal episodes than Alaska marmots. I'm guessing, since I've seen a lot of these questions, the answer is just going to be the opposite of that. So, we've got 5 minutes left. Wow, you gotta move fast. C is perfect. So Alaska marmots had shorter torpor bouts and longer arousal episodes than Arctic squirrels, which is exactly the same as this last part. All right. Which finding directly supports the researchers' hypothesis? This is the researchers' hypothesis that the plants depend on dissolving the underlying rock, but also this part, like, because it's actually beneficial to the plant. This aid has nothing to do with it because it's talking about soil. B never shows like that they're why are they breaking into the rock? Yes. C shows that they will bypass like cracks in the surface to carve into the rock. And it has to do that for some reason, right? Oh, D goes against that. Yeah. Okay. 3 minutes. This can be seen. All right. So I'm looking through, and the only one that has a significantly different rate the only one that has a significantly different rate is the first one. Yeah, perfect. Let's move on. Okay, there's an inference question. You know that it's inference because there's a blank at the end. Temperature sensitive accelerated flowering is unique to A. There's no evidence for that. A increases ELF3 production as temperature. It actually never talks about ELF3 production. Yeah. So no, there's no evidence to prove that. ELF3 enables A to respond to increase. Yeah, there's clear evidence for that. It goes from 22 to 27 and responds to the increased temperatures, while the other plant doesn't. Temperatures of at least 22 degrees Celsius are required for, there's no evidence for that. All right, well, one last question, then we're done. For the reading, we got to do the math next. But the reading section, we've completed everything. We just have this last question. All right. Again, this is an inference question. The cultivation of sweet potato in Polynesia likely predates its cultivation in South America. No evidence for that. Also, that's probably wrong because to be cultivated, you need people. And Polynesia was only peopled in the last 3,000 years. Anyways, Polynesian peoples likely acquired the sweet potato from South American peoples only within the last 3,000 years. They did not acquire, like, the variety was already there 100,000 years ago. So, no, there's no evidence for B. C, human activity likely, yes. Human activity likely played no role because the variety already existed 100,000 years ago. And Polynesia, in this case, is an island. And it was peopled only 3,000 years ago. So 97,000 years between people and the variety existing. And again, there's no evidence that the single variety that both of them descended from were domesticated. So domesticated is why it's wrong. Yeah. Whatever, that wasn't too bad. It's gonna be 29 out of 100. Pretty simple. Okay, here's what you can do for these. If it's a function question, instead of s, you can just do f of x, and then you can just type out the rest and replace t with x, because t is the independent variable. That's 3x, and then you just do f of 5. Then you don't have to do any math, right? You could totally do that in your head. Or, yeah. Okay, if 4x equals 3, then what is the value of 24x? Multiply 6 to both sides. Do not divide by 4 and then multiply by 24. Multiply 6 to both sides, because then it will be 24x equals 18. Alright, so this is obviously a positive slope. We can eliminate c and d. And since the y-intercept is positive, it has to be a. What percentage? Okay. Make sure you are reading carefully, like this last part. What percentage of the clips are large, right? If it's at small, then like you have to subtract 300,000. Anyways, 234. $78. And if you didn't know about this fraction button, you can always click this button on the left here, and it will simplify the fraction for you. So that becomes useful in some of these questions. Okay. Well, as you can see, I mean, here's what you can do. I guess the fastest way to do this is just 113. And then you just click this button right here, add regression, and it does the linear regression for you. Just export this, negative 5x plus 18. Obviously, the slope is not 18. Like it decreases by 5 every time x goes up by 1. So you could eliminate a and b if you're doing this by hand. And then since the y-intercept is at 0, 18, you just pick d. That's how you do it without the regression. Also, there's a delete all button. You just click the settings, delete all. All right, again, this is the first one we did, except it gives you the f of x form. So just type everything out. F of 2, 77. Next. Okay, here's a trick for these questions. Whenever you see these variables and it's like you're basically adding or subtracting the exponents, just do the first one, do the first variable, which is m, and then check if any of the answer choices match. So when you multiply these two, like when you simplify this expression up here, I can't select it for some reason, it becomes m to the power 5, and the only one with m to the power 5 is this. So, all right, so this is probably going to be like a similar triangles question. So we're going to do that last because I need to draw it out. All right, on the SAT, whenever you see the stuff on the left, ignore all of it. When you know how to, like, it's not that, it's pretty intuitive on how to like put your answer choices in the blank, right? You just type out what you got. So you don't need to read anything on the left. It's there to make you waste time. That's it. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's how we're gonna do this question. So on your paper, here's what I'd write. This, and then I would change this to this. So 24x over ny is the same thing as this. It's just we separated the two expressions. Now, here's the thing. We know that this part, x over y, is just equal to 4 because it says that's the first expression right here. So we can actually solve this if we divide 4 from both sides. We get 24 over n equals 1. Then we multiply n to the other side, n equals 24, or 24 equals n, right? You could also just look at this expression and be like, okay, if the number is 24 on top, we need to match it on the bottom to get x over y. But that's how you do it by hand. All right. If we're ever talking about like draining, it's always going to be the slope, right? It's going to be the rate of change. It's not going to be 300 because that's the y-intercept. It's going to be how much like liquid we started with, right? It's going to be 4. This is going to be 3 because it hits y equals 0, which is f of x equals 0. It equals y equals 0 at 3 points, which is -1, 4, and 7. All right. For exponential functions, the principal value is always outside the parentheses. It's the starting value. It's when x is equal to 0. So basically it says, which of the following is the correct answer for when x is equal to 0? So if you plug in 0 right here, like literally just put it into the wording of the question. If you substitute 0 for x, the expression or like the sentence reads 0 years after 2008. What is 0 years after 2008? 2008. So it can't be 8 years after 2008 because it's 2008. It can't be each year after 2008 because that would be like the slope or something. Again, this is the 8 years after 2008. So we need an answer that says in 2008 because it's 0 years after 2008, which is 2008. And the 3000, whenever it's outside the parentheses for an exponential function, it's always the initial population. Basically, D makes sense. All right, so the answer here is going to be 7. And I'll show you how to do that in your head. But first, I'm going to, this is the way that you should check your answer. You should just graph it and then see where the minimum is. And for what value of x does y reach its minimum, which is 7. The formula that you should memorize is -b over 2a, where b is, in this case, -14, and a is 1. And see how it gives you 7? All right, there's another drawing one. We'll do that at the end. Okay. You could totally graph these as x and y. You know what? Let's do that first, and then I'll show you the other solution. Because the other solutions, actually, let me do the other solution right now. It's 25. So the other solution is a little bit faster. And then what you can do, here's a little trick. Edit list, duplicate right here, the paper button. And just make sure you're making the lines different colors because you do duplicate the color as well, which is not amazing. All right. Now zoom in, make sure you find the correct intersection point. Make sure you typed everything in right, which I did not type everything in right. All right. Yeah, perfect. So again, they do this on purpose. They want you to find, they want you to graph this and then pick one of these intersection points because they're so close to the real one of -125. So what is the solution of B? It's 25. It's not any of these, 24.5 or 24.75. Make sure you're zooming in if you use this solution. The other solution is basically you just subtract the equations. You go here, you do what you did in high school or whatever. whenever you learn this, and you subtract them. So you get 0a plus 4b equals 100, and 4b equals 100, divide by 4 to both sides, b equals 25, right? All right, what is the y-intercept? The y-intercept is when x is 0. And you can also check the answer choices, and you see that x is always 0 in all of these answer choices. So, honestly, what I'd do, I could do this in my head, but I'm too lazy for that. I'm just going to put it in the calculator because you're given a calculator on this test. Why not use it? 2 to the power of x plus 22. And then you do f of 0. This is the y-intercept. It's when x is 0. Perfect. Make sure you typed everything in right. Just always double check everything you type. It is so unfortunate when smart students get questions wrong because they typed things into Desmos wrong. Don't do that. You're smarter than that. You're better than that. All right. Which equation represents this relationship? Let's see. For every increase of 1 in the value of x, the value of y increases by a factor of 4. When x equals 0, y equals 200. Well, let's try 0 for each one. When x equals 0, y equals 0 for a. When x equals 0, y equals 4 for b. When x equals 0, y equals 0 for c. So d is the only one. Let's try x equals 0. And y equals, 200. You can do that part in your head if you know your exponent rules and everything. Or you can do it on a calculator. I would not waste that much time. I would, I guess that's, if you are not confident in your mental math, that's totally fine. Just graph these out, I guess. And then find the y-intercepts of each one. It's just going to take a longer time. But you can see that d is the only one that increases by a factor of 4 every single time. So it multiplies by 4 every time x increases by 1. Factor of 4 does not mean exponent of 4. It means 4 to the power of x. Okay, I've seen a lot of tutors teach this without using the calculator. Like, you don't need to do the unit circle at all. Just like put sine 42 pi into the calculator. The only thing, this is like the key part, that you need to be very careful of is this wrench, graph settings. Make sure you are on the correct setting. Is it radians or degrees? What is 42 pi? Is it radians or degrees? Yes, it's radians. And what does Desmos automatically set to? Radians. It actually, the default setting is radians. So if you have a question and it's in degrees, make sure that you have switched it to degrees. Otherwise, you're going to get something crazy like this. So in this case, since it's radians, we put it in radians and we just go with 0. All right, 2 more questions and then we move on to the harder module. We are almost done with the first module. Okay, if the system has no solutions, what is the value of h? Here's what we're going to do. We are going to type everything out. Equals 9y plus 5. Hy equals 2 plus 4x. And what is the question asking? We are solving for the value of h. Since we are solving for the value of h, all of these answer choices are potential values of h. So we are adding a slider for h, but only because we want to enter all of the 4 values that we're given for h and see which one makes the system have no solution, because that's what we are asked to do here. This has one solution, so it doesn't work. This has one solution, so it doesn't work. This has one solution, so it doesn't work. You can tell it has one solution because the lines intersect at one point. We want probably 18. Yeah. And if you zoom out, I mean, it's hard to see parallel on Desmos because if you zoom out too far, they look like one line. But it seems like no matter how far you go, it's just parallel. Perfect. All right, so this is one that I want you to do on Desmos. I do not want you to do this by hand. When you look at this question, again, we are identifying the question and we are implementing our solution, right? What type of question does this look like? Well, it looks like a quadratic formula question because it has the square root of k. It has like a number plus square root of k. And it has a quadratic above it. We do not want to use the quadratic formula here. Here's what you need to know. If you see an equal sign at all, like meaning if you see an equation and you see solutions, what does that mean? It means solutions are always the values of x that make the equation true. So what we can do is we can type out the equation that we were given, and this will all make sense in a second. Just give me a second to explain. And since this 1 plus the square root of k is a solution, it's a value of x that makes the equation true. So we can put x equals, and we put the solution, because the solution is a value of x. And since it's a value of x that makes the equation true, once we start entering these 4 answer choices for k, one of them is going to be aligned with one of these red lines, because these red lines are the solutions for this quadratic, right? It's the x squared minus 2x minus 9 equals 0. It's when this quadratic equals 0. That's why there are 2 vertical lines at the zeros of this quadratic, because it's the solutions. We just set x equal to one of the solutions, right? And now we just need to enter these 4 answer choices for k, because each of these are the values of k, or potential values of k. When we try 8, it does not match up with the red line on the right. So it means it's not a solution when k equals 8. 10 seems like it's matching up perfectly. So for right now, 10 is our answer. Let's try 20. 20, no, does not work. 40. 40 doesn't work either. 10 is the only value of k where this 1 plus the square root of k becomes a solution for the quadratic above, because it matches up exactly with the red line. That's how you do this on Desmos. We moved through this very fast. That's good. All right, we got one more question, and then we have your second module. Then we'll be done with this test. So this is another Desmos question. You want to do this on Desmos. It's just going to take a while because we have to type a lot out. It's actually x squared. So right now I'm typing everything out that I see. C squared. And on the SAT, you actually won't be able to copy paste. So I mean, that's not relevant for this question, but just letting you know, you won't be able to do Command C, Command V. The software just doesn't allow it. So you might as well get used to that, not doing it on the Blue Book test. Because I think you can do it on the Blue Book test for some reason, but not on the real test. Okay. Perfect. And it should give you an error message because we haven't even defined C yet. Now, here's what we need to do. What did I say about when you see an equation and you see solutions, what does that mean? It means the solutions are values of x. So since all of these are solutions to the given equation, right? They're potential solutions to the given equation. In order to find out which one is correct, we just need to put x equals and then do all of them. X equals negative c. And honestly, I'm just going to duplicate this because the next one is pretty similar. Let's do black. X equals negative c squared minus 39 squared. And then let's do x equals negative minus. And you should still see an error message, which is totally fine. We'll fix that in a second. Honestly, let me just duplicate this again. Okay, perfect. So we just typed out all 4 answer choices. The last thing that we need to do is define C. So in order to bring up a slider, just do like C equals 5 or some random number. I always do 5. And then you'll be able to see all 4 of these lines. For some reason, you can't see a lot of them right now. So we need to do a bigger range. Okay. I don't want you to waste too much time with the sliders. Like that's how I've seen too many students just waste a bunch of time away on their test. So be efficient with the sliders, or if you're typically wasting a lot of time with the sliders, do not use the slider at all. Like do not use these values or the step or anything. Just delete and re-enter whatever number you want. Let's do 50, right? I'm just using the slider right now because I want to show you something. So obviously green and purple are not solutions because we can see them. They're not on the red line. Oh, and this is a red. That's why I was like, where's the 4th one? All right, we need to make this orange. Just so we can see it. We can't see the black either. So where is the black right now? Okay. Oh, the black is all the way out there. Perfect. So black isn't a solution either. The only solution, the only one that covers like any one of the 2 red lines is orange, which is D. Now, I'm sure that students are going to get this wrong for this reason. Let's enter like 1 or something, and then let's try all 4. I know for a fact the SAT loves to do this, where it will like match up, or let's try 0. It will match up 2 of the lines when you enter 0 for the variable. See how the purple and orange are like literally on the same solution? Where is black? Black is just irrelevant. Black is all the way out there. Did I type in black right? Yeah, I did. It's just all the way out there. Green is also irrelevant. So if you set C equal to 0, this is why you have to be very careful what you set your variables to. If you set C equal to 0, you actually see that purple and orange are on the same solution right here. We turn both of these off. You can see that there's a red line underneath. But if we start shifting, we actually see that purple never actually moved with the solution. So a lot of you guys might choose purple, but it's wrong because you need to adjust the slider, or at least you need to try different numbers to make sure that for every value of c, or at least for like 5 different values of c, your solution actually fits. It's actually a solution. All right, whenever you're drawing similar triangles, make sure you draw them different sizes because they're not congruent. Congruent means that they're the same shape, like this. Angles and the sides are the same. Similar means that the angles are the same, but the sides are proportional. So it's like scaled up or down. ABC is the bigger triangle. XYZ, or YZ is 60, is a smaller triangle. AB is 170. BC is 850. And make sure, this is the most important part, make sure that you draw the angles that correspond to each other like in the same orientation. Make sure you draw a triangle in the same orientation. Since Z corresponds with C, I drew both of them on the right. What is the length of XY? So let's label this like A or something. So then, since XY corresponds to AB, we just set a proportion. A over 170 equals 60 over 850. Because this corresponds to this. A over 170 equals 60 over 850. Perfect. And I switched A out for X. I just didn't use X in the diagram because we already had triangle XYZ. Like we already used X. But 12 is perfect. Yeah. We got one more. All right, this shouldn't be too bad at all. Square A has side lengths that are 166 times the side lengths of square B. So this is square B right here. And each of the side lengths are X. This is square A, each of the side lengths are 166x. So if this is x squared, then because it's a square, both side lengths are, all the side lengths are the same, and you just multiply side squared to get the area. Then the area of this will be 166 squared x squared, right? Make sure that you have the 166 squared. And then 166 squared x squared divided by x squared. So we're dividing the area of triangle A divided by the area of triangle B. The x squared is going to cancel out, and we're just going to be left with 166 squared. Two, 7, 5, 5, 6. 2, 7, 5, 5, 6. Perfect. And we still had 4 minutes to spare. Let's just check everything. Here's how I check the questions. Basically, I start from the back, like 22, and I just go through all of them. And I stop at any one of them that I was like unsure of. Because sometimes we forget that like, oh, like we were actually unsure of this question. Well, we didn't mark it, right? Okay. Let's see. So this one, how else would you have done this one? I guess you can just do it by hand. But that would be horrible. I would not want to do that. I would just do it on Desmos. Desmos makes it a lot easier. Yeah. Again, if you're given an equation and it's told that there are solutions, the solutions are always x equals something. Solutions are values of x. Okay. I mean, all of these are good. Yep. Yeah, looks good. Let's do it. Since it's a constant rate, it's going to be decreasing and linear. Well, from 9,500 to 5,000 is decreasing. Constant makes it linear. So since J is parallel to line K, it's going to have the same slope. So the y-intercept is 30, right? So any answer choice with 5 is wrong. And each popsicle would be like the slope. 30 is the y-intercept, so it's how many ounces he had when he started. All right, this is a vertex question. You need to know the standard form of a parabola. Y equals a in parentheses x minus h close parentheses squared plus k. That's the vertex form, sorry, not standard form. So any one of them that has 16 is not the answer because the x value of the vertex is 5.6. And it's 5.6 seconds because the x is seconds. Perfect, let's move on. Again, don't read anything on the left. It's not relevant. It's just there to make you waste time. You know how to enter in your answers into a box. Just take your answer and type it in. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Anytime you see points, like f of 5 equals 32, that means that the point is 5 comma 32. Add a table and put in the points because you're typically doing regression. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to enter this f of x, and instead of f of x, I'm going to use y. I'm going to show you in a second why we're doing that. I'm a little bit sick, just a little bit, just a little. Okay, once you've typed everything in, now you want to do you basically want to plot this equation that you just made against this point. So you're basically saying this line goes through this point, 5 comma 32, which it does. So in order to tell Desmos that, you have to use the x1 and y1 from the table. So change this into a y1 by typing 1 directly after the y. Do the same with x. And then delete this equal sign and change it to the symbol for regression, which is the squiggly line. It's called tilde. It solves for k for you. You are not done here. This is not your answer yet. Take this, duplicate this, right? We want the f of x form again. So let's delete all of this. Let's do f of x equals. And leave it as k, because k is now a variable. It's a stored variable. This is basically 3. This will be more important when the variables are like an irrational decimal, because you don't want to type out all of that. You just want to leave it as the variable. It's easier that way. Then just do f of 10. if I scroll down to my comment section and I see a 6-7 joke, I'm gonna block you. I'm kidding. Okay. We can probably do this one in our head, but anytime you see any of these geometry questions, draw it out. Just draw out every single geometry question. I don't care if there's already a diagram, draw it out. Like, I see so many questions, like so many students, so many very smart students get these questions wrong because they didn't draw it out, because they thought that they could somehow do it in their head. And they waste like 5 minutes on one question too, which is crazy. It's like, you don't have to do that. It's easier when you draw it out. Your first instinct when you see any geometry question is draw it out. We're gonna do that later because I have to screenshot and everything. Okay. This is pretty simple. You just put everything in. X plus 7, y squared equals 8. Okay. I'm just double checking that I typed everything in right. Now we could totally just enter in all the points, -14, 0, and I guess I'm just gonna duplicate everything. But I mean, we can see that it's obviously 14, 0, but we are just going to, let's just do 14, 0. I'm not gonna type everything out and label it. Yeah. All right. By the way, if you check this box, it just shows you, like, the default label is the point itself. So this is very helpful. And I'll show you some more point tricks if we have more questions here. All right, this is one of the standard deviation questions, which is rare on the SAT, but it isn't like, it's not like as hard as you might think it is. The median of the data set. Am I centered? There we go. The median of the data set A is equal to the median of the data set B. The median is the middle value. And in both A and B, the middle value is 13. Like for A, it's the middle dot of 13. Like there are 3 dots on 13, it's the middle one. So it's still 13. For B, there's only 1 dot, right? The medians are the same. 1 is true. Anything that doesn't have 1 is not true. The standard deviation of set A is equal to standard deviation of set B. Here's what standard deviation means. It's how far spread apart the data is from the mean. In this case, since both data sets are equally distributed, the mean is in the center. It's at 13. Now, the data in set A is actually differently spread from the mean than data set B. The only difference is that two of the values in from 13 are split to the ends on data set B. They went to number 10 and number 16. So the standard deviation of data set B is actually higher than data set A because the values in data set B are spread farther apart from the mean. They literally took the values from the center, 2 of them, and spread them out to the ends. That means the standard deviation is higher because the values are more spread apart from the mean. Meaning 2 is not true. 1 is the only one that's true. All right. So it seems like every 4 hours, the bacteria doubles, right? And if every 4 hours the bacteria doubles, then it's going to be what is it? One fourth t, where t is the amount of time. Because if every 4 hours, if we substitute 4 for t, then the exponent on top becomes 1. And since it's 2 to the power rt, it will double. So 1/4 is going to be your r. T is going to be your independent variable. So every 4 hours is going to double because the base is 2. So it's going to become 2 to the power 1 every like 4 hours, right? It's going to double. Cube has a volume of this many cubic units. Again, I know you think you can do this in your head. Draw it out. Draw it out. I've seen so many smart students make mistakes with these types of questions because they didn't draw it out. We're going to do that later. We're going to draw it out. All right. Here's a little trick for this. In your head, here's what I need you to do. Anytime you see 8x plus 7y, and you see 8x plus 7y in here, just substitute for a different variable. Let's say a is equal to 8x and b is equal to 7y. Now what does the equation read? 2a plus 4b equals 12. Negative 2a plus 4b equals 12. What is the value of a plus b? That's your new question. And you don't even need to use Desmos for this. You totally could. And graph it out and everything. 0a, which is 0. We don't need to write it. Plus 8b equals 24. b equals 3. And then you substitute back in. But, I mean, if you substitute back in, you'll see that a is equal to 0. So what is a plus b? Because a plus b is 8x plus 7y. You can just do a plus b. 0 plus 3. Right? Yeah, just do it like that. Substitute for another variable. All right, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of drawing with this, so we're gonna do this later. Same with this. I guess we could graph this, but we'll do that later. All right. Okay, so it seems like this is going to be a system of equations one, because that's always what it's like when you have like a budget and everything. Okay, X is going to be the number of small candles. Y is going to be the number of large candles. X plus Y has to be greater than or equal to 200. Oh, I can show you a nice little point trick here. So stay tuned for that. I'm going to show you that in just a little bit. So it has to be a minimum of 200. So it has to be greater than or equal to 200. And then 4.9 x plus 11.6 y is less than or equal to 2200. Because it's a budget. It can't go over the budget. It has to be less than or equal to. So let's zoom out. Again, you can zoom out by pressing this minus button. And then, here's what I do not want you to do. I do not want you to just select this point and then say 182. Because the problem is that you need whole numbers for both of them. And what if the only point that is actually inside of the shaded region is 182, 17. Why is that an issue? Because what is 182 plus 17? It's 199. That's less than 200. That doesn't work, right? How do you know that 182, 18 is a point? You don't just by looking at this point. You need to do more, I guess, investigation. But here's how I would do that. I would do this. 182, 18. Where's our point, by the way? Wait. 182, yeah. Here's what you need to do. Hold down this point and then click drag. Like, do that. Now you can drag this point anywhere you want. And you can actually figure out, and what you'll notice is that yes, you can get to 182. And you can get to 18 as well. 182, 18 is inside of the shaded region because it's on the line, and the lines are okay because it's equal to. It's like less than or equal to and greater than or equal to. I want you to use this dragging technique, right? I do not want you to look at this point and be like, oh, it's 182. Because it could be 182, 17, which would not work because that doesn't add up to 200. All right. We need to draw this one. Let's see. Exactly 1 point. Just by looking at this, if the center is at 8, 8, then a radius of 4 is not going to reach any axis. This is going to reach an axis. This is also going to reach an axis. Because here the center is 8, 4, which is 4 units away. 8, 4 from the x-axis. So this is 4 units away from the y-axis, which is what we want. Because this is at 4, 9. And then this is on, like the center is on the axis, so we definitely don't want D. Either way, you don't have to do this in your head. You can just plot all 4 of these, but I'm only going to plot this one because I'm pretty sure that's the correct answer. X minus 9 equals 16. Whoa, what did I do? Oh. Okay. There we go. And this hits the y-axis at exactly 1 point. We only got a few questions left. Let's do it. We're almost done with this entire test. So if the system has no solution, then we need a slope that's the same. And I know that if we add 12x to both sides, we're not going to get the same slope. We're going to, y equals 12x plus 36, which 12 is not the same as 6. And we also need a different y-intercept, because then if we don't have a different y-intercept and it's going to be the same line, it's going to be infinitely many solutions. So B is the only answer that works. All right, I have a trick for this, but we'll do this at the very end. This one we'll also do at the very end. I know I'm just skipping around these questions, but I promise it's for a valid reason. Also, this is a technique that I would recommend you use on the test. Just skip around to the ones that are the easiest. Because you should, at any given time, you should only be working at the easiest problem on the test, right? The problem is on the SAT, it's not necessarily ranked easiest to hardest. Like 1 is not the easiest question, 22 is not the hardest question. It's kind of like that, like as you go higher in the number of question, like the harder it gets, but it's not necessarily like exactly easiest to hardest. So just skip around until you find an easy question. Has no real solution. All right, perfect. So here's what we need to do. This is going to, the SAT specifically put it in this format to make it hard to see. Now, if we add 16 to the other side, what we can do is we can actually set, instead of setting this equal to 0, we can set it equal to y, and then find where y is equal to 0, right? It's a lot easier to see that way because this is a parabola, this is a form that we know. And again, don't use a slider, just start entering points. Oh, wow. All right. 51. Oh. Wait, did I? Okay. Let's try 55, 52, 51, 50, 49. All right. So it seems like the least possible value of k is 50, because when it's 50, there's no real solution. The parabola does not hit the x-axis. At 49, it does, right there. I don't know what Desmos was giving me before. Okay, nice. For these questions, you should memorize this question type because it always has like R's or like N's or S's in the points, and it gives you these 4 crazy points. Type in one of these. The trick for this is you type in one of these because they're both always going to be the same line. Like 2x plus 3y equals 7 is the same thing as 10x plus 15y equals 35. It's just multiplied by 5 on both sides. And then you enter all 4 points. Plus 7. I'm just going to duplicate this just to save a little bit of time. R 3, 4, 6. And you can totally do this by hand. And these are one of the hard questions that you should memorize. If you want to know how to do this by hand, I have videos on it, or it's just in my course as well. R, comma. I feel like I'm going to run out of time. I gotta pick up the pace a little bit. Okay, and then this is very close to this. I'm going to duplicate it. Here we are. Okay, I'm just going to check everything real fast. Okay, everything seems good. Now, make sure they're all different colors. And then once they're different colors, oh my god. Now you zoom out and you see which point falls on the line at every single point. Where is red? Okay, red is all the way out there. So see how orange is the only one that traces the line at every single point? What is that? -3R, this one. So it's a very elegant solution. Okay, so I've seen a lot of these questions, so I know the answer. Like a lot of these question types, the answer is never this one. This one is a trick one because 220 is not the y-intercept. If you substitute 2 for x, for this one, you do not get 220. If you substitute 2 for x here, you get 220. And if you substitute 5, then you also get 400. So you have to find a line that matches both points at the correct x values. So what we need to do is, since we're solving for q, we need to isolate q. So that's basically going to be adding everything to the left side. It's 20 over r plus 20 over s equals 20 over q. Now you divide everything by q, and you divide everything by 20. So that's basically multiplying 1 over 20 to every single thing. So you get 1 over p plus 1 over r plus 1 over s equals 1 over q. For q, there we go. Now you have a common denominator, so you can add all of these. So rs plus ps plus pr all over prs, okay, equals 1 over q. And now since you have a fraction over a fraction, now you can flip it. A over b equals c over d can be flipped to b over a equals d over c. But you cannot flip it if something is added to a fraction on either of the sides, right? So we had stuff that was added here, so we couldn't flip it, but now we can. Q equals PRS, because the denominator is on top, RS plus PS plus PR. That looks exactly like C. Okay, which expression is equivalent? We are going to do that last. Let's do a lot of these because we need a rush. That last one is going to take a long time. But it's a sure solution. It's like 100% solution. Are congruent. They're the same triangle. A corresponds to D. F. B and E are right angles. And then the measure of angle A is 18. So what is the measure of angle F? So it's whatever this is. 18 plus 90 plus X equals 180. 18, I can already tell you it's 72. We need to move on. Cube has a volume of that many units. Cube has a volume of 474,552. You need to take the cube root of that to get the side length. And then the side length, since it's the same on every single side, the surface area is going to be one of these times 6. So it's going to be s squared, 6s squared. S squared because that's the area of one face. 6 because there are 6 faces. So let's first do the cube root. So functions go all the way down. Nth root 3,474,552. 78. Perfect. 6s squared. 3,6,504. We did everything right. Perfect. And just to make sure, yeah, it's 78. Awesome. All right, for this one, it's, since you have 1 mile is equal to 1760 yards. Oh my God. 1 mile is equal to 1760 yards. We can multiply both sides. We can square both sides first because we have to get square miles. Then we get 1 mile, 1 squared mile squared equals 1760 squared yards squared. And then we multiply by 4.36 to both sides to get 4.36 square miles on the left. So we have to do 1760, we have to square that, and then we have to multiply that by 4.36. That's this. All right. Square is inscribed in a circle. So be very careful here. A square is inscribed in a circle. You draw the circle first, and the square is inscribed. It's inside. The radius of the circle is 20 root 2 over 2. So the radius is basically, it's 10 root 2. Now, how am I going to draw the radius? Am I going to draw it like this? No, that doesn't mean anything. If I draw it like this, then we know that it's half the diagonal of the square, which is what we need. So this is 10 root 2. Now, if this is half the diagonal, then the other radius would make the full diagonal, and it would be 20 root 2. That's the full diagonal, which is also the diameter of the circle. But we care about the diagonal because the half of a square is going to be an isosceles right triangle. It's going to be 45, 45, 90 right triangle. And if you know your special right triangles, it's also in the reference sheet. You can just click the reference sheet. It's in there. I'll show you after this. Then you'll know that it's n root 2. And that means if the hypotenuse is 20 root 2, then n is 20. Which means the side length of the square is 20. In the reference sheet, your special right triangles are right there. If you don't have them memorized. But you should have them memorized because it just makes it a lot faster. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this one by hand because we don't have enough time to do the Desmos solution. Before the Desmos solution, you basically want to graph. You want to put this into Desmos, but it's going to give you an error. So what you need to do is put y equals in front of it. And then put y equals in front of all of these 4. And once you do all of that, then you'll see only one of these graphs is going to correlate with this graph. You just have to be neat about it. If you're neat, then you'll get the answer right. But we're going to do this by hand because I can actually do this faster by hand. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So basically you needed a common denominator and you multiply xy to both sides, like the numerator and denominator, for the y plus 12 over x minus 8, 1. All right, so if we graph this, we got 1.5 minutes, 4, 5. And we duplicate, oh my God, the table. Okay, so I just need to see how this looks. Perfect. So if you add these other 2 points, what you're going to see is that it's basically the same triangle. Like no matter what value of k, it's still an isosceles right triangle. And that's perfect because that means that angle Q and angle M, like the middle angle right here, this one, 4, 5, it's always going to be a right angle, which is perfect because that means that if Q, where is Q? Angle Q, which is that one, is t degrees, then the other angle, angle N, is going to be 90 minus t, because all of the angles have to add up to 180. So seems like 0 incorrect, 0 incorrect. Perfect. Let me explain that last question because I didn't really do a good job before. Which one was it? It was on the second module. There we go. Right here. Let me just draw it out. That would be best, right? So 4, 5 is going to be right here. 4, 7. Typically, I would do this on Desmos, but I think it's just as fast if you do it by hand. Now, let's say K is like 2, right? So it's going to be, instead of 4, 5, it's going to be, or instead of 4, 7, it's going to be 4, 9 up here. This is 4, 7. This is 4, 5. This is 6, 5. This is 8, 5. The point right here. And these are your triangles. So you can see they're obviously similar triangles. And this is a right angle right here. Triangle PQR. So this is P or L. This is Q. And this is R. LMN. LMN. Sorry, so this is P or L. The right angle is either P or L. Now, if angle Q is T, and this is the part that I saw, then the other has to be 90 minus T, because all of the angles have to add up to 180, and that if this is already 90 of the 180, then these two have to add up to 90. So it's 90 minus T. And then since these are similar, this also has to be 90 minus T. This has to be T. But their T is 45 anyways, so both of these angles are just 45. What is the measure of angle N? 90 minus T, right there. So remember, similar triangles have the same angles and proportional sides. Congruent triangles have the same angles and same sides. Perfect. That's everything. Awesome work. Next.
Quick setup first. Open the Bluebook app, click Accommodations, then Breaks as needed. Do a question, pause your test, watch my explanation, repeat. That's the system. I'm rooting for you.
So as usual, I'm not going to read the text for you because I won't be there on the SAT to read the text out loud for you. So you're going to have to read it. And we're just going to do these questions together. I'm going to explain each one. Let's go. Okay. Relying on. And the evidence for this is pretty simple. They are currently relying on the astronauts, and in the future they want to rely on robots. Suppress. So the reason why suppress is your answer, let me turn on highlight mode, is because it was circulating in secret, meaning it was being suppressed. Hampered. In this case, if you look at this word, it says critical right here. Water is critical. And then it also says that, like, before we get into the colon, it says that this is a paradox. So it needs to be a contrasting word to critical. And hampered is that contrasting word. It's the opposite of critical in this context. Unassuming. See, if you're taking the SAT, a lot of times you'll find words that maybe you don't know the meanings of a few of these. And that's totally fine. You don't need to. Just focus on what you know. And if you don't know, let's say you don't know any of the words, then just skip it, obviously. But if, let's say, you only know 2 of them, try to do the question. Don't spend too much time on it. But if you still realize that the two answer choices or the three answer choices that you know don't work, and you still can't really figure it out, then just skip it, move on, right? Either you eliminate three answer choices and you pick the last one, or you pick the one that you think it is, or you just move on. Those are really your own two options. You don't want to be wasting too much time. The reason in this case why it's unambitious is because if you know your grammar rules, whatever is inside of these two dashes describes the blank. That's basically what the grammar rule states. So the main key words right here is it doesn't sound particularly ambitious, which is the definition of unassuming, or very close to it, right? That's why we picked unassuming. Okay, so I'm going to read out the answer choices to you because we are going to go over why each one of them is either right or wrong. A, it summarizes a problem that developed in Yellowstone National Park in the 1920s and then offers potential solutions to that problem. It does not offer potential solutions. So even if one word of an answer choice is wrong, the entire answer choice is wrong. I just realized that I should have moved to the grammar section because that's what I would do on a test, but I forgot about that. So we're gonna do the rest of this question, then we're gonna move to the grammar section because that's typically what I tell students to do. That's typically what I do when I take the SAT with you guys, because tutors are allowed to take the SAT. It does mention the elimination of the gray wolf, and it says it right here, the eradication of the gray wolf. And then the next part is why it was eventually restored, and it's right here, right? C, it presents a claim about the health of, no, it does not present a claim about the health of Yellowstone National Park. It also does not give specific examples to support that claim. It explains why Yellowstone National Park allowed the eradication. It does not explain that. And then discusses the consequences of it does not discuss the consequences. So even if one word is wrong, the entire answer choice is wrong, right? That's all you need to know. All right. So this is a function question. You can see it says function right there. So for these function questions, it's pretty simple. You basically want to focus only on the underlined portion, obviously, and sometimes you will need to connect it to the sentences around it. But the main part is that don't go too broad. Don't pick an answer choice that describes the entire text, only the very small underlined portion. A, to offer evidence that undermines L's and team's initial hypothesis. There was no initial hypothesis, and we didn't do that. So B, to show the unexpected result that led L and team to change the focus of the study. They never changed the focus of their study. To illustrate a real-world implication of L and team's main finding. This is tricky, but it was never an implication. So D has to be our correct answer. To identify a comparable circumstance that helps L and team's conclusion. Yes, this is a comparable circumstance. It closely matched how sighted people who are awake visually track objects around them. Okay. So this is one of those double text questions. We just really need to understand what the author is arguing in each of these texts. That's all. A. By arguing that the reason members of the general public might disagree about a public artwork's merits is unrelated to the unconventionality of its appearance and ideas. On the SAT, you want to avoid picking answers that are very strong because they're typically always wrong. Unrelated is a very strong word, and it's not unrelated. Basically, if artwork is garbage, no matter how you position it, how effectively integrated it is with its surroundings, it's still garbage. And text 2 will agree with that. B, by agreeing with the idea that only works of art that are universally appealing are suitable for displaying, again, too strong. Like the text will never, like text 2 will never respond like that. C, by disputing the notion that civic leaders and community, it never talked about civic leaders or community members in text 2. D has to be a correct answer by contending that the kinds of reactions controversial public artworks often receive aren't exclusively the result of attributes inherent in the works themselves. Yes. Text 2 says that there are other factors than just the work itself, like the surroundings that it's integrated within, right? I forgot to skip to the grammar. What am I doing? I'm doing the reading right now. I caught that way too late. I said I would do that at question 5, and I was at question 7 already. Okay, let's go to all right. Let's start with the grammar questions. We'll finish these because these are easier, and then we'll do the harder reading ones, right? Currently means that it has to be present tense. So currently the frog's range includes. Ratified in 1804, comma, separated the elections for the 2 offices. This comma would mean, if you know your comma rules, it would mean that this is extra information, right? So C and D are the same answer. It has to be B. The colon just doesn't make sense here. And the colon rules, the rules for colon is that it has to be a complete sentence before the colon, and after the colon, it has to describe what came before the colon. Or it has to be an example of what came before the colon. All right, so I'm gonna, it's already B, and you know that because there's another dash here, and the blank needs to complete that dash. Unless the dashes are at the very start or very end. But again, the rules for dashes, they're very similar to commas, but there are less rules for dashes. You just need to know them. All right, so this is the type of question that you need to really pay attention to the noun in front. So the noun in front right here is ice, IH, same with D. The noun in front is amorphous ice. What I mean by noun in front is like the first noun in the answer choice. And then C is the lack. That's the noun. And this, the part of the sentence right before the blank describes the noun. So defined by a disorganized molecular structure, it has to be B. Why? Because ice IH has a hexagonal pattern. So it's not disorganized because it's hexagonal, right? There's a structure to it. And it's not talking about, so A and D are already eliminated because they're both ice IH. They're both basically the same answer. Even though the rest of the words are different, the first noun is ice IH. And then C is the lack. And the lack of thermal energy does not have a disorganized molecular structure. That doesn't make sense. It has to be B. Okay. This one is going to be C. Why do you think it's going to be C? Because it says above sea level here, and then below the sea. For these transition questions, you only really need to read like the sentence before and after. I know that there are only two sentences here, but what I mean by that is like you don't need to read most of this most of the time. I do it anyways because I just like reading these passages, honestly. Unironically, I like reading the SAT passages. Yeah, you can clip that. Consequently. So this has to be a resulting transition. There are a few different transition types. Resulting transition is like one of the transition types. And you can tell because Spain was ruled by these Arabic-speaking Muslim states. And because of that, many Arabic words made their way into the Spanish language. It's resulting. All right, so the SAT has been doing more of this, where all of the transitions are like phrases instead of just one word. Drawing a similar conclusion. So it's not drawing a similar conclusion or confirming. It's more like a negative. And in this case, it's not going to be about the phenomenon. Why? What is the phenomenon here? The phenomenon is that they've been observed to shift slightly over time. That is the phenomenon, that barnacles move over time. But the explanation, the phenomenon is not wrong. The barnacles still move over time. The explanation on why they move is wrong. The explanation being it moves towards, it moves with the current. That's wrong. It actually moves against the current towards the turtle's head. That's what it says, right? So it's undermining this explanation of the phenomena. All right. So the SAT has been changing it up a little bit. A lot of the times you cannot, before, like on previous SATs, you would be able to read only this first sentence right here on the prompt and then answer it without even looking at the notes on the left. But now you can't really do that because sometimes A, B, C, or D would just be incorrect. It won't even appear in the notes. It'll just make up information. And even though it matches whatever it says in the sentence above, it won't work. But in this case, this one is really easy. So you actually can ignore everything on the left. Just know that you can do that. You can ignore everything on the left sometimes. But if you get two correct answers, just look at the notes. Okay, so for this question, I definitely read the notes because it just makes it easier if you know what methods mean. Methods means, it says it right here, right? Methods means everything that the researchers did. What did the researchers do? Or what did the tools that they used do, right? Everything that the researchers did is in these two bullet points. That's it. So we need to find an answer that has these two bullet points in it. After tracking, so A and B are both conclusions. That's why they're not methods. It does not show everything that the researchers did. D is tricky. D is actually not true. You know how I told you they do that sometimes? Apparently they did that here. So D is not true because the researchers actually never investigated each nesting site. They put trackers on the ducks. The trackers recorded how many nest boxes each duck visited. but that's what I mean. You gotta make sure everything that you're picking, like the answer that you're picking, is true. Okay. Okay. Let's read through each one of these. A. The recent destructive behavior of orcas might be the result of understimulation, given that orcas' interaction with marine vessels have increased as orca has spent less time hunting. This looks perfect. We have evidence for understimulation, right? Where'd it go? Well, they've spent less time hunting, and then understimulated orcas on the second one. So A looks perfect. The reason why this is wrong is because this is incorrect. TAST is not a harmless and effective acoustic deterrent. It says it's pending further testing, and it might be, but yeah. Okay. Make and support a claim. We need to make and support a claim about orca behavior. So this is, yeah, we're not making or supporting a claim here. And then D is another one of these wrong answers. The 99% is actually not about tuna populations have increased 99%. Is that the time orcas have spent hunting has reduced by 99%. So that's very tricky. How much time do we have? We got 10 minutes, and yeah. All right, we gotta go through a little bit quicker. All right, let's take a look. There's no historical context in the first one. This is a historically significant phrase, but that's not historical context. Yeah, I like C because it gives you Emancipation Proclamation. That is historical context, which had been issued 4 years previously. Yeah, D is not historical context. All right. Okay. Based on the text, Lady Howard would most likely agree with Witt's statement about Reverend Villers. And Reverend Villers is who this letter is written to. Yeah, because it says it right here. Text is an excerpt, right? A, although the manner in which he has raised Evelina is many ways exemplary, so the letter actually never says this, that Lady Howard thinks that Reverend Villers is exemplary, or that how he's raised Evelina is exemplary. He has imparted to Evelina his own idealistic view of the world. That is actually not true. Lady Howard would not agree with that. Okay. Although his desire to guard Evelina from unscrupulous people is commendable. Unscrupulous would mean like dishonest or just like bad people. You don't even need to understand that because Reverend Villers isn't shielding him from any person specifically. He's just overprotective. And that's what it says in D, because it says right here, too rigidly sequestered from it. So Lady Howard thinks that Reverend Villers is too rigidly sequestering Evelina, and she would likely benefit from a greater variety of experiences because of this entire last part right here. But when they're shown to it properly and then all of that, that's the benefit, that she sees reality for what it is. Okay, hopefully none of you guys are gonna get this one wrong. So I'm not gonna explain it because we are running out of time. Okay. This one should be easy as well. Let's see. A, there were about as many drawings with an example of an insect as there were with a bird. That has nothing to do with mammals, because the researcher's conclusion had to do with mammals, right? Again, nothing to do with mammals. This one says the opposite. This one says that the children know more about insects than mammals. Okay. That's perfect. All right. So these are one of these illustrate the claim questions, which basically mean that all you have to do is you have to pay very close attention to this part. And then you just have to find an answer choice that matches whatever it says there. So here it says, the speaker indicates that the stories Aunt Sue tells are based on her personal experiences. That's the key word. It has to be her personal experiences. Let's see. A says nothing about Aunt Sue's it being her personal experiences. This is perfect. It says right out of her own life. Like that's what personal experiences mean. Like that's the definition. This is just where the stories are told. And then, yeah, this is just about, no. It's not gonna work. Okay. We got a few more. 4 more. We're almost done with module 1. Then we move on to module 2. All right. If you didn't understand any part of this text, that's fine. The only part of this text that you need to understand is this phrase. Like literally you could have not understood any of it. And that's why A is your answer, because yeah. Let me read the other ones just to make sure. Okay. A is your answer because not only does it completely work if you actually understood the text, but it is the only answer that is audience mediated. None of the other ones show evidence that the performances were audience mediated, and you can look through them. All right. Whenever it gives you like a bunch of numbers on the table, most of the time it's actually pretty easy. You don't need to like really spend a lot of time like understanding this part of the text. All I really do is like read this last part and like skim through the rest on the top. Okay. So all the top part really said, it didn't say anything of substance. It just said that the higher the number, the coarser the fiber, the lower the number, softer the fiber. That's it. The selection process that enabled N to retain somewhat of its coarse outer fiber, which is true because 35 or higher is somewhat coarse, is softer than either Mouflon's, oh, my bad. Also resulted in inner fiber that at its softest, so 10, is either softer than either Mouflon or Merino's, which is true. 10 is softer than Mouflon and Merino. That's our correct answer. We could read through the other ones. Right now, we only got a little bit of time, so. Oh, whenever you see this like increase, decrease pattern, then it's just gonna be really easy. Okay, poor street lights can deter inexperienced cyclists. So better street lights will incentivize inexperienced cyclists. Okay. A, sonic pulses can be heard at significantly greater depths, and no, that like literally, there was no difference between the two groups of human sounds. So no. Yes, B makes sense because if it was so loud in both of the human sound groups that there was like the sonic pulses had no effect, then the total outcome would be no effect in both groups, like both human sound groups, the ship and the ship plus the sonic. This is not true. Again, there was no difference between the human sound groups. And this is not true at all. It says that they were actually very sensitive. Where is it? Resulted in significant decreases. So this is why D is not true. If I had time, like typically I finish these sections with like 15 minutes left, but I was explaining each one. Maybe I'll go a little faster on the next section because I have to. It's the harder one, right? Yeah, that section wasn't too bad at all. This is the newest practice test as well. So, all right, we gotta go fast. Contradicted because it's contradicting right here. It's 1,000 years earlier. Oh, this is some crazy vocab. Okay, let me explain what each of these mean. Heterogeneity means a diverse mix of things. It could be people, ideas, whatever. Ubiquity means omnipresent, so existing everywhere. Expediency means like doing the easy thing instead of doing what is hard and right. So like lying would be expedient behavior. Like it's easy to do, but it's not morally right. And it's harder than not lying in certain circles. Anyways, fecundity is crazy. That means like the maximum amount of babies that you could have in your lifetime. Like the fecundity of like, let's say a lady, like average human lady would be like 20. Like the average lady could have like maybe 20 kids max over her lifetime. In this case, it's going to be ubiquity because of widespread availability. Tremendous, okay. Elasticity. And the reason why is because even though this first part, you might think it's affection because they're fostering the less successful pairs. If you read the rest, it just says that it's a very flexible species. They can survive under many different conditions. That's a hard read, but it's perceptible. So if you don't know what tongues of fire mean, in this case, it's just the rays of sun. So let me paint a picture for you. This guy is very high up. He's on this ramparts, right? And then he can now see this day that is now clearing, because the clouds are like moving away. And when he looks to the horizon, the sun is already down. The sun is set. He can't see the sun anymore, but he can still perceive the sun because there are rays of sunshine. And that's why it can't be situated, because he can't see the sun. It's not dwindling, because I know it says that it's basically dwindling here, but the rays of sunshine are dwindling. The sun can't even be seen. And this this manifest is talking about the sun. It's not talking about the rays of sunshine. Okay. A, it states the reasons Adam and his great uncle decided to sleep on the ship, offending. No, it does not. Nor did it ever say that they were going to find lodging on land. Yes, it does show Adam's flexibility and consideration, and that's like right here. There's his flexibility, and then his consideration. Yeah. Flexibility and consideration strengthened his relationship. Yeah, so consideration would be seeing that he's interested. He suggested all of this stuff. Okay, it does not describe that. And it does not contrast, nor did Richard have wary impressions of Adam. It doesn't ever say that either. Oh, Shakespeare 1611. This is going to be a hard read. Actually, I forgot. I need to move on to the grammar. I don't know why I'm not moving on to the grammar. All right. We always did it after the words in context, so after like this manifest one, then we always move on to the grammar. Or at least that's what I tell my students to do. They've found a lot of success doing that. Okay. So again, this is one of the grammar questions that we saw in Module 1. You just look at the first noun. So the very first noun in each of the answer choices. In this case, the first noun is Chicago writers. In this case, it's just writers. In this case, it's Chicago. And Chicago was not established in 1936 by African-American novelist Richard Wright. That doesn't make sense. It's only the group. The same type of question, okay. The first noun here is the listener, which is not what has emojis and seemingly meaningless words, nor is it the piece or the listener. It's actually the titles that have the emojis. Okay, so in this case, what we have to do is we have to know our comma rules, because when we know our comma rules, we see that everything in between right here and here, everything that I'm going to highlight in blue can be eliminated from the sentence in your mind, right? So the blank right here actually talks about Bharata's pieces. So Bharata's pieces, what? They explore. Because the other ones don't make sense. Has explored? No. Bharata's pieces explores? No. Bharata's pieces exploring? That could work, but only if the rest of the sentence makes it work. Anyways, my point is explore is the only one that works. Sometimes D will work, but you have to make sure it works in the sentence, right? Okay. Again, let's do this again. So a game, Tracy's a game invites. You can put he in front of all of these because this is a singular noun, right? So you can replace it with like he or she or it. And then if you put he in front of all of them, it says he invites, which makes sense. He invite does not make sense. He are inviting, no. He have invited, no. So you can like, it's called the odd one out rule, but yeah. All right, It's got to be A. Yugang Sung is necessary information, so you can't put it in commas like C. D just doesn't work. Like, that doesn't make sense. B will sometimes work, but again, you need to know your comma rules. You need to make sure it works in the sentence. In this case, it's definitely A. All right, so this is one of the things that, since there's already a noun and an active verb, Egyptians slept. Egyptians, being the noun, slept is the active verb. We need a passive verb right here, prioritizing, right? Otherwise, the sentence wouldn't make sense. Scientists searching. And the reason why is because scientists, what do you think the active verb here is? It's adapted. Scientists adapted. So in that, because there's already a noun and an active verb, we need a passive verb, which ends in ing. Okay, this has to be contrasting because it says that it is well outside the limit, so it's an exception to the rule. All right, there's gonna be more often. The reason it's more often is because most people were thought to just move to faraway California. The popular narrative is complicated because it complicates the popular narrative because more often people actually just relocated within the region. We would expect some people to relocate within the region, but if it happened more often than not, that would complicate the narrative. Do you understand? All right, so whenever you get one of these notes questions that say specify the order, I would very quickly skim through the notes and then just start slashing answers, like eliminating answers. And these two have nothing to do with the order. You can see the order is actually very clear because each one of these three have like dates in front of them, right? So we just need to find something that's in the correct order. I'm guessing one of these are incorrect. Yeah, so A is incorrect. D is the only one that's in the correct order. All right. Now, when I was reading this, I didn't know what meters meant, right? So then I go to that's why I read the notes in this case, because I want to know what they mean by meters. All right, this shouldn't be too difficult. Let's see. It's not this. It doesn't say anything about meters. Okay, it's gotta be, oh. What? I almost got that wrong. Okay, so the reason why C is wrong is because it's not found within the notes. Like it doesn't agree with the notes, right? W does not use a pattern of long and short syllables because W uses an alliterative meter, and that is structured by a pattern of repeated sounds. A Q meter is a pattern of long and short syllables. So make sure the answer that you're picking is true because the SAT is doing more of that on these notes questions. That they're just putting like straight up answers that are incorrect on the notes. Okay, so this should be a little bit harder. Basically, if you see this and it says they want to place something in the context. If something doesn't have like basically 1821, it's wrong. But we need to go through all of them anyways. Let's see. So this is wrong because this is actually not like correct. He did not change his political beliefs after the Spanish king repealed the 1812 Constitution. He changed his mind after the revolt, which it does say here, but this is wrong because it doesn't place the 1821, like it doesn't place the writing or the 1821 Declaration of Independence. The only one that does that is B. Was the inspiration, long-standing opponent? No, that doesn't place that anywhere. Okay. I'm still recording. Perfect. Let's go. All right. So sometimes when I read this and I read the notes and I'm like really reading diligently, what I'll do is I'll try to form an answer on my own before I look at the answers, only for the notes questions, and some other of one of the these reading questions as well, especially the inference questions. And what I was thinking is that like the only comparison between these two is that C's hypothesis, like Carothers, right? His hypothesis is more extensive than F. That's it. So we just need to find an answer that's like that. Okay. C is not true. Includes all cognitive systems. So A is the only one that's a comparison, right? We are comparing these two hypotheses. So B does not work. This not as expansive is the comparison right here. But B does not give like a distinct comparison. It just says following this hypothesis, this is what happened next. Okay, perfect. I don't know if you understood that, but that was hard for me. All right, so I'm gonna explain this. All right. So Camille has been away from his home, obviously, and he serves in the court of P. The king of Bohemia is P. So I'm just gonna refer to him as P. And it says right here that Camille wants to return to Sicily. I pray thee God, good Camille, be no more importunate. Importunate means like annoyingly persistent. So Camille is being annoyingly persistent because he wants to go home. 'Tis a sickness denying thee anything, a death to grant this. Meaning, it makes P sick that he is denying Camille not being able to go home. But if he granted him the ability to go home, it would kill him, metaphorically. Camille, it has been 15 years since I saw my country, so 15 years. Though I have been, for the most part, erred abroad, I desire to lay my bones there. That means that he just wants to die there. Besides the penitent king, my master, who hath sent for me. Meaning another king, a completely different king, from, I'm guessing, his hometown, Sicily, has asked for him. Penitent means guilty, so he's feeling guilty for some reason. The king is feeling guilty. The king of Sicily, not the king of Bohemia. To whose feeling sorrow I might be of some allay. So Camillo thinks that he can be of some allay, or like some relief, to the king of Sicily's sorrows. Like back in his hometown. Or he presumes to. He's not confident. He just thinks so. Which is another spur to my departure. That's another incentive for him to go back home. That was a crazy text. All right. A, it establishes Camillo's hope that P will be comforted knowing that Camillo isn't departing at his own discretion. That is not true. Camillo is departing for reasons at his own discretion. Like, he desires to lay his own bones there, like meaning he wants to die there. That is personal reasons. So that goes against what A says. It suggests that Camillo feels compelled to persuade P that Camillo's decision to leave the court is justified. That's too broad of an answer. Again, we went over these function questions like at module 1. Function questions are one of the many reading question types, but one of the mistakes that a lot of students make is they go too broad. They pick an answer choice like B that talks about the entire text. That might be true for the entire text, but it is not true for the specific sentence right here that is underlined. So it is wrong. It conveys Camillo's recognition that one benefit his presence may afford the king of Sicily is merely speculative. Yes, that is perfect. One benefit, so another spur to his departure, another incentive, that's what spur means, may afford the king is merely speculative because he presumes to think so. And then D is wrong because it never says that it's his primary motivation. All right, let's move on. All right. With these double text questions, I mentioned this earlier in the notes, but these are also one of the questions that I like coming up with an answer before. And the answer that I was coming up with is that they may not have like initiated the oxidative weathering at the same time. So I think text 1 and text 2 is going to disagree about an answer like that. Like they didn't oxidize at the same time or initiate oxidative weathering, because it could have happened long after the debris deposited. Does the increase in Mo in that portion suggest that atmospheric note? So it never talks about before 2.5 GA, that's just wrong. Is the increase in Mo in that portion indicative of an increase of atmospheric oxygen dating to the same time? Yes, this is exactly what I just said. Is the increase in Mo in that portion attributable to oxidative weathering in material found? They both agree with C, so C is wrong. Did chemically analyzing bulk samples lead to the false impression that there is increase in Mo in that portion? I see how students would select this because it does say, since chemically analyzing bulk samples can include or hide contextual details. But that never says that text 2 would think that would lead to a false impression that there is an increase of Mo or that there is fake Mo in the sample. Like, that's too much of a stretch. Damn. Gravitas means like importance, right? So after basically Sir Winston Day, this guy, is adding importance to this, like much needed importance to this government committee. I guess a lot of the members just aren't very important or something. Whose features seem to mold, adorn a bust or possibly a stem. Meaning have you seen like those museums where they have like the marble statues of like a Roman emperor's face or something, or like a Greek philosopher's face, and only their face, like maybe a little bit of her neck, maybe a little bit of her shoulders. That's what a bust is. Like the marble sculptures of just somebody's face. And typically important people go on those. Important people also are featured on stamps, right? So they're saying he looks important, but it would be rude, impertinent, to inquire too closely into his actual achievements. When is it rude to inquire into your achievements? When you have none. Right? And it says that in like what did he actually produce in the next half century of service that he did? And he recently published memoirs. Memoirs are like works that you write about your own life story that possibly cast a light on this enigma, this mystery on what he actually did in 50 years. But given that details were not provided after the 30-page mark, they might as well remain state secret. Basically, he didn't do anything of importance. And that's basically what the text says. It just, this last part is sarcasm. It wasn't provided after the 30-page mark. Nobody read it. Might as well remain state secrets, right? Okay, he has the appearance of a distinguished figure, but is uncertain whether he has accomplished anything to earn distinction. That is perfect. He looks like a person worthy of respect, but memoirs reveal some of his actions were dishonorable. The reason why it is wrong is dishonorable. He would have been a celebrated public figure if his achievements did not have to be kept secret. That's wrong because his achievements did. It never said that it had to be kept secret. It just might as well remain a secret because he didn't achieve anything. D, he has maintained a modest profile even though he has served in public capably for many years. No, he's not. It never says, it has, the text gives you no evidence that he has maintained a modest profile. Okay. How many questions do we have? We gotta move quick. 5 minutes. Okay, so A is wrong. That took me a while. But A is wrong because it's such waves at the very, like these two last words. It's talking about traveling waves. And traveling waves are actually, it never says that, the text never says that they're influenced by those two factors. No, there are other factors involved for spike waves to exceed those limits than just if it's steep. So C is wrong because it says tend to be higher. That is not true. It can be higher. And it says it right here. Right? So D is right because it says may be higher. All right. So again, just looking at the answer choices, this is going to be one of the easier ones, easier one of the graph questions, right? Yeah, it has to be C. I'm sure all you guys can get that one. We just need to move quick. We got 4 more. All right, so we really just need to focus on this last sentence right here. This is, there's no evidence, no evidence, no evidence. Yep. So the reason why A is right is because it demonstrates every part of this, of the highlighted part, the highlighted text. All right, since the answers are like numbers and the text, I mean the table is numbers, should be one of the easier ones. All right. Orbital period around the star and planet's rotational period is equal. And the only one that says that is B. Let's check if that's 6.1. Yeah. Okay. So this is never talking about non-Western music styles. The strength of the relationship between less. So we're not. Yeah, this is just the opposite of what we're talking about. It's actually not true. And we're not talking about familiarity here. So A should be, yeah, A is exactly what we're looking for. For these inference questions, when it's like a big text and then a blank, what I want you to do is read the text, understand it, and then create your own answer before you start answering. That makes these questions a lot easier. One last question. We got a minute. Okay. So when I was going through this question and I was thinking, what could be the answer here? Because there's an inference question. You want to create your own answer. I was thinking, well, the model and the observation might disagree a little bit. That looks like A. No, they don't want to employ a single value, and they can't do that anyways. There are multiple atmosphere levels. That's not possible. So this is tricky. It says higher, but we're only talking about the higher or lower levels, not diffraction. No. And the reason why that last one was wrong, because the last one looked correct, but it said inconsistencies across the model's simulations. So across simulations, like simulation 1 versus simulation 2, across those simulations, which doesn't make sense, because if you run a model once and you run it again with the same everything, the same inputs, it should give you the same output. We don't care about the differences between the model simulation. They should be the same every single time. But between like the simulations, the observational data, like the real data, those two things should have slight differences, because the model is based off of less accurate inputs, right? We're ascribing a single value in the model, but the observational data is true. It's what we actually see. Let's go. All right, you subtract 1 from both sides. X equals 2. What you could do, you could just plug in your head and you'll get 118. Or you could, especially for the more complicated questions, I would recommend you do this. X cubed plus 110, and then you do k of 2, because x equals 2. You get 118. See that? All right. By the way, if you click this settings button right here, and then you click delete all on the left, it deletes everything. Okay, we're just looking for the mean. So you can go to functions. You can, where's mean? Well, there we go. Mean is right here. Or you could just type it out and it just automatically sets it. And then you open a parentheses. You just type out everything. 5, 2. I know you can add them up and divide by 5 in your head, but just do it on the calculator. You're given a calculator on a math test. Just use it. All right. So in this case, it's basically just saying that y equals 6. Because in this case, there are 6 1996 pennies, right? And 1996 pennies is the y variable. So instead of doing 8x plus 11y equals 170, you just delete the y and you substitute it with 6. And it should graph the answer for you. 13. All right, definitely not linear. And decreasing exponential, no, it is increasing. Just 6 plus 5. All right, we're going to draw these later, but any one of them that we're gonna need to draw, we'll do them last, just because I need to take a screenshot and actually draw it. Anyways, we're gonna do that last. Okay, we can eliminate these two because 15 has nothing to do with it. Now, if you think about it, there are 240 players, right? That means 120 versus 120, because that's half of 240. They're playing each other. One half of these players are going to get eliminated, right? In total. So it has to be C, because each round, half as many players are going to get eliminated. And it's not going to be double. So that's why D is wrong. Well, if you just multiply 38 to both sides, you get C. All right. You can eliminate B, C, and D because line J, which is what you're trying to solve for, line J is parallel to line K. That's what it says up here. And it passes through 0.05. So the only slope that is parallel is 6. None of these have the slope of 6 because you can read the coefficient for the x. This has a slope of -5, this is a slope of -6, this is a slope of 5. And then you plug in 0 just to check. If you plug in 0, you get y equals 5. All right, we got to draw this one out. Anytime you see a shape, you got to draw it out. Do not do it in your head. I've seen so many students get questions wrong because they think that they don't need to draw it out. Okay, here's what you can do. If you ever get an equation and it says how many solutions are there, it's basically saying that there's a system of equations, or you could think of it that way, right? So the left, you can basically just take the equal sign, break it off into the left side and the right side, and just graph both of them individually. So I'm going to graph the left side, and then I'm going to graph the right side. And you always do y equals in front of both of them. Desmos automatically puts a y equals when you put anything with x. So y equals x plus 15, all of that squared, and then y equals 0. And you can see, if you zoom in, there's only one intersection point. What else is there? Oh, and always use this back button right here to go back if you accidentally deleted something. Oh, and yeah, let's go back again. Let's do -45 this time. And you can see that there are no solutions, right? If you do 45, there are 2 solutions right there and there. And then 135, same thing, 2 solutions. So, and you can always return to the default view like that. In this case, the default view is not necessary. So x plus 15, all of that squared equals 0, was the only one that had one distinct solution. All right, So this might confuse a lot of students because we're like setting it equal to the 1150. So basically all of them are equal to 1150, which is perfect. But we need 950 plus something. And that's because it was already 950 for the first 3 hours, and t is already greater than 3. So whatever is inputted for t in any one of these, it has to be greater than 3. It can't be either of these because it's not 950 times anything with t in it. And it can't be 3t because we're not tripling what t is. We're just trying to add $50. Because this, you can think of it this way. The slope is $50, right? I guess the y-intercept is 950, and we're trying to set it equal to 1150. And it has to be t minus 3 as the x, right? In y equals mx plus b. The x is t minus 3 because it was already after the first 3 hours. And t is already greater than 3. So we just need to subtract 3. Okay, so there are a few ways to do this. One way you can just do it in your head, like going from 4 to 3 to 2 to 1, you're basically subtracting 1. And every time you subtract 1, g of x goes up by 4. So if you subtract 1 from that very first point of 1 comma 32, you get 0 comma 36 because you're adding 4 every time you subtract 1. But that's the way to do in your head. I wouldn't recommend that. Just do a table, enter 2 points, and then Desmos will solve it for you. You only need 2 points because it is a line. And if you have 2 points, you have the entire line. Or you can just find the entire line. Do you see that button that I press? The linear regression. Let me show you again. Right here. And it gives you the equation of the line right there. You can export it by doing this button. Negative 4x plus 36. So you can see the value of b very clearly. Let's delete all. Okay, so there are 300 years divided by 75. So that means 4 doubles. So the population doubled 4 times. Meaning you can take this 240 grand and then divide it by 2 4 times. Divided by, make sure you don't do 2 divided by 2. I think that's the SAT wrote the question in that way because they know students are going to do that. Keep clicking outside the fraction and then divide the entire fraction by 2. Don't do 2 divided by 2. And then this is going to be 15,000. If you want to do the math way, the way that your math teacher would then just do 1/2 to the power 4 times 120, or 240, my bad. Same thing. Slope. Okay, so since we're trying to find the slope of this line of best fit, we just need points. I guess you could have used 3 comma 5. Let's use that instead. And let's say we use 3.9 instead. 3.9. What does it say? You don't think you can figure out that it's 0.6 based off of this slope right here? 0.585. You don't need to use exact points. All right, this is one of the table questions as well. If you see a table on the SAT, immediately create your own table in Desmos because you're putting in the points. If you ever see points on the SAT, if you see a graph that has points, you're always using regression. I wouldn't say always. 95% of the time you're using regression. So just well, So yeah, just put it into Desmos. And make sure you're typing everything in right. You don't want to be doing all of this work just to type a number in wrong and then get it wrong for that reason. All right, here's what I'll say. For linear functions, you only need 2 points. And you can do more, but you don't need more than 2 points. For quadratic functions, so parabolas, the U-shaped graph, you need 3 points. I don't have enough time to explain why, but there's a 50-50 chance that you get the wrong graph if you only have 2 points. You need 3 points to have a 100% chance of getting it right, of getting the right graph. Linear regression. You just switch it to quadratic. Actually, in this case, since all of these are formatted a different way, what we can do, we can actually do a little trick. And we can actually do this form. So all of these are in a very similar form. F of x equals x minus a. A just represents any number. And then I'll show you why we're doing this. X minus b plus some number c. And what we want to do is we want to replace x with x1 right here and here. And the reason why we're replacing it with x1 is because we want to use the values from the table. So we also want to replace f of x with y1 by typing in y and 1 directly after. The last thing that we need to do is delete the equal sign and use this squiggly line. It's called a tilde because it's the symbol for regression. And then if we try out different numbers, because these two answers have a as 24. So let's try a equals 24. Then b has to equal 30 and c has to equal negative. That's perfect. That's exactly what b is. If we tried c or d, because c and d don't have a as 24, they have a as 8. And by the way, a is 24, not negative 24, because we did x minus a. Make sure you don't make that mistake. A equals 8. Then we get b is 46, not 32. And then c is 344, which is none of these answers. So b is the only correct answer. That's one way that you can do it. There are a bunch of ways to solve this question. Just use whichever one works the best for you. All right. So all of these have the same center, 19, 18. You should know the standard form of a circle. But b is our answer because in the standard form of the circle, which I'll type out, the end is actually r squared. So the radius squared. Since the radius is 9k, 9k squared is 81k squared. So we need a form that has 81k squared at the end. Memorize this part that I'm typing on the screen right now. Actually, not x minus k, y minus k, my bad. Equals r squared. This form, memorize it. Ignore the add a slider part. X minus h squared plus y minus k squared equals r squared. And if you want to know how to read the center of the circle, it's h comma k. That's the center of the circle when it's in standard form. You can only read the center of the circle when it's in standard form. Memorize that. All right. So whenever you see one of these questions on the SAT Math, where it's like it only shows quadrant 1 and it's like a inverse slope or a negative slope, you always want to just write down the endpoints because that's all you need. So the endpoints are 0, 140. Or not 140, my bad. 136. I'm just estimating. It's probably not 136. It's probably something more accurate, but we're just estimating here. And then it's 158, 0. Again, I'm just estimating. And you don't need to even create a graph or anything, or like create a regression. Just have these 2 points, these 2 endpoints written down, because you're going to need one of them. Okay. And the one that you're going to need is the 158. 127, and I'm going to explain why we're doing this in a second, divided by 158 is 809, which is 811. It's basically the same thing. The reason we didn't get 811 is because 158 is an estimate. Okay, why did we do this? Why did we do this fraction right here? Also, if I haven't told you, there's a fraction button right here that simplifies any fraction for you. So this is the simplest form of the fraction that we entered. $811. Where does it say? So which of the following is the closest to the estimated mass of each M-type star in this cluster? Each M-type star wow. So what the graph really wants you to do here, or what the SAT wants you to do, is create a system of equations. Now, that's going to take a lot of time. How we want to shortcut this process is by selecting the endpoint where there are 158 M-type stars and 0 K-type stars. Basically, what we did is we plugged in 158, 0 into the system of equations. So we have 158 x plus 0y equals 127,882. Because this is a system of equation when you plug in 158, 0, right? And we only need one equation because the 0y just deletes, and then you divide 158 to both sides to get the mass of an individual M-type star. $811. All right, we got to draw this out. All right, I can do the 3. All right. The reason why it's 3 is because this cubic function, x cubed plus 64, is going to have one distinct real root. And then x to the power 4 minus 81 is going to have 2. Because when you factor it all out, anyway, you don't have to do this in your head. I don't know why I did that. Plus 64 times x. You can just graph this, by the way, and it just shows you how many roots there are. 81. And then this is equal to 0, right? I'm just double checking, making sure I typed everything out right. And see how there's 3 vertical lines? These are actually not the vertical lines of the graph. We did not graph it. Since we set it equal to 0, this actually just shows you the solutions. Like it's kind of like doing 6x equals 36. It just shows you a vertical line, right? We did the same thing here because we set it equal to a number. And it shows you that there are 3 solutions here. So you do not need to do this in your head. You do not need to factor it out either on paper. You can just graph it. All right, we got a few questions left, and then module 2. We are almost done with this test. We got one more module after this. The rest of these questions should be easy. I mean, this one looks a little tricky. Okay. Gotta write this out. Let's take a screenshot. Here's how we're gonna do this. I guess there are multiple ways that we can do this. We can take, basically we're given 2 points here. Hopefully you realize that we're given 2 points. Now we can substitute the points, or we can be a little smart about this, and I didn't think of this at first. You can just create a regression. I'm not even following my own rules. Whenever you see points, you create a table. That's why I have this rule. That's why I created the rule, because the rule works. Follow your rules, Rishabh. The part that we have to be careful of is X is engine speed. So I know for a fact that a lot of students would have gotten this wrong because they switched X and Y. X is engine speed. So 3331 433. Engine speed is X. Oh no. 4500 600. And since this is a linear function, as you can see, f of x is equal to that. It's linear, it's x to the power 1. Just add a regression. And then, actually, we're going to do a custom regression because, anyways, here's how you do a custom regression. It's easier than you think. So you type out what you were given. X minus a plus 433. Now, you change the x to an x1 because you want to use the x1 of the table up here. You also want to use a y1, so you delete this and you type in y and then 1 directly after. Then you delete the equal sign and you change it into a tilde for regression. What did I do wrong? Alright, I didn't do anything wrong. I'll show you what I mean. Okay. So I saw A is equal to 3331 and I was like, I did something wrong because that's one of the points right here. That's the x value of the first point. That doesn't make sense. But the thing is, I'll take a screenshot. If you take, let's see, what is this first point? 3331, comma 433. If you plug this point into here, let's do it actually. So 433 will go on the end because it's the y value. It replaces f of x. 1/7 3331 minus a plus 433. You just subtract 433 from both sides, and then you get 0 equals 1/7 3331 minus a. Then you multiply the 7 to both sides, and when you do that, this just becomes this, which means a equals 3331 because you move a to the other side. So yeah, that's why. It's just the 433's cancel, and I didn't see that. Oh, now I gotta delete this. There we go. Got one more module after this. 3 more questions. Let's do it. Oh, this should be an easy question. I promise. All right, whenever you draw triangles, make sure they're not the same size because these are, oh, they're actually congruent. My bad. If they're congruent, then they're the same triangle, basically. I thought they were similar. A, B, C, D, E, F. And then B and E are right angles. And A is 27. Make sure that when you draw your triangles, this is the main part. The draw the corresponding angles at the same like orientation. Basically draw the shapes the right way. So since A corresponds to D, because it says that right here, draw A where D is on the other graph, like on the other triangle. That makes sense. So then this would also be 27. Then this would be whatever adds up to 180. Like 27 plus 90 plus x equals 180. And then that would be the same as f. Since we're looking for f, let's just solve for angle C, which is angle f. So right angle is 90 plus 27 plus x. All three angles add up to 180. Zoom out, 63. By the way, on the SAT, all of this is just a distraction. Like, once you know the format on how to like type these numbers out, which is just basic, just type it out how you normally type it out, you don't need to read any of this. So if you ever see this on the math section, don't read it. I see students do that and it's like, you're wasting time. Let's do a screenshot again. Okay. This is a crazy question to put on module 1. There's a scale factor question as one of the hardest concepts to grasp on the SAT. However, this question isn't one of the harder scale factor questions. So I understand it, but anyways. We're gonna draw two squares. One square is 6x on the sides because squares have the same side lengths and it's 6 times the other one. So the other one has to be x. This one is square n, this one is square m. The area of square n is 49 square feet, meaning if we just take the square root, x is equal to 7. What is the area in square feet of square m? So the area, well, what is 6x times 6x? 36x squared. And we know x is 7. Let's do that on the calculator. What is 36x squared if x is 7? 1764. The trick here is a lot of students I know are going to do 6 times 49. And I'm sure that that's an answer. I think it's 294. 6 times 49, yes. So it's going to be answer choice C. A lot of students are going to pick that. So if you picked A, awesome work. You didn't fall for the trick. All right, we got 3 minutes to do this question. Let's do it. Then we move on to the module 2. Let's hope I don't yap too much and run out of time on module 2. That would be sad. So let's just use this because we already have a nice little graph here. What is the length of QS? Let's label that as X. Well, here's the thing. All of these answers, look at the answer choices. They always give you information, right? They're either sine or cosine Q. And sine is opposite over hypotenuse. I almost said opposite over adjacent. Cosine is adjacent over hypotenuse. So we need to use sine Q 18 over x, right? Now if you multiply x to the other side and divide by sine Q, you just get x equals 18 over sine Q. Make sure you don't do this math wrong. 18 over sine Q, which is D. We still have 2 minutes left. Typically, I would finish module 1 and with like, again, 15 minutes left. Module 1, if I would say most students should aim for like, 10, 12 minutes left at the end of module 1. But that takes a lot of practice. Again, like I've been doing this for years. I finish with about 10 minutes left on module 2 for both of the sections, reading and math. I finished with about 15 minutes left on module 1. It's just a lot of practice, a lot of reps. The Blue Book practice tests are perfect because they are written by College Board. They're a little bit easier than the actual SAT, but they are still really good practice. If you are not getting a 1600 on the tests when you take them, like on these Blue Book practice tests, when you take them, there's still juice left to squeeze. It's like you can still do these tests and still get the use out of them because you haven't gotten all the questions right. I would typically check my answers, but this wasn't too bad of a section. I guess I'm checking my answers right now. The way that I check my answers is I really just go through each question and I see whether or not I was like stuck on any of them or I was confused for any reason. Module 2, let's do it. We gotta work fast. Okay, this is just creating a equation. 19.5 plus 10x equals 62. 4.25. All right. You could totally do this in your head and then you'll get 30. Whoa. I don't know what happened to my Blue Book there, but you could do this in your head and you'll get 30, but because you just subtract the top equation from the bottom. So basically you switch the two equations in your mind. So the top one is on the top. So the bottom one is on the top. And then if you subtract the two, you'll see that there's an extra y. Y equals 155 minus 125. But we're given a calculator, so why not just use it? It takes like no time at all if you type fast. Make sure you zoom in, make sure you click the correct point because some of these points are very close to one another. And you're looking for the value of y. Perfect. All right, so if it's a budget, it can never be greater than 15 because the budget, he only has 15 bucks. And it has to be the correct variable. All right, line of best fit. Obviously, this is not a negative line. Let's see. What points are good? 2, 3. See how I'm not like using exact numbers? It's like 7, 4. I know it's not 2, 3, but it'll still work. See, 0.2. We were 2 100ths off. All right. I'm sure you can still find the correct answer if you're 2 100ths off. All right. So anytime you see one of these questions where it has these like long answer choices and everything, it's typically never the minimum or maximum. And in this case, this is the wrong answer because it's like, this is like, it flips the variables. 149.02 is X, so it's the grams per mole. There we go. That's it. All right, this one, you just put everything into Desmos. F of X equals X plus 6, and then it solves it for you. G of X equals 6X. And then 7 FO of 2 minus G of 2. It literally does it for you. Look. 44. Let's make sure I typed everything in right. That looks perfect. All right. So based on the circle form that you should have memorized in module 1, of this test. I showed you what it was. What is the center of the circle? I know you don't need to know it, but what is it? The center of the circle is -5, 5. Because you just take the opposite of whatever numbers are inside the parentheses. -5, 5. For this question, you don't need to know that, but it's good to be able to figure that out. The radius, what is the radius of circle A? It's 5. So if circle B is 2 times the radius, then the radius would be 10. And we know that whatever k is in the standard form of circle is the radius squared. So 10 times 10 is 100. All right, this is just a system of equations, but you can skip a step by just setting both f of x's equal to each other. 2x plus 3, and then it just graphs your answer. 2. And I just make sure I typed everything in right at the end. All right, so there's a little trick that you can do with this. Whenever you see one of these questions, what does this form look like? This thing, this x equals -7 plus square root of k over 2. Looks like the quadratic formula, right? But they want you to do the quadratic formula, then find out that k equals b squared minus 4ac, and then solve for b squared minus 4ac to get the value of k. You don't want to do any of that. You want to just do the lazy way and just type it out on the calculator, because you get a calculator, and then you type this out as well. X equals -7 plus, wait, no, I should do this. So you have these typed out, and all you need to do is you need to do a tilde here and switch these to x1. And then switch this to x1 as well. And then k actually enters up there. So you gotta scroll up a little bit, figure out that k is up there. So it solves for k for you. You could totally do this by hand, but just memorize this Desmos trick. You do the regression first, and then you do x1 equals all of this. Okay. For questions like these, you really only want to focus on whatever term a is a coefficient of, which is the x squared term. So on your paper, you could write all of this out and just delete every term that is not x squared. Make sure you don't delete the negative signs, because those are going to distribute, right? So they're going to affect the x squared terms. Ax squared. So the first term is going to be -5x squared. I'm just going to write -5. And the second x squared term, there are only 2 of them, is going to be -3, because the negative is going to distribute again. That's -8. So a is going to be -8x, and then the x squared. All right, let's do this one later, because it's one of the harder ones, or at least there's a trick to it. It's doing it every single time. Actually, you know what? Let's do it right now, because I know some of you guys are gonna watch this in order. You're gonna be like, Roy, what happened? Like, where is question number 11? So I'm just gonna do all of them in order. All right. So the trick to this is that it's always going to be one of the negative answers, and it's whatever is like 60 divided by whatever number equals this number on the graph. So on the graph, it's -4, right? It's y is greater than -4. Since you want to get -4, you do 60 divided by -15 to get -4. And if you do this, if you put negative 15 as r, right? You get negative 15y is less than 60. The trick here is they always, whenever they give you these questions in this form, they always want you to flip the equals. They want you to flip the inequality sign. So right now it's less than. They want to flip it to greater than by using one of the negative answers. What you can do to check this is do negative 15, just substitute for r because you're solving for the value of r. And then less than 60. And then do you see how this looks exactly like the graph? It's at negative 4 as well. I think the trick, what they want to do is like, they made the dotted line so close to the negative that like, it looks like a 4. So make sure you are reading the graph right, that's all. You can even enter all of the other ones, and you realize that like, if you enter 15, or if you enter 4, or negative 4, they just don't look the same. Like negative 4 is the closest one, but it's at 15. I mean, negative 15. Okay, so probability questions, a lot easier than you think, especially on the SAT. It's like, they don't give like anything crazy hard. I will say that. If you understand it, it becomes really easy. So you always want to start with a fraction. The bottom is going to be all of the set of all of the numbers, that all of the possible numbers that you are picking from, basically. Since you're picking from set K, there are 160 numbers in set K. So 1 through 160. Those are all of the numbers. So it's 160 numbers. Now, the probability of selecting a number that is even and less than or equal to 50 is 25. I know a lot of students are going to put 50 here because they read too fast, and they put 50. And then when you use this fraction button on the left, right here, you're going to have 5 over 16. And yeah, that is one of your answers, but it's the wrong answer. If you do this fraction button here, you get 5 over 32. That is your correct answer. Even and less than or equal to 50. There are 25 numbers, just half of 50. All right, yeah, so these questions always ask about like the median and mean. For math, like it's very predictable. They're always like the same few question types. At the very end on the SAT, they're going to be like different, like new questions that you might have never seen before, but a lot of the times it's like stuff that you've practiced, stuff that have been on previous SATs. So if you want the material from previous SATs, just go check out my course. It's in the description. I literally give you the hardest questions from past SATs. And that's like the best practice because they're repeated very often. You can just memorize the solutions. So for this, since 18 is going to be added, it's going to be somewhere on the left, right? Where the graph isn't. That's definitely going to affect the mean, and it is not going to affect the median. It is going to affect the mean because you could think of the mean as a balancing scale, a fulcrum, as they say. So imagine it's like this. And right now, the mean is somewhere between like 50 and 60, right? Somewhere like right here. And I'm just going to draw the graph one more time. So this is this graph just drawn on a scale. So to balance this fulcrum, you need to put the tip of this fulcrum, you need to put it somewhere between 50 and 60 to balance it. If you put, whoa, can we not erase that? If you put 18, you're putting one value of 18 right here. Where do you think the where do you think the balance is gonna tip? It's gonna tip down this way. It's gonna start leaning this way, right? Or at least just a little bit. Meaning the mean has now shifted. You have to shift this fulcrum a little bit this way, maybe like that. So the mean is like a little bit to the left. It's definitely going to change. Even if it changes by 0.1, it still changes. That's how you can think of it. The median, however, is going to say the same number. And you can tell what the median is by taking all of the data set of 51. You add 1 and divide by 2. And that's where the median is. It's the 26th value. So whatever the 26th value is. So the first value is going to be right here. This is the first value. Then there are 4 values right here. So values 2 through 6 is going to be between 30 and 40. Right here, there are about 6 values. So values 7 through 13 is going to be right here. Are you still with me? Right here, there are 26 values. So 14 through 40. Values 14 through 40 are all going to be right here. And 26 is in between those two ranges, right? The 26th value is going to be somewhere in this bar. And since the median, before it was at 25.5, so it was the average of the 25th and the 26th. But they're both between 50 and 60. So the median does not have to change because the 26th value could be the same because they're both between 50 and 60. Hopefully that makes sense. The mean has to change. The dataset B has to be less, so 2 only. But the median does not have to change. What I like doing for questions like these is just creating a scenario. So in this case, if 1 inch is equal to or equivalent to 17 thirds feet, then we can multiply both sides, not by 17, but by 3. And we get 3 inches is then equivalent to 17 feet. That just makes this fraction a lot easier to work with, right? Now, which expression represents the corresponding length in inches if the office building measures X feet? Basically, if we plug in 17 as X, because that's the length of the office building, we should get 3, because that's the scenario that we just created. 3 inches, because 3 inches is equivalent to 17 feet in the real world. So let's plug in 17 for each one. So if we plug in 17 here for X, these two 17s will cancel out, and we'll be left with 3/12, which is 1/4. That is not 3 inches. If we plug in 17 here, we're probably not going to get 3. We can try, we can do it in a calculator. But if we plug in 17 here, 3 times 17 divided by 17 is 3. This is perfect. If we plug in 17 here, we're going to get 17 squared divided by 3, and I promise you, that's not 3. So let's do 17 squared, just to check B, divided by 12 times 3. 17 squared divided by 12 times 3. And see how that's not 3? So that's how you do these questions. I know these questions confuse a lot of students because you're like trying to create an expression, but instead of trying to create the expression, just take a scenario, like an example, like 3 inches is equivalent to 17 feet, and just plug in the right number, right? If you plugged in 3, you would have gotten it wrong. You would have picked D, but it's C, because make sure you know what variable represents what. Since X represents the office building, you plug in 17. Okay. What do we do for this? My mind's not working right now. Yeah, this is one that repeats a lot on the SAT. What we need to do is we first need to change this into fraction form. P of 2/3 equals T of 9/7. You need to know your exponent rules, so you can remember it by anything that's already, like, see how the squared part is already with the P? Anything that's already with the P, the number that's already with the P, is in the numerator. Anything that's outside, like this 3, or if it was like a square root of P to the power 4, then it would be P to the power 4 divided by 2, because square root is basically 2 outside. Anything that's on the outside goes in the denominator. So this 3 goes in the denominator. It goes right there. Now, since we know T is equal to all of this, we just plug this in for T. So we do P to the power 2/3 is equal to P to the power 3n minus 1 times, not times 9/7, to the power of 9/7. And if you know your exponent rules, you will know that when it's to the power of 9/7, only the exponent is multiplied by 9/7. And that means that, again, based on another exponent rule, you can cancel out these p's. So 2/3 equals this. 2/3 equals 3n minus 1. I was just blanking out for a second there. I was like zoning out, thinking about life. And then if you want the exact answer, you do n, and you do this, 41 over 81. But again, you just need to memorize those steps because this question is common. 41 divided by 81. All right, perfect. Let's keep going. So how are we going to do this? Here's what we can do. Anytime we see points, we just enter a table, and we're just going to use a standard custom regression. So again, g of x is equal to x squared minus x minus a. All of this has to be divided by x cubed minus x minus b. You just switch out this equal sign for a tilde. You delete the g of x. You do at y1. By the way, you can skip these steps. You don't have to write everything out and then switch your g of x to y1. You can just write it out by y1 initially. You can write out all of the x's as x1 initially. There we go. Solved for b. B is 23. All right. This one, again, it's another one that you just memorize. Here's how we do it. So 2 lines intersect 1 point. That forms 4 angles. 2 of these angles are angle A because they're the same angle. 2 of these angles are going to be angle B. Angle A, let's say, is 9x minus 140. It doesn't matter which one is 9x minus 140, whether it's angle A or B, you still get the same answer. If angle A is 9x minus 140, then angle B is going to be 180 minus 9x minus 140. Make sure you have the parentheses. You will get it wrong if you do not have the parentheses. Because And the reason why is because B is equal to 180 minus A, because they all form a straight line. 180 minus A, perfect. So 180 minus 9x minus 140 is just 320 minus 9x. So this is what B is. Now, what could not be the sum of the measures of any two of these angles? Well, there are only three measures of two of these angles. A plus A, B plus B, or A plus B. A plus B will always equal 180. That's why it cannot be one of our answers, because it's what could not be the sum. Again, any variation of A plus B you try is always going to equal 180. You can try it out yourself. C is not our answer either, because 18x minus 120 is just A plus A. 9x minus 140 plus 9x minus 140 is 18x minus 280. B is not our answer either, because that's B plus B. A is the only one that you cannot achieve or get to using any of these variations. You need to just memorize how to do that question, because this almost always appears on the SAT. Okay, let's do this. So if these two are angle A, then these two are going to be angle B because of vertical angle theorem. And then these two are going to be angle C. Now, WX is 60, WQ is 70, this is 120, it's 21, and we are solving for YZ. We just have to create a simple proportion. This question was on one of these practice, I think it was practice at 6. It should not be repeating these hard questions. I don't know. I think it kind of ruins the point of practice. So, why did we do this proportion? Because X is the side opposite to angle B, meaning it corresponds to the side opposite to angle B on the other triangle, which is 60. So X over 60 is our first side of the proportion. The second one are the two sides opposite to angle C, which you start with the triangle that you started with. So since you started with X on the numerator, which is in this triangle, you have to keep going with the number on this triangle, right? You started with this triangle, so you have to continue with this triangle. Basically, the numerators have to be in the same triangle. And then make sure the fractions are what correspond to each other. Let's put this into Desmos. Delete all. X divided by 60 equals 21 over 70. Zoom out, 18. System of equations, come on. It's a little too easy. We need harder questions. We need better practice for you guys, because the SAT is not going to be this easy, I promise. Okay, so it seems like this is the same line. Yeah. And since this is the same line, it does have at least one solution. So it's definitely 1. So it can't be this or this. We just need to figure out if it's 2. Oh, let's go back. And let's just, yeah, 1 and 2. Okay, we need to draw that out. Do that later. All right. Let's do this one first. Let's go backwards from 22 to 20, which are going to be the last 3. All right. On your paper, write down the 3 equations that this question gives you. Go ahead, do it. Let's first go over the three equations that you probably wrote down. A equals 468% of B. A equals 0.78% of C. C equals P% of B. Open up the brackets and write the left side of each equation. So it's going to be A for the first equation, A for the second equation, and C, just like that. So A comma, C. And then use the squiggly line, the tilde. Open up another bracket and then write the right sides of each equation. For the right sides, literally write percent, and it automatically says the of part. And then do B. That's the right side of the first equation. I've seen so many students mess up here because they try to do, they just write 0.78 instead of 0.78 divided by 100. Just write the percent. Forget the 100. Just write the percent. This is so much easier. And like, you don't have to think about it. You don't mess up. You just write exactly what's on the question. C is P% of B. And see how it solves for you right here? It says P is 60,000. Just making sure I typed in everything right. Let's see. Okay, perfect. All right. The graph above is g of x. So what we want to do first is we want to plot g of x. This might sound tricky, but all we need to do is copy the graph down here of g of x plus 28 by doing the 1/10 first, and then fill in a, b, and c. So since x minus a is squared, we know that it's either 1 or 3, because anytime it like bounces off the graph like that, it bounces off the x-axis, like a parabola, it's going to be one of the roots that is like squared in the parentheses. So a can either equal 1 or 3. It doesn't matter which one for right now. I'm sure it won't matter right now, but it's going to matter soon. But for now, we just have to put one of them as 1 and one of them is 3. X, and then since this is at -2, it's going to be x plus 2 because it's x minus c. And do you see how it looks exactly like the graph here? It even peaks at the same point. Yeah, perfect. So this is our graph. Translations are really easy on Desmos. You just put it in f of x form, and then you put the translation right there. And should appear somewhere to the left somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Again, the value of a and b are where the graph bounces. So it's either -25 or -27. In this case, it could be either of them, right? All we did is we graphed g of x using our knowledge of where the roots are. And then we graphed g of x plus 28 to find out where the graph bounces. That is our a and b term. Since there's no -27, our answer is -25. Okay. Perfect. Let's go to this last one. We just need to draw it out, and we'll be done. So how you read any shape is like, this is the 3D shape. So, right? So if it's a pyramid, it's going to peak at one point and it's going to have some sort of like base, right? That looks like a cone. But if it's a pyramid, it's going to have some sort of base and it's going to peak at one point. If it's a prism, it's going to look something like this, what we drew here. Rectangular is just the shape of the base. So the base is rectangular. The second word is always the shape of the base. And right doesn't mean anything that you need to know. It's just there to confuse you. Like a right cone would be that the height is perpendicular to the base. That's all that means. The height is perpendicular to the base. So in this case, the height would be like right here. And it would be perpendicular. The base area is 24t, meaning it's also 24t on this side, like on the bottom. Now it's 8/3 here, so it has to be 9t here, because 24t divided by 8/3, which is basically multiplied by 3/8, is going to be 9t. So this side is 8/3, this side is 9t. Meaning, if this is 15, the length of this, let me draw it somewhere else, 15, then this side and the other side back here are both going to be 9t times 15. Let's just write out everything. So we have 24t times 2, because those are the two top faces, right? Plus 9t times 15 times 2. So that's going to be 270, because 15 times 2 is 30, 30 times 9 is 270t. Make sure you don't forget the t. And don't make your t look like plus signs. I know a lot of you guys write like t's here. For this question, just distinguish the t in some way. Plus 8/3 times 15, because that's this side and the other side on that we can't see. There's going to be 80. There's no t here. So it has to be this, because 270 plus 48t is 318, and then we have the 80 here. We're basically finding the surface area, so you just add up all the sides. You find the areas of each individual side and you just add them up. There's 6 sides. All questions, 0 incorrect answers. Let's click all. Look at all those greens. Green. Correct. All right. This was the last 98 questions, the last practice test in this course.